Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 2400 to Chapter 2483. I sensed the appearance of a golden inheritor decades ago, but I didn't expect it to be you. I'm Lu Gao. Greetings, young master. After that, Lu Gao cupped his fists and bowed deeply to Lu Ming. On the side, the Lu family head and the others were dumbfounded. Senior, there's no need to be so polite. Please rise. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Gao's action was equivalent to surrendering to Lu Ming. What are you waiting for? Bow to the young master. From now on, the Lu family will follow the young master's lead. If the young master has any orders in the future, the Lu family will follow him to death. Lu Gao looked at the Lu family head and the others. So it's the golden inheritor of the Hunyuan sect. The Lu family's upper echelons had already guessed what was going on. They looked at each other and then bowed to Lu Ming. If an ordinary genius came with the Hunyuan sect's golden inheritor token, they would have driven him out even if they didn't kill him on the spot. However, Lu Ming was different. Lu Ming's talent was too amazing. Now that his strength was unparalleled, his future was limitless. It was not impossible for the Lu family to submit to Lu Ming. Everyone, please rise. Lu Ming hurriedly helped the Lu family's upper echelons up. Since the other party was willing to submit to him, it was natural that they had taken a fancy to his strength and potential. Naturally, he would not put on an overbearing appearance. Just remember this. I still have to go somewhere else. Goodbye. After saying that, Lu Ming directly stepped into the air and left. After Lu Ming and the others came out, many people were speculating. They didn't know what happened to Lu Ming and the Lu family. Lu Ming didn't stay. Soon, he left Aeon City and went to his next target. Tianwen sect, a huge force in the Divine Land. Its strength was not inferior to the Lu family. An ancestor of the Tianwen sect was also a silver inheritor of the Hunyuan sect. After Lu Ming's arrival, everyone in the Tianwen sect was polite. This trip was also very successful. The patriarch of the Tianwen sect was willing to submit. The main reason was that he had killed a heavenly emperor in the Battle of Aeon City. This was too much of a deterrent. Those sects and forces did not dare to resist at all. If Lu Ming wanted to destroy them in a fit of anger, they would not be able to resist. Following that, Lu Ming went to one force after another according to the list. There were both big and small powers, and they were not limited to the Divine Fate Land. There were also other regions. Lu Ming used a full 3 months to visit all of these forces. In the past 3 months, Lu Ming had almost traveled all over the Yuan continent. None of those forces dared to rebel. They all obediently submitted. This way, Lu Ming's invisible power was already extremely terrifying. It spread throughout the Yuan continent. At that time, as long as Lu Ming waved his arm, experts would gather and shake the world. After settling these matters, Lu Ming returned to Celestial City and asked Autumn Moon to stay in Celestial City. It's time to get rid of the Nation of Death. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He would not be at ease if he did not get rid of this force. At that moment, he brought Dandan, Bubbles, 2E, and Lei back to the Divine Fate Land. After arriving at the Divine Fate Land, Lu Ming followed the memories of the Nation of Death's assassin and headed towards a barren place. Here, they found a remote teleportation formation. Through this teleportation formation, they arrived at a hidden cave. However, this was far from their destination. They left the cave and went to a secluded place tens of thousands of miles away. They found another teleportation formation and teleported away. Just like that, they were teleported 9 times. After the 9th teleportation, they finally arrived at their destination. Below the ground, a huge plaza suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Lu Ming, Dandan, Bubbles, 2E, and Lei appeared. Who are you people? As soon as Lu Ming and the rest appeared, they heard a cold shout. Lu Ming looked around and saw a few figures around the plaza. They were looking at them in shock. We are the ones who will kill you. Lu Ming said coldly and threw out a punch. These few people had just entered the martial emperor realm. How could they block Lu Ming's punch? They were directly smashed into pieces. What a huge city. Lu Ming and the rest looked ahead. In front of them, a huge city stood there. The city walls were inlaid with glowing stones, giving the place some light. This ancient city was underground. It was the ancient city in the Nation of Death's assassins' memories, the headquarters of the Nation of Death. The place where they were now was a plaza in front of the ancient city's gate. Enemy attack. At that moment, a sharp cry came from the ancient city, startling the entire city. Swoosh! 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 In the ancient city, there were constantly black shadows flashing. They were all assassins from the Nation of Death. Today, we will destroy the Nation of Death. Lu Ming took the lead and stepped forward. The group moved quickly and approached the ancient city in an instant. There were no defensive arrays in the ancient city. The Nation of Death had never been found in the countless years. Naturally, there was no need for any defensive arrays. They easily passed through the city walls. Kill! Kill them! As soon as they entered the ancient city, sharp sword glows stabbed at them from all directions. However, these sword lights all stopped halfway. Bubbles used the space-time law to freeze them in the air. Return! Bubbles waved his small hand and these sword lights shot back at an even faster speed than before. Puff! 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 Blood splattered and miserable screams filled the air. Dozens of black-cloaked assassins died on the spot, stabbed to death by their own sword lights. However, in the ancient city, black shadows flashed and more assassins rushed over. Lu Ming's body emitted 17 different kinds of light. These lights condensed into spear lights that shot out in all directions. At the same time, Bubbles and Dandan also attacked. Attacks shot out in all directions. Puff! Puff! The black-cloaked assassins were killed continuously. Their corpses fell to the ground like raindrops. The strongest among these assassins was only a true emperor. Naturally, they were not a match for Bubbles and were killed in large numbers. Tui and Lei did not attack. They were brought here as a precaution. There was no need for them to take care of these assassins. They moved forward like tigers in a flock of sheep. The assassins in black were killed by them continuously. They continued to advance towards the center of the city. Retreat! A voice came from the center of the city. In an instant, the black-cloaked assassins retreated rapidly and disappeared without a trace. However, there was a terrifying killing intent in the center of the city. 1, 2, 3, there were more than 30 auras, and every one of them was extremely terrifying. Every one of them emitted an extremely cold murderous intent. Great emperors, these auras belonged to great emperors. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the depths of the Death God Nation's ancient city, there were more than 30 great emperors. Lu Ming! When they saw Lu Ming's appearance, someone exclaimed. The martial monarchs came to a stop. Their eyes were filled with terror. They did not expect Lu Ming to be the one who made it here. The Death God Nation naturally knew about the battle in Aeon City. They did not expect Lu Ming to find the headquarters of the Death God Nation. They looked at Tui and Lei who were behind Lu Ming and were even more terrified. Retreat, get out of here! One of them shouted and retreated quickly. There were heavenly emperors around Lu Ming. How were they going to fight? They would die if they went up to fight. Now, they only wanted to escape from here. Senior Tui, Senior Lei, sorry to trouble you. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Tui and Lei. There were so many great emperors. If he wanted to kill them all, he could only ask Tui and Lei for help. I can do it alone. Lei was the first to speak. He then turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed out. Tui smiled and did not make a move. Zzz, after Lei rushed out, the sky was suddenly filled with endless lightning. Bolts of lightning that were thicker than an arm covered the sky like a spider web and blasted towards the 30 great emperors. These bolts of lightning were not ordinary bolts of lightning. They were superpowers that Lei condensed with the heavenly Tao. Bam! Bam! Those great emperors were struck by the lightning. They did not even have time to scream before they were blasted into ashes. Ordinary great emperors would be killed instantly when facing a heavenly emperor. More than 30 great emperor realm assassins were slaughtered in an instant. All of you, die! Lei did not stop there. He waved his hand and a ball of lightning appeared in the sky. This ball of lightning floated in the sky above the ancient city. It then exploded and turned into countless bolts of lightning. They were like raindrops as they blasted towards the assassins in the ancient city. Bam! 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 In an instant, countless assassins in the ancient city were killed by the lightning and turned into ashes. It was unknown how many assassins there were in the headquarters of the Grim Reaper Nation, but at this moment, almost all of them were wiped out. And, at this moment, a cold light flashed in Lei Yi's eyes as he headed towards the depths of the ancient city. Lu Ming and the others quickly followed. Whoosh! 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 In the depths of the ancient city, 7 or 8 figures were moving rapidly in another direction at an incredible speed. Peak Great Emperor! Lu Ming's heart trembled. These 7 to 8 figures were all peak Great Emperors. The Death Kingdom's strength was truly terrifying. One should know that a great force like the Mu clan only had 2 peak Great Emperors. In Death Kingdom, there were a total of 8 peak Great Emperors. Moreover, their speed was astonishing. If only Lu Ming and Dandan were here, they probably wouldn't be able to stop them. But now, with 2E, Lei Yi, and the others, it was different. You still want to run in front of me? Lei Yi sneered and took a step forward. His figure directly turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed out. In an instant, he caught up with the other party. Sizzle, lightning filled Lei Yi's hand, forming a lightning spear that pierced out. Quickly destroy that crystal pagoda. At this moment, one of the 8 people shouted. Bam! In the next moment, the 8 people were pierced by the lightning spear. Although the 8 of them were peak Great Emperors, they were completely useless in the face of the Heavenly Thearch's attack. Ah! A few of them actually let out ear-piercing screams. A black shadow was violently twisting in their bodies. There was actually a third eye in between the eyebrows of this black shadow. Evil God Tribe. Seeing this black shadow, Lu Ming was shocked. In an instant, he thought of many things. Back then, the Evil Spirit Sect and the Demon Spirit Sect were also founded by the Evil God Tribe. Obviously, the Death Kingdom was the same as the Evil Spirit Sect and the Demon Spirit Sect. They were all founded by the Evil God Tribe. No wonder they often assassinated the experts and geniuses of the primordial realm. Those figures twisted a few times, then turned into ashes and dissipated. Crystal Pagoda. In the next moment, Lu Ming thought of the Crystal Pagoda. Before that Evil God Tribe expert died, he shouted, quickly destroy that Crystal Pagoda. Since an Evil God Tribe expert was still thinking about it, that Crystal Pagoda must be very important. Find that Crystal Pagoda. Lu Ming shouted. Found it. Bubbles spoke. Then, she waved her hands, and a space-time tunnel appeared in the air. On the other side of the space-time tunnel, there was a crystal pagoda that was about 3 meters tall. It was sparkling and covered with all kinds of runes. And 2 black-clothed assassins were rushing toward the crystal pagoda. Obviously, they wanted to destroy the crystal pagoda. Don't even think about it in front of me. Sizzle, Lei Yi directly rushed through the space-time tunnel. 2 bolts of lightning burst out and killed the 2 black-cloaked assassins. Then, Lu Ming, Dandan, Bubbles, and 2E also rushed through the space-time tunnel and arrived at the Crystal Pagoda. The Crystal Pagoda was densely covered with runes, dazzling and colorful. What is this? Lu Ming looked at it carefully and was a little puzzled. Could it be the array foundation of a great array? So it's this kind of thing. Dandan touched his chin and looked like he was in deep thought. Dandan, do you know what this is? Lu Ming asked curiously. Of course I know. This is the oldest kind of message transmission tool. It's almost lost now. It seems like the Evil God Tribe still has this kind of message transmission tool. Dandan said. Message transmission tool? Lu Ming's eyes lit up and said, Dandan, can you decipher the message inside? The message transmission tool of the Evil God Tribe. For the Evil God Tribe to value it so much, there might be some incredible news inside. Young master, I'll go and get rid of the remaining assassins. Lei Yi's figure swayed and left. As for Dandan, he started to wander around the crystal pagoda and started to study it. After a while, Lei Yi returned. Obviously, he had gotten rid of all the assassins and even brought back all the storage rings of the assassins. This was an incomparably huge harvest. The Death God Nation had been accumulating resources for so many years. Now, all of them belonged to Lu Ming. Lu Ming kept all of them. If the Dragon Alliance wanted to develop in the future, they would definitely need a huge amount of resources. The more they accumulated now, the better. Dandan continued to study. After a few hours, Dandan started to take action. Runes entered the crystal pagoda one after another. Open! After Dandan circled the crystal pagoda 360 times, he bellowed and took a step forward. Countless runes covered the crystal pagoda. Buzz, a buzzing sound came from the crystal pagoda. The top of the crystal pagoda shone brightly. Then, streams of information spread out from the crystal pagoda. It was very strange. They stood at the side of the crystal pagoda and could clearly see the information. In fact, there were even images that appeared. This is, when Lu Ming came into contact with some of the information, his eyes widened and he was shocked. Lu Ming was shocked when he saw some of the information and pictures in the crystal pagoda. Not only Lu Ming, but Dandan, Bubbles, 2E, and Lei Yi were also shocked and in disbelief. From the information in the crystal pagoda, they understood that the other tribes wanted to open a huge passageway to the primordial realm. Yes, the other tribes had been carrying out this plan for many years. A picture appeared in the crystal pagoda. In this picture, there was an unknown region where countless alien races were gathered. They were setting up a massive array formation, and the foundation of this array formation was some white bones. With these white bones as the foundation, a huge passageway was opened. Chirp chirp chirp, seeing this picture, Bubbles kept crying out. She appeared to be very indignant, anxious, and furious. The bones of a spacetime spirit mouse. D***It, the other tribes obtained the bones of the previous generation of spacetime spirit mice and used them to open a passageway. Dandan also roared angrily. The bones of a spacetime spirit mouse. Lu Ming understood everything. It seemed that after the death of the previous generation of spacetime spirit mice, their corpses fell into the hands of the other tribes. Spacetime spirit mice could control spacetime and use spacetime to the extreme. Every drop of blood and hair on their bodies were related to spacetime. The other tribes used the bones of the spacetime spirit mice to set up a large formation. It was indeed possible to open a huge and stable passageway in the boundless void that could allow a large number of other tribes to pass through. And the destination of this passageway was the primordial realm. Where is it? Lu Ming became anxious and continued to read the information in the crystal pagoda. Not long after, they made a discovery. On a huge island, there were black-robed figures flashing. In the sky, there was a huge vortex. Obviously, the people from the Nation of Death were cooperating with the evil god tribe to open a passageway in the primordial realm. It's overseas. Not long after, they finally arrived at the specific location. It was not on the primordial realm, but overseas. This crystal pagoda actually hid such a secret. No wonder that other tribe member wanted to destroy it even when he was dying. Lu Ming and the others were secretly scared. If the other tribes opened this passageway and invaded, the primordial realm would be finished. Once the primordial realm was destroyed, the Grand Clarity Celestial Domain would also be in danger. After carefully examining the information in the crystal pagoda, they finally stopped. Let's go. Let's kill the people from the Death God Nation first. Then, we'll inform the experts of the Heaven Realm and have them send people to guard that place. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He was secretly afraid. Fortunately, they found out. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Kill, we must kill them, chirp chirp. Bubble also cried out, waving his arms and legs with a ferocious look. The previous generation spacetime spirit mouse was equivalent to Bubble's mother. But now, after her death, her bones were being used by the outsiders to torment her. It would be strange if she wasn't filled with killing intent. Once the plan was set, they immediately left the place and flew towards the north. According to the information they had gathered, the destination of the other tribe's passageway was the boundless sea to the north of Yuanlu. That place, like the divine wilderness continent, was known as the Barren Land. However, that place wasn't as remote as the divine wilderness continent, and it wasn't as far from Yuanlu as the divine wilderness continent. 2E and Lei Yi led Lu Ming, Dandan, and Bubble to the north of Yuanlu. With their heavenly emperor realm cultivation, their speed was simply too fast. Not long after, they left the Yuan continent and arrived at the boundless ocean. They followed the sea and headed north. 2 days later, they finally approached their destination. There was a huge island in front of them. Rather than calling it an island, it was better to call it a continent. A continent like the Divine Wilderness continent. Its surface area was even bigger than the Divine Wilderness continent. However, compared to Yuanlu, it was like an island. Above the island, a huge vortex was suspended there, enveloping the entire island. It could be seen that once the passageway was opened, it would be huge. In an instant, countless evil god tribe members would rush in. From afar, they could see shadows flickering on the island. They were all assassins from the Death God Nation. Looking at the situation, that passageway shouldn't have been opened yet. The Death God Nation is cooperating with the evil god tribe to open the passageway as soon as possible. Dandan said softly. Let's attack and kill the people from the Death God Nation first, then destroy the formation here. Lu Ming said. The others nodded. Swoosh. Swoosh, they moved. They didn't hide anymore and rushed towards the island. In a few breaths' time, they were close to the island. There's someone. Oh no, we've been discovered. Kill them. Black-cloaked men rose from the island. There were more than 1,000 of them and they attacked Lu Ming and the others. Swoosh. Swoosh, more than 1,000 sword lights came from all directions and attacked Lu Ming and the others like raindrops. Die. Lei shouted coldly and struck out with his palm. Endless thunderbolts formed and covered the sky like a spider web. They rushed towards the black-cloaked men. Those black-cloaked men couldn't resist at all and were killed instantly. From afar, the black-cloaked men looked like thousands of mosquitoes that landed on the ground. Kill. Lu Ming shouted coldly and rushed into the island. This island was really huge. It was like a continent. There were countless assassins from the Death God Nation on this island. Obviously, the other creatures on this island had been killed by them long ago. As Lu Ming and the others went deeper into the island, black-cloaked men rushed out from all over the island. Humans of the primordial realm, kill. Suddenly, roars sounded. In the depths of the island, burly figures rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. Their auras were extremely shocking. Great emperors, there were at least dozens of great emperors rushing towards them. The most shocking thing was that these great emperors were actually from the evil god tribe. How could there be so many people from the evil god tribe in the primordial realm? Oh no, that passage might have been torn open a little. That's why some evil god tribe members entered. Dandan's expression changed and became extremely solemn. If that was really the case, then this passage was not far from being completely opened. In an instant, those evil god tribe members had already rushed over. Die for me. The Great Baron Spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The Great Baron Spear shook and spear lights flew out, instantly killing several great emperors. At the same time, Tu Yi and the others also attacked. With two heavenly emperors attacking, the great emperors were no match at all and were constantly killed. However, more figures flew out from the depths of the island. They were all from the evil god tribe. Their numbers were huge and shocking. Judging from their auras, there were more than 100 great emperors. And the number was still increasing. The number of peak great emperors was not small. Kill as many as come. Tu Yi's eyes were filled with killing intent. The meteor hammer appeared in his hand and emitted a terrifying aura. Boom, the meteor hammer suddenly blasted out like a planet smashing forward. The meteor hammer was a heavenly Dao weapon and was extremely terrifying. Under Tu Yi's control, its power was even more shocking. This attack was like an incomparably huge star smashing out. If it hit the ground, this island would be shattered. Heavenly Dao weapon, it's the Heavenly Emperor. Not good. The expressions of those evil god tribe members changed drastically as they retreated rapidly. But how could their speed be faster than the meteor hammer? It looked like the meteor hammer was about to hit them. People of the primordial realm, how dare you kill the experts of my tribe? You're courting death. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the depths of the island. Then, an incomparably huge palm stretched out from the depths of the island. This palm was covered with pitch-black scales that covered the sky and the sun. It collided with the meteor hammer. Boom, it was like the end of the world. After an extremely violent boom, the meteor hammer actually trembled and was struck back by this palm. As for that palm, it was completely fine. After colliding with the heavenly Tao weapon, there was actually nothing wrong with the palm. Not even a single scale fell off. That palm stretched back, and then a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. This was a member of the evil god tribe, and his entire body was covered with black scales. He looked like an ordinary member of the evil god tribe, but his body shape was very different from ordinary members of the evil god tribe. Ordinary members of the evil god tribe were all tall and burly, but this member of the evil god tribe was about the same as an ordinary person. Moreover, his physique was well proportioned and slender. Other than the scales all over his body and the third eye between his brows, he was no different from a human. However, the aura emitted from his body was extremely terrifying and powerful. Not good, it's a peerless expert. Tuyi's expression changed drastically as he roared. There was actually a peerless expert here. Only existences above the level of a 4-star heavenly emperor could be called peerless experts. Kill. The peerless expert of the evil god tribe shouted coldly. With a wave of his hand, his palm rapidly enlarged and pressed down on Tuyi. At the same time, a beam of destructive light burst forth from his third eye. It turned into a destructive battle sword and slashed toward Lu Ming and the others. Tuyi unleashed his full strength and controlled the meteor hammer to attack. As for Lei Yi, he opened his mouth and a battle sword that shone with lightning flew out. It emitted a terrifying aura and attacked the evil god tribe member. This was Lei Yi's heavenly Tao soldier. The Primal Chaos Palace originally had 2 Heaven Tao soldiers. One was with Lightning One and the other was with Gold One. Boom. Boom, Thunder One and Earth One were blocked by 2 consecutive terrifying explosions. They couldn't do anything to each other. Heavenly Tao soldiers, 2 Heavenly Tao soldiers. Ha ha ha, my luck is not bad. They are all mine. The supreme expert of the evil god race laughed uproariously. He unleashed his full strength and attacked Tu One and Lei One. Tuyi and Lei also unleashed their full strength and engaged in a fierce battle with the other party. However, it was difficult to determine the winner in such a short period of time. The 2 of them were entangled and unable to escape. Young master, leave quickly. Tuyi roared. This time, it was impossible for them to destroy the other party. Things had gone beyond their expectations. The outsiders had actually managed to tear open a hole in the passageway. Not only were there a large number of experts entering, there was even a supreme expert among them. This peerless powerhouse had the cultivation of a 4-star heavenly emperor, incomparably powerful. Tu One and Lei One's cultivation were both 2-star heavenly emperors. Even with the heavenly Tao soldiers, the 2 of them could only barely protect themselves against the other party. This was also because the other party didn't have any heavenly Tao soldiers. If the other party also had heavenly Tao soldiers, they would be dead for sure. The only thing they could do now was to delay the other party and let Lu Ming and the rest escape so that they could pass the news to the heaven domain. Tu One, Lei One, Lu Ming roared. Leave quickly, young master. We must leave. The news here must be spread. Don't worry about us. We have our own ways to escape. Lei One also shouted. Let's go. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and no longer hesitated. He turned around and left. However, at this moment, large groups of evil god tribe members had already surrounded them. Wave after wave of attacks were launched towards them. Kill. Lu Ming's eyes were bloodshot as he continuously swept out his spear. Bang. Bang, the bodies of those who were swept by Lu Ming's long spear exploded. Regardless of whether it was a true emperor or a great emperor. Kid, die. An abnormally burly evil god race held a battle axe and exchanged a blow with Lu Ming. A terrifying force surged over. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he couldn't help but retreat. Peak Great Emperor, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. With Lu Ming's current battle strength, if he went all out, he could contend against a 6-star Great Emperor. However, he was definitely not a match for a peak Great Emperor. In addition, Dandan and Bubble had also encountered a strong enemy. Bubble's cultivation had yet to break through to the Great Emperor realm. In such a battle, he wouldn't be of much use. He stood on Lu Ming's shoulder and supported Lu Ming. As for Dandan, he was surrounded by several peak Great Emperors. However, Dandan's battle strength was extremely strong. He completely suppressed those few peak Great Emperors and forced them to retreat. Swoosh, suddenly, Dandan gave up on attacking. His figure flashed as he charged towards Lu Ming's side. With one move, he sent the evil god race member who attacked Lu Ming flying. The evil god race member coughed out blood. Lu Ming, follow me and charge out. Dandan shouted and charged forward. Every time he attacked, it was like a world was blasted out. Even peak Great Emperors couldn't block it. Bang! Bang! A few peak Great Emperors were sent flying by Dandan and coughed out blood. Everyone, stop them. Don't let them escape. The evil god race's expert shouted. Kill! Kill them! A large group of evil god race members charged over and charged towards Lu Ming and the others without any regard for their lives. Space-time! Bubble waved his small hands continuously, wanting to seal the space-time and block those evil god race members. Unfortunately, Bubble's cultivation was too weak. Those below the Great Emperor level were blocked by him, but those above the Great Emperor level, especially those high-level Great Emperors, Bubble couldn't block them at all. The evil god race members struggled and broke free from Bubble's space-time power. As for those peak Great Emperors, they ignored Bubble's space-time power and charged towards Lu Ming and the others. There were too many of them, although Dandan's battle strength was strong and could suppress experts at the same level, there were too many of them. Under the constant attacks, Dandan couldn't take it anymore. In just a short while, there were at least 10 peak Great Emperors surrounding Dandan. Their path was blocked and it was difficult for them to charge out. Rumble! At this moment, the whirlpool above the island let out a deafening roar. It was as if someone was attacking the passage with all their might, wanting to break through and come here. Lu Ming and the others became anxious. If there were even stronger evil god race members coming over, they would really be finished. Roar! Dandan roared and transformed into his true form. His attack power was even stronger. Pooh! A peak Great Emperor from the evil god race was careless and was hit by Dandan. His body and soul were directly destroyed. However, at the same time, dozens of attacks landed on Dandan's body. These attacks were all from 6-star Great Emperors or even peak Great Emperors. With so many attacks, even though Dandan's defense was shocking, he couldn't take it and was forced to retreat. Let's kill the 2 weaker ones first. An evil god tribe member shouted. Instantly, 2 peak Emperor realm evil god tribe members went around Dandan and charged towards Lu Ming and Bubble. Before they even arrived, 2 terrifying rays of destructive light had already shot towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming unleashed all his strength as 17 types of laws covered his body. His muscles trembled as he swung his great desolation spear. Boom! Boom! The 2 rays of destructive light struck the great desolation spear. The great desolation spear shook violently as the power of laws on it crumbled. The 2 rays of energy surged towards Lu Ming, causing him to spit out large mouthfuls of blood as wounds appeared on his body. Against 2 peak Emperor realm experts, Lu Ming was no match for them and was injured in one move. Fortunately, Lu Ming's defense was amazing and he was using the indestructible ancient scripture. His injuries were recovering rapidly and it didn't affect his battle strength much. What should I do? Lu Ming thought quickly. With his current strength, he couldn't defeat a peak Emperor realm expert. The Heavenly Emperor's physical body didn't have much energy stored. If he wanted to deal with a peak Emperor realm expert, the Heavenly Emperor's physical body had to be at 100% energy or it would be useless. Under such circumstances, even if the Heavenly Emperor's physical body was at 100% energy, it would be useless as there were too many of them. At this moment, there were close to 20 peak Emperor realm experts and there were even more Emperor realm experts of other realms. In the depths of the island, there were still foreign races rushing over. There was an army of foreign races stationed on this island. Lu Ming still had the fallen star bow, but Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the true Emperor realm. Even if he used the fallen star bow, it wouldn't be of much use. In addition, Lu Ming still had the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Unfortunately, the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron's energy seemed to have been depleted after the previous battle. All these years, there was no movement from it at all. Lu Ming couldn't control it. Now, he only had one trump card, and that was his third bloodline. In the past, he didn't dare to use his third bloodline because it was too evil. Its power seemed to be limitless. But every time he used the power of his third bloodline, he felt like he would be corroded by the power of his third bloodline and become a killing puppet. However, in today's situation, he had no choice but to use it. Otherwise, they would all have to stay here. Someone had to escape and spread the news. Otherwise, the safety of the Heaven's Origin sector and all of Lu Ming's family and friends would be at stake. Come on. Lu Ming's eyes flashed viciously. With a thought, his third bloodline appeared, and a surge of power poured out of it into Lu Ming's body. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming's mind was filled with roars, as a cold murderous intent was emitted from Lu Ming's body. His eyes had turned blood red, and so had his hair. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming thrust out his spear twice. Two streaks of spear light clashed with the two peak heavenly emperors of the evil god tribe. With two loud explosions, Lu Ming's figure swayed and he retreated a few steps. However, the attacks of the two evil god tribe members were also blocked by Lu Ming. What is this? Doubt and seriousness flashed in the eyes of the two evil god tribe members. Lu Ming's sudden increase in power puzzled them. Not enough, still not enough. Again. Lu Ming roared in his heart. More energy from his third bloodline surged into Lu Ming's body, causing Lu Ming's murderous intent to become even stronger. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and charged toward the two evil god tribe members. This time, Lu Ming's power had increased greatly, completely suppressing the two evil god tribe members. Pung! Pung! The two evil god tribe members were sent flying by Lu Ming. However, they were not seriously injured and only suffered some light injuries. Not enough, still not enough. Lu Ming roared in his heart. Today, borrowing a bit of power was far from enough. He needed to have overwhelming power to escape. Boom! The third bloodline was like a boundless sea of blood, filled with boundless power. At this moment, the sea of blood was churning as waves of power surged into Lu Ming's body. Blood mist kept spreading out from Lu Ming's body. Bone spikes even appeared on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's appearance became incomparably ferocious. Bubbles was shocked and flew away from Lu Ming's body. Big brother Lu Ming. Bubbles was extremely anxious. Bubbles had seen Lu Ming's appearance before. Back then, Lu Ming had almost lost himself and become a killing puppet. Bubbles, leave quickly. Lu Ming roared. At this moment, his willpower was severely challenged. His heart was filled with endless killing intent. He only retained a trace of willpower to control himself. Roar! Next, Lu Ming let out a roar and charged towards Dandan. At this moment, Lu Ming kept his great spear of the wilderness. This was because his claws had become extremely sharp. Kill! Lu Ming roared and clawed at a foreign race peak great emperor. Poof! This foreign race peak great emperor couldn't resist at all. Lu Ming broke through his attack and defense. Then, Lu Ming grabbed his body and tore it into two. Next, Lu Ming charged towards the other foreign races. Saint Ancestor Xianxia, it's Saint Ancestor Xianxia. Saint Ancestor Xianxia is still alive. Ha ha ha, we must take down that kid. In the sky, on the other side of the passageway, an excited voice could be heard. Then, the passageway shook violently. The weather changed as though it was going to be torn apart at any moment. When the foreign races heard this voice, they became even crazier and charged towards Lu Ming. Die, die. Lu Ming's eyes were bloodshot. His claws were like knives as he pounced forward. Poof. Poof, one by one, the foreign races were torn apart by Lu Ming. Even a peak great emperor couldn't stop Lu Ming. Those below the peak great emperor level couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. They were all killed by Lu Ming in groups. Dandan, Bubbles, charge out with me. Lu Ming roared and charged forward with all his might. Wherever he passed, the foreign races would fall. He had carved out a path of blood. At this moment, Bubbles flew to Dandan. Dandan carried her and followed behind Lu Ming as they charged out together. Don't even think about leaving. The exceptional expert who was fighting with Tui and Lei shouted. He wanted to give up on Tui and Lei and charge towards Lu Ming. However, Tui and Lei didn't care about their lives. They pushed the power of the Heaven Dao soldiers to the maximum and chased after the other party. It wasn't easy for the other party to escape. Rip, at this moment, the passageway in the sky let out a loud roar. Then, an opening was forcefully torn open. One could see that there were two hands on both sides of the opening. They opened the opening and tore with all their might. The opening slowly became bigger and turned into a space crack. Boom, a towering figure suddenly charged out from the crack and appeared in the sky above the island. The towering figure was burly and was covered in purple scales. He was emitting a terrifying aura. Heaven Emperor, this was a Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouse. Although this foreign race wasn't as powerful as the exceptional expert, he was indeed a Heaven Emperor realm elite. Oh no! Tui, Lei, Dandan and the rest were shocked. At the critical moment, a Heavenly Emperor of the foreign races had forcefully crossed the void and descended from the other world. Even an ordinary Heavenly Emperor might be able to change the outcome of the battle. The foreign race's eyes were ferocious as he looked at Lu Ming and Dandan. He took a step forward and appeared above Lu Ming's group. Boom, a huge mace appeared in his hand as he swung it at Lu Ming. Before the mace arrived, the terrifying force had already caused Dandan, Lu Ming, and the others to have difficulty breathing. Dandan and Lu Ming attacked at the same time. Dandan opened his mouth and spat out a small world. Lu Ming punched out with both fists, forming a blood-red fist energy that blasted towards the mace. Boom! Boom, two consecutive explosions sounded. Dandan's small world shook violently and flew back into Dandan's body. Dandan's body was pushed back, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming's fist force was also defeated. His body retreated rapidly, as though his entire body was about to be torn apart. The Heavenly Emperor was too strong. With Lu Ming's current strength, although he could kill a peak-grade emperor, he was still no match for a Heavenly Emperor. All of you, die. The foreign race's Heavenly Emperor's eyes were ferocious as he charged towards Lu Ming's group. That kid has the bloodline of the Saint Ancestor Xianxia. You can't kill him. Take him away. Kill the rest without mercy. Another voice sounded from the other side of the passage. The foreign race's Heavenly Emperor's eyes flashed as he swung his mace at Dandan. Don't even think about it. Lu Ming rushed over and blocked the attack, but his injuries worsened. Rumble, at this moment, the passage shook violently as the crack grew larger. Whoosh, at this moment, another figure rushed out from the crack. This was another foreign race's expert. Judging from his aura, he was also a Heavenly Emperor. Damn it! Tui, Lei, and the others roared anxiously. The outsiders were going all out, constantly sending their experts over. That tunnel hadn't been fully opened yet. If the non-humankind forcibly sent their powerful warriors over, they would definitely have to pay a heavy price. But the outsiders didn't seem to care. It's over. I'm going to die here today. Dandan looked up at the sky and sighed. With two foreign race Heavenly Emperors appearing consecutively, they could not escape. Ha ha ha, surrender! The Heavenly Monarch laughed and swung his mace towards Lu Ming and the others again. The foreign race that came later also charged over. If this goes on, I'll go all out. Power, power, I need power. Lu Ming roared in his heart. As you wish. A cold voice came from the third bloodline. The sea of blood surged, forming a giant human face. Rumble, more and more power surged into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's strength was rising steadily. This brat, the eyes of the two foreign race Heavenly Emperors revealed a solemn look. It's the power of Saint Ancestor Xianxia. Attack, take him down. A dignified voice came from the other side of the tunnel. Rumble, that tunnel shook even more violently. The foreign race seemed to be worried and wanted to send more experts over. Kill. At this moment, Lu Ming looked up at the sky and roared. At this moment, his will was completely drowned by endless killing intent. At this moment, there was only endless killing intent in Lu Ming's heart. There was nothing else. He forgot everything and was completely controlled by instinct, controlled by killing intent. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming roared and charged towards the two foreign race heavenly emperors. The two foreign race heavenly emperors' faces were solemn. Not daring to hold back, they unleashed their full strength and fought with Lu Ming. Continuous rumbles came. The two foreign race heavenly emperors were locked in battle with Lu Ming. The foreign race heavenly emperors were actually blocked by Lu Ming. Big brother Lu Ming. Bubbles was extremely anxious. It's over. This brat is completely controlled by killing intent. Dandan was also extremely anxious. Little guy, we must rush out. If no one rushes out, then everything is really over. Dandan transmitted his voice to Bubbles and then rushed out with all his might. However, there were too many foreign races. They kept rushing towards Dandan, blocking Dandan's path. They were completely in a passive position. Tui and Lei were blocked. Lu Ming and the two foreign race heavenly emperors were fighting fiercely. Dandan and the rest were also blocked. If this continued, they would be left behind sooner or later. Power, power, Lu Ming had already lost his consciousness, only his instincts. He instinctively wanted to tear apart the enemies in front of him and kill all the living beings in front of him. Therefore, the third bloodline still poured an endless stream of power into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's power became stronger and stronger. In the beginning, Lu Ming could only fight to a draw with the two foreign race heavenly emperors. But slowly, Lu Ming began to gain the upper hand and started suppressing the two foreign race heavenly emperors. The two foreign race heavenly emperors were beaten back repeatedly by Lu Ming. Puwerk, one of the foreign race heavenly emperors, was careless and was swept by Lu Ming's sharp claws. A large piece of flesh was immediately torn off, making that foreign race heavenly emperor's expression change wildly, retreating repeatedly. Kill! Lu Ming roared and swept out his claw gleams. The surrounding foreign races below the heavenly emperor level were swept and directly exploded, turning into the ashes dissipated. It scared those foreign races below heavenly emperor until they retreated repeatedly, not daring to approach Lu Ming at all. Trash, all of you are trash. An angry roar came from that passageway. On the other side of the passageway, on the other side of the endless void, was another world. The world of the foreign races, the evil god realm. In a vast and uninhabited place of the evil god race, there was an incomparably huge array here. The array base of this array was condensed from the bones of a spacetime spirit mouse and was covered with endless runes. At this moment, several foreign races stood high up in the sky. These foreign races looked no different from humans in appearance. They had a head of purple hair and a third eye at the center of their brows. This was the royal family of the evil god race. Behind these royal family members of the evil god race was a densely packed and endless foreign race army. Above that huge array was an incomparably huge passageway. The range was several times larger than the vortex on Lu Ming's side. At this moment, there were at least several dozen foreign race powerhouses borrowing the power of the array to bombard the passageway, wanting to open a gap. We must bring back Saint Ancestor Xianxia's bloodline. Once Saint Ancestor Xianxia revives, our race will be invincible in the world. Conquering the heaven realm is just around the corner. One of the royal family members of the evil god race in the middle spoke. This person had a square face and was filled with dignity. It was as if he controlled supreme power. That's right. We must bring back Saint Ancestor Xianxia's bloodline. It seems like we need to make a trip personally. Beside that royal family member of the evil god race were two other royal family members of the evil god race. At this moment, one of them spoke. All right. The royal family member of the evil god race in the middle nodded and then said, continue to increase the number of crystals, regardless of the cost. Instantly, the foreign races flew out one after another. A sea of crystals flew into the array. The array shone brightly and its power became even stronger. Swish! Swish! At this time, the great battle already entered the climax. Lu Ming completely suppressed the two foreign race heavenly emperors, his attacks getting fiercer and fiercer. Kill! Lu Ming shouted loudly. One of the foreign race heavenly emperors had his body grabbed by Lu Ming and tore with all his might, tearing that foreign race into two halves. Save me! that foreign race did not die, roaring loudly in horror. Bang! The other foreign race seized the opportunity and launched a fierce attack toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body trembled, retreating several steps in a row, and threw that foreign race's body out. That foreign race Heavenly Emperor's body fused together, his complexion pale. Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses naturally would not die so easily, but they were also scared badly just now. The aura emanating from Lu Ming's body was too terrifying, the killing intent as cold as blades. If there were no other people to help, he would really die at Lu Ming's hands. The two foreign race Heavenly Emperors had ugly expressions. At this rate, they would really die here. Rumble. At this time, that passageway started vibrating crazily, even more intensely than before. Then, that crack became bigger and bigger. Following that, everyone saw two streaks of purple light rush out of the crack. The two streaks of purple light converged, revealing two figures. Two lords. Seeing the two figures, the two foreign race Heavenly Emperors were wild with joy. These two figures were precisely the foreign race's two royal race powerhouses. Nest, it's really over. Dandan cried out loudly. Originally, the foreign race powerhouses were too many. They could not resist at all. Now, another two came. Furthermore, it was even two foreign race royal races. From the expressions of the two foreign race Heavenly Emperors, one could tell that these two foreign race royal races were absolutely very horrifying existences. A bunch of trash, move aside for me. One of the foreign race royal races stepped forward, a head of purple hair fluttering. His body suffused with a resplendent purple light. At the same time, he smacked a palm out. A purple palm was incomparably huge, suppressing down toward Lu Ming. That kind of aura was simply earth-shaking, making people's expressions change. Peerless powerhouse, this is a peerless powerhouse. Dandan couldn't help but exclaim. Today was really over. This foreign race royal was a peerless powerhouse above 4-star Heavenly Emperor. His strength was even stronger than that peerless powerhouse from before, terrifying to the extreme. Apart from that, there was still a king of a foreign race who had yet to make a move, but his strength was definitely terrifying as well. However, in the face of this move, Lu Ming didn't panic at all. Or rather, he didn't know what panic was. In his heart, there was only death. Power, kill, Lu Ming roared madly, his instincts telling him to continuously borrow the power of his third bloodline. Tremendous power poured out of Lu Ming's third bloodline and into Lu Ming's body. Puff. Puff, cracks began to appear on Lu Ming's body, and blood flowed out continuously. Lu Ming could not borrow the power of the third bloodline endlessly, because his physical strength was limited. If he used too much power, his body would explode. He could borrow such a powerful force to suppress a Heavenly Emperor, and it was all thanks to his strong physical body. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Now, Lu Ming had reached his limit. Roar! Lu Ming soared into the sky like a wild beast and punched the palm of the foreign race royal. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion. Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he flew back like a kite with a broken string. His body cracked, and he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. This was the other party being merciful. The foreign race royal obviously didn't want to kill Lu Ming. They wanted to capture Lu Ming alive and keep him for great use. Stubborn resistance. The foreign race royal said coldly. He stretched out his hand again, and another palm pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming roared, not afraid at all, and fought against the other party again. This time, Lu Ming was sent flying again, and his injuries were even more serious. What are you all still standing there for? Go and kill those people. A space-time spirit mouse and a world turtle. Just nice to get rid of them. The foreign race royal who didn't make a move ordered coldly. The two foreign race Heavenly Emperors' faces changed, and they stepped out at the same time, charging towards Dandan and the others. The foreign race royal who didn't make a move went towards 2-1 and Lei 1. They wanted to end this battle once and for all. Right at this moment, moo, a cow's roar suddenly came from afar. The roar was earth-shattering, and it carried a terrifying power that swept over. Those low-level foreign races that were below the Great Emperor realm were blasted apart by the roar, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Even the Great Emperor realm foreign races were struck by lightning. Their bodies cracked, and they coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. They were severely injured. In an instant, who knew how many foreign races died on the spot? However, the strange thing was that Dandan and Bubbles were unharmed. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was jolted awake by this cry. His consciousness, which had been completely drowned by the murderous intent. He could barely discern his current situation. This roar, Lu Ming's heart was filled with joy. Old cow, it's that old cow. Ha ha ha, Dandan laughed maniacally. In the distance, a giant cow that was as tall as the sky was walking towards them. It seemed to be moving slowly, but it was actually shockingly fast. In an instant, it was already in front of them. Moo, the giant cow roared again, and a terrifying sound wave rushed towards the foreign race royal and the foreign race heavenly emperors. The two ordinary foreign race heavenly emperors' faces changed drastically. They tried their best to resist, but they were still sent flying and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Titan Longhorn Bull, the foreign race royal who attacked Lu Ming, shouted angrily. His body glowed, and he struck out with his palms to resist the sound wave. Boom! Boom! Violent shockwaves rang out, and the foreign race royal's body trembled continuously. Titan Longhorn Bull. Yes, this giant cow was the Titan Longhorn Bull. Lu Ming had never thought that the Titan Longhorn Bull would dare to come to his aid at this critical moment. Wasn't the Titan Longhorn Bull guarding a forbidden land in the Tsang state? Why would it come here? You're just a seriously injured cow. Do you think you can save them by coming here? You'll die together with them today. The foreign race royal who didn't attack previously said coldly. He took a step forward, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. He was even stronger than the foreign race royal who attacked previously. What if I join you? A figure suddenly appeared beside the Titan Longhorn Bull. It was a middle-aged man. He was tall and thin, but he was handsome. His eyes were sharp, but they were filled with vicissitudes of life. However, he exuded an unfathomable aura. Jiao Ming, it's you. Ha ha ha, you're all here to save me, right? Ha ha ha. Dandan laughed maniacally. Interesting. 4 of the top 10 beasts of the heaven domain came today. Let's get rid of them together. The foreign race royal who didn't attack previously said coldly. His body glowed with purple light. He took a step forward and threw a punch at the tall and thin middle-aged man. The other foreign race royal charged towards the Titan Longhorn Bull. An incomparably intense battle unfolded. Go quickly. Lu Ming's body was covered in blood-red mist as he turned into a ray of light and charged towards the two heavenly emperors. Wherever he passed, the bodies of the other races would explode. The countenances of the two heavenly emperors from foreign races changed drastically. They did not seek to achieve anything but to avoid making any mistakes. The two of them joined forces to defend with all their might. However, they were still hit by Lu Ming's move until they vomited large mouthfuls of blood and almost died. Retreat! The Titan Longhorn Bull's voice resounded through the sky as its horns slashed towards the other party. You want to save people with your severely injured bodies? Don't even think about leaving today. The heavenly emperor roared as his body was drowned in purple light. He was extremely powerful as he fought with the Titan Longhorn Bull. If the Titan Longhorn Bull was at its peak in the ancient era, he wouldn't be its opponent. However, the Titan Longhorn Bull was severely injured in the ancient war and had yet to recover. He wasn't afraid at all. Moo, the Titan Longhorn Bull roared. Its roar shook the sky and the void collapsed. In the distance, Tu Yi and Lei Yi were still fighting with the peerless heavenly emperor. However, at this moment, the Titan Longhorn Bull's roar rushed over. The peerless heavenly emperor's face changed as he tried his best to resist and took a few steps back. Tu Yi and Lei Yi finally found an opportunity to escape and retreat 10,000 miles to Lu Ming's side. Young master, let's go. Tu Yi roared. Let's go. Lu Ming was affected by the Titan Longhorn Bull and barely regained a trace of clarity. He also understood the current situation and it was best to retreat. Swoosh! 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 They retreated quickly. Stay! Right at this moment, there was a loud shout in the sky. Then, the sky cracked open and a huge purple hand stretched out from the sky. It was so huge that it covered the sky and the sun. It grabbed toward Lu Ming, Tu Yi, Lei Yi, and the rest. The pressure was extremely strong and was the strongest expert Lu Ming had encountered so far. How is this possible? Lu Ming's pupils contracted rapidly. The other party didn't attack through the passage but directly broke through the void. If the other party was in the fiend god realm, he could directly break through the void to attack. This kind of strength was too frightening. Oh no, a peak-level heavenly emperor, retreat! Dandan shouted. However, in the face of this huge palm, there was no way to retreat. Young master, leave now. Tui roared and unleashed all his strength. He pushed the meteor hammer to the limit and smashed it towards the giant hand. At the same time, Lei also activated the heavenly Dao weapon with all his strength to attack the big hand. Roar! Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. His entire body was covered in bone spikes, making him look extremely ferocious. He also attacked that large hand. With the three of them working together, their power was extremely powerful as they bombarded the purple hand. Boom! 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 3 consecutive earth-shattering explosions erupted. The airwaves whistled as if they could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. The 2 heavenly Dao soldiers shook violently and then flew back. Tu-1 and Lei-1 were shocked by the force and were sent flying tens of thousands of miles away. Lu Ming's body shook violently as well. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and was sent flying backwards. However, just as Lu Ming was about to fly backwards, the purple hand erupted with an incomparably powerful suction force, sucking him in and causing him to fly towards the purple hand instead. Not good. The Titan longhorn beetle and the tall and thin man named Jiao Ming wanted to help, but they were entangled by the 2 foreign tribe royals. Swoosh! Lu Ming flew directly towards the palm of that large hand. Roar! Lu Ming unleashed all his strength, but it was useless. That large hand was sturdy and indestructible. Its power was extremely powerful and could not be blasted away at all. In the next moment, that large hand clenched and directly grabbed Lu Ming in its hand. At this moment, a terrifying and boundless power surged into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body trembled. What little consciousness he had also fell into a blur and lost consciousness. After that large hand grabbed Lu Ming, it retracted back. Young master! Tu-1 and Lei-1 roared, wanting to save him. Don't be rash. The person who attacked is a peak heavenly emperor. Although he attacked from an infinite distance and the power is greatly reduced, Lu Ming has already been captured by him. With our strength, we can't save him. Retreat first. The Titan longhorn beetle roared. The aura on his body became stronger and stronger. With a sudden roar, he forced the other party back repeatedly. Titan, you take them away first. I'll block the foreign tribes. The tall and thin middle-aged man said. The aura on his body also became stronger and stronger. The power of his attack was even more shocking. He actually forcefully blocked the 2 foreign tribe royals. With a heavily injured body, you can forget about recovering to your peak for the rest of your life. A foreign tribe royal roared angrily. However, the 2 of them were blocked by the tall and thin man. The Titan longhorn beetle's huge body charged towards Dandan and the rest. Moo! With a loud roar, even the foreign tribe peerless powerhouse at the beginning could not block it. His body trembled violently and he retreated repeatedly. The bodies of the 2 foreign tribe ordinary heavenly emperors exploded directly, their bodies and souls annihilated. A large number of foreign tribes below the heavenly emperor level died directly. The Titan longhorn beetle's huge body arrived beside Dandan and the rest. A surge of power swept them up and rushed towards Tu-1 and Lei-1. Big brother Lu Ming! Bubbles shouted, her eyes staring straight ahead. At this time, the big hand that grabbed Lu Ming had already retracted and disappeared into the eternal void. Sigh, the Titan longhorn beetle also sighed secretly. It was not that he did not want to save them, but that he could not save them at all. The other party was too strong. He was a peak heavenly emperor existence, a true peak powerhouse. If he was at his peak, he could compete with the other party. Unfortunately, he was seriously injured in the ancient war and had not recovered yet. His strength was greatly reduced and he was no match for the other party at all. Let's go, inform the Heavenly Realm powerhouses and send someone to guard this place. The Titan Longhorn Beetle activated another surge of power and swept 2-1 and lay 1 into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Damn it! The two foreign tribe royals roared angrily and attacked crazily, wanting to kill the tall and thin man. However, the tall and thin man's strength was still above the Titan Longhorn Beetle. At this time, he did not care about his injuries and erupted with a shocking attack, repelling the two of them in one fell swoop. His figure swayed, shattered the void, and disappeared. The two foreign tribe royals' faces were extremely gloomy. The rest of you, retreat to our world first. When the passage is fully opened, we will attack here. The heavenly realm and the primordial realm will fall into our hands sooner or later. One of the foreign tribe royals shouted loudly and then returned in a flash. Not long after, on a mountain peak in the primordial continent, Dandan, Bubbles, 2-1, Lay 1, the Titan Longhorn Beetle, and the tall and thin man gathered. Titan, Jioming, thank you for saving me this time. Dandan sighed. I also inadvertently discovered the abnormality here, so I asked Titan to come with me. I didn't expect to encounter such a scene. The tall and thin man sighed. This tall and thin man was one of the top 10 battle beasts, the 9 lives demonic silkworm. Big brother Lu Ming, will he be okay? Bubbles was extremely worried. He shouldn't be. Lu Ming's bloodline origin is shocking. Listening to the other party's conversation just now, he probably won't kill Lu Ming. Dandan said. During the previous battle, the other party roared not to kill Lu Ming and to kill the others without mercy. This made Dandan think of many things. I hope so. 2-1 and Lay 1 sighed. Let's return to the heavenly realm first and spread the news. In an ancient secret chamber in the evil god realm, Lu Ming was lying in the middle of the chamber. He was shrouded in a thick blood aura and killing intent. Around Lu Ming, there were more than 10 figures. More than half of these figures were purple-haired royalty of the foreign races. Those who were at the entrance of the passage were all present. The other foreign races also had powerful auras. These were the top elites of the evil god tribe. The weakest of them was a 4-star heavenly emperor. At this moment, the foreign races were staring at Lu Ming with burning eyes. It's really the saint ancestor Xianxia. I didn't expect him to survive the battle back then. He left behind his bloodline and was reborn in a human. I really didn't expect him. An old man exclaimed. This old man was also a royalty of the foreign race. However, he was very old. His face was full of wrinkles and his purple hair had lost its luster. Ha ha ha, the heavens are really protecting our tribe. If the saint ancestor Xianxia is not dead, our tribe will definitely flatten the heaven world and break through the world to achieve unparalleled glory. That's right. When the time comes, flatten the heaven world will be as easy as flipping our hands. The ancestral dragon will not be able to stop us. The other foreign races were extremely excited and laughed heartily. They were waiting for the awakening of the saint ancestor Xianxia. However, at this moment, their faces changed drastically. This was because Lu Ming's body was emitting a different kind of light. Buzz, Lu Ming's body vibrated. Then, a stone tablet appeared and expanded rapidly. The stone tablet vibrated continuously and emitted layers of black light that surged towards Lu Ming's body. That's right. This stone tablet was the suppressing stone tablet. The light emitted by the suppressing stone tablet surged into Lu Ming's body and emitted a terrifying suppressing force. It was suppressing the third bloodline's blood-red light. Kill, kill, kill. The blood-red light roared continuously, wanting to destroy Lu Ming completely and replace him. However, the suppressing stone tablet shone brightly and its suppressing force was extremely strong. It kept suppressing the blood-red light. The third bloodline's blood-red light was suppressed by the suppressing stone tablet. It wriggled slowly and retreated back into Lu Ming's body. The blood chi on Lu Ming's body slowly thinned. The dozen or so outsiders were all dumbfounded. The prison suppressing steel. It's the prison suppressing steel. Damn it. Why is the prison suppressing steel in this person's body? Damn it. I get it now. The prison suppressing steel is also this person's bloodline. It was used to suppress Saint Ancestor Xianxia. What a cunning scheme. Damn it. Let's attack and seize the prison-suppressing steel. Not bad. The dozen or so outsider experts roared. Boom. Boom. Boom, 3 foreign races attacked at the same time. The cultivation bases of these 3 foreign races were shockingly strong. Each of them was a 5 or 6-star heavenly emperor. The 3 of them made their moves. Their powers formed a sealing force that enveloped the prison-suppressing monument. They wanted to pull the monument out of Lu Ming's body. Wang! 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 The prison-suppressing steel shook violently. Lu Ming's body also shook slightly. Strip! The 3 of them roared and erupted with all of their strength. But at this moment, the prison-suppressing monument suddenly shook violently. At the same time, it shone brightly. A terrifying power emanated from the prison-suppressing monument, as if it could suppress the heavens. Bam! 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 The 3 foreign race experts shuddered violently as if they had suffered a terrifying attack. They retreated and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were pale. As expected of the prison-suppressing monument. The natal divine weapon of that person back then is extraordinary. Although it is not complete, the power it contains is extremely shocking. Let's attack together. A majestic royal of a foreign race said. Alright, let's attack together. The others nodded. Immediately, the dozen or so foreign races exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Among these foreign races, the weakest one was a 4-star heavenly emperor. The strongest one was a peak heavenly emperor. When the dozen or so of them attacked together, they could dominate the world. At the same time, the dozen or so people attacked together. More than 10 rays of light turned into a sealing force. They wanted to imprison the prison-suppressing monument and then strip it out. Wang! Wang! The prison-suppressing monument shook violently. Then, it started to expand and a terrifying power erupted from it. The power of this power was even stronger than the dozen or so foreign races combined. Wang! In the end, the prison-suppressing monument shook violently. An even more terrifying power spread out and destroyed the sealing force of the dozen or so foreign races. Moreover, the dozen or so foreign races were repelled by the power of the prison-suppressing monument and were forced to retreat. A few of the weaker ones were knocked against the walls of the secret chamber. Their faces were extremely pale and blood was oozing out of their mouths. The dozen or so foreign races' faces were extremely ugly. With their strength, they could not do anything to the prison-suppressing monument. Damn it. The power of the prison-suppressing monument is too strong. Not to mention us, even an undefeatable expert would not be able to strip it off. Unless someone of the same level as us makes a move, a foreign race old man said with an ugly expression. The others' faces were gloomy. Where could they find someone of the same level as them? Did they have to ask the old ancestor for help? However, the old ancestor was severely injured in the battle back then and had been in a deep slumber. How could he make a move now? What should we do? Someone asked. There is only one way to strip the prison-suppressing monument. That is to make this kid do it willingly. As long as he cooperates, it will be easy to strip the prison-suppressing monument. Then, Saint Ancestor Xianxia will wake up. The majestic royal of a foreign race said. This kid will cooperate? The others were not convinced. There is no other way. We can only wait for him to wake up. The majestic royal said. Left with no choice, they could only wait. The prison-suppressing monument floated above Lu Ming. Its radiance became brighter and brighter, forming a suppressive force that surged into Lu Ming's body. The blood-red mist on Lu Ming's body slowly faded away. Lu Ming's consciousness fell into darkness. It was as if he was floating in the darkness without any concept of time. He did not know how long he had been floating in the darkness. After some time, a beam of light pierced through the darkness. Lu Ming immediately rushed toward the beam of light. Boom! Lu Ming felt a jolt in his head and his consciousness returned in an instant. What happened? Oh right, we found out that the foreign races were trying to open the passage. We went to stop them. A terrifying battle broke out. I used the power of the third bloodline. And the Titan Longhorn Beetle. I was captured, Lu Ming muttered. Everything appeared in his mind. Dandan, Bubbles, 2E, and Lei E. How are they? They should be fine with the Titan longhorn beetle around. Lu Ming was worried and suddenly opened his eyes. What came into view was a secret chamber. There were pieces of luminous stones inlaid in the secret chamber, illuminating it as if it was daytime. A purple-haired middle-aged man with a square face looked very majestic. He looked at Lu Ming with his hands behind his back. There was no one else except for him. You're finally awake. Your name is Lu Ming, right? The majestic middle-aged man said. Even his voice was quite majestic. Who are you? Wait, you are a foreign race. Lu Ming squinted his eyes because he saw that there was a third eye between the man's eyebrows. A royal of a foreign race. I am Imo Luojia, the barrier-breaking general of the evil god realm. The middle-aged man spoke. Barrier-breaking general, breaking my heaven realm? Lu Ming sneered. Imo Luojia's eyes were calm, and he did not speak. Is this the evil god realm? You captured me, didn't you? Lu Ming said. He sensed carefully and found that this place was different from the primordial realm of the heaven realm. The space here was filled with a strange energy, which was very different from the primordial realm of the heaven realm. But, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He found that the laws of heaven and earth here were exactly the same as the primordial realm of the heaven realm. He originally thought that the evil god tribe and the primordial realm of the heaven realm were two different worlds, and the laws of heaven and earth would be completely different. He did not expect that they were exactly the same. Strange, Lu Ming was surprised, but this was a good thing for him. That's right, I captured you. Imo Luojia stared at Lu Ming and said, Now, I need your cooperation. My cooperation? Lu Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile. Tell me. Cooperate and let me strip the prison-suppressing steel from your body. Imo Luojia said. You know I have the prison-suppressing steel? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. From the beginning to the end, he had not used the prison-suppressing steel. How did the other party know? Was it because the other party's cultivation was so strong that he saw through everything, or did something happen when he was unconscious? Wait, how did I wake up? I crazily borrowed the power of the third bloodline, and my consciousness was already devoured by the endless killing intent of the third bloodline. I was about to become a killing puppet. How did I wake up? It can't be that the other party saved me. Could it be the prison-suppressing steel? Lu Ming suddenly remembered that when he had just obtained a drop of ancestral dragon blood, it had caused the third bloodline to go berserk. But later, the prison-suppressing steel erupted and suppressed the third bloodline. Could it be that the prison-suppressing steel saved him again this time? Was it because the prison-suppressing steel suppressed the power of the third bloodline that he could wake up? Very likely, that was why the other party knew that he had the prison-suppressing steel. What is the third bloodline? Hold on, Saint Ancestor Xianxia. During the previous battle, the other party shouted Saint Ancestor Xianxia. Could he be referring to the third bloodline? What is the third bloodline? What did it have to do with the outsiders? Could it be that they want me to be devoured by the third bloodline? At that instant, a few thoughts crossed Lu Ming's mind. How smart was he? Based on some scattered clues, he was actually able to deduce most of the truth. Looks like if I don't cooperate, you won't be able to remove the prison-suppressing steel. The smile on Lu Ming's face widened. Instead of answering directly, Morojia said coldly, You just need to cooperate. Ha ha ha, I took the initiative to cooperate. I'm afraid that after the prison-suppressing steel is taken away, it will also be the time of my death. How can I be that stupid? Lu Ming laughed loudly. You don't deserve it. Only death awaits you. Morojia said coldly. Oh, really? Then you can kill me now. Lu Ming said. A cold light flashed in Morojia's eyes. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so difficult to deal with at such a young age. If they could kill Lu Ming, they would have killed Lu Ming a long time ago. But if they killed Lu Ming, Saint Ancestor Xianxia would not be able to wake up. Tell me, why do you want to remove the prison-suppressing steel? Who is Saint Ancestor Xianxia? What is his relationship with my third bloodline? Lu Ming stared at Morojia and asked a few questions in a row. Since he had fallen into the hands of the outsiders, he was ready to risk everything. At worst, he would die. These are not questions for you to ask. Marojia stared coldly at Lu Ming and said, "It looks like you don't agree?" "Even if I agree, I'm afraid I'll still die. Without the health-suppressing monument, I'll be devoured by the boundless killing intent. Rather than turning into a killing puppet, I'd rather you guys just kill me." Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not care. "If you agree, I can guarantee that you won't die. I can extract your soul and find you a suitable body so that you can seize it and be reborn," Marojia said. "Thank you for your kindness." Lu Ming smiled faintly. Extract his soul and find a new body? What a joke. He would rather die. Moreover, he concluded that the outsiders were so eager to remove the prison-suppressing steel and let the third bloodline devour him. There must be a conspiracy. Saint Ancestor Xianxia, could it be that my third bloodline is a terrifying expert of the outsiders who has been reborn in me and wants to use my body to be reborn? But my second bloodline is the prison-suppressing steel, which happens to suppress the third bloodline? Lu Ming's imagination ran wild. If that was the case, he would not agree. Otherwise, the heaven realm and the primordial realm would suffer. "Don't think that we can't do anything if you don't agree." Marojia waved his sleeves and left with a cold face. The door of the secret chamber closed, leaving Lu Ming alone. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He walked to the side of the secret chamber and observed the walls. The walls of the secret room were made of an unknown material, and there were mysterious runes drawn on them. Lu Ming shook his head. He knew that since the outsiders were so confident in locking him in here, it would be wishful thinking for him to break out of this secret chamber. "Since I'm here, I might as well take it easy. Since the laws here are the same as those in the heaven realm and the primordial realm, I can still cultivate. Moreover, under such circumstances, the outsiders are not killing me. I'm afraid that killing me will be detrimental to their so-called Saint Ancestor Xianxia." At this thought, Lu Ming was relieved. As long as he did not die, there would always be a chance. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and adjusted his state to the best. Then, he began to comprehend the law of cause and effect. Now, among the 10 supreme laws, Lu Ming only had the law of cause and effect and the law of destiny that he had yet to comprehend. After Marojia walked out of the secret chamber, he came to a large hall. More than a dozen outsider experts were waiting in the main hall. "General, how did it go? Did that kid agree?" an elder asked. "That kid is young, but he's very smart. I'm afraid he's already guessed a lot. He didn't agree at all. He won't be swayed by force or persuasion." Marojia frowned. "Won't be swayed by force or persuasion? That kid is courting death. I'll kill him." A burly foreign tribe expert was furious. But halfway through, he swallowed his words and smiled awkwardly. If he killed Lu Ming, how could the Saint Ancestor Xianxia awaken? "General, what should we do now?" someone asked. "Lock that kid up here. We'll study it again and see if we can find a way to remove the prison-suppressing steel from that kid. At the same time, send a message to the other royal tribes. Let them think of a way," Marojia said. "All right, that's the only way. I don't believe that we can't remove a broken piece of the prison-suppressing steel." At this point, the other tribes had no other choice. They could not kill Lu Ming, and they could not remove the prison-suppressing steel. Only by getting Lu Ming to cooperate willingly could they remove the prison-suppressing steel. How could they get Lu Ming to cooperate willingly? That was to make Lu Ming despair, to let Lu Ming see the terrifying strength of the other tribes, and to let Lu Ming understand that the heaven realm was no match for the other tribes. The heaven realm was destined to be destroyed by the other tribes. Even if Lu Ming did not agree, it would not change the outcome. Then, they would give Lu Ming hope, a way to survive, resources, and his family. Only then would Lu Ming yield and agree to the other tribe's conditions. "Let him move freely in our realm, but send an expert to follow him, lest he gets killed by others," the other tribe king ordered. This was the evil god realm. If a human swaggered on the streets, he would be killed. "Yes." Marojia and the others bowed and accepted the order. "All right, let's do that," the other tribe king ordered, then got up and left. On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating when the door to the secret chamber opened again. Marojia and an old man walked in. Here they come again. In my opinion, you don't have to waste your time. You can't remove the prison-suppressing steel. Lu Ming mocked. We're not here today to remove the prison-suppressing steel, but to let you out. Morwojia said. Let me out? Lu Ming was stunned and surprised. He did not expect the other party to let him out. That's right. You can go to our realm, but you can only stay here. If you want to return to the heaven realm, don't daydream. Let's go. With that, Morwojia turned and left. What are these other tribes up to? Lu Ming was confused. However, it was better to be able to leave than to stay in this secret chamber forever. There was nothing to think about. Lu Ming strode out with Morwojia. Walking out of the secret chamber, Lu Ming came to a platform and his eyes flashed. This was because the scenery that entered his eyes was simply too magnificent. This secret chamber should be located at an extremely high position. They stood at this position, towering into the clouds. Their field of vision was extremely wide, and they could see extremely far away. What entered his eyes was a large number of buildings. These buildings were very strange. They were completely different from the buildings in the heaven realm. They looked more barbaric, more majestic, and very magnificent. Such buildings were endless and could not be seen at a glance. This was a huge city, even bigger than the ancient city in the heaven realm. In the city, figures were constantly flashing. All of them were foreign races. There were burly foreign races with black scales, purple-scaled foreign races, short foreign races with 4 arms, and shadow-like foreign races. There were too many. These foreign tribes did not conceal their auras at all. Lu Ming could clearly sense their terrifying auras soaring into the sky. So many experts, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Just by sensing, Lu Ming discovered that there were shockingly many experts among these foreign races. There were large groups of martial emperors. There were also many true emperors. There were even many great emperors. There were too many experts in this world. This is the royal city of our tribe. Morwojia explained. The royal city, no wonder. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The royal city was usually a place where experts gathered. It was normal for there to be many experts. However, this is just one of the royal cities of our tribe. Morwojia added. One of the royal families? What do you mean? Lu Ming asked subconsciously. Our evil god tribe has a total of 10 royal families. Naturally, we have 10 royal cities. This is one of the royal cities of our tribe. I don't mind telling you that these years, only 3 of the 10 royal families have been attacking the heaven realm. Not all of them. Morwojia said. What? This time, Lu Ming's heart trembled violently. There were actually 10 royal families of the foreign races. In these years, only 3 of them had attacked the heaven realm. This meant that the other 7 royal families had not attacked the foreign races. The 3 royal families had already forced the heaven realm into a disadvantageous position. If the 10 royal families all attacked the heaven realm would not be able to resist at all. This was really beyond Lu Ming's expectations. At this moment, he was really anxious. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Morwojia smiled. This was what he wanted to see. Shock, despair. Now, you know the strength of our tribe. If the heaven realm wants to fight with us, it's like hitting a stone with an egg. Morwojia sneered. How could this be? No, the heaven realm must have hidden forces. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed by the foreign races long ago. Yes, it's definitely not that simple. There must be something hidden. Otherwise, the foreign races would not have delayed for so many years and not destroyed the heaven realm. Lu Ming's mind turned, and he calmed himself down. Phew, after a while, Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed down. This kid, Morwojia was shocked. Lu Ming's mental fortitude was beyond his expectations. After hearing that the foreign races were so powerful, he calmed down so quickly. Humph, when you see the real strength of our tribe, let's see how you can stay calm. Morwojia snorted in his heart and ordered, Jia Yi, from now on, he will follow him. Do you understand? Yes, great general. The old man beside Morwojia bowed. Swish. Morwojia took a step and disappeared without a trace. Since I'm here, I'll take it easy. Since I'm here, I'll take a good look around. If I can learn more about the secrets of the foreign races, it will be helpful if I can return to the heaven realm in the future. At the thought of this, Lu Ming leaped off the platform and flew downward. Jiayi was not far behind Lu Ming. After jumping off the platform, Lu Ming walked toward a street. The buildings of the foreign races were simple and tall. Each building was a few hundred meters tall, and the streets were extremely wide. Lu Ming swaggered down the street. On the other hand, the foreign tribesmen on the streets were stunned. Their eyes widened as they stared at Lu Ming. He's not from our tribe? He looks like a human. Yes, he's a human. A human dares to swagger down the street in our tribe's royal city. What's going on? The foreign races on the street discussed animatedly. Furthermore, this news spread like a whirlwind. Soon, the area was surrounded by all kinds of foreign races. Hey, make way, make way. You're blocking the way. Don't you have manners? Lu Ming was very arrogant and scolded them directly. Oh my, this human is so arrogant. A human dares to scold us in our tribe's royal city. He's courting death. A bad-tempered foreign race member shouted, revealing a cold murderous intent. However, at the sight of Jiayi, who was beside Lu Ming, all of them shuddered. Jiayi's aura was too terrifying. It was obvious that Jiayi was an extremely terrifying existence among the foreign tribes. Because of Jiayi's existence, no one dared to attack Lu Ming. However, many foreign races were very curious about Lu Ming's background. How could a human appear in the capital of a foreign race so openly and have a powerful cultivator by his side? Make way, Lu Ming shouted and continued to stroll around. However, more and more foreign tribes gathered around him, and there were even heavenly emperors. Kid, it's you. Suddenly, a voice was heard, and it was filled with disbelief. In front, the crowd made way and a group of people walked over. The one in the lead had purple hair. He was from the foreign tribe's royal family, and he was very young. It's him, the foreign tribe's prince. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Back then in the Two-World City, the foreign tribes attacked the city and sent out their younger generation to challenge the Heaven Domain. They wanted to use this to attack the Heaven Domain's morale. At that time, there was a foreign tribe's prince who was very strong. However, he was taken down by Lu Ming and was exchanged for 100 chaos stones. The person in front of him was that prince, and his name was Mo Tianluo. Behind Mo Tianluo, there were a few other figures. Some were from the foreign tribe's royal family and some were from other tribes. All of them had powerful auras. Greetings to the 8th prince. Around them, many of the foreign tribes bowed and were very respectful. There were many branches of the foreign tribes, and they all had the same bloodline passed down from the same ancestor. However, the foreign tribe's royal family was the tribe whose bloodline was closest to the ancestor. Hence, the royal family had the highest status among the various tribes. As for Mo Tianluo, as a prince, he was the king of the kings, and his status was much higher than the ordinary royal family. Of course, the ordinary outsiders treated him with utmost respect. Mo Tianluo didn't bother about the others as he stared at Lu Ming. Kid, why are you here? Mo Tianluo's face was gloomy as he asked coldly. Why am I here? You have to ask your ancestors this question. Do you think I want to stay here? Lu Ming curled his lips. Kid, watch your words. Mo Tianluo chided before looking at Jiayi. Senior, are you here to ensure his safety? Mo Tianluo asked. Jiayi nodded and said, I'll only protect his life. As for his injuries, I don't care at all. Oh? Mo Tianluo's eyes lit up. Although he was curious as to why Jiayi would protect the life of a human, it was easy for him to deal with Jiayi if he only protected his life and did not care about anything else. He wanted Lu Ming to suffer a fate worse than death, and Mo Tianluo's eyes flashed with cold radiance. In the past, he had been taken hostage by Lu Ming in exchange for 100 chaos gems. He had taken this matter to heart and had always wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge. He didn't expect that the opportunity would be presented to him so easily. How could he let it go? Bang! Mo Tianluo stepped out as his purple hair fluttered. His entire body was emitting a purple radiance. As the third eye at his glabella opened and closed, it flashed with a cold light. "Brat, come out and fight." A cold voice came from Mo Tianluo's mouth. Around them, many people became excited. Mo Tianluo was the top genius of the evil god tribe. Back then, he was ranked 9th among the younger generation of the evil god tribe. In the vast evil god race, Mo Tianluo was ranked 9th. One could see how talented he was. With Mo Tianluo's current age, he wasn't considered to be from the younger generation. The 8th prince is about to take action. Seems like this human has a grudge with the 8th prince. Haha. How many moves do you think the 8th prince will take him down? At most, it won't be more than 10 moves. It might be an instant kill. You have to know that the 8th prince now has the fighting strength of a rank 18 true emperor. Around them, many of the foreign races were discussing. Fighting strength of a rank 18 true emperor? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smirk with slight disdain. You better find someone stronger. You aren't a match for me, Lu Ming said indifferently. These words made Mo Tianluo's eyes turn even colder. Brat, you're boasting shamelessly. I would like to see how much progress you have made over the years. Having said that, Mo Tianluo took a step forward. His body was like a ray of purple light as he charged towards Lu Ming. Boom, Mo Tianluo slapped out with his palm. In his palm, purple radiance spread out and turned into a terrifying palm print that blasted towards Lu Ming. The foreign race's cultivation system was very similar to the immemorial system of the Heaven Domain. When they attacked, it looked simple, but every move they made was extremely powerful. Peak of the True Emperor realm. Fighting strength of a rank 18 True Emperor. Lu Ming smirked. For a martial emperor, one seclusion would take thousands of years. For Mo Tianluo to be able to raise his fighting strength from a rank 9 True Emperor to a rank 18 True Emperor in 100 years, this speed was already very fast and shocking. However, it was a pity that he had met Lu Ming. Lu Ming couldn't be measured by common sense. Lu Ming didn't use his physical strength. His body shone with various radiances of the laws. In an instant, there were more than 10 radiances that intertwined around his body. Swoosh, Lu Ming simply pointed out with his finger. With more than 10 types of laws supporting him, Lu Ming's simple finger became extremely powerful. Lu Ming's finger was like a long spear as it pierced Mo Tianluo's palm. There wasn't any earth-shattering sound and there weren't any violent scenes. The collision between the two of them was extremely small. Poof, it was like a needle piercing a balloon. With a poof, blood splattered everywhere. Mo Tianluo's palm print and his palm were pierced through by Lu Ming's finger. The destructive force surged towards Mo Tianluo. Mo Tianluo cried out in pain as his body flew out and landed heavily on the ground. His body twitched as he spat out mouthfuls of blood. The entire scene was silent. Mo Tianluo, the prince of the foreign races, was defeated by Lu Ming in one move. He was defeated in an instant. How could this be? 100 years ago, Mo Tianluo was the 9th-ranked genius in the evil god world. He was extremely talented. Although he wasn't part of the younger generation, his fighting strength was undoubtedly stronger. However, he was defeated by Lu Ming in one move. Everyone was stunned as they found it hard to accept. How could this be? Mo Tianluo found it hard to accept as he roared in his heart. He had been working hard for the past few years and his cultivation had improved rapidly. He was now at the peak of the True Emperor realm with the fighting strength of a rank 18 True Emperor. Soon, he would be able to break through to the Emperor realm. He was confident that he could break through to the Emperor realm before he was 200 years old. Becoming a great emperor within 1,000 years was already incredible, let alone becoming a great emperor within 200 years old. He was already stunning enough, but he was still defeated by Lu Ming in one move. Back then, he had fought with Lu Ming for many moves before Lu Ming defeated him. Initially, he thought that he was strong enough to defeat Lu Ming and take revenge. He didn't expect this outcome. Could it be that Lu Ming had broken through to the Emperor realm? Many people couldn't help but think so. Only a great emperor could defeat Mo Tianluo so easily, right? However, the aura that Lu Ming had released earlier was obviously at the True Emperor realm. This made many people suspicious. The foreign tribe king, Morwogia, and the others did not know that Lu Ming was so strong. Back at the passageway in the Heaven Realm, Lu Ming had displayed shocking strength and killed many foreign tribe elites. But at that time, Lu Ming had borrowed the power of the third bloodline. The foreign tribe king and the others thought that Lu Ming was so strong because of the power of the saint ancestor Xianxia. They did not know how strong Lu Ming was. Now that they saw Lu Ming's strength, they were a little surprised. This kid is very talented. I'm afraid it won't be easy to subdue him and make him despair. That's right. This kind of person is definitely a peerless genius in the Heaven Realm. This kind of person is usually arrogant, supercilious, and extremely confident. It will be difficult to subdue him and make him despair. The rest of the experts voiced their opinions too. This was indeed beyond their expectations. Their original plan was that if Lu Ming was just an ordinary genius, he would definitely be taught a lesson in the evil god realm. At that time, any of the powerful geniuses would be able to subdue Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming would easily despair and submit. But Lu Ming was a rare genius. It would not be easy to make him despair. If there's no other way, we'll take him to the sacred mountain. The foreign tribe king said. Yes, your majesty is wise. The sacred mountain has gathered countless elites. Some of the top people on the longevity list are also on the sacred mountain. I believe that in the face of countless elites, he will definitely be in despair and submit. That's right. Morwogia and the others smiled. At the mention of the sacred mountain, their eyes flashed with respect. Time flew by. After 2 hours, a few rays of light broke through the sky in the distance. In the next moment, a few more figures appeared in the sky. One of them was Emotion Luo. There were 2 other people, one of whom was also an outsider royal. However, this outsider royal had a head full of purple hair, and seemed to be in high spirits. Judging from his appearance, he was also very young. As for the other person, he was a shadow-like being of a foreign race. He did not seem to have a physical body. He stood there, but his body swayed like a stream of water. It's Storm and Mo Ping. I didn't expect Storm and Mo Ping to be an imperial city. Mo Ping is ranked 98 on the longevity list. Storm is ranked 76. Ha ha ha, let's see how that human kid can be arrogant now. There was a burst of excited discussion around them. Obviously, they were very confident in Storm and Mo Ping. From the discussion around them, Lu Ming knew that the foreign tribe king was called Mo Ping. As for the shadow-like foreign race member, he was called Storm, and he was one of the top experts on the evil god world's 10,000 years list. So this is the brat who wants to challenge everyone on the longevity roll? He's really arrogant. Mo Ping said coldly as a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Then I'll cripple him and make him lie on the ground like a dog. He he he. Storm sneered. His voice was ear-piercing, and his shadow-like body swayed. Do you want to go first, or should I? Mo Ping asked Storm. You first. In my opinion, you're enough. Storm's voice sounded again. Alright, I'll meet this kid. Mo Ping stepped out, his body emitting a violent aura. 3-star Great Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes moved. Mo Ping had cultivated for less than 10,000 years, but he was a 3-star Great Emperor. And he was only ranked 98 on the longevity list. Could it be that the 100 people on the longevity list are all 3-star Great Emperors? At this moment, Lu Ming's heart was heavy. It was absolutely shocking that there were 100 people who had cultivated for less than 10,000 years and had reached the 3-star Great Emperor level. It would not be a problem for them to become heavenly emperors in the future. They could even become peerless experts. The foreign tribes were indeed shockingly powerful. It was no wonder that the celestial field had been defeated in the ancient war. In the end, they could only guard the grand pure sky domain. No, I can't be discouraged. No matter how many experts and geniuses there are, I'll suppress them all in the future. Lu Ming's eyes shone with a bright light and strong fighting spirit. I'm invincible, this was Lu Ming's belief and confidence in himself. No matter how many geniuses and experts there are, I'll suppress them all alone. Kill. Mo Ping shouted coldly. The third eye between his brows shone with a bright light. Then, battle swords flew out from his eye. There were a total of 18 battle swords, forming a strange pattern and slashing toward Lu Ming. What a strange attack. Lu Ming's heart moved. Mo Ping had used the light of destruction in his third eye to form a sword formation. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 18 battle swords formed a strange sword formation. Its power increased exponentially, bursting with boundless sword chi that shrouded Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming's muscles vibrated rapidly as the 6 feathered divine wings were displayed. Lu Ming had mastered too many laws. He had a total of 81 laws and 71 laws of the monarch Tao. The 6 laws required by the 6 feathered divine wings were all included. Not only the 6 feathered divine wings, but the 18 laws of the indestructible ancient scripture were also included. This allowed Lu Ming to use the indestructible ancient scripture to increase its power. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. He flashed continuously and dodged the sword chi attacks. None of the sword chi could pierce Lu Ming. Your movement technique is quite fast. Let's see how you dodge it. Mo Ping said coldly. The light in his third eye shone brighter and the 18 battle swords became even faster. At the same time, he stepped out and rushed toward Lu Ming, throwing out a palm. Boom! A vortex appeared in his palm. The vortex emitted a shocking power. This power spun crazily and brought about a shocking tearing force. It wanted to shroud Lu Ming and tear him to pieces. This power could greatly increase a person's speed and movement technique. Combined with the sword formation formed by the 18 battle swords, it was simply unstoppable. You're defeated. Mo Ping shouted coldly. He was very confident. The reason why he could be ranked 98th on the longevity list and defeat 2 experts who were not weaker than him was because of this move. I'm too lazy to play with you. At this time, Lu Ming's indifferent voice sounded. Then, Lu Ming threw out 19 palms in a row. 18 of them were placed on the 18 battle swords, while the other one was aimed at Mo Ping's palm. Pung! 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 Lu Ming's strength was shocking. When he slapped the battle swords, the 18 battle swords immediately exploded. When Lu Ming's palm and Mo Ping's palm collided, Mo Ping's body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. His eyeballs almost popped out. Crack! As Mo Ping landed on the ground, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Defeated, Mo Ping had also been defeated. He seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. Mo Ping was a top expert on the longevity list. His cultivation had reached the level of a 3-star great emperor. Yet, he was defeated so easily. Lu Ming, this human, had he really only cultivated for less than 200 years? As for Mo Tianluo, his face turned pale. Even Mo Ping was no match for Lu Ming. How was this possible? 100 years ago, he had fought with Lu Ming. At that time, Lu Ming was only slightly stronger than him. But now, Lu Ming was so much stronger than him. He felt a huge blow and his state of mind was unstable. Interesting, interesting. At this moment, Storm's ear-piercing voice was heard again. His 3 eyes flickered as he sized up Lu Ming. Your physical strength is very strong. It seems like you mainly cultivate your physical body. Storm said coldly. His body seemed to be weightless as he floated out. Why don't you try and find out? Lu Ming curled his lips. Of course I'll try. Storm said. Suddenly, he moved. His body trembled and disappeared. Then, he suddenly appeared behind Lu Ming. A slender long sword appeared in his hand and he stabbed at Lu Ming's back. However, Lu Ming seemed to have eyes on the back of his head as he struck back with his palm. However, Storm's body flashed and disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, 8 figures suddenly appeared around Lu Ming. The 8 figures were like a storm. They dashed toward Lu Ming and continued to attack him. All 8 of them are real bodies. Interesting. Lu Ming was surprised. What Storm used was not doppelgangers or illusions to confuse others. All 8 of them were real bodies. All 8 of them had the same cultivation level and were extremely powerful. In an instant, Lu Ming struck out 8 palms at the 8 figures. Boom! Boom! 8 explosions rang out as the 8 figures of the storm were repelled by Lu Ming. He's also a 3-star great emperor. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The other party's cultivation was also a 3-star martial emperor. However, he had already reached the peak of the 3-star martial emperor realm. Furthermore, his attack technique was extremely strange and unpredictable. His strength was indeed stronger than Mo Ping's. Again. The Storm 8 shadows retreated, and their bodies swayed again. This time, each of their bodies was directly split into two halves. The 8 silhouettes turned into 16 and attacked Lu Ming. The 16 silhouettes were all real, and their strength was exactly the same. Their strength did not weaken because they were split apart. It's useless no matter how many you split, Lu Ming said coldly. He changed his palm into a fist and punched out continuously. Boom! Boom! The terrifying fist force crushed the void. Wherever the fist force passed, everything was destroyed. Storm let out a sharp cry and retreated frantically. However, it was too late. He was crushed by Lu Ming's fist force and the 18 figures exploded one after another. Everyone was greatly shocked. Could it be that Storm was killed by Lu Ming? A top expert on the longevity list had fallen just like that. However, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly at this moment. This was because he realized that his own shadow had suddenly moved. He did not move, but his shadow moved. It was like a sharp sword, piercing towards Lu Ming. It happened so quickly that Lu Ming could not react in time. The sword accurately pierced Lu Ming's body, but it did not pierce through Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's defensive power was shocking. In addition, Lu Ming had activated the immortal golden body. That terrifying defensive power was not something that a 3-star Great Emperor could break through. Lu Ming's shadow rapidly distorted, as if it was filled with shock. Get lost. At this moment, Lu Ming roared like a thunderclap, stomping on his own shadow. Lu Ming activated many kinds of laws with this kick. Although Storm's body was strange, it was still restrained by some of Lu Ming's laws. Boom! The power of this stomp was extremely shocking. The ground shook, and cracks appeared on the incomparably hard floor. With a scream, Lu Ming's shadow returned to normal, while Storm's figure appeared in the distance. There were cracks on his body, and his body almost exploded. Of course, this was because Lu Ming had already shown mercy. Otherwise, Storm would have been dead. No matter how many tricks a 3-star Great Emperor had, Lu Ming could easily kill him if he went all out. You can't even withstand a single blow, Lu Ming said coldly. Damn it, how is this possible? At the side, many of the foreign races roared, finding it hard to accept. An expert on the longevity list had defeated 2 people in a row, and one of them was ranked 76th. There was actually such a powerful genius in the human race, and he had cultivated for less than 200 years. Fortunately, he was captured. This was the fiend god realm. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't do anything. Many of the foreign races comforted themselves. I didn't expect this person to be so strong. High in the sky, the foreign race king, Morogia, and the others were also very surprised. Lu Ming's strength had completely exceeded their expectations. It's fortunate that such a person was chosen by Saint Ancestor Xianxia. Otherwise, if he grows up, he'll be a huge threat to our race, Morogia said. That's right. The others nodded. Let him go to the sacred mountain, the foreign race king said. Things were a little out of his expectations. Originally, he wanted to let the foreign races attack Lu Ming, let Lu Ming feel the strength of the foreign races experts, and let Lu Ming feel despair and submit. However, he didn't expect that the foreign races would be the ones being attacked. Lu Ming had displayed his invincible might and defeated many foreign race experts, causing many of them to suffer a heavy blow. This had allowed Lu Ming to accumulate more confidence, which was something they didn't want to see. Morogia nodded, and then his voice was transmitted out. His voice rang in the ears of Mo Tianluo, Mo Ping, and Storm. Let him go to the sacred mountain. Mo Tianluo and the others' eyes lit up. That's right, let Lu Ming go to the sacred mountain. There were countless experts there, and there were plenty of people to deal with Lu Ming. Lu Ming, don't be arrogant. Our race has 10 royal families and 10 royal cities. This is just one of the 10 royal cities. Moreover, most of our experts are cultivating in seclusion in the sacred mountain. If you're capable, go to the sacred mountain, Mo Tianluo shouted. That's right. If you're capable, go to the sacred mountain. I'll show you the strength of our race. At that time, you'll understand what it means to be an expert. Mo Ping also shouted. That's right, that's right. If you're capable, go to the sacred mountain. At the side, the other foreign races also shouted. Sacred mountain? Lead the way. Lu Ming said directly. It seemed like the sacred mountain held a high position in the hearts of the foreign races, and a large number of experts were gathered there. It was an important place for the foreign races. Lu Ming wanted to take a look and see how many experts there were in the foreign races. If he could escape in the future, he would be more confident. Lu Ming, follow me to Saint Mountain. Mo Tianluo spoke before turning around and flying in a certain direction. Lu Ming did not say a word as he followed. As for Jia Yi, he did not utter a word as he followed Lu Ming not far away. As long as Lu Ming's life was not in danger, he would not make a move. Let's go, I want to take a look too. Great, I want to go too. The surrounding foreign tribes were all very curious. They wanted to see what kind of storm Lu Ming would stir up after arriving at the sacred mountain. One had to know that the top experts on the longevity list were all in Saint Mountain. If Lu Ming went to Saint Mountain, he would definitely clash with those existences. They did not believe that Lu Ming could keep winning. Immediately, a large group of people followed behind Lu Ming as they flew forward. Soon, they flew out of Monarch City and headed west. Saint Mountain was west of Monarch City and also the center of the entire evil god realm. Mo Tianluo was leading the way at the front. His speed was neither fast nor slow. Lu Ming wasn't in a hurry either. In the end, he simply took out a puppet. He sat on the puppet and got the puppet to hurry on their way. He was fully focused on comprehending various laws and strived to achieve perfection in all laws as soon as possible so that he could step into the Arch realm. Mo Ping and Storm turned into two streams of light and flew towards the west, disappearing from everyone's sight. It was very likely that they had rushed to Saint Mountain in advance to make preparations. Just like that, after flying for a month, they arrived at a plain. Mo Tianluo's speed became even slower as Lu Ming realized that all the foreign races had a solemn look on their faces. There was also reverence or a kind of reverence. After flying for a while, a huge mountain appeared in front of him. It was a huge mountain that truly embodied the meaning of the word huge. It was an incomparably majestic and huge mountain. This mountain did not have any vegetation, but even from far away, one could feel the majesty of this mountain. The mountain was so tall that it reached the depths of the sky. Its peak could not be seen. As they got closer, they realized that the area it occupied was even larger. Lu Ming had never seen such a huge mountain before. That is, as they approached, Lu Ming discovered that the number of outsiders at the foot of the mountain was astonishing. Countless outsiders could be seen sitting cross-legged on the Sage Mountain, apparently in the midst of cultivation. There was a wide mountain path from the foot of the sacred mountain all the way to the top. There were also numerous outsiders who were slowly making their way up the mountain path. After reaching a certain height, they would sit down cross-legged on some rocks, or find a random spot to sit down cross-legged and meditate. The entire Sage Mountain was filled with outsiders, and their numbers were shocking to say the least. With a casual glance, Lu Ming discovered over 1 million outsiders. And this was only a corner of the holy mountain. It was impossible to say how many outsiders there were on this sacred mountain. Most shockingly, these outsiders were all experts. The weakest ones were all in the Saint realm. Above that was the Martial Emperor realm. Lu Ming saw at least 100,000 martial emperors and 10,000 true emperors. It was just a small corner, yet there were already so many experts. How many experts were there in the entire holy mountain? Terrifying, truly terrifying. Lu Ming's face changed and became extremely solemn. Seeing Lu Ming's face change, Mo Tianluo revealed a carefree expression and flew over. Lu Ming, let me tell you, the sacred mountain is where our sacred ancestor resides. At the highest point of the mountain, our sacred ancestor resides. Your sacred ancestor resides in the sacred mountain? Lu Ming could not help but ask. Of course, our sacred ancestor resides at the peak of the sacred mountain. Hence, the entire sacred mountain is the best place for our tribe to cultivate. When we cultivate on the sacred mountain, we will be influenced by the sacred ancestor's aura. Over time, not only will our cultivation increase, but our bloodline will also be purified, bringing us closer to the sacred ancestor and making our bloodline purer. Mo Tianluo said proudly. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. No wonder there were so many experts gathered on this sacred mountain. The sacred ancestor of the outsiders was definitely an unimaginable existence. He might even surpass the heavenly emperor. If so, what was the relationship between sacred ancestor Xianxia and the sacred ancestor of the outsiders? Lu Ming's heart was filled with more doubts. Let me tell you, there are many caves dug out on this sacred mountain. Many of our tribe members have turned into ascetic cultivators. For countless years, they have been cultivating in those caves. I don't know how many of them there are. Also, the higher you go, the higher your cultivation. Near the peak of the mountain, there are many heavenly emperors cultivating diligently. The number is beyond your imagination. Now you know the strength of our tribe. Only a small portion of our tribe is attacking the Taiqing sky domain. If the entire army were to attack, the Taiqing sky domain would be reduced to dust in an instant. Mo Tianluo said proudly. Lu Ming was indeed shocked. The number of experts of the outsiders on this sacred mountain was indeed terrifying to the extreme. It was beyond his expectations. Standing from afar, he could feel the terrifying aura of the entire sacred mountain. Although these auras were very obscure, Lu Ming had cultivated 81 types of laws. It was as if he was about to merge with heaven and earth. His perception was also astonishingly strong. He could clearly feel the aura. Those auras were filled with astonishing pressure. They were all heavenly emperors. The number of them made Lu Ming feel apprehensive. The entire sacred mountain was like a terrifying weapon of the martial emperor. It gave people a terrifying pressure. It was as if they would be crushed to dust at any time. Mo Tianluo was right. The strength of the outsiders outside the two-world city could not be compared to the sacred mountain. If the experts of the outsiders on the sacred mountain were to attack together, the Taiqing sky domain would be reduced to dust in an instant. Impossible, impossible. If that was the case, the outsiders would have already breached the two-world city and the Taiqing sky domain. They would not have waited until now. Maybe, my heaven domain also has hidden forces. It's just that I have not seen it yet. Also, maybe there are other reasons. If it could be destroyed, the heaven domain would have been destroyed by the outsiders long ago. Lu Ming's mind raced and he thought of many things in an instant. He told himself to be more at ease. His mood finally improved. Mo Tianluo smiled coldly and walked towards the sacred mountain. When they approached the sacred mountain, a few streams of light flew out from the sacred mountain. Two of them were Feng Feng and Mo Ping. Other than them, there were 3 other young men. Of course, they looked young. They were definitely not young. It's the 3 people on the longevity list. They are ranked 65, 59, and 43 respectively. Someone at the side said, recognizing the 3 of them. Most of the top experts on the longevity list are indeed at the sacred mountain. 3 of them came at once. Now, it's enough to take care of Lu Ming and let him know the power of our race. That's right. Seeing the 3 young men, many of the outsiders were excited. They had followed for so long because they wanted to see Lu Ming get beaten up. He's the human who defeated you? One of the young men stepped out and looked coldly at Lu Ming. His eyes were extremely sharp. Looks like he's not that great. I can easily defeat him. The 3 of them were ranked 65th, 59th, and 43rd on the longevity roll respectively. They were very powerful, far above Storm and Mo Ping. They were definitely at least a 3-star great emperor or even a 4-star great emperor. Of course, they had been cultivating for a long time, at least longer than Lu Ming. They had been cultivating for at least a few thousand years. The 3 of them were very confident. They stepped out and surrounded Lu Ming, oppressing him. The surrounding people retreated, giving them enough distance to fight. All of you, come at me together. Lu Ming glanced at the 3 of them and said indifferently. What? Everyone was stunned. Lu Ming wanted to fight the 3 of them alone, how arrogant. What an arrogant human. This is the first time I've seen such an arrogant human. One of the 3 young men licked his lips, his eyes cold. He wants to challenge the 3 of us at the same time. Who does he think he is? What do you mean? Of course we'll agree to it. I'll beat him up until he can't take care of himself. The three experts on the longevity roll sneered, their eyes becoming more and more ferocious. Since Lu Ming was looking for a beating, they would naturally fulfill his wish. The three young men moved and surrounded Lu Ming in the middle. Almost at the same time, they struck. 3 different types of attacks were launched toward Lu Ming. The power was extremely shocking. Lu Ming judged their strength as soon as the 3 of them attacked. 2 of them were 4-star Great Emperors and 1 was a 3-star Great Emperor. Under normal circumstances, such a lineup would have no problem dealing with someone who had cultivated for less than 200 years. However, they had encountered Lu Ming. That was a problem. Wang, Lu Ming's muscles suddenly vibrated and his body rushed out like a cannonball, charging at one of them. Whoosh, Lu Ming grabbed out with his big hand and the other party's attack was destroyed by Lu Ming. Then, his hand did not stop and grabbed at the other party's throat. Fast, too fast, Lu Ming's palm was unbelievably fast. Before the other party could react, Lu Ming had already grabbed him by the neck. Then, he swung it with all his might, and it smashed into the ground like a meteor. Boom, the ground trembled, and the other party cried out miserably. It was unknown just how many of his bones were broken, and he was truly unable to take care of himself. However, the ground in this place was extremely sturdy. Even after smashing into the ground, it only managed to create a shallow crater. At this time, the other 2's attacks were about to land on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's figure flashed, directly dodging the 2's attacks, and then attacked one of them. The man was slightly surprised, but he did not panic. The one that Lu Ming had easily defeated was the weakest among the 3 of them. He was only a 3-star Great Emperor, while Lu Ming was a 4-star Great Emperor. A 4-star Great Emperor was already a high-level Great Emperor. Their battle prowess was far beyond that of a 3-star Great Emperor. Meteor Fist. He roared angrily. His fist was like a meteor as it blasted towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Boom, at the same time, Lu Ming also threw out a punch, and the 2 fists collided heavily. Crack, when the 2 fists collided, the alien youth's arm was directly bent, and the bones inside were broken. The scales on his skin flew everywhere, and his body shook violently as he frantically retreated. His eyes were filled with deep fear. He felt that Lu Ming's strength was too strong. It was as if he could topple mountains and trample seas. It was simply impossible to resist. Not good. Then, he was shocked and quickly retreated because Lu Ming had attacked again. However, how could his speed be compared to Lu Ming's? When he retreated, Lu Ming had already arrived. Crushing, it was a complete crushing. Although the alien youth tried his best to resist, he only managed to block 2 moves before he followed in the footsteps of the previous person. His throat was clasped by Lu Ming, and he was thrown to the ground, unable to move. Although it took a long time to describe, all of this happened in an instant. In an instant, 2 experts on the longevity list were crushed by Lu Ming. The remaining one was almost scared to death. It was fine if it was the 3-star Great Emperor, but now, even a 4-star Great Emperor was crushed. He panicked. He decisively retreated like a stream of light. You want to leave? Lu Ming sneered. His muscles trembled, and space exploded. Lu Ming rushed towards the other party, instantly closing in on him. The other party tried his best to resist, but the result was already decided. After 2 moves, he crashed to the ground like a meteor, unable to move. The surrounding aliens' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Looking at the 3 experts on the longevity list lying on the ground in a row, they felt that it was unreal, as if they were dreaming. Those were 3 experts on the longevity list, and their rankings weren't low, but they couldn't withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. In just a few moves, the 3 of them were lying on the ground like dead dogs. Terrifying, they finally knew how terrifying Lu Ming's strength was. He hadn't used his full strength before. Perhaps he hadn't used his full strength now. Just how strong was Lu Ming? Mo Tianluo, Mo Ping, Storm, and the others turned pale. Lu Ming's strength was really beyond their imagination. The commotion here also alarmed some of the experts on the sacred mountain. Quite a number of people flew over. There were more and more people here. When the people behind found out about the situation, they were also shocked. With such strength, Don't tell me your so-called longevity list doesn't have stronger experts? Lu Ming said, his voice filled with faint contempt. All the aliens' faces were ugly. The vast fiend god realm had countless experts. But now, they were being mocked by a human youth at the edge of the sacred mountain for having no experts. This was too shameful and humiliating. This kid is courting death. Let me slap him to death. An extremely powerful expert from the sacred mountain said with a ferocious look on his face. But Jia Yi emitted a terrifying aura that scared that person away. The kings have ordered that this person can't die. The rest doesn't matter. Jia Yi's voice sounded, causing many to stop. They naturally understood what the kings meant. The kings were referring to the kings of the 10 noble races. What was Lu Ming's background? He actually made the kings give the order that he couldn't die. This made all the aliens even more curious. No one else wants to fight? How disappointing. Lu Ming continued, causing many aliens to feel stifled. They really felt that Lu Ming was asking for a beating. Many powerful existences really wanted to go out and beat Lu Ming up. This guy is very strong. In my opinion, unless the top 20 on the longevity list makes a move, I'm afraid those below that rank won't be his match. Good. Let's spread the news at the sacred mountain. Those in the top 20 will definitely rush over when they hear it. That's right. Many people discussed and then flew towards the sacred mountain. Lu Ming, if you have the guts, wait here. There will naturally be experts coming to fight you. Mo Tianluo stared at Lu Ming and said. As you wish. Regarding Lu Ming's matter, it spread rapidly on the holy mountain. A human youth actually has the orders of various kings, can't die, interesting. Furthermore, his combat power is shockingly strong, go take a look. On the holy mountain, such discussions were everywhere. Then, one figure after another flew out of the holy mountain, arriving near Lu Ming they all. There were even heavenly emperor realm powerhouses descending. Labu, it's Labu. Suddenly, someone cried out. Everyone saw a youth come over from the holy mountain, standing in the air. This person was a foreign race royal. He had a head of purple hair, but his appearance was ordinary. His figure was thin, his expression cold, eyes pale gold. When they opened and closed, cold light circulated. After he arrived, his gaze swept over Lu Ming, revealing a strong fighting spirit. Labu is ranked 19th on the longevity list. Cultivating until now, he's only cultivated for over 3,700 years. He's definitely a rare heaven's pride. That's right, with Labu making a move, that kid will lose for sure. You all look, Kueju also came. Everyone was discussing when suddenly, an even stronger cry of surprise erupted. A youth appeared high in the sky. This youth was also a foreign race royal. But different from Labu, he was very handsome, his skin like jade, even more beautiful than women. Seeing this youth, graveness and fear flashed across Labu's pale gold eyes. Kueju was ranked 9th on the longevity list, a full 10 places higher than Labu. His strength was a great deal stronger. The Kueju in the top 10 of the longevity list is all here. This time, see how that human brat is arrogant. That's right, this time, the one being beaten into a dead dog will be him. Really looking forward to it. Everyone was incomparably anticipating, looking forward to the following battle. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was indifferent to all of this. He had a carefree look on his face as he closed his eyes and rested. Following that, more and more experts came here. Dozens of experts from the longevity ranking had come. 7 or 8 of the top 20 had come, and even a few of the top 10 had come. Lu Ming, you're still pretending to be calm there. Now that the experts have already arrived, do you dare to fight or not? Mo Tianluo cried out. Among the people present, no one was more eager to see Lu Ming get beaten up than he was. He couldn't wait to see Lu Ming get beaten up. Is everyone here? I'm afraid that it'll be another bunch of weaklings who can't even withstand a single blow. Why don't we wait a little longer? Lu Ming opened his eyes and said casually. The experts on the 10,000 years ranking almost coughed up blood. Their bodies were filled with fighting spirit, and their eyes were burning with anger. Don't think that you're invincible just because you've defeated a few people. Let me take you on. With a furious roar, a burly alien charged towards Lu Ming. Everyone immediately recognized that this person was an expert ranked 32nd on the 10,000 years list. His battle prowess was extremely profound. Boom, Lu Ming also rushed out and threw out a punch. Lu Ming's fist contained a shocking amount of power, directly destroying his opponent's attack and causing him to cough up blood as he was sent flying. "I've already said, you can't even withstand a single blow," Lu Ming said disdainfully. He didn't want to dilly-dally, so he directly displayed his powerful strength so that the weaker ones wouldn't dare to go up. The experts on the 10,000 years ranking focused their eyes. Lu Ming did have some ability. "I'll take you on," a voice sounded. Then, a skinny figure stepped out. Everyone recognized that it was La Bu, ranked 19 on the 10,000 years ranking. Finally, the top 20 experts on the 10,000 years ranking were about to make a move. Everyone was filled with anticipation. "Make your move," Lu Ming said indifferently. Swish, before Lu Ming's voice fell, La Bu moved. His speed was astonishing as he rushed towards Lu Ming. Every step he took caused the void to tremble. His speed became faster and faster. When he approached Lu Ming, his speed was extremely fast. Whoosh, his palm was like a blade as he slashed towards Lu Ming with shocking power. However, the most shocking thing was yet to come. When his palm was about to reach Lu Ming, his palm suddenly changed. His palm was like mercury. It suddenly elongated and wriggled, turning into a battle saber. It slashed toward Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. "What kind of move is this?" Lu Ming's eyes moved, and his muscles trembled. His figure quickly retreated, avoiding the opponent's blade. However, when Lu Ming retreated, the opponent's palm actually changed again, wriggling rapidly and turning into a soft whip with barbs on it. It lashed towards Lu Ming. "You can do this." Lu Ming was extremely surprised and struck out with his palm. Dong, when his palm struck the soft whip, it was as if he had struck a huge mountain, causing a violent tremor. A 5-star great sovereign. Lu Ming's heart trembled. The opponent's cultivation was equivalent to a 5-star great sovereign. However, the opponent was definitely a genius among geniuses for being able to cultivate to this level in a few thousand years. His combat strength was extremely shocking, and definitely could not be measured by an ordinary 5-star great sovereign. Lu Ming's physical strength alone was still not a match for the opponent. After the collision, Lu Ming kept retreating. Lu Ming is no match for him. "Ha ha ha, I knew that La Bu would win for sure. Come on, teach that kid a lesson. How dare a human be so arrogant in our world?" The surrounding foreign tribes were extremely excited. Motian Luo, Storm, and the rest were also excited. After pushing Lu Ming back with one blow, La Bu's other hand slashed towards Lu Ming. His other hand had also turned into a weapon, a battle sword, and slashed towards Lu Ming. "It seems like I need to use the power of laws," Lu Ming muttered. Then, rays of light appeared on his body one after another. There were more than 10 rays of light that covered Lu Ming's body. It was like a colorful armor on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming used the mutated version of the chaotic divine palm as both of his palms struck towards La Bu. Bam! 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 The two of them clashed continuously, causing loud explosions. La Bu's attacking style was extremely strange. His hands were like mercury, and he could transform into various weapons at will. The key was that his attacks were extremely powerful, and it was impossible to guard against them. However, Lu Ming had unleashed his power of the autonomous realm and more than 10 types of power of laws. His combat strength had increased tremendously, and he was slightly suppressing his opponent. The reason why Lu Ming did not unleash his full strength to defeat his opponent was that Lu Ming felt that these foreign tribes' techniques were extremely strange and mysterious, and he wanted to see more of them. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 blows, and Lu Ming had gained the upper hand. Around them, the other foreign tribes did not speak, and their faces were filled with depression. La Bu was actually at a disadvantage. Those who thought that La Bu would win earlier felt that they had lost face. At this moment, La Bu's heart was filled with anxiety. Suddenly, his attacks changed. He actually dashed toward Lu Ming head-on, adopting a desperate fighting style. However, what shocked Lu Ming was that when Lu Ming charged out, his head, like his hands, changed rapidly, and spikes grew out. Dong, Lu Ming's palm struck La Bu's head. It was as if he had struck a giant hammer. A powerful force surged towards Lu Ming. Following that, La Bu's waist seemed to have no bones as he bent into a terrifying arc. His legs were like two blades as they slashed towards Lu Ming. The angle was extremely strange and tricky. If an ordinary person was not careful, they would probably not be able to avoid it. Lu Ming displayed the six-feathered divine wings. Coupled with the vibration of his muscles, his speed was extremely fast. In a flash, he dodged the other party's attack. Your entire body can be transformed into a weapon. Interesting. However, this battle should end soon. Lu Ming muttered. The light on his body increased by a few more types. Reincarnation / Lu Ming shouted. His palms seemed to be moving water as they danced in the air. In the void, an incomparably huge vortex appeared. This was a divine ability that Lu Ming had created himself. Over the years, Lu Ming had mastered 10 types of supreme laws and 71 types of monarch laws. With so many laws intertwined, countless divine abilities could be produced. Over the years, Lu Ming had also made many attempts and developed some strange divine abilities. However, these divine abilities had different characteristics and the number of laws they contained was also different. Some contained more than 10 types, some more than 20 types, some more than 30 types. The more laws they contained, the stronger the power. However, he had not developed a divine ability that contained 81 types of laws. This was too difficult and required a long time to study. This reincarnation / was a divine ability that contained more than 10 types of laws. Among them, one was based on the reincarnation law. The other 2 types of supreme laws and 12 types of monarch laws were included. A huge vortex that contained a terrifying cutting force rotated crazily and enveloped La Bu. La Bu resisted with all his might. His body transformed into various weapons and attacked horizontally. However, at this moment, Lu Ming rushed over and attacked consecutively. La Bu finally could not resist and was struck by Lu Ming's consecutive palms. His body shook violently and his body was sent flying thousands of miles. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. La Bu was defeated. Many people looked at each other. This human lad was way too strong, wasn't he? Most importantly, they had heard that Lu Ming had only cultivated for less than 200 years. How could he be so strong in less than 200 years? In the depths of the sky, there were also some people watching. If others saw this, they would definitely be shocked. Because in here, any one of them could make the evil god realm tremble with just a stomp of their feet. The reason for that was because these people were the kings that other people spoke of. The evil god race was the king of the 10 great royal races. However, not all of them came, only 5 of them. Each of these 5 was a pinnacle powerhouse of this world, incomparably terrifying. When Lu Ming arrived at the Sage Mountain, these terrifying experts were very curious, and came to watch. After all, Lu Ming had the bloodline of sacred ancestor Xianxia. This brat is actually this strong. It's really unexpected. This kind of genius has ambitions higher than the heavens. It's difficult to make him feel despair. Indeed, this kind of people all have great luck. They are very confident. No matter what kind of situation they face, they firmly believe that they can escape. The outsider kings discussed among themselves. They knew very well what kind of person Lu Ming was, because they themselves were such people. Otherwise, how could they stand at the peak of the world? There's no other way. At this point, we can only continue down. There will definitely be someone on the longevity ranking who can suppress him. An old man said. That's right. The outsider kings nodded in agreement. They seemed to be very confident in one of the people on the 10,000 years ranking. Below. You have some ability, but unfortunately, it's still not enough. Next. Lu Ming glanced at La Bu and said indifferently. The youths present looked at each other. They were all experts ranked between 10th and 20th on the longevity ranking, but if they were to fight, they weren't certain that they could win. Although they were stronger than La Bu, they weren't much stronger. They were afraid that if Lu Ming had held back just now, they would most likely lose if they went up. Therefore, they were somewhat hesitant. "Let me," Kuei-ju said. His figure flickered, and he appeared in front of Lu Ming. This made many people's eyes light up. Kuei-ju was an expert ranked 9th on the longevity ranking. Those in the top 10 of the longevity ranking were all freaks and shockingly powerful. With Kuei-ju taking action, they were relieved. "You're Lu Ming?" Kuei-ju looked at Lu Ming. "That's right." Lu Ming nodded. "I've never heard of an expert like you in the human race." Kuei-ju smiled, looking incomparably handsome. If he were in the human race, countless girls would fall for him. Lu Ming smiled casually and didn't say anything. "I don't want to fight fiercely with you. That's what ordinary people do. How about we decide the victor in 3 moves?" Kuei-ju said. 3 moves to determine the victor? Lu Ming said. "That's right. If I can't defeat you in 3 moves, it'll be my loss. However, there's a rule. You can't dodge. You can only meet force with force. How about it?" Kuei-ju said, a wisp of cunning flashing in his eyes. "Okay." Lu Ming had a bright smile on his face. This kid actually agreed. Haha, this time, he's going to lose even more. He actually agreed to meet force with force with force. He's going to lose for sure. The other foreign races laughed wildly in their hearts, revealing a relaxed expression, thinking that Lu Ming was going to lose. Lu Ming didn't know how powerful Kuei-ju was. Lu Ming naturally saw the reactions of the people around him. However, would Lu Ming be afraid, want to defeat him in 3 moves? Lu Ming was confident that no one below the Heavenly Emperor could do it. "Make your move." Lu Ming's voice sounded, and the scene fell silent. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open, waiting for the moment when Lu Ming was defeated. Boom, Kuei-ju's body emitted a powerful aura. 6-star Great Emperor. Kuei-ju's cultivation had already reached 6-star Great Emperor. At this moment, his body emitted a purple light that was incomparably dazzling. Then, pieces of purple scales appeared on his skin. The foreign race's royal race was very similar to the human race. They didn't have any scales on their bodies. However, at this moment, purple scales appeared on Kuei-ju's body once again. Countless scales covered Kuei-ju's body. It's coming. Kuei-ju is going to use this move. Lu Ming is going to lose for sure. Mo Tianluo's eyes were filled with excitement. Lu Ming didn't know, but they knew very well. Kuei-ju's strongest point was his explosive power. Kuei-ju had an ultimate move. When used, it consumed a lot of energy, but its power was boundless. The instant explosive power was used, even experts ranked higher than him on the longevity list wouldn't dare to meet it head-on. They could only dodge. However, Kuei-ju could only use this ultimate move a few times. Hence, he had set a 3-move agreement with Lu Ming. Whoosh! 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 At this time, Kuei-ju finally attacked. He shouted, and at least 3/10 of the purple scales on his body flew out and flew toward Lu Ming. These scales were like small flying daggers. They were incomparably sharp, and their might was extremely shocking. They sliced the space into chaos. Buzz, Lu Ming's muscles trembled, and the power of his physical body was pushed to the extreme by him. At the same time, Lu Ming also used the indestructible golden body. Lu Ming had successfully cultivated the 18 kinds of laws contained in the indestructible ancient scripture. Lu Ming even tried to make changes to the indestructible ancient sutra. He added several laws to it so that the indestructible ancient sutra's prowess would become stronger. Its recovery ability and defense ability would also become more shocking. Lu Ming didn't fight back at all, letting the scales cut his body. Clang! 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 Sparks flew in all directions. When those scales cut Lu Ming's body, there were constant clanging sounds. It was extremely ear-piercing. However, none of the scales could break Lu Ming's defense. The scales flew past, but Lu Ming was completely fine. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Many people knew how terrifying Kuei-ju's move was. Those scales were 100 times, 1,000 times sharper than real flying knives. Once they were unleashed, they would be invincible. Even some people on the longevity list who were ranked higher than Kuei-ju didn't dare to take them head-on. They could only think of ways to avoid them. However, Lu Ming didn't fight back at all. He just stood there and let Kuei Ju attack, but he couldn't break Lu Ming's defense. How was this possible? What was going on? Many people were stunned. Kuei Ju was stunned. After a long while, everyone reacted. I don't believe it. Watch me break your defense. All of you, Kuei Ju roared and pushed his hands. The purple light on his body was incomparably bright, and all the scales burst out. Countless scales, all like flying knives, were densely packed, and there were thousands of them. Lu Ming still didn't move, letting the thousands of scales cut his body. Clang! Clang! The ear-piercing sounds continued to ring out. After the concentrated sounds had died down, Lu Ming was still standing there, completely unharmed. There was not a single scar on his body. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of defensive power was too terrifying. There's no power at all. Are you playing house? Lu Ming's disdainful voice sounded, and Kuei Ju's face turned red. The attack that he was so proud of was called child's play by Lu Ming. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The third move. Kuei Ju roared furiously as he waved his hands. Several thousand scales gathered together and connected with each other. Finally, they formed a huge flying dagger. The power of this flying knife was several times stronger than the scattered scales. The attack power was completely concentrated. Whoosh, the throwing knife flew towards Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. The power of this flying knife was enough to threaten him. Lu Ming's body constantly shone with light. In the end, Lu Ming used more than 40 types of laws. More than 40 types of laws condensed in Lu Ming's hand, forming a long spear. Whoosh, Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear. The two sharp lights met in the air, erupting with a dazzling light. Rings of light were more dazzling than the sun. Bang! In the end, Lu Ming's body trembled slightly and he retreated a few steps. On the other hand, the flying daggers condensed by Kuei Ju simply collapsed, turning into pieces of purple scales that flew in all directions. They then flew back into Kuei Ju's body and disappeared. Kuei Ju kept retreating, his blood and qi surging, and his face was pale. 3 moves. Lu Ming said indifferently, and Kuei Ju's face turned pale again. According to the agreement, if he did not defeat Lu Ming in 3 moves, it would be considered his loss. I lost. Kuei Ju sighed and retreated. In fact, even if he did not admit defeat, he was not Lu Ming's match. He had used his strongest move, but still could not do anything to Lu Ming. If they continued to fight, the result would be the same. Even Kuei Ju lost. Many of the foreign races had ugly expressions. Lu Ming's combat strength was unfathomable, as if there was no limit to it. Starting from Motian Luo, he had swept through all the battles. No matter how strong they would only be defeated. What should we do? Many people turned to look at the foreign race youths. These people were ranked above Kuei Ju on the longevity list. However, at this moment, they all looked at each other with solemn expressions. For a moment, no one made a move. Although Kuei Ju's ranking was lower than theirs, his explosive power was not inferior to theirs. In fact, he was even stronger than them. Their overall combat strength was above Kuei Ju's, but if they were to take 3 moves from Kuei Ju like Lu Ming, they would be the ones to lose. Under such circumstances, even Kuei Ju had been defeated. Could they defeat Lu Ming? They had no confidence at all. The other foreign races were also silent. Could it be that no one could suppress Lu Ming? Could it be that the celestial emperors had to take action? However, a celestial emperor had cultivated for who knew how many years. If he took action against a junior like Lu Ming, it would be too embarrassing. Even if he won, it would be an unfair victory. I didn't expect a human who has cultivated for less than 200 years to have such combat strength. I'm itching to test my skills. At this moment, a chuckle was heard. Following that, a young figure appeared in the air. Eh? Seeing this person, Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. Because this foreign race was somewhat different from the ones Lu Ming had seen before. This outsider looked very similar to a human. However, he was different from the royals of the outsider races. He had a head of fiery red hair, and a third eye between his brows. It was scarlet like a small sun. Especially on his back, there was a pair of fiery red wings. There were even flames burning fiercely. This was the first time Lu Ming had seen such a foreign race. "It's Prince Kong Duo!" someone cried out in surprise. "Prince?" It seems that Kong Duo is also a foreign race royalty. It seems that there's more than one kind of appearance. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Prince Kong Duo is actually here. Prince Kong Duo is ranked second on the longevity list. He's going to attack. It's been many years since I've seen Prince Kong Duo attack. At least a few hundred years. This time I'm in for a treat. Many of the foreign races discussed in surprise. Kong Duo had a gentle smile on his face. He nodded at the crowd, then flapped his wings and flew toward Lu Ming. "To have your strength after cultivating for less than 200 years, to be honest, I've never seen anyone like you. Even that guy spent more time than you to reach your combat strength." Kong Duo smiled. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Who was the guy Kong Duo was talking about? Kong Duo, go all out. You must defeat him. At this moment, a voice sounded in Kong Duo's ears. "Father." Kong Duo was shocked. He did not expect his father to be near the sacred mountain and pay attention to this matter. His father had even given him an order to defeat Lu Ming. Who was his father? He was the king of one of the 10 great royal families. Why would he pay attention to Lu Ming? What is this kid's background? Kong Duo's heart was filled with doubt, but his eyes flashed with determination. He must defeat Lu Ming. Nodding silently, Kong Duo looked at Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, make your move." Kong Duo's 3 eyes emitted a fiery red light. At the same time, blazing flames spread out from his body. With a flap of his wings, swoosh, Kong Duo charged toward Lu Ming like a bolt of fiery red lightning. In the process, a battle sword appeared in his hand. It was sparkling and translucent like fire jade. He slashed at Lu Ming. "Peak Great Emperor." As soon as Kong Duo attacked, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Kong Duo was a peak Great Emperor. Moreover, Kong Duo was not an ordinary peak Great Emperor. He was a genius and his combat strength was stronger than ordinary peak Great Emperors. Compared to the human race, he was equivalent to a peak Great Emperor who had mastered the strongest Great Tao. Such a person's strength was unquestionable. He was almost invincible below the Heavenly Emperor. "Open!" Lu Ming muttered as he unleashed all the strength in his body. Rays of light flashed on his body one after another. They were all types of laws. In total, 81 types of laws were unleashed. In an instant, Lu Ming unleashed all the strength in his body to the maximum. If it was before he came to the foreign race, when Lu Ming had only mastered a dozen types of laws, he would not be a match for a peak Great Emperor with his own strength. Just like in the Void Sacred Island, when he encountered a peak Great Emperor, he had to rely on his Heavenly Emperor physical body to fight against the enemy. However, it was different now. Even though his flesh had not improved, he had mastered 81 kinds of laws, thus his strength had improved significantly. He was confident that he could take on a peak martial monarch. The 81 laws finally transformed into a suit of primal chaos that covered Lu Ming's body. At the same time, the Great Desolate Spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Wang, Lu Ming swept out with his spear, causing space to explode. The Great Desolate Spear emitted a terrifying vibration as it collided with Kong Duo's battle sword. Boom, it was as if 2 stars had collided, erupting with a terrifying rumble and blazing light. Following that, both of their bodies trembled as they retreated continuously. What terrifying power! The power of that flame even surpasses the laws and the Great Tao. It can burn everything. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The temperature of his opponent's flames was shockingly high. Even though he had a battle suit condensed from 81 types of nomological laws, it was almost burned to ashes. But he didn't know that Kong Duo was also shocked. In the entire evil god realm, below the Heavenly Emperor, there were only a handful of people who could take him on. However, Lu Ming's cultivation had not reached the peak martial monarch level and yet he could block his attack. Both of their minds were racing but their bodies did not stop moving. As they retreated, both of them stepped on the void and charged towards each other again. Boom! Boom! Boom, the two of them engaged in a fierce battle, killing each other crazily. The space was torn apart by the two of them and no one dared to stay within 100,000 miles. Such a battle was too terrifying. Other than the Heavenly Emperor, if anyone else was dragged into it, they would only die. The two of them fought in the dark void at times and in the sky at other times. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 100 moves and it was difficult to determine the victor. So terrifying. All the foreign races were shocked. Lu Ming was actually able to fight with Kong Duo to this extent. It was really too shocking. It was especially so for Emotian Luo, who was extremely shocked. Among everyone, he felt it the most as he had fought with Lu Ming in the past. But now, if Lu Ming were to give it his all, he could crush him with a finger. Deep in the sky, the few foreign race kings were silent as they watched without blinking. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 200 moves. Awesome! Lu Ming roared as his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. His muscles were trembling in excitement. It had been more than 100 years since he had fought to his heart's content. In his bones, he was still fond of fighting and killing. Only in battle could he improve faster. In the battle with Kong Duo, he could unleash all of his strength to the fullest. Reincarnation / Death Abyss. Chaos Crush. Spacetime Cage. Karma Cycle. Destiny Heavenly Wheel. Lu Ming's body flickered as he unleashed all kinds of terrifying divine abilities. These divine abilities were created by Lu Ming over the years by combining various laws. They were extremely powerful. Every divine ability had a different effect and when combined together, they were extremely useful. The more they fought, the stronger Lu Ming became. He was also more familiar with the use of various divine abilities and slowly gained the upper hand. Kong Duo was suppressed and was forced to retreat. Is that all you've got? How disappointing. Lu Ming's voice rang out, causing Kong Duo's face to turn ugly. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Furnace of Incineration. Kong Duo roared as his third eye suddenly exploded with a blazing radiance. Hoo, his third eye turned into a fiery red whirlpool that spun rapidly. Inside it, there was a terrifying heat. In addition, there was a terrifying suction force that was trying to suck Lu Ming in. Lu Ming's muscles trembled rapidly. At the same time, he used the 6-feathered divine wings in an attempt to escape from this suction force. This suction force was so strong that Lu Ming couldn't escape for a while. Come in! Kong Duo roared as his entire body was covered in blazing flames. He rushed towards Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. The closer he got to Lu Ming, the stronger the suction force in his third eye. Through that eye, Lu Ming could even see a flaming furnace inside and flames were burning fiercely. Get in! Kong Duo roared. Let's see if you have the ability. Lu Ming said coldly. His long spear shook and exploded the void, tearing apart the suction force. Then, he quickly retreated and avoided Kong Duo. However, Kong Duo's speed was also astonishing. He chased after Lu Ming, making it difficult for Lu Ming to escape. Even Kong Duo's body slowly melted, turning into rays of light that flew into his third eye. In the end, Kong Duo's body completely disappeared and flew into his third eye. Then, a furnace appeared in the air. The furnace shook and rapidly expanded. In the end, it was even larger than hundreds of giant mountains. It suppressed Lu Ming and sealed the void. An even more terrifying suction force acted on Lu Ming's body, causing Lu Ming's body to stiffen. Swish! Kong Duo transformed into a giant furnace and swallowed Lu Ming. Seeing Lu Ming being swallowed into the furnace, many of the foreign races heaved a sigh of relief. That kid is done for. Incinerating furnace, the strongest technique of Kong Duo's lineage. It's inherited from his bloodline. Once swallowed, he'll be burned to ashes. Look at how arrogant that kid is. He's dead for sure. The foreign races discussed joyfully. Not far away, Jia Yi's eyes flashed. He wanted to help, but he knew that the kings were watching from the sky. If they didn't ask him to help, he naturally wouldn't. Indeed, the kings were watching from the sky. What should we do? Should we save him? He has the bloodline of Saint Ancestor Xianxia. He can't die. A foreign race king said. I think we should wait and see. He has the bloodline of Saint Ancestor Xianxia. I don't think he'll die so easily. That's right. Let's wait and see. The other foreign race kings nodded. They felt that it would be best if Lu Ming begged for mercy. As soon as Lu Ming was swallowed into the furnace, he felt endless flames enveloping him, burning fiercely. The terrifying high temperature was about to burn him into ashes. Lu Ming covered his body with 81 types of laws. At the same time, he circulated the indestructible ancient scripture to resist the burning power outside. However, the flames were too terrifying. Even if many types of laws were intertwined, they would still be burned to ashes. One law after another was burned through. It wasn't that Lu Ming's laws weren't powerful, but they were slightly inferior compared to their current combat strength. One had to know that the Emperor realm corresponded to the Great Tao. Therefore, even a mysterious law like the Destiny Law couldn't display its power at this moment. It would also be burned through. Through the laws, waves of terrifying heat flowed through Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's muscles were about to be burned apart. Waves of piercing pain spread throughout Lu Ming's body. His clothes and hair were instantly burned to ashes. Lu Ming circulated the indestructible ancient scripture to resist with all his might. Now, the recovery ability of the indestructible ancient scripture was even more shocking. After his flesh was burned, it immediately recovered, becoming as white as jade. Lu Ming relied on the indestructible ancient scripture to persevere. This furnace is indeed powerful, but it can't do anything to me. I can use the flames here to temper my body. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. For more than 100 years, Lu Ming had not found any good heavenly materials or earthly treasures to cultivate his physical body. He had been progressing step by step in the seven gods' mysterious arts and had reached the peak of the middle stage of the fifth level. However, he had been stuck at a bottleneck. This time, he might find an opportunity to make a breakthrough. Lu Ming slightly weakened the power of the indestructible ancient scripture, allowing some of the flames to help temper his body. Chi, some of the flames spread throughout Lu Ming's body. The terrifying heat seeped into Lu Ming's bones, organs, and even his cells, wanting to burn Lu Ming to ashes. Lu Ming activated the seven gods' mysterious art and began to refine his body. Just like that, 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Outside, countless alien races looked at the furnace in the sky and waited patiently. Has that kid been refined? It's been 3 hours. If an ordinary expert of the same level as Kong Duo was sucked into the furnace, they would be refined in less than half an hour. But Kong Duo didn't stop. That kid shouldn't have been refined yet. It's been so long. Will Kong Duo be able to hold on? Many of the alien races began to discuss the situation, not knowing what was going on. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours passed. Lu Ming had been sucked into the furnace for 5 hours. Huh? Why is the power of the flames getting weaker and weaker? In the furnace, Lu Ming was puzzled. It seems that it takes energy to maintain the furnace's high temperature. Kong Duo won't be able to hold on for much longer. Lu Ming guessed. However, Lu Ming was satisfied. After 5 hours of tempering, Lu Ming's body had made great progress. He felt that his body could break through at any time. Once he broke through, his seven gods' mystic art would reach the late stage of the 5th level. He would be able to suppress an ordinary peak great emperor with his physical strength alone. In addition to the power of the world and the 81 types of laws, Lu Ming's combat strength would skyrocket. After another half an hour, the power of the flames in the furnace became even weaker. It was no longer of much use to Lu Ming's tempering. It's time to go out. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. He held the great spear in his hand and rushed to the side. Boom! Lu Ming stabbed the walls of the furnace with his spear. The furnace shook violently. Boom! 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 Lu Ming attacked with all his strength. The furnace shook even more violently as if it was about to explode. Outside, all the alien races were shocked. Oh no, that kid isn't dead. He's attacking the furnace. How terrifying. He's not dead after so long. What kind of monster is that kid? The furnace can't hold on for much longer. Many of the alien races shouted in shock. Boom! 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 The furnace shook violently. From the outside, one could see that one side of the furnace was constantly bulging. In the end, cracks covered the wall. Boom! In the end, the entire furnace exploded. Waves of heat swept in all directions. A scream spread in all directions. Everyone saw Kong Duo's body fly far away. His face was pale, and his aura was extremely weak. Kong Duo's third eye was already closed, but blood continued to flow out. The furnace was broken, and Kong Duo was seriously injured. Lu Ming held the spear in his hand and stood in the void. His aura was extremely vigorous, and he was completely fine. "You've lost," Lu Ming said. "Sigh." Kong Duo sighed and did not say anything. He flew to the side and sat down cross-legged. A layer of flame spread out from his body as he began to heal his injuries. The alien races present looked at each other. Kong Duo was actually defeated, even Kong Duo was not a match for Lu Ming. Then on the longevity list, or rather, below the Heavenly Emperor realm, who could be a match for him? Could it be that today, the vast evil god realm, the mighty evil god tribe, would be bullied by a human kid? No. Now it seems that below the Heavenly Emperor realm, only the first prince can suppress him. At this time, someone spoke. These words shocked the hearts of all the alien races present, and then their eyes lit up one after another. That's right, only the first prince can make a move. The first prince has the densest bloodline of the sacred ancestor. His talent is the number one in our race since ancient times. He can definitely suppress him. That's right, the first prince has only cultivated for a few hundred years. Voices rang out one after another. Those alien races seemed to be filled with strong confidence in the first prince. First prince? What a strange name. Lu Ming's heart stirred. However, the other party had cultivated for a few hundred years and was actually praised by so many alien races. His talent was astonishing. Lu Ming, the first prince of our race, is on the holy mountain, but he's in seclusion. I'm afraid it will take some time. Do you dare to wait here? Someone shouted. Why not? All right, just you wait. Let me tell you, the first prince of our race is ranked first on the longevity list. Someone said. Then, someone flew towards the sacred mountain, apparently to invite the first prince. Lu Ming, on the other hand, flew to the side and sat cross-legged on a huge rock. The first prince's combat power is definitely above Kong Duo's. With my current strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to defeat him. However, my physical body is about to break through. I might as well take this opportunity to break through in one fell swoop. Lu Ming made up his mind. Then, he took out a bunch of imperial herbs and began to cultivate the 7 divine mystic arts. He absorbed the medicinal power of the imperial herbs and tried to break through to the 5th level of the 7 divine mystic arts. After the tempering in the furnace, Lu Ming's body had almost broken through the bottleneck and could break through at any time. At this moment, Lu Ming was cultivating. His body seemed to be very hungry and thirsty as it absorbed the external energy crazily. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Lu Ming's physical body seemed to have turned into a black hole, devouring the energy from the outside world. No, it's better to cultivate in the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming thought. Being stared at by so many people made Lu Ming very uncomfortable. With a thought, the mountain and river diagram appeared, and Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and entered the mountain and river diagram. A grotto heaven treasure from the heavenly realm. Many of the foreign races whispered, not caring. With the mountain and river diagram here, Lu Ming could not escape at all. Especially the great emperors, they could break through the attacks of the grotto heaven treasure and attack the people inside. Many of the foreign races were waiting there. The first prince was in seclusion. Even if someone went to invite him, no one knew how long it would take for him to come out. After Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram, he no longer restrained himself and took out a large number of imperial herbs, sacred herbs, and supreme-grade origin stones. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, as long as Lu Ming cultivated the 7 divine mystic arts, Lu Ming's physical body would turn into a black hole and devour the energy crazily. The energy of the emperor herbs, saint herbs, and supreme-grade origin stones were all absorbed by Lu Ming's body. As soon as the energy entered Lu Ming's body, it seeped into every cell in Lu Ming's body, helping Lu Ming improve the strength of his body. As the days passed, Lu Ming's body grew stronger and stronger. Boom, half a month later, Lu Ming's physical strength had been raised to the extreme. Then, with a loud bang, the aura emitted from his body skyrocketed. At the same time, all the bones and muscles in his body were vibrating crazily, undergoing a transformation. His skin emitted a layer of treasure light, like the light of a divine weapon. Moments later, his muscles and bones finally stopped vibrating and calmed down. At this time, Lu Ming had completely broken through and cultivated the seven gods' mysterious art to the late 5th level. Lu Ming's strength increased explosively. He felt as if there was an inexhaustible amount of power in his body. At the same time, the strength of his muscles, defense, and vitality had also increased explosively, reaching an unbelievable level. Lu Ming had a feeling that he was invincible among the great emperors just by relying on the strength of his body. Ha ha ha, good. Let the foreign race's first prince come. Lu Ming laughed loudly. His spiritual consciousness spread out through the mountain and river diagram to observe the movements outside. He found that the first prince had not come yet. Lu Ming did not care. He continued to circulate the seven gods' mysterious art to consolidate his realm, slowly moving toward the late 5th level limit. After reaching the late 5th level of the seven gods' mysterious art, the next step was to break through to the 6th level. Once the seven gods' mysterious art reached the 6th level, the strength of his body alone would be comparable to a heavenly emperor. That would be truly terrifying. However, without a great opportunity, it would be extremely difficult to break through. The ancient body cultivation lineage had been passed down for so long, but there were only a few people who reached the heavenly emperor realm. From this, one could see how difficult it was to cultivate the seven gods' mysterious art to the 6th level. Lu Ming cultivated quietly. In a blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. At this time, there was finally movement outside. A figure silently appeared in the sky, overlooking the mountains and rivers. All the foreign races fell silent at the same time. It was just a young foreign race, similar to the human race. He was obviously from the royal family. However, he was different from the other royal families. He was extremely handsome, and his hair was golden. Under the sunlight, it shone brightly. His 3 eyes were also golden. When he opened and closed them, they were filled with supreme majesty. The first prince, the first royal family of the evil god tribe, known as the strongest prodigy in the history of the evil god tribe. He had reached the peak of the great emperor realm in less than 300 years of cultivation. He was known to have the bloodline closest to the foreign race's divine ancestor. His combat strength was even more shocking. Experts of the same level could not withstand a single blow from him. Greetings, First Prince. Countless foreign races bowed to the first prince. Even some heavenly emperors did the same. Their eyes were filled with respect. The first prince was destined to be invincible in the future. Where is he? The first prince asked. In that grotto heaven treasure. Someone pointed to the mountain and river diagram. The first prince's golden eyes looked at the mountain and river diagram. Boom, the first prince suddenly stomped his foot. A huge foot formed and pressed down on the mountain and river diagram. He actually attacked directly. It was abnormally domineering. Whoosh, the mountain and river diagram turned into a stream of light and flew out, dodging the attack. Then, a light flashed. Lu Ming's figure appeared and kept the mountain and river diagram. Make your move. I don't have so much time to waste. The first prince had his hands behind his back. His indifferent gaze swept toward Lu Ming. Cold, domineering, and filled with endless confidence. This was the first prince. He was high and mighty like a deity looking down on the common people. It was as if nothing could enter his eyes. Since you don't have time, please go back. I don't have so much time to waste with you. Lu Ming also said coldly. The other party's attitude made him unhappy. Ignorant. The first prince said indifferently. Lu Ming's words did not make him angry because Lu Ming was not qualified to make him angry. In his opinion, Lu Ming was just an ignorant ant. Boom, at this moment, the first prince emitted a powerful aura. It was indeed the aura of a peak great emperor. However, it gave people a terrifying pressure as if they were facing a heavenly emperor. Whoosh, the first prince took a step forward. His body turned into a golden stream of light and rushed toward Lu Ming. He then threw a punch. He still had one hand behind his back as if to say that he only needed one hand to deal with Lu Ming. Buzz, Lu Ming's muscles vibrated and he threw a punch too. Lu Ming did not use his supreme force in this punch. It was purely his physical strength. Boom, the two fists collided heavily and there was a loud explosion. Then, a figure was pushed back 100 miles. It was Lu Ming, the one who was pushed back was Lu Ming. The first prince did not move at all. What a terrifying power. Lu Ming was shocked. One had to know that he could completely suppress ordinary peak-grade emperors with just the strength of his physical body. But that punch just now, he was completely no match for it. He felt that the first prince's physical body was also terrifyingly strong, far surpassing other peak-grade emperors. Of course, the most shocking thing was still the kind of energy that the other party cultivated. It was like the energy of the ancient cultivation system, indestructible. To be able to block my punch and not be injured, there are extremely few below Heavenly Emperor. Your strength is not bad, no wonder you can defeat Kong Duo. The first prince opened his mouth, but his voice was still indifferent, high and mighty, filled with endless confidence. However, some of the surrounding Heavenly Emperor powerhouses revealed a look of shock in their eyes. They were not shocked by the first prince's combat strength, but by Lu Ming. Because just now, Lu Ming did not unleash the law, but relied solely on his physical body. Just relying on his physical body, he blocked the first prince's move. This was too shocking. They had seen Lu Ming attack before. Lu Ming's physical strength was not so strong before. Could it be that he concealed his strength previously, or he broke through this month? Many foreign races had this thought in their hearts. First prince, be careful. A heavenly emperor of a foreign race reminded. You're looking down on me. The first prince looked at this person, his golden eyes emitting a cold radiance. That heavenly emperor's face changed and hurriedly said, No, how would I dare to look down on the prince? It's fine if you don't. A human race brat, I can easily suppress him. The first prince opened his mouth indifferently, looked at Lu Ming again, took a step out, and blasted towards Lu Ming again. Still one hand behind his back, only using one hand, the power of this punch was several notches stronger than before. Come on. Lu Ming's eyes revealed fighting spirit, his entire body emitting various kinds of light, no less than a dozen. Boom, with the support of the law, Lu Ming's combat strength was even stronger, and he blasted out another punch. Another violent explosion sounded out. This time, Lu Ming did not retreat, successfully blocking the first prince's attack. The first prince was stunned, clearly somewhat surprised, as if he did not expect that under this punch, Lu Ming actually did not retreat. Whoosh, however, the first prince was only slightly taken aback. His movements did not stop. His fist turned into a palm, and his palm was like a blade, slashing towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's reaction was also very fast. He waved his palm to block. Bang! Bang, the two of them moved as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows before drifting back. This is your strength? It's not that great. Lu Ming chuckled. The first prince's golden eyes turned cold. Lu Ming's strength had indeed somewhat exceeded his expectations. In the past, unless his opponent's cultivation base was higher than his, he would defeat his opponents with a single hand. Even Kong Duo, who was ranked second on the longevity list, couldn't force him to use his second hand. But now, he couldn't deal with Lu Ming. You do have some strength, but in front of me, you are still far from enough. The first prince said coldly. His other hand finally reached out. Whoosh, the first prince rushed towards Lu Ming like a stream of light and unleashed a terrifying attack. Good timing. Lu Ming let out a long roar, and all kinds of laws emanated from his body. Bang! 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 The two of them once again charged at each other and engaged in a fierce battle. This time, the battle was even more intense and terrifying than the battle between Lu Ming and Kong Duo. How can this Lu Ming be so strong? How is it possible? Could it be that he didn't use his full strength in the battle with Kong Duo? Many of the foreign races were extremely shocked. Lu Ming's strength seemed to be bottomless. They sent out stronger people, but Lu Ming's strength was also endless. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Prince Di had exchanged hundreds of blows. Destroy, kill. The first prince let out a long roar. Golden light burst out from his third eye like divine swords, slashing towards Lu Ming. The two of them worked together, and their attacks were even stronger. However, Lu Ming's laws were also increasing. At this moment, Lu Ming had already unleashed 49 laws. Boom, the two of them exchanged another blow and retreated at the same time. If that's all you've got, then you'll lose. Lu Ming said coldly. The laws on his body increased and his aura became stronger. In the end, 81 laws covered his body, and Lu Ming's aura reached its peak. This made the faces of all the foreign races turn ugly. Was the first prince going to lose too? No, it couldn't be. Many of the foreign races shook their heads frantically. You're the first person in hundreds of years to force me to this extent. I'll let you have a taste of my ultimate strength. Supreme. Descend. The first prince let out a long roar. An extremely bright light burst out from his third eye. The golden light was even more dazzling than the sun. Then, a figure appeared in the first prince's third eye. The figure stepped out of Prince Di's third eye. It was a burly figure, but he was shrouded in a golden light. His appearance could not be seen clearly, but his aura was extremely terrifying. Divine Ancestor, the aura of the Divine Ancestor. The Divine Ancestor has descended. No, it's the power of the Divine Ancestor. The first prince's bloodline is the closest to the Divine Ancestor. He can already borrow a trace of the Divine Ancestor's power. Many of the foreign races shouted. Kill. The first prince shouted. The figure stepped out and charged towards Lu Ming. There was a grave look in Lu Ming's eyes. He could sense danger and pressure from this figure. But he was not afraid, it was just the power of the first prince. It could not be the Divine Ancestor himself. Boom, Lu Ming unleashed all his strength and charged forward, engaging in an intense battle with that figure. Boom. Boom. Boom, the two of them fought fiercely. In the blink of an eye, they were evenly matched. Merge with my body. The first prince shouted again. The figure retreated, turned into a ray of light, and merged with the first prince's body. The first prince's aura became stronger. Kill. The first prince charged towards Lu Ming. The two of them fought again. The void collapsed, and the space within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles was in chaos. Endless space storms swept up. The battle between the two of them was too powerful. It could destroy heaven and earth. Terrifying. It's too terrifying. Is this still a great emperor? How can a great emperor have such combat strength? Oh my god, this is a battle between heavenly emperors. The two of them fought to the extreme. The power that erupted was too strong, far surpassing that of ordinary peak great emperors. If other peak great emperors were to enter, they would probably be killed in one move. The power that the two of them displayed had far surpassed the level of a great emperor. A battle between the peak. A true battle between the peak. Bam. Bam. Bam, as the battle progressed, the two of them fought crazily and were hit continuously. Both of them were hit, but they did not care. They continued to fight. Lu Ming had the indestructible ancient scripture. Although he was hit, he could recover quickly. This battle lasted for more than 1,000 moves. At this stage, it was no longer a competition of battle strength but endurance. In the end, Lu Ming had the indestructible ancient scripture and an unparalleled physical body. He slowly gained the upper hand and started to suppress the first prince. At this moment, both of them were covered in blood because they had been hit too many times. Pooh, Lu Ming punched the first prince's shoulder again. Half of his body almost exploded. At the same time, Lu Ming was also hit. His injuries were also very serious. However, his recovery speed was faster than the other party. Kill. Lu Ming did not give the other party a chance to recover at all. He charged forward with his injuries. The more they fought, the more serious the first prince's injuries were. He was less and less of a match for Lu Ming. In the end, he was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. Kacha, the first prince's chest was hit. His bones were broken and his body flew far away. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood and his aura was extremely weak. Lu Ming was about to completely suppress the other party in one go. However, at this moment, a light flashed and a figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. This figure was wearing a crown and emitted an earth-shattering aura. Under this aura, Lu Ming could not move at all. He could not even move a finger. The alien king, this was an alien king. He was terrifyingly powerful. The difference between Lu Ming and the other party was too great. Enough. The alien king said coldly. His face was very gloomy. Greetings to the king. Many people bowed. The evil god tribe had 10 royal tribes. The king of each royal tribe had a high status and was respected by most of the other races. Today's battle ends here. Everyone, back off. The alien king instructed. Yes. Many of the other races bowed and then flew towards the Saint Mountain. However, they were shocked in their hearts. This was especially so for Mo Tianluo, Storm, and a few others. They were even a little dazed. They understood that even if the alien king appeared, it would not change the fact that the first prince had also been defeated. This so-called strongest genius in the history of the evil god tribe had also been defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming defeated the entire 10,000 years list by himself. This was something they had never dreamed of. The first prince stood in the distance, his golden eyes flickering with a cold light. Kill! The first prince shouted coldly. He turned into a stream of light and charged toward Lu Ming. He had always been invincible. Now that he had suffered his first defeat, he developed a strong desire to kill Lu Ming. However, halfway through, he was blocked by a power. It was the power of the outsider king. You cannot kill him. The alien king spoke. This person is a human. He must be killed, or there will be no end of trouble in the future. The first prince shouted. Whether we kill or not, we know what we're doing. Stand down. The outsider king berated. The first prince's expression changed. Even though he was known as the strongest prodigy in the history of the evil god world and had an extremely high status, he still did not dare to act impudently in front of the alien king. The 10 kings of the evil god tribe were the 10 people with the highest status in the evil god realm, excluding the sacred ancestor. Stand down. Another voice sounded in the first prince's ears. Hearing this voice, the first prince's expression changed again. Because this voice was his father's voice. His golden eyes coldly swept over Lu Ming. The first prince turned into a streak of light and flew toward the sacred mountain. At the scene, only Lu Ming, Jia Yi, and a few others were left. Lu Ming did not say anything. Being in the evil god world, he had no choice. No matter what the other party wanted to do with him, he was already prepared. However, they could forget about making him submit. In the depths of the sky, several outsider kings were discussing something. What should we do now? One of the outsider kings asked. All of this was completely out of their expectations, and it was also completely out of their control. Their plan was to let Lu Ming see the strength of their evil god world, to make Lu Ming despair and make Lu Ming submit. However, they had never imagined that Lu Ming's talent would be so high, and his combat strength would be so strong. He had actually broken through the longevity list. In this way, the ones who would suffer would be them, the evil god tribe, and not Lu Ming. Below the heavenly emperor, no one could defeat Lu Ming. How could they make Lu Ming submit? Their plan had failed. I really didn't expect this child's talent to be so strong. No wonder Saint Ancestor Xianxia would choose him. Once Saint Ancestor Xianxia revives in his body, he will definitely be able to return to his peak. That's right. Unfortunately, the prison suppressing steel is in the way. The outsider king's expressions were very ugly. For a moment, they could not think of a way. They could not take away the prison suppressing steel, and Lu Ming did not submit. There was nothing they could do. Are we going to ask the Saint Ancestor? One outsider king spoke, but the other outsider kings fell silent. No, after that battle, the Saint Ancestor has been in seclusion to recover from his injuries. Unless it's extremely urgent, we can't disturb him. That's right. I suggest that we wait for a while and spend some time researching. I don't believe that we can't find a way to take away the prison-suppressing steel. The other outsider kings spoke one after another. A few hundred years, a few thousand years, or even a few tens of thousands of years, was just the blink of an eye in their eyes. At most, they would spend another few tens of thousands of years researching. They did not believe that they could not find a way. I suggest that we imprison Lu Ming in the eternal cage. This kid hasn't even lived for 200 years. If we imprison him in the eternal cage for a few thousand years or even a few tens of thousands of years, he might submit. That's right. The non-humankind kings all nodded and reached a consensus. I'll bring him there. One of the emperors of the foreign tribes said before disappearing with a flicker. Lu Ming suddenly felt a powerful force shrouding him. His vision turned dark and he could not see anything. Let's see what you're up to. Lu Ming's expression remained calm. He sat down with his legs crossed and waited patiently. After some time, Lu Ming was swept away by a force and left the darkness. A light appeared in front of him. Where is this? Lu Ming looked around. He discovered that he had appeared in a stone chamber. The stone chamber's door was tightly shut. Looks like I'm locked back in the secret chamber again. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Since he was here, he might as well take things as they came. Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and circulated his cultivation to adjust his breathing. In the previous battle, he had more or less suffered some injuries. Although he had the indestructible ancient scripture, he had not fully recovered. After a period of recuperation, Lu Ming recovered to his peak state not long after. In the following time, Lu Ming comprehended the laws every day and tempered his physical body. In a blink of an eye, 3 months passed. Gotcha, on this day, the stone chamber's door opened. An outsider wearing red battle armor walked in. Heavenly Emperor. Seeing this outsider, Lu Ming's heart stirred. This outsider was a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Follow me. The red-armored outsider said coldly, then turned around and left. Lu Ming walked out of the stone room and followed the blood-red armored foreign race. So many stone rooms? Lu Ming was taken aback. Outside the stone room, there was a stone passageway. On both sides of the passageway, there were stone doors. Clearly, these were all stone rooms. This place was completely different from the place where Lu Ming was imprisoned for 100 years. This place was definitely not the capital city. At this time, the doors of the stone rooms opened one after another, and figures walked out from inside. Human race. Lu Ming was taken aback. Those who walked out of those stone rooms were actually from the human race. One person walked out of each stone room. Could these humans have been captured from the heaven realm? Not long after, Lu Ming saw some divine beasts again, but all of them had transformed into human form. In addition, Lu Ming also discovered a characteristic, and that was that some people were like him, not wearing anything on their bodies, just like when they were outside. However, some of them wore silver-chained armor that covered their arms and legs. What is this place? A place to imprison the prisoners of the heaven realm? Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind one after another. The others also saw Lu Ming, revealing curious looks. But no one spoke, because there were many foreign races wearing blood-red armor, and all of them had Heavenly Emperor realm cultivation. Lu Ming saw that there were no less than 10 of them. Following the passageway, they walked all the way forward. Not long after, the passageway came to an end. At the end of the passageway was a huge cave. It was very huge. Above the cave, there was a hole, and a beam of light shot down from the hole. Lu Ming guessed that this might be the interior of a mountain. There were passageways all around the cave. From each passageway, people gathered. The majority were humans, and there were also divine beasts. In fact, Lu Ming saw foreign races also wearing silver chain armor, looking like prisoners. Around the cave stood foreign races wearing fiery red armor. Of course, it was impossible for all of them to be heavenly emperors. Most of them were great emperors. But there were a lot of them, more than 200 of them. The power of the foreign races gathered in this place was shockingly strong. Is this a cage of the alien race? Lu Ming speculated. Hey little brother, you're new here. I've never seen you before. At this time, a big man with messy hair walked over and greeted Lu Ming. Yes, I've only been here for a few months. As Lu Ming spoke, he also sized up the other party. The other party looked to be in his 50s. His hair and beard were messy, but one could still vaguely see that he was very handsome. There was a dignified aura around him. He was also wearing a chain armor. You should be from the Heaven Realm, right? And from the Heaven Realm, you should be less than 1,000 years old. You still have the smell of the Heaven Realm on you, a familiar yet strange smell. The large man sighed, revealing a nostalgic expression. Big brother, did you also come from the Heaven Realm? Lu Ming asked. That's right. However, that was many, many years ago. I don't even know how many years ago it was. I heard that it should be the ancient era. The large man sighed. Ancient era. Lu Ming was shocked. Could it be that the other party was captured by the foreign races during the war in the ancient era and imprisoned here? From the ancient era until now, how many years had it been? It was really hard to imagine. Are the humans and divine beasts here all seniors from the Heaven Realm? Lu Ming asked again. No, only a small portion of them came from the Heaven Realm. The large man shook his head. A small portion? Lu Ming was shocked. Haha, don't tell me you think that only the Heaven Realm and the Primordial Realm have humans? In fact, there are humans in the Evil God Realm too. The large man laughed. There are humans in the Evil God tribe? This time, Lu Ming was even more shocked. He had never heard that there were humans in the Evil God Realm. Weren't the Evil God Realm full of foreign races? The 10 royal foreign races occupied the entire Evil God Realm. Haha, I'm a human here. Xianxia, this little brother, are you from the Heaven Realm? At this time, a large man with fiery red hair walked over. He looked to be in his 50s and was also wearing a chain armor. The large man with messy hair from before was called Xianxia. That's right. Xianxia nodded and introduced, he's called Wu Tai, a human from the Evil God Realm. Little brother, what's your name? I'm Lu Ming. Lu Ming introduced himself and then started chatting with Xianxia and Wu Tai. Both of them were very forthright. As they chatted, Lu Ming learned a lot about this place. This place was called the Eternal Prison. It was a place where the foreign races imprisoned criminals. Once they were imprisoned, it would be difficult for them to leave. When these people were imprisoned, they were given medicine on the spot. Yes, medicine. Every once in a while, the foreign races would send people to draw their blood and use their blood to refine pills for the foreign races to consume to increase their cultivation. Moreover, Lu Ming knew that there were humans in the Evil God Realm. They were still in a place called the Hell-Suppressing World, resisting the foreign races. Moreover, the Hell-Suppressing World was very powerful. Hell-Suppressing World? The name is so similar to the Hell-Suppressing Steel. Lu Ming's heart trembled as he thought of many things. Perhaps the foreign races were held back by the Hell-Suppressing World, which was why they couldn't attack the Heavenly World. Why are there outsiders imprisoned here as well? Lu Ming asked again. Because some foreign races are against attacking the Heavenly World. Look, there are more than 10 foreign races over there. They are all very powerful existences, but they were against attacking the Heavenly World in the ancient era. That's why they are imprisoned here. Xianxia pointed to the left. Lu Ming looked over. True enough, he saw more than 10 foreign clans. All of them were members of the foreign clan and they were wearing silver chain armor. I see. Lu Ming was enlightened. It seemed like not all foreign races were in favor of attacking the Heavenly World. There were some who were against it. In fact, Lu Ming had always been curious. Why did the foreign races have to attack the Heavenly World? Wouldn't it be better for everyone to live in peace? Big brother Xianxia, you have been imprisoned here since the ancient era. Could it be that after so many years, no one has escaped from here? Lu Ming asked again. No. Xianxia shook his head and sighed, the entire eternal cage is enveloped by a treasure and set up a terrifying restriction. It is said that the treasure is the treasure of the evil god race's sacred ancestor. Once it is set up, the restriction cannot be broken at all. Moreover, that restriction also has a terrifying killing power. As long as one is inside the restriction, once there is any movement and the restriction is activated, even a peak heavenly emperor will be killed. Lu Ming was shocked. If a peak heavenly emperor was to be killed, that would be too terrifying. A peak heavenly emperor was the strongest person in the world. Lu Ming could not imagine how strong he was. Lu Ming, brother Xianxia is a peak heavenly emperor. On the side, Wu Tai spoke up. What? Peak heavenly emperor? Xianxia was actually a peak heavenly emperor. A peak heavenly emperor, whether it was in the evil god realm or the heaven realm, was in existence at the peak. There weren't many such people in the evil god realm or the heaven realm. According to what Lu Ming knew, the top 10 war beasts were peak heavenly emperors at their peak. And this seemingly ordinary person in front of him, who couldn't feel the slightest bit of aura, was actually a peak heavenly emperor. Xianxia used to be a famous figure in the heaven realm. Brother Lu Ming, have you never heard of him? Wu Tai looked at Lu Ming curiously. No. Lu Ming shook his head. Ha ha ha, Wu Tai, how long has it been since I was in the heaven realm? So many years have passed, who still remembers my name? Xianxia laughed, not minding it. The 9-headed golden lion is famous everywhere. Back then, even the evil god realm had a thunderous reputation. Wu Tai grinned. What? 9-headed golden lion, this time, Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. Of course he knew about the 9-headed golden lion. Who didn't know about one of the top 10 war beasts, the 9-headed golden lion? However, it was said that the 9-headed golden lion had already died in battle during the ancient war. The Xianxia in front of him was actually one of the top 10 war beasts, the 9-headed golden lion. So he wasn't dead. You've heard of it? Wu Tai said. Of course, who hasn't heard of the 9-headed golden lion, one of the top 10 war beasts? Lu Ming said. Everything is just a false reputation. Aren't you still a prisoner? Xianxia laughed at himself. Big brother Xianxia, big brother Wu Tai, why are you wearing this chain armor but I'm not? Lu Ming asked curiously. This kind of armor can seal a person's cultivation. It is covered with formations that can seal a person's cultivation through their acupoints. Those above the heavenly emperor realm all wear this kind of armor. As for those below the heavenly emperor realm, their cultivation is not high. Even if they don't wear armor, the evil god race can easily suppress them, so they don't wear it. Wu Tai explained. Lu Ming suddenly understood. No wonder some people were wearing armor while others were not. So that was the reason. There were restrictions set up around this place, which had terrifying defensive and killing power. Even heavenly emperors could not get out, let alone those below heavenly emperors. Moreover, the other races still had so many experts guarding this place. Those below heavenly emperor could not stir up any waves at all. He's here. Xianxia suddenly said as he looked in a certain direction. Lu Ming and Wu Tai also looked in the same direction. A bald middle-aged man walked over with a group of outsiders in fiery red armor. The bald middle-aged man looked no different from a human, but the third eye between his eyebrows told everyone that he was a foreign race. His body emitted an incomparably terrifying aura, as if he was high up in the universe. His pressure was like the heavens and the earth, and the universe. How terrifying. Lu Ming sensed it slightly and felt cold sweat all over his body. His heartbeat quickened. This person's name is Duo Lei. He is the commander of the Myriad World Cage. At the same time, he is also a peak heavenly emperor. Wu Tai whispered. Peak heavenly emperor. Lu Ming's eyes turned intent. No wonder the feeling he gave people was so terrifying. A peak heavenly emperor was guarding this place. Even if there were no restrictions set up, not many people would be able to escape. Duo Lei cultivates a strange combat technique that requires him to absorb powerful battle chi. So every once in a while, he will gather everyone together and then pick people to compete, to duel, and carry out a great battle. And he can absorb the battle chi of others. Wu Tai continued to explain. Lu Ming nodded, finally understanding why these people were gathered here. Duo Lei came to the middle of the cave. With a wave of his hand, a battle platform appeared and landed in the middle of the cave. According to the old rules, whoever I call, whoever goes up to fight. If anyone doesn't do their best and is half-hearted, after this, I will drain their blood. Duo Lei said coldly, his gaze like lightning, sweeping in all directions. The faces of the people who were swept by him changed, somewhat solemn. Duo Lei was vicious and merciless. He would definitely do what he said. Many people had been imprisoned here for countless years and were naturally very clear. Lu Ji, Wang Meng, you guys go up. Duo Lei called out. Then, Lu Ming saw two figures walk up the battle platform. Both of them wore silver chain armor. Clearly, they were both heavenly emperors. After the two of them stepped onto the battle platform, Duo Lei waved his hand, and the armor on their bodies flew away and landed in Duo Lei's hands. Boom! Boom! The moment the armor flew away, astonishing auras erupted from Lu Ji and Wang Meng's bodies. This is a 3-star heavenly emperor. Lu Ming's eyes focused. Two people who stepped onto the battle platform were 3-star heavenly emperors. The number of experts imprisoned in this eternal prison was astonishing. Lu Ji and Wang Meng looked at each other, then suddenly took a step forward, charging towards each other. Boom! Boom! The two of them clashed fiercely on the battle platform. The two of them had similar cultivation. They erupted with their full strength, not holding back at all. The battle was incomparably intense. This is not a law system. As soon as the two of them started fighting, Lu Ming discovered that the two of them did not cultivate the law system at all. Instead, they cultivated the immemorial martial Tao, which was similar to the immemorial martial Tao. The two of them are from my hell suppression world. What they cultivate should be different from the current heaven realm, right? On the side, Wu Tai said. Yes. Lu Ming nodded. The law system had risen at the end of the immemorial martial Tao, and the hell suppression world should have always been in the evil god realm. It was normal for their cultivation to be different. The two of them fought for hundreds of moves. In the end, Lu Ji won slightly and defeated Wang Meng. Duo Lei watched from the side, his eyes flickering with excitement. A layer of light flickered on his body, flickering indeterminately. After Lu Ji and Wang Meng's battle, Duo Lei called two people up to fight. They were also heavenly emperors. Every group had similar cultivation, so the battle was incomparably intense. Their fighting spirit soared into the sky. This was very beneficial to Duo Lei. Just like this, several groups fought in succession. There were heavenly emperors and great emperors. Lu Ming discovered that none of them cultivated the law system. Qing Tsang told him that there were not many captured from the heaven realm. Most of the humans here were from the hell suppression world. Recently, we have a newcomer here, a peerless genius from the heaven realm. Suddenly, Duo Lei spoke, and then looked at Lu Ming. The others could not help but look at Lu Ming. There was really no one as young as Lu Ming here. I heard that you are very strong. Go up and fight. Duo Lei said. Lu Ming's gaze moved, but he did not speak. He stepped out and landed on the battle stage. You, go up and fight him. Duo Lei pointed at an old man. That old man jumped onto the battle stage, his body emitting a powerful aura. He was a peak great emperor. Little brother, you have to be careful. This old man's cultivation is peak great emperor. The old man said kindly. Thank you, senior. Please. Lu Ming said with a smile. Be careful. The old man said as he charged towards Lu Ming. His palm was as sharp as a knife as he slashed towards Lu Ming. Buzz, the old man's palm vibrated as a strange energy circulated around it. It really looked like a battle knife. The old man cultivated the Archean martial path and his attack power was shocking. Since he had attacked, he would not hold back as Duo Lu would not allow anyone to hold back. Lu Ming took a deep breath and threw out a punch. It was a simple punch, but it caused the space in the fighting ring to explode. The wind howled and the power was shocking. However, there was a layer of light around the fighting ring that blocked the wanton energy chi. The elder's pupil suddenly widened. The power of Lu Ming's punch was extremely shocking. He was taken aback. Swoosh, the old man changed his move. He shook his arm and slashed out dozens of times. Dozens of blade lights slashed towards Lu Ming's fist. However, when Lu Ming's fist hit the old man's blade lights, they exploded. The terrifying fist force crushed through and collided with the old man's palm. The old man's body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. He then retreated until he hit the light screen at the edge of the fighting ring. His face turned pale. So powerful. Many people were shocked and they could not help but re-evaluate Lu Ming. Previously, when they saw how young Lu Ming was, they thought that even if he was a genius, he would not be too strong. It was already shocking that he had the combat strength of a great emperor. However, when Lu Ming attacked, they were shocked. He defeated a peak great emperor with a single punch. This little brother Lu Ming is really not bad. He looks really young. He is cultivated for no more than 1,000 years, but he actually has such combat abilities. It's really shocking. Wu Tai exclaimed. Xianxia's eyes were filled with surprise as he said, looking at his cultivation, he should be a body cultivator. He's already a peak great emperor. He can be said to be a rare genius. It's a pity that he's imprisoned in the eternal cage. Xianxia sighed. Wu Tai was the same. He was so young and had such combat strength. If he had enough time, he would definitely become a terrifying expert. It was a pity that he was captured by the foreign races. It was tantamount to cutting off all hope. Little brother's combat strength is amazing. I'm impressed. On the fighting ring, the old man cupped his fists. His eyes were filled with admiration. Senior, you're too polite. Lu Ming said. Duo Lu, I'm really no match. The old man. Trash. Ao. Duo looked at a middle-aged man wearing silver chain armor and said. He was a heavenly emperor. Duo Lu actually asked him to fight a great emperor? Duo Lu, you've gone too far. Lu Ming is just a great emperor. It's meaningless for you to ask him to fight Ao Jing. Xianxia shouted. When is it your turn to interrupt when I do things? Xianxia, remember your current identity. You're just a prisoner. Don't think of yourself as one of the top 10 beasts. Duo Lu glanced at Xianxia coldly, then looked at Ao Jing and said, go up and fight. Go all out. Ao Jing was helpless and could only step onto the fighting ring. Duo Lu waved his hand, and the armor on Ao Jing's body flew away. Roar, a dragon roar sounded. Ao Jing's body emitted a powerful aura. Ao Jing was a true dragon, and his cultivation was a 1-star heavenly emperor. Little brother, be careful. Ao Jing reminded. Senior, just go all out. Lu Ming said, his eyes revealing a strong fighting spirit. This was his first time fighting a heavenly emperor. A heavenly emperor was much stronger than a great emperor. There had never been a great emperor who could fight a heavenly emperor. Someone as strong as the #1 prince of the foreign races, known as the strongest prodigy of the foreign races, with astonishing combat strength, would probably not be a match for the weakest 1-star heavenly emperor. Lu Ming was looking forward to how far he could fight a 1-star heavenly emperor if he went all out. Moreover, although he had grasped 81 types of laws now, the application of the 81 types of laws was not very perfect. At least, he was unable to interweave all the laws together to form a divine ability. He could not achieve perfection. All of this was very difficult to slowly cultivate and comprehend by himself. However, in an intense battle, there would often be great gains. Therefore, Lu Ming was looking forward to it, and his fighting spirit was also very strong. Buzz. Buzz, all kinds of light appeared on Lu Ming's body. That was the light of laws. That's laws. Below the fighting ring, Xianxia was shocked. He did not expect that Lu Ming actually cultivated laws. Wait, so many kinds, no, several kinds of strongest laws. What's going on? Oh my god, it's still increasing. Xianxia's eyes suddenly became round. Because the laws on Lu Ming's body were constantly flashing. More than 10 kinds, more than 20 kinds, 50 kinds, and the strongest laws were also constantly increasing. Xianxia's eyes became bigger and bigger, and finally became completely dumbfounded. What Xianxia cultivated was not the law system, but the ancient demon Tao. However, in ancient times, the law system dominated the heaven realm and was incomparably prosperous. He naturally understood it very well. At this moment, seeing the laws on Lu Ming's body, he was really dumbfounded. Not only him, but around the fighting ring, those who had some understanding of the law system were also dumbfounded. In an instant, Lu Ming's 81 types of laws all appeared, forming a battle suit that covered his entire body. Lu Ming erupted his strength to the extreme. "Senior, please." Lu Ming stretched out his hand and reminded Ao Jing. "Little brother, amazing." Ao Jing's eyes were also filled with amazement, and the aura on his body also rose to the extreme. Boom! Boom! The two of them moved at the same time, pouncing on each other and launching a terrifying attack. With a violent roar, the two of them collided, and then, both of them retreated. The difference was that Ao Jing only took 3 steps back, while Lu Ming took 15 steps back. What amazing power! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Ao Jing also cultivated the law system, but the ancient demon Dao. The ancient demon Dao cultivated the physical body and demon power. The combination of the demon body and demon power was extremely powerful. In the exchange just now, Ao Jing's power was completely above Lu Ming's. However, he did not know that the others were even more shocked. He blocked it. A great emperor actually confronted a heavenly emperor head-on. Incredible. Ao Jing did not hold back. It is indeed incredible. He can be called a peerless demon. Unfortunately, he was imprisoned in the eternal cage. Many people sighed, feeling pity for Lu Ming. Again. Lu Ming shouted, and at this moment, his fighting spirit was getting stronger and stronger. Boom, he rushed toward Ao Jing again, raising his strength to the extreme, and fought with Ao Jing. Ao Jing was not to be outdone, and charged toward Lu Ming. Bam! Bam! In a twinkle, Lu Ming fought fiercely with Ao Jing for several dozen moves. Delightful, delightful. The more Lu Ming fought, the more excited he got, his fighting intent surging to the sky. Although he was completely at a disadvantage, being suppressed by Ao Jing, it was not that easy for Ao Jing to want to win him either. Fighting with a heavenly emperor, Lu Ming could completely erupt with all of his strength. Furthermore, the other party could give him powerful pressure at all times, making him more proficient in his grasp of laws, understanding deeper. Bang! Bang! In the great battle, Lu Ming evolved all kinds of laws to the extreme, blasting out all kinds of different divine abilities. Good, good, good. Below the battle stage, Duo Lei said good 3 times in a row. He cultivated a kind of combat method and needed to absorb battle chi. He discovered that when Lu Ming fought with people, his fighting intent was extremely strong. It could let him absorb even more battle chi. He was already planning in his heart to let Lu Ming take the field more often in the future. What astonishing combat strength! The others also marveled endlessly, being shocked by Lu Ming's strength. Lu Ming's strength was already virtually close to Heavenly Emperor realm. Heavenly Emperor realms were definitely too weak to withstand a single blow in Lu Ming's hands. This battle was several hundred moves. After fighting for so long, Lu Ming was finally no match, being sent flying by Ao Jing, slamming into the light screen, vomiting fresh blood. He was defeated, but his eyes were endlessly excited. That battle earlier deepened his application of all kinds of laws a little more. Senior is formidable, junior is not a match. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. The formidable one is you. If not for me relying on my high cultivation, how can I be your match? Ao Jing exclaimed. Indeed, if let him fight with Lu Ming on the same level, he probably could not even block one move from Lu Ming. Following that, the two people went down the battle stage. Duo Lei called the others up to fight fiercely again. A day later, Duo Lei seemed to be perfectly satisfied, making everyone disperse and return to their respective locked secret rooms. That Lu Ming, don't draw his blood, it's useful to me. After the crowd dispersed, Duo Lei instructed his subordinates. After drawing blood, the person would definitely be weakened and would not be able to fight for a period of time. He wanted to leave Lu Ming to fight with others so that he could absorb battle chi. The others had been imprisoned here for too long and were already numb to it. Even if they fought with all their might, they would not be able to unleash too much battle chi. However, when Lu Ming was fighting, his fighting spirit was high, and his battle chi was extremely dense, which made him happy. Yes. The other outsiders accepted the order. After Lu Ming returned to his stone room, he continued to cultivate. He carefully recalled the battle just now, and his understanding of the use of laws gradually deepened. A few months passed in the blink of an eye. A few months later, Duo Lu summoned them again and had them fight. This time, Duo Lei called Lu Ming over again, battling with another one-star heavenly emperor. In this battle, Lu Ming was still at a disadvantage. However, after exchanging several hundred moves, Lu Ming was defeated. Just like this, every few months, Lu Ming had to fight once. His gains were great. He also became more and more proficient in the application of various laws. The divine abilities that he comprehended himself also became more and more. Furthermore, no one came to draw Lu Ming's blood either. Time flew by. In a blink of an eye, Lu Ming had already been in the myriad generations prison for 10 years. In 10 years, Lu Ming was already very familiar with the people here. He was familiar with many people. And in these 10 years, Lu Ming wholeheartedly comprehended all kinds of laws, his improvement astonishing. He was finally able to interweave 81 kinds of laws together, forming a kind of divine ability. 81 kinds of laws interweaved together, turning into a long spear with astonishing power. This made Lu Ming's combat strength increase a little again. He was truly able to fight to a draw with a one-star heavenly emperor, creating a miracle that no one could create since ancient times. 81 kinds of laws, I'm finally perfected into one. I can finally assault the great emperor realm now. Lu Ming pondered, his eyes revealing a look of anticipation. Lu Ming had experienced too much along the way. Even in the midst of adversity, he would not be discouraged either. He believed that as long as his strength became stronger and stronger, there would always be a way to get out. Now, he planned on assaulting the great emperor realm. 81 kinds of laws included all of the strongest laws and most of the King Dao laws. Once he succeeded in assaulting the great emperor realm, who knew what kind of power it would have? Lu Ming was looking forward to it very much. Better enter the mountain and river diagram. Otherwise, the commotion caused by breaking through is too great. Lu Ming's heart stirred, then he entered the mountain and river diagram. Fortunately, his cultivation was low. The other races did not care about him and did not let him wear chain armor. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to cultivate. Entering the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming took out a large number of chaos stones and superior-grade raw stones, placed them all around, then sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. 3 days later, Lu Ming's state was adjusted to the extreme. Begin. Lu Ming whispered. At this moment, the heart of the realm in his small world emitted a bright light. At this moment, the heart of the realm had fused with 81 kinds of laws and was undergoing a shocking change. The 81 kinds of laws completely gathered together, intertwined, and fused together. The quantitative change led to a qualitative change. The 81 kinds of laws would slowly transform into a higher level, which was the Great Tao. This was the process of ordinary people's cultivation. This process could not be done overnight. It needed time. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. At this moment, the 81 kinds of laws could no longer be seen in the heart of the realm. There was only chaos, a piece of gray, like the light of chaos, but there were some differences. Boom, at this moment, a violent explosion came from Lu Ming's body. An incomparably mysterious aura spread out from Lu Ming's body. At this moment, the color of Lu Ming's heart of the realm changed from gray to purplish gold. In an instant, it completely turned purplish gold. It was filled with a noble aura. It was high and mighty, like the ruler of heaven and earth. A purplish gold light also spread out from Lu Ming's body. It made him look sacred and inviolable, like a god that ruled the world. Breakthrough, Lu Ming knew that he had broken through. He had stepped into the great emperor realm. Devour. Lu Ming's heart moved. His body was like a black hole, crazily devouring the energy around him. Bang! Bang! Piles of supreme-grade origin stones exploded, turning into an extremely dense tide of origin chi that poured into Lu Ming's body and into his small world. At the same time, the chaos stones exploded one after another. Strands of chaos chi were absorbed by Lu Ming and refined by Lu Ming, entering his small world. Lu Ming's small world expanded rapidly. Originally, when Lu Ming was at the peak of the true emperor realm, the size of his small world was 700,000 miles. But now, it was expanding rapidly. As Lu Ming refined energy entered, it expanded rapidly. 750,000 miles, 800,000 miles, 900,000 miles. Soon, Lu Ming's small world expanded to 1 million miles. Ordinary people who had just cultivated to the great emperor realm would stop when their small world expanded to 1 million miles. However, Lu Ming did not stop at all. He continued to expand and the speed was getting faster and faster. 1 million, 2 million, 5 million, 2 million miles, it's still expanding. Then continue to refine for me. Lu Ming kept taking out supreme-grade origin stones and chaos stones. A large number of supreme-grade origin stones were refined. Fortunately, Lu Ming's resources were abundant. Over the years, he had killed many opponents and accumulated a large number of resources. In particular, he had obtained too many resources on the Void Divine Island. There were more than 20,000 Chaos Stones and Primordial Stones respectively. There were countless Supreme-grade Origin Stones. Lu Ming did not count them at all. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to afford it. Lu Ming did not care about resources at all. No matter how many resources there were, it was most practical to turn them into strength. As a large number of resources were refined, Lu Ming's small world continued to expand crazily. 3 million miles, 4 million miles. In the end, Lu Ming's small world expanded to a radius of 10 million miles before it stopped. The others who had just broken through to the Great Emperor realm only had a small world of 1 million miles. However, Lu Ming's small world had a radius of 10 million miles, which was 10 times that of the others. This was the distance between length and width. As for the area, it was unknown how many times more, at least 100 times. This was already comparable to a heavenly emperor realm's small world. Of course, the amount of resources consumed was also shocking. Lu Ming used a total of 3,000 chaos stones. As for supreme-grade origin stones, it was even more shocking. Lu Ming did not count them at all. However, everything was worth it. Lu Ming felt that the world power in his body was extremely rich. It was not like the world power that an ordinary Great Emperor realm could have at all. My current realm is obviously still a 1-star Great Emperor. However, the world power is many times richer than the other 1-star Great Emperor's world power. Lu Ming muttered. His current world power was really too rich. There's a different kind of energy in the power of the world. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt that his world energy was mixed with a trace of purple gold energy. Moreover, Lu Ming felt that this energy was extremely shocking. It was much stronger than world energy. Could it be my great Tao? Lu Ming thought of the great Tao he controlled. Then, with a thought, a purple light radiated from Lu Ming's body. In the unseen world, there was a kind of energy that was under his control. That energy was incomparably mysterious, but it emitted a terrifying might, as though it could dominate everything. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have become one with the world. It was as if all the energy in the world could be used by him. Lu Ming seemed to be able to dominate everything. With a thought, a mountain in the mountain river diagram in the distance directly turned into ashes and dissipated. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This power was too terrifying. He only had to think about it in his mind. This is my great Tao. No, a great Tao is definitely not this powerful. I seem to have become one with time. Isn't this the embodiment of the heavenly Tao? But it's different from the heavenly Tao. Lu Ming instructed in his thoughts, feeling very puzzled. He realized that the great Tao he controlled was different from the other great Taos. He was sure that the other great Taos were vulnerable in front of him. However, it was also different from the heavenly Tao. Even his power of the world was mixed with this kind of power. It was different from the great Tao and also different from the heavenly Tao. It was like a brand new Tao. It should be related to my cultivation. I cultivate 81 types of laws, which is why such a mysterious Tao was born. Lu Ming analyzed. The most fundamental composition of heaven and earth was the laws. There were tens of thousands of laws. However, the most important ones were the 10 strongest laws and many other monarch laws. Although there were many other ordinary laws, their effects were far inferior to the 10 strongest laws and monarch laws. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had mastered all the strongest laws and most of the monarch laws. After breaking through to the great emperor realm, he had mastered a mysterious Tao. I wonder how powerful this Tao of mine is. Lu Ming thought, then closed his eyes and began to experiment. When he used this mysterious Tao, he seemed to have become one with heaven and earth. His consciousness floated out and extended out of the stone room. Lu Ming saw everything in the other stone rooms. He continued to extend his consciousness. Not long after, Lu Ming saw a layer of light screen. This layer of light screen enveloped all directions. At the top of the light screen, there was a round bead that emitted a bright light. The light screen was formed by this round bead. Could this be the restriction of the eternal cage, a restriction formed by the treasure of the evil god tribe's divine ancestor? Lu Ming's heart stirred. If I can open this restriction, I can get out. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, but then he smiled helplessly. Xianxia and the rest said that even a peak heavenly emperor could not break through this light screen. Moreover, it had a terrifying offensive power that could even kill a peak heavenly emperor. Then how could he open it? However, Lu Ming really wanted to give it a try. Because in his heart, he always had a feeling that he could dominate everything. Even if it was the light screen here, he could open it. This was the feeling that the mysterious Tao gave him. Let's give it a try. In the end, Lu Ming made up his mind and decided to give it a try. A wisp of purple gold light flew towards the light screen. It was precisely that mysterious Tao. Buzz, that light screen emitted layers of waves. In the end, a crack actually appeared. Success, I actually succeeded. Lu Ming was overjoyed. That layer of light screen seemed to be dominated by him. This was an extremely mysterious feeling. Following that, Lu Ming hurriedly put away that mysterious Tao. That light screen returned to normal. With Duo Lei controlling that treasure, Lu Ming was afraid that it would alarm the other party. At this moment, in a secret room, Duo Lei, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. Could it be that someone is attacking the restriction? They really don't know life from death. Duo Lei said sinisterly, and then observed through the bead. He controlled that bead and could observe everything that was happening on the light screen at any time. However, Duo Lei did not discover anything. He did not discover anyone attacking the light screen. Could it be an illusion? Duo Lei frowned, and then carefully observed for a while. He did not discover anything, so he ignored it. And at this time, Lu Ming was really overjoyed. It really worked. He could really open that restriction. This meant that he could leave at any time. This kind of mysterious Tao is too wonderful, too mysterious. Lu Ming waved his hand. His palm emitted a purple gold light. It was the embodiment of that mysterious Tao. I've never heard of this kind of Tao, but it seems to be able to dominate heaven and earth. Then let's call it the Tao of Domination. Lu Ming gave it a name. Tao of Domination. I don't know how strong I am now. Lu Ming pondered. Lu Ming had a feeling that if he did not use his physical body now, just relying on world power and Tao of Sovereign, he could kill a one-star heavenly emperor. One had to know, his current realm was still just one-star great emperor. If he could kill a one-star heavenly emperor, it was equivalent to crossing an entire major realm to kill the enemy. Happening in the heavenly emperor realm was something inconceivable. The higher up, the higher the cultivation, the harder it was to jump realms to battle. Those able to cultivate to the heavenly emperor realm, which one was not a peerless genius, only by grasping the strongest laws could one cultivate to the heavenly emperor realm. Hence, at the back, being able to cross a minor realm to fight the enemy was already extremely, extremely difficult. Let alone crossing a major realm to kill the enemy. Furthermore, this was still just Lu Ming's estimation. Adding in the power of the physical body, Lu Ming's combat strength would be even stronger. From now on, Lu Ming was the powerhouses who stepped into the heavenly realm, primordial realm, and evil god realm. Now isn't the time to leave yet. With my strength, even if I leave this place, I'll be discovered very soon and will be caught up by the other party. Furthermore, even if I leave this place, in the vast evil god realm, where should I go? Lu Ming started thinking again. In the end, he planned on finding Xianxia and the rest to discuss, and even bring Qing Tsang and the rest to escape together. Lu Ming put away his cultivation, got up, walked to the door, and pushed forcefully. The door was pushed open. The Eternal World Prison was not managed strictly. The main thing was that there was the foreign race's sacred ancestors' treasure, enveloping all directions. That layer of restriction, no one could break it. Hence, people like Dole and the other foreign races were very assured. Normally, Lu Ming and the rest could freely enter and exit the various stone rooms. In Dole and the rest's view, Lu Ming and the rest could at most only move around within the range of the restriction and could not run. Moreover, those above Heavenly Emperor still had chains and armors to seal cultivation, an additional layer of insurance. Lu Ming walked out of the stone room and followed the passageway. Soon, he arrived at the door of another secret room. Knocking on the door, a voice came from inside the door, "Come in." Lu Ming pushed open the stone door and walked in. Inside was precisely Qing Tsang. Qing Tsang was lying on a green rock, leisurely drinking wine. "Haha, brother Lu Ming, you came at the right time. Drink with me." Qing Tsang smiled, took out a pot of wine, and tossed it to Lu Ming. This wine was given to Qing Tsang by Lu Ming. There was no wine to drink in the eternal prison. Lu Ming took it and took a sip. "Brother Lu Ming, you made a breakthrough in your cultivation?" Suddenly, Qing Tsang's eyes lit up. Although his cultivation was sealed by the chain armor, his eyes were still sharp. He could tell at a glance that Lu Ming had made a breakthrough. "I just broke through," Lu Ming said. "Let me see what kind of great Tao you have comprehended," Qing Tsang hurriedly said. He was very curious. Lu Ming had mastered 81 nomological laws. He was also very curious about what kind of great Tao he would master after breaking through to the Great Emperor realm. Lu Ming nodded. He also wanted to ask Qing Tsang about this. Qing Tsang had lived for a long time. He might know what kind of great Tao he had comprehended. With a thought, Lu Ming's body emitted a dominating aura. At the same time, a purple-gold light spread out from his body. As soon as he sensed Lu Ming's aura, Qing Tsang's expression changed and became a little serious. "Brother Qing Tsang, do you know what kind of Tao this is?" Lu Ming asked. Qing Tsang shook his head and said, "It's strange. I've never seen or heard of this kind of Tao." Qing Tsang looked carefully and revealed a look of surprise. "What a terrifying Tao. There's a dominating will in it. In front of this kind of Tao, I'm afraid that ordinary great Tao will be vulnerable. Only the heavenly Tao can contend against it. Moreover, your cultivation is still weak now. As your cultivation increases in the future, it will be even more shocking and powerful." Sigh, what a pity. In the end, Qing Tsang sighed. "Brother Qing Tsang, what's a pity?" Lu Ming asked. "It's a pity that you're locked up here. Otherwise, with your talent, you might be able to create a miracle in the future and break through the last stage to enter the Supreme Realm. In that case, the Heaven Realm might be able to defeat the evil god tribe." "What a pity." Qing Tsang sighed. "Brother Qing Tsang, we might be able to get out," Lu Ming said softly. "What?" Qing Tsang glared and said, "Brother Lu Ming, what do you mean by that?" "Brother Qing Tsang, I won't hide it from you. I named this great Tao the Sovereign Tao. Previously, I used the Sovereign Tao to open the restrictions of the Eternal Prison." Lu Ming explained the matter. "What?" Qing Tsang's eyes emitted a bright light. Even though he was sealed by the chain armor, a terrifying aura spread out. "Brother Lu Ming, what you said, is it true?" Qing Tsang's voice trembled a little. He had been imprisoned here for too long and originally did not have any extravagant hopes of getting out. Now that he heard that he could get out, he was naturally excited. "That's right, it's absolutely true. However, after opening it, I'm afraid that we'll be discovered by Duo Lu very soon. That's why I came to discuss it with Brother Qing Tsang," Lu Ming said. "It's fine. As long as I can get out of the restriction, I can break free from this sealed armor. At that time, even if Duo Lu finds out, I won't be afraid of him," Qing Tsang said, revealing strong confidence. Qing Tsang was different from the Titan longhorn beetle and the 9 lives demonic silkworm. In the ancient war, although he was captured, his injuries were not that serious and had long recovered. As long as he broke free from the seal, he would immediately be able to recover his peak Heavenly Emperor cultivation base. He was not afraid of Duo Lu at all. Then after we get out, where are we going? Lu Ming asked. To the hell-suppressing realm, so we have to find Wu Tai and the others. This time, take this opportunity to bring more people out. Xianxia said. Lu Ming nodded. He had the same intention. In the Eternal Cage, there were too many experts. The number of Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses was also astonishing. If they could bring them out, they would definitely be able to create a lot of trouble for the evil god race. That way, the pressure on the Heaven realm side would also be reduced. This combat strength could not be given up. Immediately, Lu Ming and Xianxia discussed the details, then found Wu Tai and told him about this matter. After Wu Tai heard it, he was also shocked at first, then ecstatic. The three people discussed who should be brought out. This matter must be carried out strictly. If they had to bring, they also had to bring people they could trust. If this matter was found out by the other races, they would probably directly seal Lu Ming, or even kill Lu Ming. Then everything would be over. After discussing, Wu Tai and Xianxia both started to take action, revealing this matter to some people they could trust, discussing when to take action. In the end, a total of more than 30 people knew about this matter. Of course, if they wanted to escape at that time, it would not be just these 30 people. Each of them could find a reason to invite some people to leave with them. As long as they did not tell them the specific details beforehand, when Lu Ming opened the restriction, everyone could escape together. In the end, they decided to wait for Duo Lu to gather them before taking action. Sure enough, half a month later, Duo gathered everyone for a competition once more. Without a doubt, Lu Ming was called up again. Lu Ming did not display the Tao of Sovereign. He just used the power of his fleshly body and a portion of world power to exchange several hundred moves with a one-star Heavenly Emperor. Broke through. Duo's eyes flashed. He could naturally tell that Lu Ming broke through. However, even if Lu Ming broke through, he was also just a great emperor. He did not care too much. In his view, Lu Ming's physical strength was too strong. Even if he broke through in laws, it would not increase his overall combat strength too much. After more than a day, the competition ended. Lu Ming and the rest returned to their respective stone rooms. After returning to the stone room, Lu Ming waited quietly. Roughly several hours later, Lu Ming opened the stone door and headed for Xianxia's stone room. After arriving at Xianxia's stone room, he discovered that there was another large man inside besides Xianxia. This large man did not know of Lu Ming's plan. He was invited by Xianxia. Before long, Wu Tai brought two people and also came to Xianxia's stone room. Wu Tai, elder brother Xianxia, why did you call us here? The two people who came with Wu Tai asked. These two people also did not know the specific plan. Looking for you all for something, just follow us. Xianxia said. Finished speaking, he walked out of the stone room first. Lu Ming and the rest followed. Those few people were very curious but did not ask much, following Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming and the rest entered a passageway and casually strolled around, heading toward the periphery of the Myriad Generations prison. At this moment, many people started moving. Those who knew the plan either invited 1 or 2 or 3 people, all casually strolling around, heading toward the place Lu Ming and the rest agreed upon. Lu Ming and the rest turned left and right, bypassing several passageways, and then arrived at a relatively large stone room. This stone room was considered the outermost stone room. Through the passageway outside the stone room, one could walk to the edge of the restriction. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, there were already a few people waiting there. As time passed, more and more people came to this place. A moment later, there were a total of 133 people. Of these 133 people, there were a total of 100. The other 3 people wore chain armor on their bodies, indicating that they were all Heavenly Emperor realm existences. Only 30 people were below the Celestial Emperor. Everyone, why have you brought us here? Another person asked. Those who were invited were also very curious. Xianxia and the others did not reply. Since everyone is here, let's go. Xianxia said as he strode away. Those who were invited became even more curious. However, those who were invited were usually on very good terms with someone, so they didn't ask much and just followed Xianxia and the others. Gradually, they approached the entrance of the passageway. They could even see the restrictive light screen outside through the passageway. Could it be that you want to escape? Finally, someone guessed what Lu Ming and the others were going to do. Their faces immediately changed wildly. This restriction could not be broken at all. Moreover, those above the Celestial Emperor realm were all wearing chain armor. Their cultivation was sealed. Wanting to escape was simply impossible. Forcefully going head-on like this would only lead to death. Do you all want to court death? Someone was somewhat anxious. If we don't have confidence, would we do this? Just follow. Someone said. Many people's faces became incomparably solemn, changing indeterminately. They did not expect that Xianxia and the rest actually wanted to escape. For countless years, no one had escaped. What are you all trying to do? Right at this time, a loud roar came from the entrance of the passageway. A burly figure appeared. It was a foreign race, wearing blood-red armor, his aura powerful. Everyone's faces changed wildly. Normally, this passageway had no foreign races. Because the foreign races were 100% confident in their restrictions, the guard was very lax. There were no foreign races guarding this place at all. Today, a foreign race actually appeared. Furthermore, it looked like his cultivation was very profound. It was a Heavenly Emperor realm foreign race. Unlucky, it was really too unlucky. Xianxia, Wu Tai, and the rest's faces became extremely ugly. A Heavenly Emperor realm foreign race was troublesome. Xianxia could tell that this was a one-star Heavenly Emperor realm foreign race. One had to know, their characters above the Heavenly Emperor realm all wore chain armor. Only those below the Heavenly Emperor realm did not wear armor. They could not do anything to this Heavenly Emperor at all. Once the other party caused a commotion and alarmed Duo Lu, then everything would be over. All of the plans would be ruined. Many people who knew the plan were burning with anxiety. What to do? Swoosh, right at this time, a figure rushed out explosively, charging towards this foreign race Heavenly Emperor. It was Lu Ming. Lu Ming directly made his move. At this time, there was nothing to hesitate about. Only by killing this foreign race could they escape. Otherwise, it was all over. Lu Ming's speed was astonishing. His entire body was suffused with a purple light. The moment he attacked, he used all his strength, using the Tao of Sovereign. In the process of rushing out, the Great Baron Spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming erupted with all his strength, man and spear as one, and stabbed towards the foreign race Heavenly Emperor. The foreign race Heavenly Emperor's pupils shrank rapidly. This was because he felt a fatal threat from Lu Ming's attack. It was unbelievable that a Heavenly Emperor gave him such a feeling. However, at this time, he did not have time to think too much. He roared and erupted with all his strength, forming layers of defense. As long as he blocked this move and escaped in another direction, spreading the news, Lu Ming and the rest would be finished, and he would be able to make a contribution. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming's attack had already reached. The foreign race Heavenly Emperor's expression changed immediately. This was because the defense he set up could not block Lu Ming's attack at all. Wherever the spear light passed, all of his defenses collapsed in an instant. No, how is this possible? The foreign race Heavenly Emperor roared in his heart. Puwerk, a long spear pierced through the void, directly piercing through the space between his eyebrows. Buzz, the long spear shook. The foreign race Heavenly Emperor was torn apart. Dead, everyone was dumbfounded with their mouths agape, completely stunned. A one-star Heavenly Emperor was actually insta-killed by Lu Ming in one move. My god, what kind of strength was this? Lu Ming was just a Heavenly Emperor realm. He could actually insta-kill a one-star Heavenly Emperor in one move. This kind of combat strength was seriously too terrifying. Actually, this was also normal. The Tao of Sovereign was too powerful. Even Lu Ming's world power contained a trace of purple gold power. Lu Ming called it the power of Sovereign. Now, Lu Ming did not need a physical body. Just relying on the law system, he felt that he could kill a one-star Heavenly Emperor. Just now, adding in the power of the physical body and the power of the Great Baron Spear, insta-killing a one-star Heavenly Emperor in one move was not surprising. Swish! After Lu Ming rushed out of the passage, he put away the Great Desolate Spear and directly slammed his palm towards the restriction light screen. What is he trying to do? Those who didn't know the plan were shocked, and their expressions changed drastically. It was impossible for Lu Ming to break the restriction light screen like this, and it would even alarm Duo Lu. But it was already too late for them to stop it. Buzz, Lu Ming's palm carried a purplish gold light as it bombarded the restriction light screen. Layers of ripples appeared on the restriction light screen. Lu Ming used the Tao of Sovereigns to break the restriction. The Tao of Sovereigns ruled over all things. Even this restriction light screen could be ruled. Layers of ripples appeared on the restriction light screen. Xianxia and the rest stared with wide eyes, watching nervously. Although they heard Lu Ming say that he could break the restriction, they had not seen it with their own eyes, so it was inevitable that they were nervous. Buzz, suddenly, the restriction light screen shook, and then, a crack appeared on it. The crack grew rapidly, forming a huge hole. It opened, the restriction light screen opened, Xianxia and the rest were overjoyed, their faces revealing excitement. And those who were invited and did not know the plan were all dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. The restriction light screen was actually opened by Lu Ming, someone who had not broken into the Heavenly Emperor realm. How was this possible? Legend had it that the restriction light screen of the Eternal Prison was formed by a treasure of the foreign race's sacred ancestor. It was sturdy and immortal, and could not be broken at all. Even a peak Heavenly Emperor would find it difficult to break it. But now, it was broken by Lu Ming. Slap, someone slapped himself fiercely. What are you doing? Someone asked in surprise. I want to see if I'm dreaming. Is it because I want to go out too much that I'm daydreaming? So it's not, ha ha ha. That person laughed loudly. The others, go quickly, otherwise, when Duo Lu finds out, none of you will be able to leave. Xianxia let out a loud roar and rushed forward. The others also seemed to have woken up from a dream and ran wildly. Quick, I can't hold on for long. Lu Ming shouted as well. He realized that the amount of energy consumed to open the restriction light screen was terrifying. Now, his power of the world was depleting at an alarming speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xianxia, Wu Tai, and the others quickly rushed out and finally arrived outside the light barrier. At this time, Duoli, who had been in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes, his expression extremely ugly. Damn it! He had instantly discovered Lu Ming and the others through the outsider's sacred patriarch's treasure. He was extremely shocked. Lu Ming was actually able to open the light screen. This was something that had never happened before. Damn it! None of you can leave. Die! Duel roared, controlling the sacred ancestor's treasure. Weng, at this moment, the bead above the cage of 10,000 generations was vibrating violently and emitting a terrifying aura, causing the light barrier to tremble violently. Puff, Lu Ming felt a terrifying force pressing down on him. His body shook violently as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. And the hole that he opened up was rapidly healing. Fortunately, everyone had escaped. Lu Ming's muscles shook fiercely and he rushed out. Before the light barrier healed, he rushed out of the light barrier. None of you can leave. Duel's roar came out from the cage of 10,000 generations. An incomparably terrifying aura erupted, spreading out for a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Duel went crazy. A peak Heavenly Emperor went crazy. It was earth-shattering. It was too terrifying. At this moment, in the cage of 10,000 generations, those who did not escape were all shocked. What's going on? What happened? Duel went crazy. Could it be that someone wants to escape? Who is it? So bold. Many people guessed. Everyone attack for me. Chase after the fugitives. Kill without mercy. Duel's voice sounded again. He chased after Lu Ming and the others at an extremely fast speed. In the cage of 10,000 generations, all the outsider races were alarmed and also chased after Lu Ming and the others. Someone escaped. The remaining people who did not escape were dumbfounded with shock. There was actually someone who could really escape. Roar, At this moment, outside the light screen, Xianxia raised his head to the sky and roared. A roar shook the firmament. Resplendent golden light erupted from Xianxia's body. Endless golden light battered that chain armor. Bang! 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 On the chain armor, explosions were unceasingly happening. Xianxia's aura became stronger and stronger. Xianxia was one of the top 10 battle beasts back then. A peak heavenly emperor existence, his combat strength was shockingly strong. He could break open the chain armor with his own strength alone. It was just that in the past, inside the restriction light screen, even if he broke open the armor, he could not get out. He would be suppressed by the sacred ancestor weapon controlled by Duel. But now that he was outside, he had no scruples. Xianxia. In the distance, an earth-shattering roar came. A burly figure appeared. It was Duel. Duel had arrived. Swish, Duel's third eye burst forth with a light of destruction. This light of destruction actually turned into a giant hand, directly passing through the restriction light screen and bombarding down towards Lu Ming and the others. He directly made a killing move, wanting to kill Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others. Roar! Xianxia let out a long roar, and a terrifying force erupted from his body, directly destroying the chain armor. With the chain armor destroyed, Xianxia's aura became even more terrifying. His body emitted boundless golden light, and his body rapidly transformed into a giant lion. A giant lion with 9 heads, its entire body golden, as if it was carved from gold. Top 10 battle beasts. 9-headed golden lion. Roar! 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 The 9 heads roared one after another, and the entire eternal cage began to shake violently. The space around it exploded into smithereens in an instant. The giant hand of destruction that Duo Lu had unleashed also shook violently and was blocked. At this moment, Wu Tai and the others were also crazily attacking the chain armor. However, their strength was not as good as Xianxia's. For a time, they could not break through at all. In the distance, powerful auras rose one after another. The other foreign race powerhouses were also about to rush over. Big brother Wu Tai, let me help you. Lu Ming came to Wu Tai's side and used his sovereign power to help Wu Tai break the chain armor. The sovereign power could even break the restriction light screen set up by the foreign race's sacred ancestor weapon. Logically speaking, it could also break this armor. Sure enough, after the sovereign power poured into the armor, the seal on the armor was quickly destroyed by the sovereign power. In an instant, all the seal power was broken. Boom! Wu Tai erupted, and the armor exploded. Wu Tai's body emitted a terrifying aura. Ha ha ha, I'm finally free. Wu Tai laughed loudly. His aura was like smoke, soaring into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. Although Wu Tai was not as strong as Xianxia, he was also an extremely terrifying existence. His cultivation had reached 6-star Heavenly Emperor. He was not far from peak Heavenly Emperor. Damn it! Duel roared, erupting with all his strength, attacking with terrifying attacks. However, Xianxia was not afraid of him at all. The 9 lion heads roared, spewing out pillars of light, fighting with Duel. The 2 of them had similar cultivation, and the 2 of them were locked in battle. At this time, some of the other foreign race powerhouses also rushed out of the light screen and charged over. Brother Lu Ming, go help the others. I'll block them. Wu Tai said. He strode forward and charged towards those foreign races. As for Lu Ming, he rushed towards another person and helped him break the chain armor. With Lu Ming's help, that person also broke the armor in a few moves, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. This was also a powerhouse not weaker than Wu Tai, a 6-star Heavenly Emperor from the hell-suppressing realm. This time, among the people who escaped, it belonged to this person and Wu Tai. Xianxia was the strongest. Brother Lu Ming, many thanks. This person cupped his fists and then rushed towards Wu Tai. Together with Wu Tai, they fought the foreign race powerhouses. There weren't many outsider experts guarding the world of Eons. There were only 18 Heavenly Emperors. Because with the foreign race sacred ancestor weapon and Duel, a peak Heavenly Emperor, it was enough. There was no need for so many powerhouses to guard. Of the 18 Heavenly Emperors, 1 was killed by Lu Ming earlier. There were still 17. Among them, there was only one 6-star heavenly emperor. At this time, with two 6-star heavenly emperors taking action, the foreign race side immediately fell into a disadvantage. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. They were safe. At least, with their current strength, they no longer feared the foreign race. Lu Ming continued to help the others break the armor. There were more and more experts on their side, and more people joined the battle. The foreign race side was completely no match. Several heavenly emperors were killed consecutively. The remaining foreign race heavenly emperors did not dare to fight at all and retreated into the light screen. Damn it! Duel roared again and again, his expression extremely ugly. He could only fight with Xianxia and could not deal with the others at all. This was outside the light screen, and he could not control the power of the restriction to deal with Xianxia and the rest. That brat, it's all that brat, Lu Ming, Duel roared in his heart, his gaze sweeping towards Lu Ming, filled with ferocious killing intent. All of this was because of Lu Ming. If not for Lu Ming, Xianxia and the rest would not have been able to escape. He wished he could grind Lu Ming's bones to dust. Now, it was too late for regrets. If he had known earlier, he would have brought Lu Ming with him. Dole, I'll take you on. Wu Tai roared and charged at Duo Lei. Another 6-star heavenly emperor and two 5-star heavenly emperors also charged towards Duo Lei. As for Lu Ming, he continued to help the others break their armors. Xianxia's battle prowess was not weaker than Dole's to begin with. Now, with the other 4 experts joining forces, Duel was at a disadvantage. Roar! Roar! Xianxia's body was as large as a mountain, and his entire body was covered in golden light. He was incredibly ferocious, and his 9 heads attacked with 9 different abilities. As for Wu Tai and the others, they cultivated the archaic martial arts system. Their offensive power was extremely strong. With a wave of their hands, terrifying saber gleams and sword gleams burst forth, capable of splitting the heavens and earth apart. For a moment, Duoli was no match and was forced to retreat again and again. Xianxia seized the opportunity and rushed over. With a claw, he left a deep wound on Duel's body. Duel's face was pale as he quickly retreated. Kill! Xianxia roared. Not wanting to let Duel off, he launched a fierce attack. Wu Tai and the others also attacked with all their might. Damn it! In the end, Duel let out an angry roar, turned around, and left, charging into the restriction light screen. There was no other way. Without the help of the restriction light screen, the foreign race experts guarding the eternal world cage were not Xianxia's match at all. Go, let's leave quickly! Xianxia shouted, turned around, and left. A powerful force swept up, sweeping up the others and turning into a beam of golden light, flying into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Quick, report the news. Send people to snipe Xianxia and the others along the way. We must take them down. Duel roared and gave the order. All of a sudden, more than 100 heavenly emperors escaped. There was also a peak heavenly emperor like Xianxia. If they could not capture them, he would definitely be punished. Immediately, they informed the 10 great royal clans of the news. And Lu Ming and the others were also making the best use of their time. Next, their destination was the Hell Suppression Realm. This was something they had planned long ago. In the vast evil god realm, only the Hell Suppression Realm could give them shelter. Otherwise, even if they escaped, they would be surrounded by the foreign races. Sooner or later, they would be captured or killed. Only by escaping into the Hell Suppression Realm would they be considered safe. Now, they had to make the best use of their time and rush to the Hell Suppression Realm with the fastest speed. It was certain that the foreign races would definitely send powerhouses to encircle and annihilate them. But what was advantageous to them was that the Eternal World Cage was not far from the Hell Suppression Realm. Xianxia, Wu Tai, and the rest wrapped the others with their power and hurried along with all their might. As for Lu Ming, he continued to help the remaining people break their armor. Only when more people recovered their combat strength, at that time, even if they were surrounded by the foreign races, they could still fight. They specifically chose some barren mountains and uninhabited places to fly. Not long after, everyone's chain armor was broken by Lu Ming. Everyone recovered their combat strength. More than 100 heavenly emperors, this was an extremely shocking force. They increased their speed, traveling through space. Along the way, they did not encounter any obstacles at all. More than 100 heavenly emperors, too terrifying. Even if the foreign races received the news and mobilized so many powerhouses, they could not catch up to Lu Ming and the rest. If they wanted to send people to snipe, they could only send the powerhouses in front of Lu Ming and the rest. But in front of Lu Ming and the rest, how could so many powerhouses gather in such a short time? Even if some powerhouses discovered Lu Ming and the rest, they did not dare to stop them. Therefore, Lu Ming and the rest had a smooth journey. After half a day, they were about to reach the Hell Suppression Realm. The Hell Suppression Realm was not an independent realm outside the Evil God Realm. It was only a part of the Evil God Realm. A vast area shrouded in layers of black fog. Inside the black fog was the Hell Suppression Realm. There were large numbers of foreign race armies stationed in the Hell Suppression Realm. The two sides had been fighting for countless years. The foreign races had invested a large number of powerhouses here. Because the Hell Suppression Realm was also very strong, they would often send people out to ambush the foreign races. If the foreign races did not send strong people, they would definitely be killed and defeated by the people of the Hell Suppression Realm. Outside the Hell Suppression Realm, in the east, in the vast mountains, a group of people flashed in the mountains. This group of people had about 100 people, and they were all humans. They were the humans from the Hell Suppression Realm. Among them, there were 6 heavenly emperors. The rest were all great emperors. They came out this time to ambush the foreign races and hunt them down. This kind of thing had happened countless times over the years. They restrained their auras and were careful. Because when they hunted down the foreign races, they might also be hunted down by the foreign races. Passing through the vast mountains, a military camp appeared in front of them. Here, there was an army of the foreign races stationed. Their goal today was to destroy this army. Kill. The leader was a burly man with the cultivation of a 3-star heavenly emperor. He was the commander of this group of people. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, they turned into a stream of light and rushed out, killing their way into the barracks. Suddenly, one attack after another, mercilessly slanted out, and a large number of foreign races were killed. Enemy attack. The roar spread throughout the barracks. Figures flew out of the barracks one after another. This was an army of 10,000 people, and the weakest was the Void Emperor realm. The strongest general was also a Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouse. This army had a total of 2 heavenly emperors. Kill them. As soon as the 2 heavenly emperors appeared, the hell-suppressing realm human commander targeted them and charged towards them. Not good, retreat. The foreign race heavenly emperors discovered that there were a total of 6 heavenly emperors in the hell-suppressing realm. Knowing that they were no match for them, they gave the order to retreat. One by one, the foreign races rose into the air and retreated. At the same time, a bright light soared into the sky and disappeared into the depths of the firmament. This was a signal to summon the other foreign races to come and help. Kill. The hell-suppressing realm humans began a frenzied slaughter. They were all elites, a total of 6 heavenly emperors, and the others were all great emperors. They could be said to be the elites of the elites. One by one, the foreign races were killed. In a moment, they chased for 100,000 miles and killed thousands of foreign races. However, after chasing here, they did not dare to chase anymore. If other foreign race powerhouses came to help, they would be in danger. Retreat. The hell-suppressing realm commander gave the order, and more than 100 people quickly retreated. However, before they retreated far, their expressions changed. Because behind them, there were densely packed figures, all of them foreign races. There were at least tens of thousands of foreign races, and some of the foreign races in the lead had terrifying auras. There were a total of 10 heavenly emperors. Behind them, there were a total of 10 foreign race heavenly emperors. The hell-suppressing realm humans had ugly expressions. Not good, we've been ambushed, charge forward. The hell-suppressing realm commander shouted. However, just as his words fell, the foreign races in front of them who had just fled returned, and there were even more of them. Moreover, the number of heavenly emperors in the lead had increased from 2 to 6. Moreover, one of them had an extremely terrifying aura, far above the other heavenly emperors. This was a peerless powerhouse among the foreign races. This was a 4-star heavenly emperor. Hee hee, you want to ambush us, don't think we don't know, we're waiting for you to fall. A foreign race heavenly emperor sneered. Everyone from the purgatory realm looked hopeless. Apparently, the outsiders had set a trap for them. Once they made a move, they would be surrounded. There were 6 foreign race heavenly emperors in front, and one of them was even a 4-star heavenly emperor. Behind them were 10 foreign race heavenly emperors. While they only had 6 heavenly emperors, the disparity in strength was too great. They were not a match at all. Today, it was very likely that none of them could leave. Kill them. Fight them to the death. That's right, let's fight it out with them. If we kill one, we'll break even. If we kill 2, we'll earn. The eyes of the humans of the prison-suppressing realm were red, and they looked determined. Since he couldn't leave today, he might as well fight to the death. Even if he were to die, he would at least make the other party lose a piece of his flesh. Attack. The peerless expert of the outsiders gave the order. Kill. The humans of the purgatory realm also roared and charged at the outsiders. Both sides collided fiercely. Suddenly, screams rose and fell. Some belonged to the outsiders, and some belonged to the humans. However, although the humans of the purgatory realm were all elites, there were too many foreign races. Moreover, there were more experts than them. As soon as they fought, they were completely at a disadvantage. People were constantly killed. Kill, kill. A burly man with a saber in his hand was a peak great emperor. He slashed his saber and killed a great emperor of a foreign race. However, a heavenly emperor of a foreign race chopped him in half with an axe, and he died there. Tragic, incomparably tragic. Soon, half of the 100+ humans of the purgatory realm were killed. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before they were all wiped out. Rumble. At this moment, in the distant sky, there was a violent roar. That was the void constantly exploding, and the roar was getting louder and louder, approaching at an extremely fast speed. Even those who were fighting on both sides stopped at the same time and looked over. Boom, the void exploded, and in the void not far away, there were suddenly more than 100 people. So many experts. Feeling the aura of more than 100 people, the foreign races were almost scared to death. The aura was too terrifying. With more than 100 auras gathered together, some of the weaker foreign races were directly pressed to the ground. Brother Wu Tai, it's Brother Wu Tai. The commander of the purgatory realm shouted excitedly. These more than 100 people were naturally Lu Ming and the others. When they got close to the purgatory realm, they noticed a huge battle from afar. A battle here must be between the purgatory realm and the foreign races. Naturally, they rushed over immediately. Wu Lu, it's you guys. Wu Tai looked at the commander and then scanned the scene. When he saw the corpses of the purgatory realm humans, Wu Tai's eyes turned red. Bastards of the foreign races. Die, all of you must die. Wu Tai roared. Kill them all. The others shouted and suddenly attacked, attacking the foreign races fiercely. More than 100 heavenly emperors attacked together with 30 great emperors. They were too strong, and the foreign races were no match for them. In an instant, a few thousand foreign races were killed. Go, go quickly. The remaining foreign races cried out in horror. How could they still dare to resist? Each and every one of them fled in panic. More than 100 heavenly emperors, how to fight? Don't even think about leaving, kill. Kill. Large swaths of foreign races were killed, their corpses falling to the ground. Even the foreign race heavenly emperors were also instantly blown up. Among Lu Ming and the others, there were also many 4-star heavenly emperors and above. Kill, haha, kill. The remaining 50 over people of the purgatory realm all roared in wild joy. Originally, they thought that they were dead for sure this time. They did not expect that a group of experts would suddenly appear halfway. Furthermore, the number of powerhouses was frighteningly large, completely crushing the foreign races. They launched a counterattack. Run, run. Those foreign race heavenly emperors were incomparably terrified and focused on escaping. But being surrounded by so many heavenly emperors, how could they possibly escape? Die for me. Wu Tai blocked the foreign race's 4-star Heavenly Emperor and charged forward. 6-star Heavenly Emperor. The other party was in despair. He did not understand why so many powerhouses suddenly appeared. He fought back desperately, but the gap between a 4-star Heavenly Emperor and a 6-star Heavenly Emperor was too great. In one move, he was seriously injured by Wu Tai. In the second move, he was directly killed. Xianxia did not make a move because there was no need. Lu Ming also did not make a move. Previously, opening the restriction light screen consumed a lot of his energy. Especially after being discovered by Duo Lu, he was injured when controlling the restriction light screen. In addition, along the way, he had broken the armor of others. Now, he needed to recover. Lu Ming took out a large number of top-grade raw stones, devoured the raw stone's origin energy, and recovered. This was a one-sided battle without the slightest suspense. A large number of foreign races were harvested and killed. Not long after, all the foreign races present were killed without a single one remaining. Tens of thousands of foreign races, a total of 16 heavenly emperors, all annihilated. Big brother Wu Tai, how did you escape? I heard that you were locked in the foreign race's eternal prison. Wu Lu flew over and looked at Wu Tai, extremely excited. Before Wu Tai was captured, he had a very good relationship with Wu Lu. Meeting now, he was naturally happy. It's a long story. It's all thanks to brother Lu Ming. Let me introduce you guys. Wu Tai pointed at Lu Ming and Xianxia and introduced them to Wu Lu and the rest. 9-headed golden lion. When Wu Lu and the rest knew Xianxia's identity, they were inevitably shocked. Alright, pack up first. Let's return to the hell-suppressing realm first. Wu Tai said. Following that, everyone put away the storage bracelets and various weapons left behind by the foreign races, then flew towards the hell-suppressing realm. The hell-suppressing world was like a black dome of light covering the ground of the evil god world. It was a world of its own, its territory vast and boundless. Very soon, they were nearing the purgatory realm. Lu Ming discovered that there was a light shield in front of them, blocking their way. The reason why the hell-suppressing realm could withstand the attacks of the foreign races was all because of this light barrier. It enveloped all directions, and the foreign races could not break this light barrier at all. Arriving here, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Because he felt the hell-suppressing steel bloodline in his body constantly buzzing, emitting a scorching light. As if it was extremely excited. Buzz, in front, that light barrier also trembled a little. What's going on? Wu Tai, Wu Lu, and the rest were greatly alarmed. The hell-suppressing realm's light barrier had remained motionless for eternity. Even if a peak heavenly emperor bombarded it, it would not tremble in the slightest. But why did it suddenly tremble just now? The people of the hell-suppressing realm looked at each other, some worry in their eyes. And Lu Ming was also secretly shocked in his heart. Could it be that the hell-suppressing realm is really related to the hell-suppressing steel? Otherwise, why would the hell-suppressing steel have an abnormality? Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. He felt as if the prison-suppressing steel was about to fly away. Lu Ming hurriedly suppressed and controlled the prison-suppressing steel, allowing it to hide within his body. The prison-suppressing steel was the key to suppressing the third bloodline. If the prison-suppressing steel flew away, who knew what would happen? At the very least, he could not let the prison-suppressing steel fly away for the time being. Lu Ming felt that the third bloodline was like a ticking time bomb. Wu Lu sent out a message. Not long after, the light barrier automatically opened a door. Lu Ming and the others walked into the light barrier. Walking into the light shield, Lu Ming felt that the strange movements of the prison-suppressing steel in his body had become stronger. When they all walked into the light barrier closed up again. Wu Lu, are you all right? Immediately, someone came over to greet them. Lu Ming glanced over. There were many people, all of them humans. Elder Lu, look who's back. Wu Lu laughed heartily as he walked forward, facing a white-haired old man. The old man's gaze swept over Lu Ming and the others, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Wu Tai, Wang Qi, it's you guys. The old man saw Wu Tai and the others and cried out in surprise. This time, most of the people who escaped were humans from the prison-suppressing realm. There were not many from the heaven realm. When the humans of the prison-suppressing realm saw Wu Tai and the others return, they were naturally ecstatic. Elder Lu. Wu Tai and the others went up to greet them. You're all back. Good, good, good. Elder Lu was all smiles, and so were the others. With so many people returning, and all of them were heavenly emperor powerhouses, the strength of the prison-suppressing realm would increase by a notch. I heard that you guys were locked in the eternal prison. Since ancient times, no one has been able to escape from that place. How did you guys get out? Someone asked. The others also looked at Wu Tai and the others curiously. It's all thanks to Brother Lu Ming. Wu Tai first introduced Lu Ming and the others, then briefly explained how they escaped. After Elder Lu and the others heard it, they were naturally secretly amazed. Lu Ming was able to break the restrictions of the eternal prison at such a young age, and even kill a heavenly emperor. They were shocked beyond words. It's good that you're back. Let's go, I'll inform the elders to celebrate for you guys. Elder Lu said and then spread the news. Following that, they flew towards the interior of the prison-suppressing realm. The prison-suppressing realm's area was very vast, no different from a world. They flew over a large area of mountains and rivers. Suddenly, Lu Ming's pupils shrank sharply, and he was incomparably shocked. Because, after flying for a while, a stone tablet appeared in front of him. This stone tablet was incomparably huge, standing tall on the ground, towering between heaven and earth. No one knew how tall it was. It emitted endless light, and a pillar of light rushed out from the tablet, straight into the sky. On the tablet, there were 3 large words: Prison-suppressing tablet, prison. Suppressing tablet. There was actually a prison-suppressing tablet here, and it didn't look illusory, but solid. Could there be 2 prison-suppressing tablets, or even more? At this moment, a thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Wang. At this moment, the prison-suppressing tablet in Lu Ming's body shook even more violently, especially the 3 large words, prison-suppressing tablet, shining brightly. Wang. In front, the huge prison-suppressing tablet also suddenly shook, and a terrifying wave spread between heaven and earth. What's going on? Everyone in the prison-suppressing realm's expression changed drastically. The prison-suppressing tablet suddenly shook, something that rarely happened. However, it wasn't over yet. The prison-suppressing tablet that stood between heaven and earth shook more and more violently, buzzing non-stop. Boom! Boom! Not only that, but there were also violent roars coming from other directions, and the entire world was shaking. All the prison-suppressing tablets are shaking. How is this possible? Elder Lu exclaimed in shock. The prison-suppressing tablets were the foundation of the prison-suppressing realm. The prison-suppressing tablets were the reason why the prison-suppressing world could not break in. The prison-suppressing tablets produced a light shield that isolated the outside world. If not for the light shield, the prison-suppressing realm would definitely not be a match for the foreign race's army and would definitely be destroyed. The prison-suppressing tablet had never trembled so violently before. What was going on? At this moment, the prison-suppressing tablet in Lu Ming's body shook more and more violently, and in the end, Lu Ming could no longer suppress it. Wang. Lu Ming's body emitted a dazzling glow. Thereafter, the prison-suppressing steel emerged from his body and rapidly grew in size. It transformed into a gigantic steel that stood between heaven and earth, resonating with the prison-suppressing steel in front of him. This is the prison-suppressing master tablet. Elder Lu, Wu Tai, Wu Lu, and the others saw the prison-suppressing tablet in Lu Ming's body and shouted in disbelief. The prison-suppressing master tablet. Lu Ming's heart moved, and his mind spun rapidly. At this moment, he thought of many things. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, rays of light flew over from the distance, each of them an expert. There were old people, middle-aged people, men and women, and all of them had powerful auras. They were all Empyrean realm experts. The prison-suppressing master tablet. When they saw the prison-suppressing tablet above Lu Ming's head, they all exclaimed. In the purgatory suppression realm, a group of powerful beings looked at Lu Ming in shock. They had sensed the abnormality here and rushed over to check it out. They did not expect to see such a scene. No, not only is there the purgatory suppression master tablet, there is also the soul of the purgatory suppression master tablet. Ha ha ha, it is the blessing of the ancestors. The Purgatory Suppression Master Tablet and the soul of the Purgatory Suppression Master Tablet have returned. From now on, all 9 tablets will be gathered. The experts of the Purgatory Suppression realm laughed as if they had gone mad. But at this time, there was a change in Lu Ming's body. The third bloodline let out a roar. In the blood sea, endless blood qi spread out. Lu Ming's body was covered by a layer of blood qi as if it was going to devour Lu Ming. Buzz, above Lu Ming's head, the Purgatory Suppression Master Tablet vibrated and emitted endless light. A powerful suppression force suppressed the third bloodline. Rumble, the third bloodline shook violently and burst out with shocking power to fight against the Purgatory Suppression Master Tablet. The Purgatory Suppression Master Tablet buzzed and then shrank. It flew back into Lu Ming's body and hovered above the third bloodline, suppressing the third bloodline. The third bloodline was eventually suppressed by the powerful suppressive force. It slowly flew back to Lu Ming's spine and lay low. Lu Ming took the opportunity to control the Purgatory Suppression Master Tablet bloodline and let it fly back to his spine. The huge Purgatory Suppression Master Tablet in front of him also quieted down and everything returned to normal. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming. "Little brother, how did you get the Purgatory Suppression Master Tablet and the soul of the Purgatory Suppression Master Tablet?" Elder Lu looked at Lu Ming with a burning gaze. "Purgatory Suppression Master Tablet? Are there many Purgatory Suppression Tablets?" Lu Ming did not answer. Instead, he asked. "There are a total of 9 Purgatory Suppression Tablets. 1 main tablet and 8 auxiliary tablets. They are the life treasures of the ancestors of the Purgatory Suppression realm. However, in the ancient war, the Purgatory Suppression Master Tablet was shattered and the soul of the Purgatory Suppression Master Tablet disappeared. 2 of the fragments of the Purgatory Suppression Tablet disappeared. Now, the Purgatory Suppression realm only has 8 auxiliary tablets and 1 fragment of the Purgatory Suppression Master Tablet." Elder Lu explained patiently. "I see." Lu Ming nodded. He did not expect there to be 9 prison-suppressing steels, 1 main steel and 8 auxiliary steels. The main monument had been shattered, and the 2 fragments that Lu Ming had obtained were the fragments of the main monument. No wonder the prison-suppressing steel reacted the moment Lu Ming arrived. "Young man, how did you get it? You even managed to get the spirit of the main boulder. We thought that the spirit of the main boulder had vanished." Elder Lu continued asking. "Senior, the soul of the main boulder you mentioned was automatically awakened in my body when I was cultivating. It's considered my bloodline. As for the 2 fragments, I obtained them by chance later on." Lu Ming explained. "A bloodline awakened from the body?" Elder Lu and the others were all stunned. They were extremely shocked. "In my opinion, the spirit of the Purgatory Suppressing boulder didn't dissipate, but was reborn in this young man's body." In the prison-suppressing realm, another white-haired old man spoke. This person was also an elder of the prison-suppressing realm, and his cultivation was unfathomable. "That's right, haha, it's really the blessing of the ancestors." The other people of the prison-suppressing realm were all full of smiles. "Young man, please come with us." Elder Lu's face revealed a gentle smile, and then flew towards the depths of the prison-suppressing realm. The other people of the prison-suppressing realm also followed. Lu Ming, Qing Song, and the others also followed. Large mountains and lakes flashed under their feet, and after flying for an unknown distance, they had already arrived at the depths of the prison-suppressing realm. In front of them, a towering mountain appeared in front of them. At the peak of the mountain, there was also a stone monument. However, this stone monument was only a fragment, and only a section stood on the peak of the mountain. Similar to the previous prison-suppressing monument, this broken monument also emitted a black ray of light into the sky. This is the other fragment of the prison-suppressing boulder. Combined with the 2 fragments in the young man's body, it is the complete prison-suppressing boulder. An elder of the prison-suppressing realm smiled gently. Lu Ming's eyes were also shining. Along the way, he had never given up looking for the other fragments of the prison-suppressing boulder, but after searching for so many years, he had not found any clues. He did not expect that the last fragment would be here. Lu Ming felt that the prison-suppressing boulder in his body was constantly vibrating, as if it was about to break through the sky and leave. "Young man Lu Ming, we have a presumptuous request." Elder Lu looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's heart moved, and said, "Senior, please speak." The prison-suppressing 9 monuments are the life treasures of the ancestors of the prison-suppressing realm. In the ancient war, the ancestors fought with the enemy and fell, leaving only the prison-suppressing boulder to guard our lineage. However, the prison-suppressing 9 monuments are after all incomplete, and it is difficult to exert its full power. This old man represents the prison-suppressing realm, and would like to ask young man Lu Ming to return the prison-suppressing boulder to our lineage, and let the 9 monuments be combined. This way, the prison-suppressing 9 monuments can be maximized. Elder Lu said. As expected. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. When Elder Lu said that he had a presumptuous request, he guessed that the other party would make this request. The others of the prison-suppressing realm also looked at Lu Ming with hope. Lu Ming smiled bitterly, and said, "Senior, please forgive this junior for not being able to agree to this condition." Not able to agree? Elder Lu's face changed slightly, and said, "Young man Lu Ming, you saved Wu Tai and the others. Logically speaking, we should not make such a request of you, but the prison-suppressing boulder is too important to us. Please return it, and our lineage will definitely compensate you accordingly. Young man, if you have any conditions, please state them." "Senior, that's not what I meant. It's really difficult to return it." Lu Ming shook his head. Elder Lu's face was a little ugly, and the others of the prison-suppressing realm were the same. "You brat, you don't know what's good for you. Elder Lu said that he will compensate you. Moreover, the prison-suppressing boulder originally belonged to our lineage, you have to return it even if you don't want to." In the crowd, a burly man shouted. "What did you say?" "Shut up." Wu Tai shouted coldly, and his cold gaze swept over the man. Lu Ming was Wu Tai's savior, and this person threatened Lu Ming, so he was naturally unhappy. "What? The prison-suppressing realm wants to snatch it?" Xianxia said coldly, emitting a powerful aura that made people tremble. "Everyone, please don't misunderstand." Elder Lu smiled bitterly, and then looked at the burly man who spoke just now, and said, "Young man Lu Ming is an important guest of the prison-suppressing realm. Watch your words." "Yes, Elder." The burly man's face was a little pale, and he nodded repeatedly, not daring to say more. However, most of the people of the prison-suppressing realm still looked at Lu Ming with longing. Obviously, the prison-suppressing boulder was indeed very important to them. "Senior, it's not that I'm stingy and unwilling to return the prison-suppressing boulder, but I have my own difficulties." Lu Ming sighed. "Difficulties? Little brother, if you have any difficulties, feel free to tell us. The hell-suppressing bloodline will do our best to help." Elder Lu said. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said, "Seniors, do you know Saint Ancestor Xianxia?" "What? Saint Ancestor Xianxia?" Elder Lu exclaimed, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. How can the hell-suppressing bloodline not know Saint Ancestor Xianxia? The others from the hell-suppressing bloodline also revealed cold killing intent, as if they had an irreconcilable grudge. "Little brother, is this related to Saint Ancestor Xianxia?" Elder Lu asked. "In my body, other than the bloodline of the hell-suppressing steel, another bloodline has awakened. It might be related to Saint Ancestor Xianxia." With that, Lu Ming's heart moved and the third bloodline flew out, exuding cold killing intent. Boom! 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 At this moment, a terrifying aura burst out from the people of the hell-suppressing bloodline, soaring into the sky like smoke signals. What amazing strength! Lu Ming was shocked. There were too many experts among the people of the hell-suppressing bloodline, and Lu Ming even felt a few auras that were not weaker than Xianxia. The aura of a peak heavenly emperor, it was terrifying, and this might only be a part of the hell-suppressing bloodline's strength. It was no wonder that the hell-suppressing bloodline could fight with the foreign races for so many years and hold back a portion of their military forces. Saint Ancestor Xianxia. It's really Saint Ancestor Xianxia, he's not dead yet. The people of the hell-suppressing bloodline exclaimed, not hiding their cold-killing intent. Lu Ming's heart moved and a third bloodline flew back into Lu Ming's body. Elder Lu was deeply shocked, and he took a deep breath to calm down. "I understand now. I finally understand why the spirit of the hell-suppressing steel would awaken in your body. Elder Lu said in realization. Senior, who is Saint Ancestor Xianxia? Lu Ming asked. Saint Ancestor Xianxia is a terrifying expert, an unparalleled expert who massacred the world. As Lu Zhonglai spoke, he seemed to be lost in his memories. Fear flashed in his eyes. In ancient times, a great war broke out, and the outsiders invaded the heaven world. The ancestors of the hell-suppressing bloodline were also humans, so of course they opposed the invasion. That time, a great war broke out. Legend has it that there are only a few peerless experts in the world. They are divided into two factions, and they are fighting each other. The ancestor of the hell-suppressing tribe is on the side of the heaven realm, the human race, while the sacred ancestor Killer Heart is on the side of the non-human race. During the primordial era, the great ancestor fought against sacred ancestor Xianxia. The battle was so intense that even the hell-suppressing main boulder was shattered. In the end, the great ancestor and sacred ancestor Xianxia perished together. It seems like sacred ancestor Xianxia is not completely dead yet. His bloodline has been reborn in your body, and there's a chance for him to awaken again. However, it's obvious that the great ancestor Xianxia had a trick up his sleeve, allowing the soul of the hell-suppressing sacred ancestor Xianxia's bloodline to be reborn in your body. Elder Lu explained. That's right, that should be the case. The others of the hell-suppressing realm nodded in agreement. I see. Lu Ming came to a realization. He had always felt that his two bloodlines were extremely mysterious, as he had no idea where they came from, but he finally understood now. It was a battle between two peerless experts that had lasted for hundreds of millions of years. The only difference was that the battle had taken place in his body. Lu Ming's back was covered in cold sweat. In other words, he was constantly in danger. If it weren't for the hell-suppressing boulder, he would have been devoured by the third bloodline long ago. Meanwhile, Lu Ming also thought of another problem. When he was trying to rank up to the martial dominator realm, he would need to merge a bloodline with his body to transform it into a spiritual flesh. Luckily, he had chosen the Nine Dragons bloodline. If he had chosen the hell-suppressing boulder or the third bloodline, he would not have succeeded. Seniors, that's why I can't return the hell-suppressing boulder now. If I do, I'm afraid sacred ancestor Xianxia will be resurrected. Lu Ming said with a wry smile. Sigh. Elder Lu let out a sigh and said, if that's the case, there's no need to return the hell-suppressing boulder. We can't let sacred ancestor Xianxia be resurrected. Otherwise, not only the hell-suppressing realm would be destroyed, even the heaven realm would be destroyed. The others of the hell-suppressing realm nodded. They knew what was important and what was urgent. Either way, the hell-suppressing boulder was still able to resist the attacks of the foreign tribes. There was no rush. That being said, keeping sacred ancestor Xianxia's bloodline would be a great disaster. We should find a way to destroy it. Elder Lu said. Senior, do you have any ideas? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Even though he could rely on the power of the third bloodline to improve his strength, allowing him to turn the tables in the nick of time, it was a ticking time bomb. If he could get rid of it, Lu Ming would rather not have that kind of power. Sacred ancestor Xianxia is a supreme expert who has surpassed the heavenly emperors. In the ancient times, such an expert was known as the ancestor emperor. He is an existence who has stepped into a whole new level. He is so powerful that the heavenly emperors are no match for him. Even if it's just a trace of his bloodline, I'm afraid a heavenly emperor would not be able to destroy him. The only way is to get someone who is at the same level as sacred ancestor Xianxia. Elder Lu said. Someone who is at the same level as sacred ancestor Xianxia? Lu Ming smiled wryly. Where could he find such an existence? Senior ancestral dragon of the heaven realm is a supreme expert. If you can return to the heaven realm, there will be a way. Xianxia said. Ancestral dragon? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Everyone, you should stay here for now. We'll think of a way in the future. Elder Lu said with a smile. Immediately, everyone left and came to an ancient city in the depths of the hell-suppressing realm. Elder Lu arranged a place for them to stay. Lu Ming stayed here and cultivated in peace. The evil god tribe had 10 royal clans. They were the clans whose bloodlines were the closest to the sacred ancestor. Each of them was high and mighty, dominating a region. However, among the 10 royal clans, there were strong and weak ones. Among them, the strongest royal clan was called the First Royal Clan. For example, the first prince, who was ranked first on the longevity list, was the prince of the First Royal Clan. In the main hall of the First Royal Clan's palace, they were discussing something. At the top of the hall sat the king of the First Royal Clan. On the 2 sides of the hall sat the kings of the other 9 royal clans. The kings of the 10 royal clans had gathered. Everyone, that Lu Ming has escaped into the hell-suppressing realm. What should we do now? One of the kings of the other race asked. That Dole is really a piece of trash. He was ordered to guard the eternal cage, but he actually escaped. I can't wait to kill him with a slap. Another king of the other race said coldly. Now is not the time to blame anyone, but how to solve it. That Lu Ming has the bloodline of sacred ancestor Xianxia in his body. We must capture him and awaken sacred ancestor Xianxia. This is related to our clan's plan. At the top, the king of the First Royal Clan said. Everyone fell silent as they frowned, trying to come up with a solution. The Purgatory Realm is protected by the Purgatory Suppression Formation. That is a treasure left behind by the Purgatory Suppression ancestor. With our strength, it will be difficult to break it. A king of the other tribe sighed. The other kings nodded. If they could break it, they would have done so long ago. There was no need for them to wait until now. The hall fell into silence once again. The matter of Saint Ancestor Xianxia is of great importance. We cannot be careless. I have decided to invite the Saint Ancestor. After a while, the king of the other tribe spoke. Invite the Saint Ancestor. The hearts of the other emperors shuddered. The Saint Ancestor of the other tribes had been severely injured in the battle and had been in a deep slumber to recover. If it was not an emergency, they would not disturb the Saint Ancestor. However, they had no choice now. The Saint Ancestor Xianxia was too important. Since the ancient times, this world had not been able to give birth to a supreme expert. There were only so many supreme experts. Each of them could determine the direction of the battle. Once the Saint Ancestor Xianxia was resurrected and returned to his peak, it would be easy for him to destroy the Purgatory Realm and the Heaven Realm. This matter was worth disturbing the Saint Ancestor of the other tribes. All right, I agree. A king of the other tribes nodded. I agree too. I agree. The other kings nodded and came to an agreement. They immediately set off. The other tribes, Saint Mountain. The void trembled as 10 kings appeared in the air. The moment the 10 kings appeared, they were noticed. Oh my God, what did I just see? 10 kings together? What are the 10 kings doing at the sacred mountain? Many of the other tribes discussed in shock. The 10 kings stepped out and headed straight for the top of the mountain. The 10 kings did not have to climb step by step like the other tribes. They had the right to reach the top. Many of the other tribes were alarmed and came out of seclusion to observe the development of the matter. The 10 kings had arrived at the top of the Saint Mountain. This meant that something big was going to happen. There was a cave at the top of the Saint Mountain. There was a stone door at the entrance of the cave that was tightly shut. This was the place where the Saint Ancestor was sleeping. The stone door was engraved with dense runes. The eyes of the 10 kings were filled with sincerity and reverence as they knelt down at the same time and kowtowed. As they kowtowed, their bodies shone and turned into 10 pillars of light that shot into the stone gate. In an instant, the stone door emitted a dazzling light that illuminated the entire holy mountain. Gotcha! Suddenly, the stone door made a sound and slowly opened. Behind the stone door, an aura spread out. This aura was indescribable. It was majestic and heavy, transcending everything and suppressing everything. It was unimaginably powerful. Under this aura, even the heavenly Tao became extremely docile. This was the aura of a supreme expert. The divine ancestor is awake. All of the outsiders on Sage Mountain were shaken to the core, and then expressions of reverence appeared on their faces. Regardless of the level of their cultivation bases, they all dropped to their knees and kowtowed. After countless years, the sacred ancestor had finally awakened. This caused countless outsiders to be extremely excited. Welcome, divine ancestor. At the peak of the Saint Mountain, the 10 non-human kings bowed respectfully. "Why have you woken me up?" A dignified and ancient voice resounded throughout the sacred mountain. This caused many of the outsiders to tremble in excitement. They never thought that they would be able to hear the voice of the divine ancestor in their lifetime. They were so lucky. Divine ancestor, the bloodline of divine ancestor Xianxia has awakened in a human youth. The king of the first royal tribe replied respectfully. "Xianxia? Seems like his plan worked. Where is he now?" The majestic voice sounded again. "Divine ancestor, there's been an accident. That youth has the bloodline of divine ancestor Xianxia and the prison-suppressing steel. Furthermore, that youth has escaped into the prison-suppressing world. The prison-suppressing world is a territory formed by the prison-suppressing steel left behind by the prison-suppressing old ancestor." The king of the first royal tribe reported truthfully. "So it's the prison-suppressing old ancestor. What a good plan. I understand now. In 3 months, I will personally make a trip to the prison-suppressing world. Before that, gather as many experts as you can and set up the 10-directional ceiling formation outside the prison-suppressing world. Here's a formation disc, take it." The majestic voice sounded. Then, a ray of light flew out from the cave. The king of the first royal tribe reached out and caught it. It turned out to be a formation disc with strange patterns on it. "Thank you, divine ancestor." The 10 kings of the outsiders were overjoyed. They bowed respectfully and retreated. The door of the cave closed once again. That incomparably terrifying aura also disappeared without a trace. "Those who are great emperors and above, come out of seclusion and follow us to the prison-suppressing world." The 10 royal tribes stood in the sky. The king of the first royal tribe's voice echoed throughout the entire Saint Mountain. "Yes. Yes, sir." On the Saint Mountain, countless voices sounded. Then, figures flew out from all over the Saint Mountain. The number was shocking. In the sky, there was a black mass. All of them were great emperors and above. "Go and wait outside the prison-suppressing world. We will lead the army and be there soon." The king of the first royal tribe ordered. "Yes, sir." Countless experts obeyed the order. Then, they turned into a black mass and flew towards the prison-suppressing world. The 10 royal tribes' kings returned to their respective royal cities. Not long after, a large number of experts flew out from the royal cities of the 10 royal tribes and flew towards the prison-suppressing world. In an instant, countless experts of the outsiders gathered outside the prison-suppressing world. The prison-suppressing world was naturally alarmed and called for an emergency meeting. The outsiders are invading on a large scale. They have mobilized countless experts. Looking at the formation, the 10 royal tribes of the outsiders have all moved. It seems like they are after the bloodline of the divine ancestor Xianxia. We must not give the bloodline of the divine ancestor Xianxia to them. That's right. We have the prison-suppressing formation. They will not be able to break through. The upper echelons of the prison-suppressing world discussed and unanimously decided to resist until the end. Without the lips, the teeth would feel cold. They naturally understood this logic. Once the bloodline of the divine ancestor Xianxia was handed over, the prison-suppressing world would be the first to be destroyed when the divine ancestor Xianxia recovered. Countless experts of the prison-suppressing world were also on the move. They were ready to fight at any time. However, the outsiders did not attack. Instead, they began to set up a formation outside. This made the people of the prison-suppressing world puzzled. Were they going to attack with a formation? But for now, they could only wait. "Is it coming?" Lu Ming whispered. He also came to the periphery of the prison-suppressing world to observe the situation. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. On this day, a terrifying aura suddenly came from outside the prison-suppressing world. This aura was indescribable. It was too terrifying. The moment it appeared, the heavens and earth fell silent. It was as if the laws of heaven and earth, the great Tao of heaven and earth, and the heavenly Tao had all stopped moving. Only this aura was supreme, even through the prison-suppressing formation, one could clearly feel it. This aura, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as his pupils constricted. He had felt this aura before. It was on the Void Sacred Island. The statue on the Void Sacred Island exuded the same aura. It was supreme and oppressive. That was the aura of someone of the same level. It was the aura of a supreme expert. Due to the great prison suppressing array, there was a layer of black fog outside the purgatory realm. It was impossible to see through the purgatory realm from the outside, and the outside could not be seen from the purgatory realm either. But now, under the suppression of the aura, the black fog outside the purgatory realm dissipated completely. One could see that there was a light screen between heaven and earth, covering all directions. That was the light screen formed by the great prison suppressing array. Outside the light screen, countless other races stood in the air or on the ground. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count them all. Suddenly, the space outside cracked open, and a figure stepped out from the crack. However, the figure was shrouded in a layer of black light, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. But the supreme aura emanated from this figure. As soon as he appeared, the aura became even more terrifying. It was as if he was heaven and earth, and he was everything. Even the heavenly Tao had to kneel at his feet. "Greetings, Divine Ancestor." All the other races bowed respectfully. "Divine Ancestor?" Everyone in the purgatory realm trembled. "Divine Ancestor, the other race's Divine Ancestor has awakened." In the purgatory realm, a white-haired elder said with a trembling voice. His eyes were filled with fear. This was an extremely powerful existence, but when he saw the figure, he was filled with fear. He was not the only one. Many of the purgatory realm's elites were the same. The other race's Divine Ancestor was a supreme expert, on the same level as the purgatory realm's forefather. That kind of person was too powerful. He had surpassed the heavenly Tao and the heavenly Emperor realm. He had reached a completely different level of existence. A heavenly Emperor realm existence could not withstand a single blow from him. Now, the other race's Divine Ancestor had awakened and descended in person. "The purgatory realm shall be destroyed," the other race's Divine Ancestor said coldly, filled with supreme pressure. Boom, the outsider sacred patriarch took a step forward, causing the sky to tremble as an enormous foot appeared, which then stomped down toward the hell-crushing world. It was so huge that it covered the entire sky. It was even bigger than the entire hell-suppressing realm. From afar, Xianxia could see that there was a semicircle of light surrounding the purgatory suppression realm. An incomparably huge foot, even bigger than the light barrier, stomped heavily on the light barrier. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. The entire prison suppression realm shook violently, and countless buildings collapsed. The light shield formed by the prison-suppressing steel was also vibrating violently, emitting layers of ripples. However, he managed to block it in the end. The kick did not manage to break the prison-suppressing grand formation. The prison-suppressing grand formation stabilized. "Ha ha ha, he blocked it, he blocked it. He can't break it." The people of the hell-suppressing realm were first shocked, then overjoyed. The prison-suppressing formation formed by the prison-suppressing steels blocked the attack of the foreign sacred ancestor. "Humph, let's see how many moves this stupid formation can block." The outsider ancestor coldly spoke. A beam of destructive light shot out from his forehead, transforming into 9 gigantic swords that slashed down towards the hell-suppressing grand formation. Boom! 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 Terrifying explosions sounded continuously. The entire hell-suppressing realm was like a small boat in the ocean, swaying with the waves. It seemed like it would be destroyed at any moment. The 8 prison-suppressing steels around the hell-suppressing realm trembled, emitting boundless light. The main steel fragment at the center of the hell-suppressing realm also emitted boundless light, strengthening the prison-suppressing formation. However, the foreign sacred ancestor's attack was too strong. The terrifying vibrations caused many of the weaker cultivators to vomit blood and fall to the ground. Boom! Boom! The mountains began to tremble violently, causing them to explode. Debris flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. Not good. If this continues, we won't be able to hold on for long. The foreign sacred ancestor was also heavily injured back then. After so many years, he still hasn't recovered to his peak. Otherwise, the prison-suppressing formation wouldn't be able to hold on. If the prison-suppressing steels gather, we might be able to hold on. Voices rang out one after another. Many cultivators of the health-suppressing realm were extremely anxious. After all, the foreign sacred ancestor was a supreme expert on the same level as the health-suppressing ancestor. Although the foreign sacred ancestor was injured back then and had lost his peak strength, the prison-suppressing formation was formed by the treasures left behind by the health-suppressing ancestor. He wasn't the one controlling it, so it was naturally weaker. Moreover, it was just a broken formation. How could it possibly withstand the attack of the foreign sacred ancestor? It would be broken sooner or later. Now, they were caught in a dilemma. If they let Lu Ming return the prison-suppressing steel, the prison-suppressing formation's power would definitely increase. However, if they did that, sacred ancestor Xianxia would be revived. If they didn't return the prison-suppressing steel, they would be unable to hold on and would die. Lu Ming's eyebrows furrowed deeply. He was also considering if he should control the prison-suppressing steel and let it gather to increase the power of the prison-suppressing formation. However, if he did that, without the prison-suppressing steel, the third bloodline would definitely take the opportunity to devour Lu Ming's consciousness. The situation was extremely dangerous. What should we do? Everyone was extremely anxious. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar could be heard. The dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth as a supreme aura filled the place. Whoosh! Far away, the void vibrated violently before it cracked open. A dragon's claw suddenly reached out from the void. The dragon's claw was so huge that it seemed boundless. It grabbed at the countless foreign races and trapped them within it. At this moment, the foreign races, including the kings of the 10 great king tribes, were extremely terrified. They felt like they were going to be turned into ashes by this claw. "It's you, you worm!" The foreign race's sacred ancestor roared furiously. With a wave of his hand, a gigantic palm slammed out and collided with the dragon's claw. Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred. The sky within a radius of a few million miles exploded, causing countless cracks to appear in the space. The same thing happened to the ground below. Explosions occurred continuously as lava shot up into the sky. Terrifying. This was way too terrifying. Just a single move was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. If it weren't for the protection of the foreign race's sacred ancestor, many of them would have died. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens as the space exploded. A gigantic true dragon appeared in the sky. This true dragon was so huge that it was at least 1,000,000 miles long. As it circled the sky, it covered the sun. Countless people were dumbfounded. Ancestral dragon. It's Senior Ancestral Dragon. Xianxia exclaimed in surprise. It's Senior Ancestral Dragon. Senior Ancestral Dragon is here. We're saved. The experts of the prison-suppressing world laughed maniacally. They were extremely excited. The ancestral dragon was millions of miles long. It was too majestic. His body circled in the air, and his dragon head had already extended to the depths of the sky. When his dragon eyes opened, it was as if there were 2 suns in the sky. Ancestral dragon. Lu Ming whispered. His eyes were filled with excitement. The ancestral dragon was said to be a supreme expert in the heaven world. Even the Dandan was full of respect when he mentioned the ancestral dragon. Back then, Lu Ming had obtained a drop of the ancestral dragon's blood and refined it in his body to increase the strength of his physical body. Now, the ancestral dragon was obviously the real body. Roar! The ancestral dragon let out a dragon roar again. His powerful aura made the faces of countless foreign races pale. In front of a supreme expert, ordinary heavenly emperors could not even withstand a single blow. Worm, you haven't recovered from your injuries. Do you think you're a match for me? The divine ancestor said coldly. Although his body could not be compared to the ancestral dragon, his aura was not weak at all. It's just a fight to the death. The ancestral dragon spoke. His voice was like thunder, shaking heaven and earth. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. When the sky opens, none of you will survive. All of you will die. The divine ancestor said coldly. We can only fight. This was the ancestral dragon's reply. Boom! Then, the ancestral dragon stretched out a dragon claw and attacked the divine ancestor. The body of the divine ancestor of the foreign race emitted endless light. In the light, his body expanded rapidly, becoming millions of miles long. He stood tall and was no smaller than the ancestral dragon. The divine ancestor threw out a palm and collided with the ancestral dragon. Heaven and earth exploded, and it was a scene of destruction. Set up the Great Seal Array. The divine ancestor's voice was heard. Set up the array. The king of the first royal race roared. A disc array appeared in his hand, emitting endless light. Countless foreign races flashed and formed strange seals with their hands. Runes spread out from their bodies. Countless foreign races spread out countless runes, and with the king of the first royal race as the core, they formed a huge array. Countless runes began to condense, forming huge chains that wrapped around the ancestral dragon. Roar! The ancestral dragon roared and wanted to retreat, but he was entangled by the divine ancestor. As the two of them fought fiercely, countless chains covered the entire area and trapped the ancestral Dragon within. The ancestral dragon roared, causing the void to collapse. He struggled with all his might, trying to break free. However, the Great Seal of the 10 Directions was set up by the joint efforts of countless foreign tribes. It was unknown how many Heavenly Emperor Realm and Heavenly Emperor Realm powerhouses there were. The might of the Great Array laid down by so many experts was simply too shocking. Even someone as strong as the ancestral dragon couldn't break free for a while. Moku, do you think you can do anything to me with this formation? Ancestral dragon roared. Moku was the name of the alien race's sacred ancestor. I can't do anything to you. It's enough to trap you for an hour. After an hour, you won't be able to turn the tables. The foreign race's divine ancestor said coldly. Then, he turned around and walked towards the prison suppression world. Boom, the outsider's sacred ancestor didn't waste any time. He attacked directly, sending an enormous palm smashing toward the hell-crushing realm. At the same time, destructive light shot out from his forehead, transforming into 9 swords that slashed toward the hell-crushing realm. Boom! 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 The light barrier of the hell-crushing realm shook violently again. The sacred ancestor continued to attack, causing the light barrier of the hell-crushing realm to ripple. The entire hell-crushing realm was shaking even more violently than before. It was obvious that the sacred ancestor didn't go all out earlier, as he knew that the ancestral dragon would come. Now that the ancestral dragon was trapped by the Great Seal of the 10 Directions, the sacred ancestor was going all out. The earth of the hell-crushing realm shook violently. Mountains collapsed, rivers stopped flowing, and the ground caved in. It was a scene of doomsday. What should we do? If this continues, we won't be able to hold on any longer. Senior ancestral dragon is trapped. He will need an hour to break free. Based on the current situation, the hell-crushing realm won't be able to hold on for an hour. Some of the powerhouses of the hell-crushing realm were extremely anxious. When the ancestral dragon appeared, they thought that they were saved. They didn't expect the alien race's sacred ancestor to have predicted this and set up a formation to stop the ancestral dragon. Once the formation was broken, they would all die. What should we do? Everyone was extremely anxious. Many of them looked at Lu Ming. Now, only Lu Ming could turn the tide. If the fragments of the hell-crushing steel in his body and the soul of the main hell-crushing steel and the secondary hell-crushing steel combine, the power of the hell-crushing realm will definitely increase greatly. But what about sacred ancestor Xianxia? If we kill him before sacred ancestor Xianxia devours him, won't sacred ancestor Xianxia die too? Someone whispered and looked at Lu Ming with evil intentions. What did you say? Do you want to die? Wu Tai shouted coldly. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Lu Ming. His eyes flashed coldly as he stared at those who spoke. Qing Tsong also moved and appeared beside Lu Ming. If anyone dared to have any ideas about Lu Ming, he would attack violently. Not only the two of them, but those who were rescued by Lu Ming from the eternal prison also stood beside Lu Ming, emitting a cold aura. Their attitude said it all. The faces of those who spoke just now turned pale. Shut up, all of you. Lu Ming is the savior of the hell-crushing realm. Do you understand? Elder Lu shouted coldly and then looked at Lu Ming with an apologetic expression. Lu Ming smiled and was not angry. At such a critical moment, it was normal for some people to have such thoughts. If sacrificing Lu Ming could save everyone, many people would have such thoughts. The world shook more and more violently. The attacks of the foreign tribe's sacred ancestor were getting more and more violent. He became 1,000,000 miles tall and stood between heaven and earth like a supreme deity. He attacked the hell-crushing realm as if he wanted to destroy the world. A few minutes later. Boom! Boom! The hell-crushing realm shook violently. The light shield formed by the hell-crushing realm kept changing shape. If this continued, it would collapse at any time. It had only been a few minutes. It could not hold for an hour. Crack! Suddenly, a sound rang out, making everyone's heart beat wildly. This was because a crack had appeared on the hell-crushing realm. Everyone, let's attack together. Set up the array and resist together. Elder Lu roared and took the lead to charge forward. Attack! Let's fight to the death. Fight! Countless people in the hell-crushing realm shouted and rushed forward like locusts. They started to set up an array in a huge open space. There were countless elites in the hell-crushing realm, from the peak invincible realm to the ethereal arch realm. So many people set up a large array. Their auras merged and then they attacked together. Boom! They threw out a palm at the same time, and a huge stone tablet flew out. It passed through the light shield and blasted toward the sacred ancestor. A bunch of ants. You overestimate yourselves. The foreign race's divine ancestor slammed his palm on the stone steel. The stone steel formed by all the experts of the hell-suppressing realm shook violently before exploding. The weaker experts of the hell-suppressing realm, such as the Void Emperors, trembled violently and spat out blood. Continue. Elder Lu and the other elders yelled and attacked again. Endless light flashed as they formed another giant stone steel and flew out. Attacking from the inside, the hell-suppressing Grand Array's light shield wouldn't stop it at all. A bunch of ants, die. The foreign race's divine ancestor roared as a destructive light shot out from his forehead and hit the stone steel. The stone steel instantly exploded. This time, many Void Emperors of the hell-suppressing realm were thrown back as if they had been hit by a mountain. They spat out blood and were severely injured, unable to continue fighting. Even some of the true emperors had blood flowing out of their mouths. I'll go with you. Xianxia rushed out and gathered in the Grand Array. He turned into a giant 9-headed golden lion and attacked together with the Grand Array. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, Wu Tai and the others also rushed out and joined the Grand Array. Kill! Countless experts shouted and threw out another stone steel. Boom! 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 The experts of the hell-suppressing realm set up a Grand Array and worked together with the hell-suppressing Grand Array to block the foreign race's divine ancestor. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than a dozen blows. However, the people of the hell-suppressing realm were completely at a disadvantage. The reason the foreign race's Grand Array was able to block the ancestral dragon was because they had been inscribing the Grand Array a few months in advance. The Grand Array was extremely perfect. In addition, they had more experts than the hell-suppressing realm. Moreover, they had the array disc given to them by the foreign race's divine ancestor. That was why they were able to block the ancestral dragon. On the other hand, the people of the hell-suppressing realm had hurriedly set up the Grand Array and had far fewer experts than the foreign race. Naturally, they couldn't fight against the foreign race's divine ancestor. Bam! Bam! The experts of the hell-suppressing realm were sent flying far away and fell to the ground. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and lost the ability to continue fighting. In the end, even the great emperors and heavenly emperors trembled violently and turned pale. This was especially true for some of the strongest experts, such as Xianxia and Elder Lu. They were the core of the Grand Formation, so the backlash they received was much greater. Their bodies trembled slightly, and blood flowed out of their mouths. Block it! The old bodies of Lu Zhonglai and the others were trembling, but their wills were firm, and they refused to retreat. That's the only way. Behind him, Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly and let out a long sigh. At this point, there was no other way. There was only one way, and that was to combine the prison-suppressing monuments. With the prison-suppressing steels combined, the power of the prison-suppressing Grand Formation was greatly enhanced. Only then could it withstand the attacks of the sacred ancestors. As for Saint Ancestor Xianxia, he could only take it one step at a time. Lu Ming wouldn't have allowed himself to be devoured by Saint Ancestor Xianxia. Prison-suppressing steel, go. Lu Ming growled. His body glowed, and the prison-suppressing steel appeared. Wang, as soon as the prison-suppressing steel appeared, it began to vibrate violently. It expanded rapidly and emitted a boundless radiance. Wang. Wang. Buzz, in the hell-suppressing realm, the fragment and the 8 secondary steels shook violently, as if they were very excited. Oh no, Lu Ming, don't be rash. Qing Song roared. Think thrice. Wu Tai and the others also roared. If Saint Ancestor Xianxia was reborn, the consequences would be even more severe. However, Lu Ming's eyes were firm and he was unmoved. Go. Lu Ming roared. With a wave of his hand, the prison-suppressing steel flew into the depths of the hell-suppressing realm at lightning speed. Then, Lu Ming completely cut off his connection with the prison-suppressing steel. The prison-suppressing steel sped up and entered the void. In an instant, it arrived at the fragment of the hell-suppressing realm. When the two of them were close, the fragment of the hell-suppressing realm flew out from the mountain peak and towards Lu Ming's prison-suppressing steel. Wang, the two of them collided and fused together. All the fragments of the prison-suppressing main steel fused together to form a complete prison-suppressing steel. Moreover, it had the spirit of the main steel. At this moment, the prison-suppressing main steel expanded again. It was as tall as the sky, and it emitted a shocking wave of energy. The other 8 secondary steels began to vibrate violently as well. All the light gathered and formed the prison-suppressing grand formation. In an instant, the power of the prison-suppressing grand formation increased tremendously. The cracks that had appeared previously disappeared. Boom, the attack of the foreign race's divine ancestor landed on the prison-suppressing grand formation. The prison-suppressing grand formation only produced a slight ripple, but it was not as big as before. The complete prison-suppressing grand formation would take the foreign race's divine ancestor a long time to break it even at his peak. If he wanted to break it now, it would take even longer. By then, the ancestral dragon would have escaped. However, the foreign race's divine ancestor stopped and laughed. Ha ha ha, how foolish. Without the suppression of the prison-suppressing steel, let's see how you're going to resist the devouring of the murderous heart. At this moment, Lu Ming's body had indeed undergone a tremendous change. As soon as the prison-suppressing steel left, the third bloodline immediately turned upside down. Rumble, the sound of endless waves could be heard. The third bloodline seemed to have turned into a sea of blood. The sea of blood roiled as endless energy swept towards Lu Ming. Die, die, die. A loud roar filled with boundless murderous intent slammed into Lu Ming's divine sense. It was trying to devour Lu Ming's consciousness and completely take over Lu Ming's body. In an instant, Lu Ming's eyes turned blood red. So did his hair. Even his body grew many bone spikes. He looked extremely ferocious. Ha ha ha. The foreign race's divine ancestor burst out laughing. Lu Ming, hold on. Qing Song used the lion roar to help Lu Ming suppress the murderous intent, allowing Lu Ming to regain his consciousness. However, without the suppression of the prison-suppressing steel, the third bloodline's power was simply too strong. Its murderous intent was even more terrifying. In an instant, Lu Ming's consciousness was almost completely devoured. Lu Ming finally realized how lucky he was in the past. It was only because of the suppression of the prison-suppressing steel that he was not devoured by the third bloodline. The third bloodline would only be able to take advantage of him when he actively borrowed the power of the third bloodline. Otherwise, he would have been devoured by the third bloodline long ago. As such, even though the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline was very advanced, Lu Ming was unable to unleash its full power. It was mainly because the prison-suppressing steel was focused on suppressing the third bloodline. Devour, rebirth, kill. The sea of blood roiled and formed a giant face. It kept changing and shaking Lu Ming's consciousness. Ruler. Lu Ming suddenly roared and began to execute the Tao of the ruler. His body suddenly emitted a dazzling purple-golden light. In an instant, the power of the third bloodline was actually pushed back a little. Lu Ming's consciousness also became clearer. It's working. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Lu Ming immediately sat down cross-legged and focused on channeling the Tao of domination. His body was covered in a purple-gold light. For a moment, the purple-gold and blood-red light on his body kept rolling. Domination. Domination of the world. Domination of everything. Get out of my way. Lu Ming hollered in his heart. The power of the path of domination protected his soul firmly in the center, making it impenetrable. Rumble, after being blocked, the third bloodline seemed to be enraged. Waves of blood surged into the sky, trying to drown Lu Ming. It kept attacking Lu Ming. Oh no, the power of the world is quickly depleting. Lu Ming's expression changed. Controlling the Tao of domination to resist the third bloodline was depleting his power of the world very quickly. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Wait, the Tao of domination can dominate the world. If I can dominate the entire world, I can naturally do the same with the energy of the world. Lu Ming's heart moved, and then he emptied his mind. At this moment, it was as if he had become one with the world. It was as if he had become the ruler of the world. Whoosh whoosh, with a single thought, the infinite energy of heaven and earth was under Lu Ming's control. It helped him resist the erosion of the third bloodline. Instantly, the consumption of his power of the world was greatly reduced. It's working. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Tao of domination was indeed magical. He had a feeling that he had just comprehended the Tao of domination not long ago and was still weak. If he continued to improve in the future, the Tao of domination would become stronger as his cultivation continued to increase. At that time, he might really be able to dominate the entire world and borrow the power of the world. How powerful would that be? For example, if you controlled the power of the entire heaven realm to attack your enemy, how powerful would that be? It was unimaginable. Lu Ming completely blocked the third bloodline's invasion with the Tao of domination. No matter how much the third bloodline went crazy, it was useless. This power. How is it possible? How is it possible? How can anyone in this world control this kind of power? Outside the hell-suppressing realm, the alien race's divine ancestor's eyes widened as he roared in disbelief. He knows this power of mine? Lu Ming's heart moved. As far as he knew, no one in history had ever controlled this kind of power. What did the outsider's sacred ancestor mean? This power. Ha ha ha, good, good. At this moment, Ancestral Graygon laughed heartily. However, his laughter was the complete opposite of that of the outsider's sacred ancestor. He blocked it. Qing Song, Wu Tai, Lu Zhonglai, and the others were also overjoyed. If Lu Ming was able to resist the sacred ancestor Xianxia's invasion, it would be a turn for the better. Damn it, I'm going to destroy you all. The outsider's sacred ancestor roared as a terrifying aura erupted from him. A gigantic battle axe appeared in his hand, which he swung down toward the hell-crushing Grand Formation. Boom, the prison-suppressing Grand Formation shook violently, and layers of ripples spread out. However, it managed to block the attack, and the situation was much better than before. Break, break, break! The outsider's sacred ancestor attacked madly, his axe light shocking the heavens and destroying everything in its path. However, even though the hell-suppressing Grand Formation was shaking, it was still able to hold on firmly. From the looks of it, the foreign sacred ancestor wouldn't be able to breach it for the next few hours. Lu Ming, hang in there. You just need to hang in there for half an hour, and I'll be able to break this formation. Ancestral Graygon's voice could be heard. His gigantic dragon body was wrapped in chains, and he struggled violently, causing the faces of the other outsiders to turn pale. Senior, don't worry. Half an hour won't be a problem. Lu Ming's voice could be heard. All right. Roar. Ancestral Graygon roared, unleashing a boundless dragon aura. The outsider's sacred ancestor roared as well, attacking the hell-suppressing Grand Formation madly. Both sides were trying to buy time. Whichever side took the initiative would win. If the outsider's sacred ancestor breached the hell-suppressing Grand Formation first, everyone would die, and all their efforts would be in vain. If Lu Ming couldn't hold on and was devoured by the sacred ancestor Xianxia, they would be finished as well. There was another possibility. If the ancestral Graygon breached the Great Ten-Directional Seal first, he would be able to enter the hell-suppressing Grand Formation and completely destroy the sacred ancestor Xianxia. Although the sacred ancestor Xianxia was an unparalleled expert on the same level as the ancestral Greygon, he was only left with a strand of his bloodline. He was no match for the ancestral Greygon and would definitely be destroyed. Therefore, whichever side took the initiative would be able to change the outcome of the battle. Of course, the outsider sacred ancestor could also change his strategy to attack the ancestral Greygon. However, the ancestral Greygon was only held back by the Great 10-directional seal and had not lost his battle strength. Even if the sacred ancestor attacked the ancestral Greygon, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Perhaps the shockwaves from their battle would cause the Great 10-directional seal to crumble even faster. The sacred ancestor had thought that everything was under his control. However, he had never expected Lu Ming to be able to resist the sacred ancestor Xiaoxian's invasion. Now, everything was out of his control. Time passed by slowly. Everyone was waiting for the result. Those from the hell-suppressing world were worried that Lu Ming wouldn't be able to hold on. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Roar, the dragon's roar shook the heavens and earth. Countless outsider experts trembled violently and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Bam! 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 The runes on the ancestral Greygon's body continued to explode and dissipate into energy. In a few breaths, all the runes had exploded. Even the kings of the 10 royal tribes trembled violently and spat out mouthfuls of blood. The ancestral Greygon had broken free. Damn it! The sacred ancestor roared. He stopped attacking the Great 10-directional seal and turned to attack the ancestral Greygon. However, the ancestral Greygon didn't want to fight him head-on. Instead, he shrunk his body to 12 meters long and dashed toward the Great 10-directional seal like a bolt of lightning. As long as the ancestral Greygon entered the Great 10-directional seal and destroyed the sacred ancestor Xiaoxian's bloodline, they would have won. Don't even think about it. The sacred ancestor knew what the ancestral Greygon was planning. He shrunk his body and tried his best to stop the ancestral Greygon. However, their strength was on par. The ancestral Greygon didn't want to fight and was focused on the Great 10-directional seal. The sacred ancestor couldn't stop him. Xiaoxian, retreat! The sacred ancestor roared. Even if he tried his best, he wouldn't be able to stop the ancestral Greygon for long. Rumble, the sea of blood that surrounded Lu Ming shook violently. It seemed extremely indignant. In the end, all the sea of blood and blood aura shrunk into a drop of blood. It transformed into a blood-red lightning and flew out of the suppressing hell array. Lu Ming had completely lost his connection with the third bloodline. Whoosh, the drop of blood formed by the sacred ancestor Xiaoxian's bloodline was extremely fast. In a flash, it rushed out of the Great 10-directional seal. Whoosh! Whoosh, the ancestral Greygon and the sacred ancestor pounced toward the drop of blood at an incredible speed. What a pity! Ancestral Greygon sighed. The bloodline of Saint Ancestor Xiaoxian was in the hands of the foreign tribe's divine ancestor. However, now that it was in the hands of the foreign tribe's divine ancestor, it was impossible to completely destroy Saint Ancestor Xiaoxian. In a flash, ancestral Greygon entered the purgatory suppression formation. I'll spare you today. It won't be long before the purgatory suppression world and the heaven world are destroyed. I'll definitely succeed in splitting open the heavens. All of you stubborn people will die. The cold voice of the foreign tribe's divine ancestor rang out as he ordered the foreign tribes to retreat. Whoosh! 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 Countless outsiders soared into the sky and vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. The sacred ancestor of the foreign tribe cast a cold glance at Lu Ming. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared from the world. The great battle ended just like that. Thank you for saving us, Ancestral Greygon. Greetings, Senior. Qing Song, Elder Lu, and the others flew over and bowed to the Ancestral Greygon. It was said that the Ancestral Greygon was the ancestor of all true dragons in the world. His seniority was too high as he had lived for countless years. No one knew how the ancestral dragon appeared, nor did they know how long the ancestral dragon had lived. At ease. The ancestral Greygon turned into a burly old man in his human form. He waved his hand casually and appeared in front of Lu Ming in a flash. He looked at Lu Ming carefully. At this moment, Lu Ming was trying his best to recover. Just now, he had used up too much energy to resist the third bloodline. His autonomous realm energy was about to dry up. In the end, he managed to hold on. External energy continued to pour into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's autonomous realm energy was quickly recovering. After a while, Lu Ming let out a long breath and stood up. The third bloodline has finally left. Lu Ming felt extremely relaxed. The third bloodline was like a ticking time bomb that threatened Lu Ming's safety. Although it could help Lu Ming at times, Lu Ming would rather not have it. Now that the third bloodline, which was the bloodline of Saint Ancestor Xianxia, had left, Lu Ming felt relaxed. It was as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. When he opened his eyes, Lu Ming saw the ancestral Gregon. Although the ancestral Gregon turned into a human, his aura remained the same. Lu Ming quickly stood up and cupped his fists. Junior Lu Ming greets Ancestral Gregon. Haha, there's no need to be so polite. Ancestral Gregon laughed heartily. When he looked at Lu Ming, his face was full of smiles. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect that there would be someone in this world who could control this kind of power. Ancestral Gregon sighed. Lu Ming was stunned. When the ancestral dragon mentioned the power of the master, it was obvious that he was referring to the power that Lu Ming controlled. Name? You. Lu Ming asked curiously. I know, but this power is too rare. Even there, it's very rare. I'm not very clear about the specifics. Ancestral Gregon said. He then looked at Lu Ming and said, you have to cultivate well. If you continue, you might be able to break the limit and step into the Supreme Realm. Yes. Lu Ming nodded. Then, Ancestral Gregon looked at the hell-suppressing realm's Elder Lu and the others, and said, staying in the Fiend God world for too long is not a good idea. Instead, it will give the foreign races an opportunity to take you down one by one. Why don't you come with me to the heavenly world? Senior, we also want to go to the heaven realm. But there are countless people in the prison suppression realm. We can't bring them over. Yes, although a peak heavenly emperor doesn't need a space tunnel and can directly tear space, cross the long void, and enter other worlds, they can only move alone. They can't bring anyone with them. Even if there's a grotto heaven treasure, it will be crushed when crossing the long void. The elders of the prison suppression realm spoke one after another. To be able to go to the heaven realm and meet up with the powerhouses of the heaven realm, they were naturally willing to join forces. But even if a peak heavenly emperor could directly cross the long void and enter another world, they could not bring anyone with them. Even low-level emperor weapons could not be brought along. In the long void process, they would be torn apart by the void storm. Even if they were placed in the sea of consciousness, it would be useless. Therefore, even if there was a grotto heaven treasure, it would be useless to put people inside. Similarly, cultivating a small world was also useless. It turns out that a peak heavenly emperor can directly cross the long void, from one world to another. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He thought of when he was captured by Marojia. At that time, Marojia directly passed through the void and took him down. Marojia was a peak heavenly emperor. This, I naturally understand. It couldn't in the past, but it doesn't mean it can't now. The ancestral Gregon smiled and explained, now, the 9 prison suppression steels are gathered. As long as they are controlled, they can form a prison suppression space that can accommodate countless people. With the level of the prison suppression steels, even if they cross the long void, they can still block it. Really, that's great. Haha. The people of the prison suppression realm were all ecstatic. Back then, I was an old friend of the prison suppression steels, and I also know some ways to control the prison suppression steels. Let's do it now. The ancestral Gregon said. After saying that, the ancestral Gregon's body emitted a powerful aura, and his hands quickly formed seals. Buzz, the 9 prison suppression steels began to vibrate, and then slowly floated in the air. The 9 prison suppression steels resonated with each other and gave birth to a space. That was the prison suppression space, and the grotto heaven treasure had the same meaning. Enter. The ancestral Gregon growled, and a powerful suction force was produced. The entire prison suppression realm, the endless population, all flew into the prison suppression space. Finally, Lu Ming, Qing Tsung, Elder Lu, and the others also entered the prison suppression space. The prison suppression space was also a world, vast and boundless, with endless mountains. We didn't notice it before. Elder Lu and the others were overjoyed and began to arrange people to let the endless population of the prison suppression realm live and reproduce here. As for the ancestral Graygon, he kept the 9 prison suppression steels and took a step forward. The space directly split open, and he traveled through the void towards the heaven boundary. After an unknown period of time, the ancestral Graygon's figure appeared in the prison suppression space. "I'm already in the heaven boundary." The ancestral Graygon smiled. So fast. Everyone was overjoyed, and at the same time, shocked. The ancestral Graygon's strength was unfathomable. He had returned to the heaven boundary from the evil god boundary in such a short time. "Follow me." The ancestral Graygon waved his hand, and Lu Ming, Qing Song, Lu Zhonglai, and the others disappeared. In the next moment, they appeared in the sky. Standing in the sky and looking around, they found that under their feet was an incomparably huge mountain. There were many buildings on the huge mountain. Around the huge mountain, there were several huge cities. So many experts. Lu Ming was shocked to find that there were terrifying auras coming from the huge mountain. There were heavenly emperors, and there were also great emperors. The number was shocking. Where is this place? Is this the foundation of the heavenly realm? Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. In the past, when he was in Two World City, the number of masters he encountered could not be compared to the foreign races, or even the purgatory realm. Lu Ming had always been curious about how they could fight against the foreign races with such strength. Lu Ming also guessed whether the heavenly realm had hidden its strength. Now he realized that it was very likely that this was the hidden strength of the heavenly realm. "This is where I live. It's an independent world, called the Lair of Zulong by the outside world." Ancestral Graygon explained. Lair of Zulong. Lu Ming remembered the name. At this moment, a rainbow light flew out from the mountain peak below and appeared in front of everyone in a flash. It was a middle-aged man with a burly figure, wearing a scale armor, majestic and handsome. "5 elements, haha, long time no see." Seeing this middle-aged man, Qing Song laughed and greeted him. When the middle-aged man saw Qing Song, he stared and seemed a little surprised. Then he smiled and said, "So it's you, Lion. After so many years, I thought you had died long ago." "Bah, if your Qilin is not dead, how could I be dead?" Qing Song deliberately pulled a long face. He was very happy to see an acquaintance. 5 elements? Qilin, is it the 5 elements Qilin of the top 10 battle beasts? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Among the top 10 battle beasts, there was a 5 elements Qilin, which was definitely powerful. Seeing that the other party was so familiar with Qing Song, it was most likely so. "Greetings, senior." 5 elements bowed to ancestral Graygon. 5 elements, you came at the right time. I brought all the people from the purgatory realm. Go and arrange a place for them to live. Ancestral Graygon said and then waved his hand. 9 purgatory tablets flew out and flew to Elder Lu. Elder Lu reached out and caught them. "Okay, everyone, please follow me." 5 elements waved his hand and flew in a direction. Elder Lu and the others followed. At the scene, only ancestral Graygon, Lu Ming, Qing Song, and a few people from the heavenly realm were left. "Senior, we will take our leave." "Senior ancestral Graygon, I also have to leave." Those people bade farewell to ancestral Graygon. They were people from the heaven realm and had been captured by the outsiders for countless years. They missed their family and friends here. Now that they met, they naturally wanted to see them as soon as possible. "Go ahead. There are teleportation portals in those cities. You can use them to leave." Ancestral Dragon said. Everyone saluted and then said to Lu Ming, "Brother Lu Ming, you have our teleportation token in your hand. If you need anything, feel free to send us a message." "All right." Lu Ming nodded. Then, those people left one after another. Only Lu Ming and Qing Song remained. "Senior, I also have to take my leave." Lu Ming also wanted to leave. When he was captured by the outsiders, Dandan, Bubbles, and his other friends and family must have been very worried. After all, it had been more than 100 years. He couldn't wait to go back and see them. 100 years was an extremely long time for him. An ordinary person wouldn't have such a long lifespan. I wonder how his parents are doing, and how are the others? Lu Ming, don't be in a hurry to go back. Stay here for a few months. After a few months, I have something to tell you. Ancestral Dragon said. A few months? That's good. Lu Ming nodded. More than 100 years had passed. A few months didn't matter. During this time, you can take a walk around the lair of Zulong. Ancestral Dragon said. Lu Ming, you can walk around here. I have to go. At this time, Xianxia said. He then bade farewell to Lu Ming and Ancestral Dragon and left. Lu Ming and Ancestral Dragon landed in front of a palace in the giant mountain below. Ancestral Dragon gave Lu Ming a dragon-shaped token. With this token, Lu Ming could freely enter and leave the lair of Zulong. After that, Ancestral Dragon entered a large hall, presumably to cultivate. Lu Ming, on the other hand, wandered around. This giant mountain was really huge. It stretched for millions of miles. There were caves, palaces, and so on everywhere. Lu Ming wandered around casually. In front of many caves and palaces, he could feel powerful auras. Many of them exuded the aura of the Heavenly Emperor realm. The Heavenly realm has been passed down from the desolate, archaic, and ancient antiquity. After countless years, the number of experts accumulated is astonishing. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In addition to the experts of the prison suppression realm, only then would they have the capital to fight against the foreign tribes. Lu Ming was wandering around when suddenly, he heard a violent roar in front of him. Someone was fighting. Lu Ming was curious and strode forward. In front of him, there was a huge palace. In front of the palace, there was a square. Two figures were fighting fiercely in the square. Sword chi surged. True Emperor realm. From a distance, Lu Ming could feel that the cultivation of the two figures was in the true Emperor realm. On this mountain, there were very few true emperors. Lu Ming guessed that they should be the disciples of some expert. That is, Lu Ming approached. When he saw the appearance of the two figures fighting, he couldn't help but be stunned. The two were acquaintances, moreover, they were acquaintances that he hadn't seen for a long time. Xianxia and Xianfeng, Lu Ming was really dumbfounded. He didn't expect to meet Xianxia and Xianfeng here. Back then, when Lu Ming was still cultivating in the eastern Xian region, Xianxia and Xianfeng's families were exterminated by the Heavenly Corpse sect. Because of the ancient desolate city, they were stranded on a small island in the Heavenly realm. On that small island, Lu Ming was besieged by the evil god tribe. In the end, the Xian family ancestor woke up and killed the evil god tribe. He brought Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Xianfeng back to the Yuan realm. Later, the Xian family ancestor left with Xianxia and Xianfeng. After this departure, Lu Ming never saw them again. Later, Lu Ming sent people to search for them in the divine desolate continent. In the Yuan continent, he also sent people to inquire about them. There was never any news of Xianxia and the rest. He never expected to meet Xianxia and the rest here. It seems that the Xian family ancestor is definitely a terrifying existence. Lu Ming thought in his heart. His current knowledge was naturally different from the past. There were many things that he could infer. The Xian family ancestor was very likely seriously injured in the battle with the foreign tribes in the ancient times. He fell into the Yuan realm along with the ancient desolate city. He was an extremely powerful existence. From the way he met Dandan and his attitude towards Dandan, it could be seen. At this moment, Xianxia and Xianfeng also felt that someone was approaching. They couldn't help but stop and look over. When they saw Lu Ming, the two of them were subconsciously stunned. Then, their eyes widened and their mouths opened wide. They were dumbfounded. Lu Ming, the two of them were obviously very surprised. They didn't expect to meet Lu Ming here. Ha ha ha, Xianxia, Xianfeng, long time no see. How have you been? Lu Ming had already come to his senses. He laughed loudly and flew over. Big brother Lu Ming, it's really you. Xianxia greeted him with a smile. Of course it's me. It's the real deal. The two sides had not seen each other for a long time. It had been more than 100 years. Now that they met, they had endless topics to talk about. Even Xianfeng, who had always been serious, had a smile on his face. During the conversation, Lu Ming learned about the experiences of Xianxiang and the others over the years. Back then, the Xian family's patriarch brought Xianxiang and Xianfeng with him. After they parted ways with Lu Ming, they had been traveling everywhere. They had been to various places, barged through dangerous and forbidden lands, and trained everywhere. After more than 10 years, the Xian family's patriarch brought them to the Heaven Realm. In ancient times, the Xian family ancestor was an extremely powerful existence in the Heaven Realm. Naturally, he knew about the lair of Zulong. After coming to the Heaven Realm, the Xian family ancestor took Xianxiang and Xianfeng to the lair of Zulong and settled down there. The Xian family ancestor focused on cultivation and recovery. He would take time to guide Xianxiang and Xianfeng. This stay lasted for more than 100 years. Although Xianxiang and Xianfeng's talents were not particularly good, the cultivation environment was too good. The lair of Zulong, the place where the ancestral dragon lived, had the best cultivation environment in the Heaven Realm. In addition to the guidance of the Xian family ancestor and the accumulation of a large amount of resources, the two of them cultivated to the true Emperor realm in more than 100 years. Lu Ming also briefly talked about his experience. Although it was just a simple explanation, the two of them were still shaken to the core. Lu Ming had nowhere to go in the lair of Zulong, so he settled down here. Occasionally, Xianxiang and Xianfeng would find Lu Ming to spar. Lu Ming just casually attacked and the two of them were no match for him. The two of them admired Lu Ming even more. The two of them had the best cultivation environment and the guidance of experts. However, Lu Ming relied on himself and walked step by step to get to where he was today. His achievements were far above the two of them. Naturally, the two of them admired him. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. On this day, Lu Ming received a message from the ancestral dragon, asking him to wait at the place where the ancestral dragon was cultivating in seclusion. Lu Ming bid farewell to Xianxiang and Xianfeng and walked towards the palace at the peak of the mountain. When Lu Ming arrived, he found that there was no one in sight. Lu Ming began to wait. Not long after, Lu Ming heard footsteps. He looked over and saw a few people walking over. There were a total of 4 people, 2 old men, 1 middle-aged man, and 1 young man. Dragon Chi, they are all true dragons. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He could sense Dragon Chi from the 4 of them. He had the bloodline of the 9 dragons, and his spirit body was the dragon god battle body. He was very sensitive to dragon aura and could easily sense it. "It's you, brat." Seeing Lu Ming, the young man strode over with an unfriendly look in his eyes. Lu Ming was baffled. This was the first time he had met this young man, and he hadn't offended him. Why was this young man so hostile towards him the moment they met? Was he crazy? Lu Ming frowned. However, this was the lair of Zulong, and the other party was a true dragon, most likely related to the ancestral dragon. He couldn't be bothered to lower himself to their level. The dragon marrow pool opens once every 10,000 years. This time, only I am qualified to enter the dragon marrow pool. I really don't understand why the ancestral dragon wants you to enter the dragon marrow pool. Is the ancestral dragon, the young man said indignantly. Ao Luan, watch your words. Before the young man could finish, an old man hurriedly interrupted him. The young man's name was Ao Luan. His expression changed slightly, and he stopped speaking. However, his eyes became colder as he stared at Lu Ming. Brat, the dragon marrow pool opens once every 10,000 years. Only the most talented can enter. I am the most talented dragon in the past 10,000 years. What right do you have to enter? Dragon marrow pool? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the ancestral dragon wanted him to wait for a few months so that he could enter the dragon marrow pool? It was very likely. Otherwise, this young man from the dragon tribe wouldn't be so hostile towards him. The ancestral dragon has his reasons for letting anyone in. Lu Ming said. Are you saying that your talent is stronger than mine? The young man said coldly. His eyes flickered coldly. Lu Ming smiled without answering the question, but his intention was clear. Ha ha ha, very well, very well. Since someone is so confident in front of me, I would like to see what you've got. I challenge you to a duel, come at me. Aoluan burst out laughing as a powerful aura burst out from his body. 6-star martial monarch, this Aoluan's cultivation was shockingly outstanding. That being said, Aoluan had been cultivating for quite some time. Lu Ming speculated that he had been cultivating for at least a few thousand years. As a matter of fact, Aoluan had been cultivating for over 5,000 years. It was extremely rare to be able to cultivate to the 6-star martial monarch realm in just over 5,000 years. He would be ranked at the top even on the longevity ranking of the non-human tribes. He was definitely a rare genius. No wonder he was so confident. The two old men of the true dragon tribe and the middle-aged bulky man watched on expressionlessly. They had no intention of stopping him. You are no match against me. Lu Ming shook his head slightly. With his current cultivation, he was not interested in a 6-star martial monarch realm cultivator. He was telling the truth, but Aoluan was completely enraged. Shameless, I would like to see what you've got. Aoluan was enraged. He stomped his foot and charged at Lu Ming at lightning speed. His claw twisted and grabbed at Lu Ming. The claw struck out, causing the void to explode. Its power was shockingly strong. Immemorial Path of Beast. Lu Ming was startled. This Aoluan did not cultivate the Path of Beast, but the immemorial Path of Beast. Whoosh, Lu Ming put his fingers together like a sword and pierced toward the other party's claw. It was like a real unparalleled divine sword, fast as lightning and unparalleled in sharpness. Bang, Lu Ming's finger collided with Aoluan's claw, resulting in a great explosion. Aoluan's figure shuddered violently as if he had been electrocuted, before he was sent flying. Immemorial Path of Body Cultivator. Aoluan wore a dark expression. Lu Ming had only used the strength of his flesh. He had assumed that Lu Ming was a body cultivator who purely cultivated his flesh. Roar, a dragon's roar shook the sky as Aoluan transformed into a true dragon. His body was winding as he lunged at Lu Ming with his claws. 5 dragon claws slammed at Lu Ming continuously. The dragon claws were covered in a layer of terrifying beast force. Aoluan's strength had reached its peak after transforming into a true dragon. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He had already shown mercy, but his opponent did not know when to stop. Therefore, he could not blame him for being merciless. Whoosh, Lu Ming's muscles shuddered as he dashed forward and threw out punches. Bang! Bang, Lu Ming's fists collided with Aoluan's dragon claws. Each collision caused Aoluan's figure to shudder violently and be knocked back. After a few exchanges, Aoluan was knocked back over 100 li, completely suppressed by Lu Ming. What a powerful body. This person has already cultivated his body to the peak of the Great Emperor realm. The middle-aged man muttered with a dark expression. Aoluan was one of his nephews. At this moment, Lu Ming attacked. He grabbed one of Aoluan's dragon claws and smashed it onto the ground. Roar! Stop! By the side, that middle-aged man roared loudly, his body rushing out explosively, grabbing towards Lu Ming with a claw. A terrifying power crashed over towards Lu Ming. Very clearly, this person was a Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouse. Lu Ming's expression changed, flinging Aoluan out with a fling. His body retreated wildly, avoiding the middle-aged man's attack. 6th uncle, teach him a lesson for me, teach him a ruthless lesson for me. Aoluan stabilized his figure and roared loudly. The middle-aged man looked at Lu Ming and said, little brother looks young, but your cultivation is so profound. Truly admirable. I'm also eager to see you pray. How about little brother accompany me for a few moves? Hoo-hoo. Lu Ming smiled coldly. Beating the young one, the old one came out. He only displayed the power of the fleshy body just now. The realm that he displayed was peak Great Emperor, while the middle-aged man was a Heavenly Emperor. Although he was a 1-star Heavenly Emperor, he was also far above peak Great Emperor. Now, he actually asked Lu Ming to exchange a few moves with him. This was clearly bullying. However, just a 1-star Heavenly Emperor, why would Lu Ming be afraid? A hint of an inexplicable smile appeared at the corners of Lu Ming's mouth and he said with a nod, all right, senior's invitation, how can junior dare to refuse? Agreed? the middle-aged man, as well as those two old men, were all taken aback. They originally even thought that Lu Ming would not dare to accept the challenge, and then retreat in the face of difficulties, taking the initiative to give up on entering the Dragon Marrow pool. They did not expect that Lu Ming actually agreed. A trace of cold light flashed across in the depths of the middle-aged man's eyes. Then he would seize this opportunity and teach Lu Ming a good lesson. Lu Ming was someone that ancestral dragon took a fancy on. He naturally did not dare to have killing intent towards Lu Ming. But there was no harm in teaching him a lesson a little. Haha, little brother is really heroic. Then pay attention. The middle-aged man smiled and suddenly took a step forward. His body rushed towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Then, he clawed at Lu Ming. He had already used 80% of his strength in this attack. He was confident that he could defeat a peak-grade emperor easily. Boom, Lu Ming also threw a punch at the middle-aged man. He actually dares to take it head-on. What a hothead. The middle-aged man felt disdain in his heart. A peak-grade emperor actually dared to clash head-on with a heavenly emperor. What was it if not foolish? Bang, their attacks collided. At this moment, Lu Ming's fist emitted a dazzling purple-gold radiance. The Tao of Sovereign, in the instant that the two of them collided, Lu Ming erupted with the Tao of a Sovereign. The middle-aged man's expression instantly changed. His eyeballs almost popped out from their sockets as he wore an astounded expression. At this moment, he felt an incomparably horrifying power surge towards him. At the critical moment, he unleashed his full strength, but it was already too late. With an intense rumble, the middle-aged man's body was like a broken sack, flying out horizontally. He flew out 1,000 miles before stabilizing his figure. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out. And one of his arms was already bent out of shape. What? By the side, Ao Luan, as well as the two old men, were all stunned. One move, Lu Ming actually only used one move and sent the middle-aged man flying out horizontally, vomiting blood from his mouth. The middle-aged man was a heavenly emperor. The few people's minds could not wrap around it all of a sudden. Lu Ming was not surprised in the slightest. Him erupting with the power of sovereign right now was sufficient to suppress and even kill a one-star heavenly emperor. And just now, the middle-aged man was naturally not Lu Ming's match due to his carelessness. Roar! The middle-aged man roared angrily, his body transforming into a true dragon. Vast dragon pressure spread out, pouncing towards Lu Ming. He did not believe that if he erupted with his full strength, he still could not take down Lu Ming. Lu Ming's cultivation was clearly just Great Emperor realm. The enormous dragon body instantly pounced above Lu Ming's head. Really looking for a thrashing? Lu Ming opened his mouth coldly, his entire body shrouded in purple gold light, akin to a divine spirit that ruled the world. Swoosh, he turned into a purple gold light and rushed towards the other party. At the same time, the purple gold light condensed into a long spear. This was a long spear condensed with the Tao of Sovereign. It was sturdy and immortal, indestructible. Bang, Lu Ming's spear lashed out. This spear did not just have the power of the Tao of Sovereign, it also had the power of the fleshy body. The middle-aged man roared angrily, the dragon horns on his dragon head emitting a resplendent light, bursting forth with two beams of divine light, slashing towards Lu Ming like heavenly blades. At the same time, his dragon claws continuously grabbed out, converging into a golden dragon claw, grabbing towards Lu Ming. Several attacks burst out at the same time. The middle-aged man had already used all his strength. However, when his attack collided with Lu Ming's long spear, his expression changed. His attacks collapsed continuously. Lu Ming's long spear destroyed his attacks like breaking rotten wood, and whipped towards him. The middle-aged man's dragon body shrank rapidly, and he frantically retreated, but he could not avoid Lu Ming's attack at all. Lu Ming's long spear struck his waist. The middle-aged man screamed as his body was sent flying tens of thousands of miles away, smashing into a barren mountain, smoke and dust filling the air. Hiss, Ao Luan and the two old men gasped. This time, the middle-aged man could be said to have used all his strength, but he was still sent flying by Lu Ming's spear. It was a complete suppression. Where did this young man come from? His strength was too shocking. After a long while, they finally reacted. It's just a spar. You're too heavy-handed. One of the old men said coldly. He's not dead. Lu Ming curled his lips, not taking it seriously. The old man's face was somewhat gloomy. Enough. At this moment, a voice sounded. It was the voice of the ancestral dragon, coming from the palace. Following that, a figure appeared in the air. This figure was not a physical body, but a projection of the ancestral dragon. Greetings, ancestor. Ao Luan and the two old men's expressions changed as they stood up and bowed. Lu Ming is someone I have my eyes on. Do you have any objections to my decision? The ancestral dragon glanced at Ao Luan and the two old men. The expressions of the three changed drastically as they hurriedly lowered their heads and said, We dare not, we dare not. Then are you doubting my judgment? The ancestral dragon said again. No, ancestor, definitely not. Ancestor's judgment is like a torch. The two old men hurriedly said. Ao Luan did not dare to say anything. If Lu Ming was really a trash, for the sake of the dragon marrow pool, he would have to fight for it no matter what. But now, the strength that Lu Ming displayed was seriously too shocking. Not to mention, even a heavenly emperor was insta-killed by Lu Ming. It was too terrifying. Let me tell you guys, Lu Ming has cultivated for less than 200 years until now. The ancestral dragon said again. What? Less than 200 years? With this, Ao Luan and the two old men were almost frightened to death. They would never doubt that the ancestral dragon would use this to lie to them. Heavens, cultivating for less than 200 years and could crush a heavenly emperor, what kind of monster was this? There was actually such a person in the world, no wonder the ancestral dragon chose Lu Ming and let him enter the dragon marrow pool. Now, Ao Luan was docile, not daring to let out a fart. Lu Ming? Lu Ming? Could he be the Lu Ming who was hailed as the #1 prodigy of the younger generation in the Heaven world and Yuan world, the one who became an emperor with many laws? One of the old men whispered. Suddenly, his expression changed as he recalled something. That's right. Ancestral Gragon nodded. It's him, it's actually him. Ao Luan and the two old men were shocked. If you have no objections, you may leave. Ancestral Gragon waved his hand. Yes. The two old men and Ao Luan bowed and retreated, flying tens of thousands of miles away. They helped the middle-aged man up and left quickly. Lu Ming, come with me. Ancestral Gragon smiled faintly, then turned and flew to the right. Lu Ming touched his nose and smiled bitterly. He guessed that Ancestral Gragon already knew about the previous situation, but deliberately did not show up. He wanted to let Lu Ming take action, let Lu Ming show his strength, so that Ao Luan and the others would not be convinced. Following Ancestral Gragon, they circled around and came to a valley. The entrance of the valley was covered by a layer of light. Obviously, there was a grand formation sealing this place. Ancestral Gragon waved his hand and the grand formation opened. Lu Ming walked in. There was a vortex in the valley. Lu Ming, go in. Behind the vortex is the dragon marrow pool. There is the essence of the dragon marrow that is naturally born between heaven and earth. It only opens once every 10,000 years. If you absorb the essence of the dragon marrow pool, it will be enough to bring your physical body one step closer to the heavenly emperor realm. Ancestral Gragon said. It can let my physical body break through to the heavenly emperor realm? Lu Ming was shocked. This was incredible. His 7 divine mystic art was now at the late stage of the 5th level. If he wanted to cultivate to the 6th level, he would need top-notch treasures. Even if Lu Ming was extremely talented, it would be difficult for him to break through without thousands of years of cultivation. Now, he could rely on the dragon marrow pool to break through. It could be seen how valuable the dragon marrow pool was. No wonder Ao Luan wanted to find trouble with Lu Ming. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming solemnly bowed to the ancestral dragon. You don't have to thank me. The situation is urgent. Although Saint Ancestor Xianxia is still alive, Moku will find a way to help him recover. Also, that place is about to open. You are the only variable now. You must improve your strength as soon as possible. Ancestral Dragon said, his eyes filled with worry. That place is about to open? The only variable? Lu Ming was puzzled. What does this mean? Also, what did the foreign race's divine ancestor mean by splitting open the sky? Lu Ming realized that as his cultivation increased, he knew more and more, but there were also more and more things that he didn't know. There seemed to be many secrets in this world that he did not understand. However, Ancestral Graygon was clearly unwilling to say more. He said, "Go in." "Yes." Lu Ming nodded, then stepped forward and entered the vortex. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared in a strange place. This was an underground cave. It was very wide. The moment Lu Ming entered, he heard waves of dragon roars. Lu Ming looked around the underground cave and saw an extremely strange scene. The walls of the cave were covered with dragon-shaped markings. These markings did not look like they had been artificially carved. Instead, they looked more like they were naturally formed. They were vivid and lifelike. Also, there were some spiritual herbs and sacred herbs growing around the cave. They were all in the shape of dragons, like small true dragons that crawled everywhere. In the middle of the cave, there was a small pool with some golden liquid inside. Waves of dragon roars were coming from the pool. Lu Ming took a look and discovered that there were 9 golden true dragons swimming in the pool. No, they were not true dragons. They were condensed from energy, and the essence that permeated the air was extremely rich. Amazing, really amazing. The dragon marrow pool is formed naturally. Nature is really amazing. Lu Ming sighed. Then, he took off his clothes and entered the dragon marrow pool. He sat cross-legged. The water of the dragon marrow pool was just above Lu Ming's head. As soon as Lu Ming entered the dragon marrow pool, the pool water turned into small true dragons and desperately drilled into Lu Ming's body. Immediately, Lu Ming began to circulate the 7 gods' mysterious art and began to absorb the energy in the dragon marrow pool to refine his body. The energy in the dragon marrow pool was absorbed by Lu Ming and seeped into Lu Ming's every cell. Lu Ming's body was rapidly improving. It was at least a few hundred times faster than usual. Lu Ming cultivated wholeheartedly, forgetting everything. He forgot about time. He cast everything aside and focused on cultivation. Time flew by. Day by day, month by month, passed. The water in the dragon marrow pool was also slowly decreasing. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Roar. Suddenly, a dragon roar came from Lu Ming's body. Following that, a series of bone-trembling sounds came from his body. The trembling sounds became stronger and stronger. The aura on Lu Ming's body also became stronger and stronger. Bang! In the end, it formed a large explosion. A horrifying aura pervaded inside the cave. Heavenly Emperor, this was the pressure of a heavenly emperor. Lu Ming finally broke through, breaking through to the 6th level of the 7 gods' mysterious art. Lu Ming's physical strength completely reached the heavenly emperor realm. Now, Lu Ming could suppress ordinary 1-star heavenly emperors just by relying on the power of the physical body. Adding in the power of the Tao of Sovereign, Lu Ming's strength skyrocketed again. Following that, Lu Ming continued to cultivate for 2 months, consolidating his cultivation a little before ending cultivation. Huff, Lu Ming let out a long breath. His lungs puffed and a dragon roar emitted from his throat. Dragons and I are really fated. Lu Ming smiled, then got up, sensing the situation within his body. His entire body was filled with the power to destroy heaven and earth. Furthermore, blood energy surged like a great river, surging to the extreme. Heavenly Emperor Realm, cultivating for more than 100 years, Lu Ming finally stepped into the Heavenly Emperor Realm. However, it was the Tao of body cultivation that took the lead. Don't know how long has passed. Lu Ming muttered, then left this place. When he walked out of the vortex, light and shadow flashed in the air. Ancestral Dragon's projection appeared. Looks like you broke through. Ancestral Dragon said with a slight smile. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists, then asked, Senior, I wonder how long I've been cultivating. 3 years. Ancestral Dragon said. 3 years, is it? Lu Ming muttered. Do you want to leave very much? Go on. If there's anything, I'll find you. Ancestral Dragon said. Yes. Lu Ming nodded. He was indeed anxious to return home. He wanted to go back and see how the situation was now. Immediately, Lu Ming followed Ancestral Dragon and left this place. Then, Lu Ming went to Xianfeng and Xianxiang. After bidding farewell to the two, Lu Ming came to an ancient city nearby, took the teleportation formation, and left the lair of Zulong. After leaving the lair of Zulong, Lu Ming appeared in the north of Taiching Sky Domain. Then, Lu Ming took another teleportation formation and headed to Two World City. Upon returning to Two World City, Lu Ming immediately went to Hengyu Celestial Emperor. Lu Ming. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu was pleasantly surprised to see Lu Ming. More than 100 years ago, Lu Ming was captured by the foreign races. Many people thought that Lu Ming was most likely dead. He never thought that Lu Ming would suddenly appear in Two World City after more than 100 years. Lu Ming, how did you come back? Heavenly Emperor Hengyu was so excited that his voice was trembling. Lu Ming was quite touched. He briefly recounted what had happened over the past few years. Saint Ancestor Xianxia, foreign race's Saint Ancestor, Ancestral Dragon, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu was incomparably shocked as if he was digesting this information. In the heaven world, there were many heavenly emperors who did not know of the Ancestral Dragon's existence. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu was one of them. Now that he knew so many secrets, he naturally needed to digest them. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu was shocked. He did not expect that Lu Ming had experienced so much in the evil god world. It could be said to be magnificent. Lu Ming, you broke through to the Heavenly Emperor realm? Heavenly Emperor Hengyu sized up Lu Ming and felt that the vitality in Lu Ming's body was shocking. He could not help but widen his eyes. My physical body broke through. Fortunately, I received Senior Ancestral Dragon's help. Otherwise, it would take at least 1,000 years. Lu Ming said. Good, good, good. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said a few words. Senior, what's the situation now? Lu Ming asked. 3 years ago, a large number of experts suddenly appeared in our heaven world. They came to Two World City and another battlefield to participate in the war. They claimed to be from the hell-suppressing world. It seems like they came from the evil god world with you. With the addition of the experts from the hell-suppressing world, our heaven world's combat power increased greatly. In these few years, for some reason, the foreign races have held up and did not take the initiative to fight. They became defensive. In these few years, we have been sending people out of the city to kill the foreign races' camp on the other side of the battlefield. There is still a large army attacking over there. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu explained. The foreign races became defensive? Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. Logically speaking, even with the addition of the prison suppression realm, the overall strength of the heaven realm was still inferior to the foreign races. The outsiders wouldn't go so far as to hide and defend. Could it be that the foreign races are conserving their strength and waiting for Saint Ancestor Xianxia to recover before launching an all-out attack? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he thought of this possibility. His expression turned serious. This was the most likely possibility. Lu Ming, some of your friends are also following the army to attack the outsiders. They want to capture an important member of the outsiders and get information about you. Celestial Emperor Hengyu said. My friend, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It was very likely to be Dandan, Bubbles, and the others. Senior, I'll go take a look. Lu Ming said. Yes, be careful. Come with me. After he finished speaking, he flew towards the city wall. Is that Lu Ming? Nest, who did I see? Lu Ming? Wasn't Lu Ming captured by the foreign races? Why is he here? Could it be that everything is just a rumor? Along the way, those who saw Lu Ming were stunned and tongue-tied. More than 100 years ago, Lu Ming was captured by the foreign races and caused a huge commotion in the Grand Pure Heaven domain. Lu Ming's talent was too high and many people had high hopes for him. Who would have thought that he would be captured by the foreign races? That was a huge loss. Many people thought that Lu Ming had been captured by the foreign races for more than 100 years. Who would have thought that Lu Ming would appear in Two World City? Arriving at the city wall, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu ordered someone to open the array and Lu Ming flew out. After flying out of Two World City, Lu Ming immediately burst out and flew towards the opposite side of the battlefield. His speed was so fast that the void kept exploding. So fast. Those who saw Lu Ming's speed were dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming disappeared from everyone's sight. With Lu Ming's current speed, it was too fast. Not long after, an endless army camp appeared in front of him. At this time, there was a great battle going on. On the heavenly world side, they took the initiative to attack the foreign race's camp. Both sides fought very fiercely. At this time, one of the foreign race's camps was attacked by the heavenly world's army. The commander of this heavenly world's army was Dandan. Dandan's cultivation back then had reached the peak Great Emperor realm. After more than 100 years of cultivation, Dandan had successfully broken through and reached the heavenly emperor realm. Following Dandan were Bubble, Huang Ling, Long Chen, Ouyang Wushuang and the others. After more than 100 years, everyone's cultivation had improved greatly. Most of them had stepped into the true emperor realm. In addition, there were other experts from the heavenly world. Kill! Dandan roared and turned into a giant tortoise to fight a heavenly emperor of the foreign races. The two of them fought very fiercely. However, it was obvious that Dandan was stronger. The other party was completely suppressed by Dandan. There's a foreign race prince in this camp. We must capture him and ask for Lu Ming's whereabouts. We can even exchange him for Lu Ming. Dandan transmitted to everyone. When Lu Ming was captured, the other party had shouted that they could not harm Lu Ming's life. Therefore, they still had hope that he was still alive. Bubble and the others launched a fierce attack. Bubble's cultivation had also stepped into the Great Emperor realm and had reached the 3-star Great Emperor realm. Now, Bubble had mastered the Grand Tao and was even more proficient in the use of time and space. Her figure flickered, and a large number of outsiders were imprisoned. Some of the weaker ones had their time reversed, and their cultivation base regressed to a time when they were even weaker. Then, they were easily killed. Even if they were great emperors, as long as their cultivation did not exceed Bubble's by too much, they would not be spared. In the depths of the camp, there was a purple-haired foreign race who was watching coldly. This person was actually someone that Lu Ming was familiar with, the foreign race prince Mo Tianluo. Lu Ming's friend? Let's see how you will die. Mo Tianluo sneered and transmitted a message to the heavenly emperor who was fighting with Dandan. That heavenly emperor exchanged a few moves with Dandan before retreating. Retreat. Protect the prince. The foreign race heavenly emperor roared and retreated frantically. Want to leave? Stay. Dandan chased, but the other party's speed was fast too. He retreated to Mo Tianluo's side and brought Mo Tianluo to retreat. Dandan and the others chased and killed a large number of foreign races along the way. Stop. Suddenly, Dandan shouted for them to stop. Why aren't we continuing to chase? Someone was puzzled. It's better to be careful. The other party seems to be luring us here. If there is a trap, it will be troublesome. Let's retreat first. After all, Dandan had lived for a long time and was meticulous. The others nodded. Immediately, they did not continue to chase but retreated. In front, Mo Tianluo also stopped and his eyes were cold. Not chasing? Pretty meticulous. But do you think this will be useful? Kill. Mo Tianluo roared. Swish. Swish, following Mo Tianluo's roar, the ground suddenly exploded and figures flew out. All of them were foreign races. Among them, 2 of them had shockingly strong auras and were actually heavenly emperor experts. Let's go. Dandan's expression changed as he roared. Everyone quickly flew towards the back. Want to leave? Don't even think about leaving today. Mo Tianluo's expression was extremely malevolent. When he knew that these people were Lu Ming's friends, he had already planned to capture all of Lu Ming's friends in one fell swoop. In the evil god world, Lu Ming had made him lose face. He hated Lu Ming to the core. Chase after them and kill them. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Mo Tianluo roared. Kill. Those foreign races chased after Dandan and the rest in a frenzy. Their speed was shocking, especially the 3 heavenly emperors. They quickly closed the distance between them and Dandan and the rest. Although Dandan was a heavenly emperor, the rest weren't. Naturally, their speed couldn't be compared to the foreign race's heavenly emperors. Spacetime, Bubbles transformed into his original form and his body became bigger. His body emitted a layer of strange light that enveloped everyone. Everyone felt their speed increase exponentially. At the same time, Dandan appeared behind the army and waved his hands. Countless runes spread out and entered the space. Huge tortoise shells appeared in the air and blocked in front of the foreign races. Break! The 3 foreign race heavenly emperors were the first to catch up and unleashed a terrifying attack. Although Dandan was strong, his cultivation was still at the 1-star heavenly emperor level. On the other hand, there were 3 of them and one of them had reached the 2-star heavenly emperor level. Those who could cultivate to the heavenly emperor realm, which one was not a peerless prodigy? Wanting to jump ranks to battle was extremely difficult. Relying on Dandan's talent, she could at most suppress opponents of the same level. Wanting to jump ranks to battle was still impossible. He was fighting 1 against 3 and naturally wasn't a match for them. The tortoise shells that he condensed were constantly shattered. Dandan fought as he retreated. He continued to condense tortoise shells to buy time for Bubbles and the rest. Everyone was like a stream of light, cutting across the sky. Soon, they flew out for tens of thousands of miles. They came to another army camp. Here, the Heaven Realm army was also attacking the foreign races. Bubbles and the rest were overjoyed. Everyone, come and help us! Ouyang Wushuang roared. Among this Heaven Realm army, there were also Heavenly Emperor Realm powerhouses. Seeing this scene, they were just about to come over and help. However, one powerful expert after another suddenly flew out of the outsider camp. You want to rescue them? Dream on. Hold them back. Those pagan warriors didn't care about their lives, entangling the Heaven Realm's army. Both sides were locked in a fierce battle, and it was hard for them to spare any time to help. Ha ha ha, you want others to save you? Stop dreaming. The strength of my evil god tribe is stronger than yours. Do you understand? Defend yourself during this period of time. Don't think that we are afraid of you. Mo Tianluo laughed loudly. And at this time, those 3 foreign race heavenly emperors had already broken through Dandan's attacks consecutively and were nearing Dandan. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Kill. Dandan was enraged. It opened its mouth and spat out a small pagoda. This small pagoda emitted a vast amount of pressure. Heavenly Dao soldiers, back on the Void Sacred Island, Dandan had been given 4 Heavenly Dao soldiers. However, with Dandan's current cultivation, he could only control 1 Heavenly Dao soldier at most. It's a Heavenly Dao soldier. Scatter. The 3 foreign race Heavenly Emperors' expressions changed and they scattered. Bang, the Heavenly Dao soldier shook and rumbled forward. That 2-star Heavenly Emperor rushed over, brandishing a battle axe and colliding heavily with the Heavenly Dao soldier. With a violent tremor, the 2-star Heavenly Emperor was forced back repeatedly. As for the small pagoda, it was also sent flying back. Dandan was a 1-star Heavenly Emperor. When he controlled the Heavenly Dao soldier, he could jump realms to fight against 2-star Heavenly Emperors. Shwa. Shwa. At this time, the other 2 foreign race Heavenly Emperors rushed towards Bubble and the others. Dandan's expression changed. Bubble and the others didn't have any Heavenly Emperors. They weren't a match for the Heavenly Emperors. If the Heavenly Emperors rushed over, the consequences would be unimaginable. Dandan clenched his teeth and controlled the Heavenly Dao soldier to attack those 2 Heavenly Emperors. Your opponent is me. That 2-star Heavenly Emperor sneered and rushed over again, brandishing his battle axe, attacking Dandan. Dandan was helpless and could only control the Heavenly Dao soldier to attack the other party. With Dandan's cultivation, even if he controlled the Heavenly Dao soldier, he could at most resist a 2-star Heavenly Emperor. He really couldn't stop the other 2 1-star Heavenly Emperors. Not good, you guys quickly run, scatter and run. Dandan roared. Now, if one could escape, it was one escape. Want to leave? None of you can leave. A foreign race Heavenly Emperor sneered. His speed was very fast. In an instant, he caught up to Bubble and the others and slapped out a palm. Block it. In the army, an old man roared. He had the cultivation of a peak great emperor. He erupted with full strength and attacked that foreign race Heavenly Emperor. In addition, there were more than a dozen experts who also attacking that heavenly emperor together. These dozen experts were all high-level great emperors. They were the elites of this army. Bang, both sides' attacks collided. However, a heavenly emperor was a heavenly emperor after all. Even if more than a dozen high-level great emperors joined forces, they were still far from being a match for a heavenly emperor. On the side of the heavenly realm, more than a dozen high-level great emperors' bodies shook violently. They vomited blood and were thrown back. Especially a few of the weaker ones. Their bodies exploded, and they died on the spot. At this time, another foreign race heavenly emperor had already approached Bubble, Huang Ling, Long Chen, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others. Fight. Fight it out with him. Ouyang Wushuang, Long Chen, and the others' eyes turned red. Even if they died, they had to fight to the death. Whoosh, at this time a purplish gold light flew over from afar. Fast, too fast, in the blink of an eye, the purplish gold light flew over. This was a purplish gold long spear. It was incomparably sharp and pierced towards that foreign race heavenly emperor. That foreign race heavenly emperor's face changed as he sensed danger. He roared and attacked with all his might, bombarding the purplish gold long spear. Boom, there was an earth-shattering explosion. The purplish gold long spear exploded. That foreign race heavenly emperor's body shook violently as he retreated a few hundred miles. One of his palms was trembling non-stop, and blood flowed out from it. We're saved. Bubble, Ouyang Wushuang, Long Chen, and Huang Ling were overjoyed. It seemed like a senior from the heavenly realm had arrived. Who is it? The foreign race heavenly emperor roared. The person who will kill you. A cold voice was heard. Following that, a purplish gold light flashed, and a figure suddenly appeared from the void. Lu Ming? Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. When they saw the figure, Huang Ling, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others were stunned at first. Their faces were filled with disbelief, and then they were overjoyed. It was actually Lu Ming. They actually saw Lu Ming here. Wasn't Lu Ming captured and sent to the evil god world? Why would he appear here? They wanted to capture an important person from the other party to inquire about Lu Ming. All of this was too unexpected. Then, did Lu Ming save them just now? Thinking of this, they were even more shocked. That spear light just now had forced a heavenly emperor to retreat and injure him. Big brother Lu Ming. Bubble cried out in surprise. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, you brat, I knew you were fine. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming glanced at everyone and found that everyone was fine. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Ming, it's you. Not far away, Mo Tianluo's eyes were incomparably cold, filled with malevolent killing intent as he stared at Lu Ming. After the battle of the hell-suppressing realm, the entire hell-suppressing realm disappeared. Mo Tianluo naturally knew that the people of hell-suppressing realm had come to the heaven realm. Mo Tianluo, what a coincidence. I'll send you on your way today. Lu Ming said coldly. Ha ha ha, what big words. Kill him for me. Mo Tianluo shouted and ordered his subordinates to kill Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming's combat power was strong and could even suppress the first prince, there were a few heavenly emperors here. Today, he wanted Lu Ming to die here. Kill. Kill. The two one-star heavenly emperors shouted and charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming, be careful. Huang Ling and the rest couldn't help but exclaim. But Lu Ming's eyes were calm as a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. His body emitted purplish gold light, condensing into a purplish gold long spear. Buzz, his muscles vibrated as his body rushed towards one of the one-star heavenly emperors. His speed was extremely fast. Now that Lu Ming's physical body had broken through to the heavenly emperor realm, his muscles could vibrate billions of times in an instant. Wherever he passed, the void seemed to have turned into a black hole, shattering everything. Boom, the long spear swept out, sweeping towards that one-star heavenly emperor. This is, when Lu Ming swept out with his spear, that foreign race heavenly emperor had an extremely terrifying feeling, as if he was going to be crushed by the spear. He roared hysterically and tried his best to erupt, wanting to block it. But it was all in vain. Bang, the foreign race heavenly emperor's body was like a sandbag, being smashed apart, exploding into tiny pieces and flying everywhere. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but widen. Not only were Dandan, Bubbles, Huang Ling, and the others shocked, but there was also a Heaven Realm army in the distance that was fighting with the foreign races. At this moment, they were also shocked to the extreme. That was a Heavenly Emperor. He was directly insta-killed by Lu Ming, exploding in the air. This kind of impact was seriously too strong. Mo Tianluo was even more dumbfounded. A few years ago, in the Fiend God world, Lu Ming had challenged the 10,000 years list. Although he was strong, he was only slightly stronger than the first prince. Although he was invincible among great emperors, there was still a gap between him and the Heavenly Emperor. But how long had it been? Lu Ming was already able to blow up a Heavenly Emperor with a single shot. This kind of combat strength was too terrifying. The increase was also too fast, causing him to be alarmed. At this point, the other outsider Celestial Emperor was nearly scared to death. When he came to his senses, he began to back away frantically. "It's too late to leave now," Lu Ming said coldly. His muscles trembled as he shot forward. Within a few breaths of time, he had caught up to the outsider. "Save me!" The outsider Celestial Emperor roared as he charged towards the two-star Heavenly Emperor. He wanted the two-star Heavenly Emperor to save him. However, Dandan was controlling the Heavenly Dao weapon with all his might, constantly attacking the other party, making it difficult for the other party to have a chance to help. And Lu Ming had already arrived. His spear swept out, enveloping a radius of 10,000 miles. The outsider Celestial Emperor was unable to dodge. He let out a roar of despair and fought back with all his might. But his cultivation was only a one-star Heavenly Emperor. How could he block Lu Ming's attack? The spear swept out, and he followed in the footsteps of the previous outsider, exploding in the air. Lu Ming flashed past and kept the other party's storage bracelet. "Run, run, run!" When Lu Ming charged towards the outsider, Mo Tianluo had already fled frantically. The other outsider armies followed him and fled frantically. "All of you, stop him for me. Stop him for this prince. Do you hear me?" Mo Tianluo ordered his subordinates. But no one listened to him. What a joke. Stopping to stop Lu Ming was a dead end. Who would be so foolish? And at this moment, Lu Ming was chasing after Mo Tianluo. Mo Tianluo was so frightened that he almost cried. He roared frantically, "Stop him! Stop him! How dare you defy this prince's orders? I will kill your entire clan. I will exterminate your 9 generations." But the other outsider races were running faster than him. "Seems like no one is helping you." A cold voice sounded behind Mo Tianluo. Mo Tianluo was so frightened that he jumped up. "Lu Ming, spare my life!" Mo Tianluo screamed. He was so frightened that he was out of his wits and didn't dare to resist. "You tried to kill me time and time again. You tried to kill my friends. Do you think it's possible for me to spare you?" Lu Ming sneered. His spear shook, and a terrifying force crushed towards Mo Tianluo. Mo Tianluo screamed miserably as his body turned into dust and he died. Boom! At this moment, that two-star Heavenly Emperor went all out. He clashed with Dandan crazily and seized the opportunity to escape frantically. "Don't think of leaving!" Dandan roared. He controlled the Heavenly Dao weapon and chased after the Heavenly Dao weapon. On the Heavenly Dao weapon, rays of powerful light burst out and blasted towards the outsider. Lu Ming also pushed his speed to the limit and chased after the outsider. Kill! Kill all the outsider races! At this moment, Bubbles, Ouyang Wushuang, and the rest led the army and chased after the outsider races that were escaping. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. In addition, that two-star Heavenly Emperor was being chased tightly by Dandan. It was hard for him to fully display his speed. Soon, Lu Ming closed in on him. Swish! Lu Ming threw out the long spear that was condensed from the Sovereign Dao towards that two-star Heavenly Emperor. His speed was extremely fast. The two-star Heavenly Emperor's third eye burst out with a destructive light, colliding with Lu Ming's long spear. Although he blocked it, his figure could not help but stagnate. In this way, Dandan seized the opportunity to catch up. He controlled the Heavenly Dao weapon. That small pagoda turned into a huge pagoda, emitting a vast heavenly Tao pressure that suppressed the outsider. And in Lu Ming's hand, the great desolate spear appeared. Now, Lu Ming's physical body had already reached the heavenly emperor realm. He could completely unleash the power of the heavenly Tao weapon. Lu Ming's muscles trembled in his palm, transmitting it to the great desolate spear. The great desolate spear also vibrated violently. A heavenly Tao pressure pervaded out. Swish, Lu Ming rushed over, the great desolate spear stabbing out explosively. The two-star heavenly emperor blocked Dandan's attack. Wielding a huge axe, he chopped at Lu Ming. Dang, a deafening rumble. The two-star heavenly emperor's body shook violently. He retreated frantically, spitting out a mouthful of blood. One move and he was injured. Furthermore, cracks appeared on the battle axe in his hand. A two-star heavenly emperor's combat power was indeed much stronger than a one-star heavenly emperor. However, he did not have a heavenly Tao weapon. And the current Lu Ming, just relying on his physical body and controlling the great desolate spear, was enough to battle a two-star heavenly emperor. Coupled with the sovereign Tao, Lu Ming's combat power was completely above a two-star heavenly emperor. Kill! Lu Ming roared and charged over once more. At the same time, Dandan also controlled the heavenly Tao weapon and charged over. Being besieged by Lu Ming and Dandan, the other party was even less of a match. Even if he did his best, it was also useless. A two-star heavenly emperor was killed, and the three heavenly emperors had completely fallen. As for Bubble and the rest, they led the army to chase after the foreign races for a while and killed a large number of them. The remaining foreign races escaped. Lu Ming, amazing. I didn't expect to be surpassed by you again. Dandan looked at Lu Ming with a gloomy face. Hee, isn't it normal to be surpassed by me? Who am I? The invincible genius of all time. In front of Dandan, Lu Ming's skin was even thicker than his. Sure enough, Dandan became even more unhappy, revealing a look of being dealt a blow. Let's go, let's continue killing the enemy. Lu Ming arrived and looked at the foreign race camp in the distance. There, a heavenly realm army was fighting with the foreign race army. Kill. Dandan gritted his teeth, wanting to vent his frustration with Lu Ming on the foreign races. Seeing Lu Ming and Bubble coming over, the foreign races were shocked and hurriedly retreated into the camp, activating the array to resist. Lu Ming and Bubble arrived outside the camp. Greetings, heavenly emperors. In the heavenly realm army, many people were respectful in their hearts. In this heavenly realm army, there were even some people who were more familiar with Lu Ming. For example, 2 of the heavenly realm's 9 absolutes were among them. But at this moment, they looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of reverence. It was obvious that Lu Ming had already stepped into the heavenly emperor realm. From now on, he was high and mighty. If they wanted to become a heavenly emperor, they didn't know how many years it would take and how many things they had to experience before they could do it. Their former opponent had already become a heavenly emperor, surpassing them by too much. They felt very complicated. Everyone, there's no need to be polite. Lu Ming waved his hand casually. After saying that, Lu Ming's gaze swept across the foreign race camp. He discovered that other than activating the array, most of the foreign races had actually retreated to the rear. Big brother Lu Ming. At this moment, Bubble and the rest also flew over. Bubble directly rushed into Lu Ming's arms. Bubbles, you've grown up. Lu Ming patted Bubbles' head. After more than 100 years, Bubbles had finally grown up a little. She looked like a 7 or 8-year-old little girl and was even more adorable. Of course. Bubbles pouted, her little face blushing. Let's leave this place and return to Two World City. Lu Ming said. He believed that what happened here would soon spread to the other races. At that time, even more powerful races would definitely come. With Lu Ming's current strength, coupled with the great desolate spear, even if he met a 3-star heavenly emperor, Lu Ming was confident that he could at least protect himself. However, it would be difficult to protect others. If a 4-star heavenly emperor level peerless powerhouse came, it would be hard for him to even protect himself. Alright, let's go back. Dandan nodded. The other army was also planning to return to Two World City. Everyone flew towards Two World City together. There were no accidents on the way. Not long after, they safely returned to Two World City. Good friends had not seen each other for many years and naturally had many topics to talk about. Dandan, Bubbles, Huangling, and the rest were very curious about Lu Ming's experiences over the years. They pulled Lu Ming along to drink and chat. Lu Ming also briefly recounted his experiences over the past few years. Everyone who listened was shaken to their core. During this period, Lu Ming learned that Long Chen had also returned to the divine wilderness and married Xianxia. Lu Ming was happy for him. Some of the grudges between him and the Xie family were also put aside as time passed. It was not until the next day that the crowd dispersed. Lu Ming came to a side courtyard and stayed there. He planned to return to the primordial realm in 2 days to visit his parents. However, just a day later, Dandan, Bubbles, Long Chen, and the rest came to Lu Ming's side courtyard. "Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, look who we brought." Dandan laughed. "Who is it?" Lu Ming smiled and looked around. Then, he saw a young man in the crowd. He seemed to be in his 20s. He had an imposing appearance and was extraordinarily handsome. He resembled Lu Ming quite a bit. "Shen Huang." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Although more than 100 years had passed, Lu Ming immediately recognized that the young man was Lu Shenhuang through his aura. "Father!" Lu Shenhuang called out, his eyes full of surprise. Then, Lu Shenhuang walked over while holding the hand of a young woman. This woman was very beautiful and was not inferior to Huangling, Autumn Moon, and the rest. The woman was holding a little girl who was about 2 or 3 years old. She had 2 braids and was very cute. "Father!" The young lady blinked her big eyes and looked at Lu Ming curiously, calling out softly. "Chi-er, call Grandpa." Lu Shenhuang looked at the little girl. "Grandpa, Grandpa," the little girl called out in a childish voice. "What?" Lu Ming was tongue-tied and stunned. It was obvious that this young woman was Lu Shenhuang's wife and the little girl was his daughter. He took a detour from the evil god realm, but he didn't expect that Lu Shenhuang had already married and had a daughter. "Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, are you stupid?" Dandan laughed. "Get lost." Lu Ming scolded Dandan and then looked at Lu Shenhuang and the others with a smile. "Good, good, good." Lu Ming said a few good words and his heart was filled with warmth. These were all his family. "Shenhuang, what are their names?" Lu Ming asked. "Father, she is called Mu Wanxian and this little guy is called Lu Qi." Lu Shenhuang introduced. "Good, Lu Qi, Qi-er, come, let Grandpa hug you." Lu Ming reached out to Lu Qi. The little girl was not shy at all. She climbed onto Lu Ming and rolled around in Lu Ming's arms. Lu Ming carefully used his power of the world to support Lu Qi, afraid that she would fall. "She can start cultivating in 2 years." Lu Ming smiled and instructed Lu Shenhuang. "I've been building her foundation with spiritual herbs. She can start cultivating in 2 years." Lu Shenhuang nodded. "Have you met your grandparents?" Lu Ming asked again. Lu Shenhuang paused for a moment and then shook his head. "No. Tomorrow, come with me to meet them." Lu Ming said. "Okay." Lu Ming and Shenhuang nodded. Everyone chatted and laughed. After a while, Dandan and the others left. Only Lu Ming, Lu Shenhuang, Mu Wanxian, and Lu Qi were left in the courtyard. The little girl had been nestled in Lu Ming's arms, unwilling to come out. "Little guy," Lu Ming smiled and then his body emitted a purple gold light that enveloped Lu Qi. This was the power of the ruler. The power of the ruler was supreme. Lu Ming wanted to use the power of the ruler to build Lu Qi's foundation and improve her body. The power of the ruler was so mysterious that it could adjust Lu Qi's body to the best state. Lu Shenhuang and Mu Wanxian naturally knew what Lu Ming wanted to do. They stood quietly on the side and did not speak. After a full day, Lu Ming was finally done. "Shenhuang, how is your mother now?" Lu Ming hesitated for a moment and asked. That was what Lu Ming was most concerned about. "Mother is still the same as before," Lu Shenhuang said. When we return from the primordial realm, we'll go and find your mother," Lu Ming said. It was time to settle the matter of Xianxia. Otherwise, Lu Ming would never be at ease. "Let's go." Lu Ming stood up, followed by Lu Shenhuang and the others, and headed towards the passage back to the primordial realm. Lu Ming had returned to the primordial realm several times, so he was already familiar with the way. Not long after, Lu Ming and the others returned to the primordial mountain of the primordial realm through the void passage. The primordial realm was still peaceful. Back then, the foreign races used the bones of the previous generation of spacetime spirit mice to open a passage to the primordial realm. Fortunately, Lu Ming and the others discovered it. In that battle, Lu Ming was captured, but the Titan Longhorn Beetle and 9 Lives demonic silkworm arrived and rescued Dandan, Bubbles, and 2-1 and Lei Yi. Then, they sent the news to the heavenly realm. The heavenly realm sent a large number of experts to guard the passage. The foreign races seemed to know that they could not do anything. In these years, they did not continue to open the passage, nor did they invade from there. Therefore, the primordial realm was still peaceful. Lu Ming led the others and flew towards Celestial City. Back then, the people of Dragon God Valley and the Dragon Alliance occupied the territories of the Heng and He families respectively. Later, the Chaos Palace sent some puppet experts to guard the two families, making the two families impregnable. In these years, they had developed steadily and many experts had emerged. The strength of Dragon God Valley and the Dragon Alliance was steadily increasing. In a huge courtyard, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were chatting. Although more than 100 years had passed, the two of them had not aged. Instead, they were getting younger and younger. Lu Ming had left behind a large number of resources. Although Li Ping's cultivation talent was poor, with a large number of resources and the guidance of some great emperors, her cultivation had still reached the martial emperor realm. Martial emperors could live for 10 to 20,000 years. Naturally, she looked very young. Ming hasn't returned for over 100 years. I wonder how he is now. Li Ping sighed softly, her eyes filled with longing. Madam, young master is currently in seclusion. I believe that once he comes out, he will come back to see you. At the side, Qiu Yu said. Back then, they hadn't told Li Ping and Lu Yuntian that Lu Ming had been captured by the outsiders. They had only told them that Lu Ming was in seclusion. All these years, Autumn Moon had been by Li Ping and Autumn Moon's side. That's right, you're really a woman. You're already a martial emperor, but you don't have any experience. With Ming-er's current cultivation, it's normal for him to go into seclusion for 100 years. Lu Yuntian said to Li Ping. You're the only one with a big heart. Li Ping rolled her eyes at him. At this moment, the autumn moon seemed to have sensed something and looked up at the sky. The empty sky suddenly trembled, and a spatial crack appeared. From it, several figures walked out. It was Lu Ming and the others. The autumn moon was stunned. Then, her delicate body trembled and tears flowed down her cheeks. She whispered, young master is back. It's young master. The autumn moon knew that Lu Ming had been captured by the outsiders. Naturally, she was extremely worried. Now that she saw Lu Ming, it would be strange if she wasn't excited. Hearing the autumn moon's words, Li Ping and Lu Yuntian also looked up at the sky. Ming-er, the two of them were overjoyed. Let's go down. Lu Ming's face was full of smiles. He then stepped down and landed in the courtyard. Lu Shenhuang and the others followed him. Father, mother. Lu Ming's face was full of smiles. Ming-er, you're finally out. Li Ping was also very excited. As she spoke, she looked at Lu Shenhuang and the others and couldn't help but be stunned. This was because Lu Shenhuang and Lu Ming were too similar. Ming-er, they are. Lu Yuntian was also stunned. Cough cough. Lu Ming coughed a few times and introduced, Father, Mother, this is my son, Lu Shenhuang. That is Shenhuang's wife, Mu Wanqian. And this is Shenhuang's daughter, my granddaughter, Lu Qi. Ah? Li Ping and Lu Yuntian were stunned. But in an instant, their faces were full of smiles. They didn't expect that after 100 years, they would have a grandson. Not only that, their grandson had a wife and a daughter. The two of them were naturally excited to have so many descendants. Grandpa, Grandma. Grandpa, Grandma. Lu Shenhuang and Mu Wanqian came forward and bowed to Li Ping and Lu Yuntian. Great-grandpa, great-grandma, the little girl also called out in a cute voice. Good, good, good. No need to be so polite. The two of them couldn't stop smiling. As a family, blood was thicker than water. Naturally, they got to know each other very quickly. Not long after, Li Ping hugged Lu Qi and chatted with Mu Wanxian happily. Good, you're just like Ming Er. Haha. Lu Yuntian patted Lu Shenhuang's shoulder and laughed. The whole family was happy and harmonious. Qiao Moon stood at the side, her eyes full of envy. She hoped that she could give birth to a child for Lu Ming. Ming Er, Shenhuang's mother is, after a while, Li Ping asked Lu Ming. She's Nianqing. Lu Ming said. Then where is she? Li Ping asked with concern. She has something to do now. Mother, don't worry. I will bring her to see you soon. Lu Ming said. While everyone was chatting, Lu Yuntian ordered a banquet to be prepared. The news of Lu Ming's return also spread, causing the people of the Dragon League and Dragon God Valley to cheer. Lu Ming was their backbone. Without Lu Ming, they felt uneasy. There was even a rumor that Lu Ming had fallen. There was always an uneasy atmosphere in the Dragon League and Dragon God Valley. Now that Lu Ming had appeared, everyone was naturally happy. At night, the moonlight scattered and the ground seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Outside the celestial city, on a mountain peak, Qiao Moon stood there quietly, looking into the distance. Sigh. After a long time, Qiao Moon sighed softly. Qiao Moon, why are you sighing? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Qiao Moon was shocked. She turned around and saw Lu Ming looking at her with a smile. Young master, Qiao Moon's face blushed. Lu Ming walked over and held Qiao Moon's hand. Qiao Moon, thank you. Lu Ming said. How could he not know about Qiao Moon's thoughts? Young master, why are you thanking me? Qiao Moon said. Thank you for taking care of my parents for so many years. Lu Ming said. This is what I should do. Before Qiao Moon could finish, her gentle lips were sealed by Lu Ming's lips. Qiao Yu's body trembled as she slowly closed her eyes. At the corner of her eyes, 2 drops of crystal-clear tears flowed down her white cheeks. After a long time, their lips parted. Qiao Moon, I, Lu Ming, will not let you down in this life. I won't let you down in this life. This was Lu Ming's vow to Autumn Moon. After being in the evil god realm for more than 100 years, Lu Ming had thought through many things. Some people couldn't be let down. For example, Autumn Moon, she had wholeheartedly given too much to Lu Ming. Moreover, she had never asked for anything. How could Lu Ming not know? How could Lu Ming not be moved? Thank you, young master. Autumn Moon leaned into Lu Ming's embrace and hugged Lu Ming tightly, as if she was unwilling to let go for the rest of her life. The moonlight shone down, pulling the shadows of the 2 people very long, as if they had merged into one. This time, Lu Ming stayed in Celestial City for 3 months. In these 3 months, Lu Ming didn't cultivate much. He accompanied Li Ping and Lu Yuntian with Lu Shenhuang and the rest. Of course, Lu Ming also took the time to preach the Tao. Other than the people from Dragon Alliance and Dragon God Valley, people from other forces in Celestial City also flocked to listen to Lu Ming's preaching. As soon as Lu Ming started speaking, that kind of aura shook everyone. Lu Ming was like a god that ruled the world, explaining the mysteries of the world to the fullest. Celestial Emperor, some people guessed that Lu Ming must have reached the Celestial Emperor realm. Great emperors definitely didn't have such an aura. The rumor that Lu Ming was a Celestial Emperor spread like wildfire, shaking the entire Celestial City. Then, the entire primordial mountain was shaken. Moreover, this news spread to other places at a terrifying speed. A strong wind blew in the entire primordial realm. Lu Ming had become a Celestial Emperor. This news shocked countless people. Lu Ming stayed in Celestial City for a few months, then returned to the Heaven Realm with Lu Shenhuang and the rest. After returning to the Heaven Realm, they rushed to Xianxia's residence without stopping. It had been more than 100 years, but Xianxia's place of residence had not changed. It was still the same place. From afar, Lu Ming could see Xianxia cultivating on a mountain peak. His entire body was shrouded in a layer of strange black energy. Peak Great Emperor. Sensing Xianxia's aura, Lu Ming was delighted. He was afraid that Xianxia's cultivation was too high. If Xianxia had also reached the Heavenly Emperor realm, then it would be more troublesome for him to restrain Xianxia. On the other hand, Xianxia's cultivation base was only at the Emperor realm. In that case, Lu Ming was confident. Stay here and don't come over. Lu Ming warned Lu Shenhuang and the rest. Then, he stepped forward and walked towards Xianxia. When Lu Ming was a distance away from Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with cold light. Lowly ant, it's you. Die. Xianxia shouted. His body turned into a black stream of light and pounced towards Lu Ming. Whoosh, when he approached Lu Ming, a long sword appeared in Xianxia's hand. With a slash, a pitch-black sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming used his sovereign Dao. His palm was suffused with purple gold light as he struck out with his palm. Boom, Lu Ming's palm collided with Xianxia's sword light, causing a violent explosion. Xianxia's sword light dissipated. Her delicate body shook and she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. However, Lu Ming's body also shook violently and he took a few steps back. What terrifying power! Lu Ming was shocked. After clashing with Xianxia, she felt that Xianxia's power was shockingly strong. Even her sovereign Dao was about to be torn apart. Although Lu Ming's current cultivation was only that of a 1-star Great Emperor, Lu Ming could suppress and even kill a 1-star Heavenly Emperor with his sovereign Dao. Even with such combat strength, Xianxia had actually repelled him. Xianxia's combat strength was also shockingly strong. With his peak Great Emperor cultivation, he could fight across realms and even kill a Heavenly Emperor. Kill! Xianxia shouted and attacked Lu Ming again. A long spear condensed in Lu Ming's palm and swept toward Xianxia. Lu Ming did not erupt with the power of his physical body. He purely relied on the power of his sovereign Dao to fight with Xianxia. Boom! Boom, the 2 people clashed continuously. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Lu Ming was shocked to discover that he was actually at a disadvantage. Just relying on his sovereign Dao, he was still not Xianxia's match. He could not help secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, Xianxia did not break through to Heavenly Emperor. Otherwise, he really could not suppress Xianxia. Buzz, Lu Ming's muscles and bones vibrated, beginning to erupt with the power of his physical body. Combining the power of his physical body and the sovereign Dao, Lu Ming's combat strength increased greatly. His long spear trembled, and a terrifying power surged towards Xianxia. Xianxia frantically retreated, his face somewhat pale. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and pounced towards Xianxia. His long spear swept towards Xianxia again. Xianxia yelled. The black glow around her body was extremely intense, emitting a dazzling sword gleam. However, after the sword gleam collided with Lu Ming's long spear, it was directly defeated. Xianxia frantically retreated again. Lu Ming quickly followed. In the distance, Lu Shenhuang and the others were extremely anxious. Don't worry, Lu Ming won't hurt your mother. He's helping her. A figure suddenly appeared beside Lu Shenhuang and the others. It was Xianxia. Xianxia was dressed in white, and his aura was unfathomable. Yes. Lu Shenhuang nodded. Whoosh, Lu Ming charged at Xianxia. His long spear disappeared and turned into a large hand that grabbed at the young man. Xianxia shouted, and the black light around her body became even brighter. Then, it turned into black lotuses that enveloped Xianxia. Lu Ming's big hand grabbed the lotus flower but was blocked by it. The defensive power of these lotuses was astonishing. So strong. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and charged over, his fists constantly bombarding the lotuses. Boom! 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 The lotuses around Xianxia's body constantly rumbled and exploded, turning into energy and disappearing. Open for me! Lu Ming shouted, and the power of the sovereign filled his body. He exerted force and broke apart the lotuses. Then, he reached out and grabbed Xianxia's slender waist. Lowly ant, you're courting death. Xianxia resisted with all her strength, and Lu Ming's arm went numb. Lu Ming used all his strength to hold Xianxia's slender waist, and his other hand grabbed Xianxia's 2 arms. Then, the power of the sovereign poured into Xianxia's body, suppressing her strength. The power of the sovereign was indeed very high, and its power was astonishing. Slowly, it suppressed Xianxing's strength. Xianxing's resistance became weaker and weaker. Aunt, you're courting death, Xianxing kept shouting. Shut up and wait. See how I'll conquer you. Lu Ming shouted coldly. After all, this was not Xianxing, but Xianxing's memories from his previous life. You guys wait here. Lu Ming said to Lu Shenhuang and the others. Then, he flew away with Xianxing to a secluded place and entered the mountain river diagram. What are you trying to do? Xianxing shouted. Xiaoqing and I already have a child. We're an old married couple. What do you think I'm going to do? Lu Ming smiled eerily. Xianxing's face turned pale, and she screamed in fear, No, I won't let you go, whoosh. Lu Ming was very familiar with this process. His palm moved up and down Xianxing's body. Xianxing's skin was like jade, as smooth as silk. This made Lu Ming's abdomen burn with lust. After being touched by Lu Ming's palm, Xianxing's delicate body trembled. Then, she began to struggle violently. However, she was now completely under Lu Ming's control. How could she break free? Aunt, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you, Xianxing kept cursing. However, Lu Ming's movements became faster and faster. Xianxing's clothes were torn into pieces, fluttering like black butterflies. Then, Lu Ming's palm moved along Xianxing's flat abdomen and reached into the fragrant grass below. Xianxing trembled even more violently. Her cheeks were flushed red. In the end, she simply closed her eyes. Lu Ming's attack continued. In the end, the two bodies overlapped. With a soft groan from Xianxing, Lu Ming entered Xianxing's body. At this moment, Xianxing's body trembled violently. Then, she let out a soft cry, Lu Ming. Xiaoqing, it's you. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It seemed like Xianxing's memories of her previous life had faded away. Her current life's memories were the dominant one. Lu Ming. Xianxing hugged Lu Ming tightly. Her legs wrapped around Lu Ming as she cooperated with Lu Ming. Lu Ming charged forward with all his might. The two of them engaged in a fierce battle. This battle lasted for a total of 300 rounds before it ended. Xianxing fell into a deep sleep at the side. Lu Ming put on his clothes and sat cross-legged at the side. He didn't dare to sleep because he didn't know when Xianxing's memories of her previous life would take over. If that happened, she would definitely attack him. Sure enough, Lu Ming felt a cold murderous intent the next day at dawn. Lowly aunt, how dare you defile my body? Die! Xianxing shouted. She held a long sword in her hand and charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body moved. He dodged Xianxing's attack and counterattacked. This battle was the same as before. Xianxing was defeated in just a few moves. It seems like yesterday's battle was not enough. Let's do it again. Lu Ming had an evil smile on his face. You dare? Xianxing's delicate body trembled. Why wouldn't I dare? Lu Ming grinned hideously. He began to move his hands up and down, executing Xianxing on the spot. Xianxing's memories of her previous life simply gave up and let Xianxing's memories of this life take over. In this way, Xianxing's memories of this life would slowly take over. Lu Ming, I will definitely win. After the fierce battle, Xianxing lay in Lu Ming's arms. I believe in you. Now that the divine wilderness has a child, we must reunite as a family. Lu Ming said. In the following days, Xianxing's memories of her previous life launched a counterattack whenever she had the chance. She wanted to kill Lu Ming, but she was subdued by Lu Ming every time. After a series of attacks, Xianxing became docile. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In this way, Xianxing's memories of this life slowly took over. Every day, the memories of this life dominated for more and more time. Sometimes, she would go out with Lu Ming to accompany Lu Shenhuang and tease little Lu Qi. In this way, a virtuous cycle was formed. Accompanying Lu Ming and accompanying the child, Xianxing's obsession became stronger and stronger. She was absolutely unwilling to give up and fight against the memories of her previous life. And the fighting spirit of her previous life's memories became weaker and weaker. Because of the memories of her previous life, her origin was not trivial. She was a high and mighty goddess, and she did not put Lu Ming in her eyes at all. Although Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the heavenly emperor realm, in her eyes, he was still a lowly ant. What was a heavenly emperor in her eyes? Even a supreme expert who surpassed the heavenly emperor was like an ant in her eyes. But now, she was repeatedly violated and defiled by an ant. She really could not stand it anymore. She would rather die, would rather be merged with Xianxia's memories of this life. Without the fighting spirit of her previous life, the memories of this life naturally took over. Slowly, Xianxia's memories of her previous life became weaker and weaker. Just like this, time passed in a flash. Another 3 years passed. In 3 years, Xianxia's memories of her previous life were practically obliterated and devoured. Most of Xianxia's time was dominated by the memories of this life. Even if the memories of her previous life occasionally dominated, it was also different from before. She did not kill Lu Ming anymore, but was in a daze. On this day, Xianxia accompanied Lu Shenhuang, Lu Qi, and the rest. And Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak. His body was completely covered in purple gold light. After several years of cultivation, Lu Ming's Tao of Sovereign became more and more mature. Now, I can break through, Lu Ming muttered. Then, he took out pieces of chaos stones and started devouring the chaos qi within the chaos stones to increase his cultivation. Huff huff huff, large amounts of chaos stones were devoured by Lu Ming, refined, and turned into the power of the world. Lu Ming's small world began to rapidly expand again. However, the resources consumed were also shocking. When Lu Ming broke through from the true emperor realm to the great emperor realm, he had consumed a total of 3,000 chaos stones and a large amount of origin stones. Now, Lu Ming had broken through from the 1-star great emperor realm to the 2-star great emperor realm. The resources consumed were even more. As time passed, Lu Ming refined more and more resources. Half a month later, Lu Ming had consumed a total of 6,000 chaos stones and 30% of the origin stones in his body. His cultivation had finally broken through to the 2-star great emperor realm. His small world had doubled in size, reaching a radius of 20 million miles. The purplish gold energy in his power of the world had increased and become denser. The reason why Lu Ming had consumed so many resources was to convert them into this purplish gold energy. This purplish gold energy was not the power of the world. It was of a higher level than the power of the world. Lu Ming called it the power of the sovereign. At this rate, I don't have enough resources on me. At the thought of this, Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Originally, the resources that he had obtained from the Void Sacred Island were enough. Lu Ming thought that it would at least last him for a long time. But now, he realized that it was not enough. Now, he was only a 2-star great emperor. Out of the 20,000 chaos stones, he had consumed 9,000 of them. There were still 20,000 primordial stones left. As for the origin stones, he had used 30 to 40%. At this rate, these resources could only allow Lu Ming to cultivate to the 4-star great emperor realm. At this rate, there would be no more resources. Without resources, it would take God knows how long to slowly absorb the origin chi of heaven and earth to advance to the next level. Let's take it one step at a time. Lu Ming sighed. With the increase in his cultivation, Lu Ming's battle strength had increased tremendously. The power of the sovereign had become stronger. Lu Ming could now suppress or even kill a 2-star great emperor with the sovereign Tao alone. With his physical strength and the great desolation spear, it would not be a problem for him to defeat a 3-star great emperor. Not far away, Xianxia and the others looked over. Forget it, Xianxia muttered. There was a sigh in his eyes and a trace of unwillingness. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a complicated look. A voice entered Xianxuan's ears. Xianxuan, I can only leave that matter to you. Don't worry, I'll definitely complete that matter. Xianxuan also sent a voice transmission to Xianxia. After Xianxia heard it, she smiled slightly, then her delicate body suddenly trembled. Boom, at this moment, an extremely powerful aura came out of Xianxia's body. Then, she sat cross-legged, and a black lotus appeared, enveloping her inside. Mother, Lu Shenhuang was shocked. Lu Ming's figure swayed, and he also came close. Don't worry, your mother has succeeded. The memories of this life have completely taken the initiative, and the memories of the previous life have been devoured and merged. Now, she's about to break through. Xianxia smiled. Lu Ming was also overjoyed. It seemed that Xianxia had finally succeeded. Lu Ming glanced at Xianxia again. In his eyes, Xianxia was becoming more and more unfathomable. Xianxia's cultivation had fallen far behind Xianxia because of the conflict between the two memories. Even Lu Ming could not see through Xianxia's cultivation now. Xiaoqing and Xianxia, what is their background in their previous life? Lu Ming pondered. He had a feeling that their background in their previous life must be very shocking. However, he was now standing in the Heavenly Emperor realm, almost at the peak. He had even seen powerhouses like the Ancestral Dragon and the other tribe's divine ancestor. However, Xianxia still gave him a feeling that he could not see through. Lu Ming had asked Xianxia this question before, but Xianxia shook his head and didn't say much. He only said that it wasn't the right time yet. He seemed to have some misgivings, so Lu Ming didn't ask. Xianxi's aura became stronger and stronger, currently at the crucial moment of breaking through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. Everyone waited in the distance. In a twinkle, a month passed. Xianxia still had not finished breaking through. And at this time, Lu Ming received a message. It was transmitted to him by Celestial Emperor Hengyu. Outside Two Realm City, the passageway to the primordial realm was reopened. Lu Ming's heart trembled. That passageway led to the primordial realm. Back then, Lu Ming had come to the heaven realm through that passageway. During the battle back then, the passageway had been destroyed by Lu Ming's divine nine-dragon cauldron. Back then, evil swordsmen had said that the passageway would reopen in about 100 years. Now that more than 100 years had passed, the passage had finally reopened. Lu Ming was a little worried. He was afraid that the foreign tribes would send an army to occupy the passageway and enter the primordial realm. Shen Huang, wait for your mother here. I have something important to do. I'll return to Two Realm City first. After your mother breaks through, come to Two Realm City to find me. Lu Ming said. Father, be careful. Shen Huang said. Lu Ming nodded and took a step forward. The space directly split open. Lu Ming entered the space crack and disappeared. With Lu Ming's speed, it did not take long for him to rush back to Two Realm City. After rushing back to Two Realm City, he learned that the Heaven Realm had already sent some peerless powerhouses to enter the ancient battlefield to guard the passageway. That battlefield was very terrifying. There were marks left behind by the peerless powerhouses back then. Ordinary heavenly emperors would be in danger if they entered. Only peerless powerhouses could enter safely. Now, there were many powerhouses in the Heaven Realm. A group of powerhouses came out of the lair of Zulong. In addition to the powerhouses from the prison suppression realm, there were many powerhouses. And this time, the foreign tribes did not make any moves. They still focused on defense. Hearing this news, Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Now that the prison suppression realm had come to the Heaven Realm, the two sides joined forces and their strength increased greatly. The foreign tribes did not seem to want to fight head-on. Instead, they wanted to wait for divine ancestor Xianxia to recover. Lu Ming was very clear about the foreign tribes' plans. However, they had no other choice. The Heaven Realm could defend, but if they wanted to gather all their strength and attack the evil God Realm before divine ancestor Xianxia recovered, they could not do it. The only thing they could do now was to improve themselves as much as possible. The final battle would definitely come. The passageway was fine. Lu Ming was relieved. He returned to Xianxi's side and waited for Xianxia to break through. A few more months passed. Xianxi's aura had reached its peak and broke through a limit. Heavenly Emperor Realm, Xianxia had finally broken through. Strange. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with doubt. Xianxia had broken through to Heavenly Emperor, but the feeling she gave off was different from other Heavenly Emperors. Whether it was in the Heaven Realm or the Evil God Realm, after breaking through to Heavenly Emperor, no matter which cultivation system one cultivated, they all belonged to the Heavenly Tao and involved the power of the Heavenly Tao. Of course, Lu Ming's path of sovereign was an exception. However, Lu Ming did not sense the slightest aura of heaven Dao from Xianxia. There was only pure power, but it gave off an extremely terrifying feeling. Lu Shenhuang also cultivated Xianxia's cultivation method. It did not belong to the heaven realm or the evil god realm's cultivation system. Lu Ming knew that it should be Xianxia's cultivation method from his previous life. Lu Ming, Shenhuang, not long after the breakthrough, Xianxia retracted his aura. He opened his eyes and looked at Lu Ming and Lu Shenhuang with a smile. "Mother, are you completely healed?" Lu Shenhuang was overjoyed. "Yes." Xianxia smiled. Then, he glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia smiled and turned to leave, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After that, the whole family gathered together, and the atmosphere was joyful and harmonious. Lu Ming stayed for a few more months. In these few months, Lu Ming was completely relaxed and did not worry too much about cultivation. A few months later, they returned to the primordial realm and met up with Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. After a while, they arrived at Two World City. After that, Lu Ming planned to stay in Two World City and fight against the foreign races while cultivating. The days seemed to have become dull. Time passed quickly, and 20 years passed. After 20 years, Lu Ming finally made another breakthrough, and his cultivation rose to 3-star Great Emperor. However, the resources used were also shocking. This time, he used primordial stones. 20,000 primordial stones were used up by Lu Ming in one go. As for the origin stones, Lu Ming was left with 30% of the total. "I'm afraid the remaining resources are not enough for me to break through to 4-star Great Emperor." Lu Ming smiled bitterly. However, after breaking through to 3-star Great Emperor, the sovereign energy in his autonomous force had become richer, and his battle strength had undoubtedly increased. However, his physical body did not break through, and the Seven Gods' mysterious art was still in the early 6th stage. It would take a long time for him to break through to the middle 6th stage. Splash, on this day, Lu Ming was chatting with Xianxia when he suddenly heard the sound of flowing water. This sound seemed to be coming from afar. Moreover, the sound was getting louder and louder, like the waves of a great river. "What's that sound?" Lu Ming and Xianxia were puzzled and flew into the sky to take a look. As soon as they flew into the sky, they were shocked because there were people flying into the sky from all corners of Two World City, looking in the direction of Two World City with a puzzled expression. The voice came from outside the Two World City. It spread throughout the entire Two World City. Could it be caused by the foreign races? Someone was puzzled. "Let's go and take a look." Lu Ming and Xianxia also flew toward the city walls. When they arrived, they found that there were already many people gathered on the city walls. However, there was no movement outside the city walls. There was no sign of any foreign races either. "Senior Hengyu, what's going on?" Lu Ming and Xianxia saw Celestial Emperor Hengyu and walked over to ask. "I don't know. There was a strange sound outside the city. We have already sent people to check it out," Celestial Emperor Hengyu said. Everyone waited patiently. Not long after, more than 10 figures flew back from outside the city. What happened outside the city? Why is there the sound of a river flowing? Someone asked immediately. There's a battlefield outside the city. The space suddenly split open and a river appeared? An old man answered. A river suddenly appeared? Many people were puzzled. That's right. It's a yellow river. It's extremely wide and there's water overflowing. It's extremely terrifying. A great emperor was splashed by the river water and was directly corroded to death. The old man said. What? Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. What river? The river water was so terrifying that a great emperor would be corroded to death if he was splashed by it. It looks like the legendary Yellow Spring River in Abysmal Heaven. The old man answered. What? Yellow Spring River? Why would the Yellow Spring River appear in this battlefield? Legend has it that the Yellow Spring River has no end. It flows through the heavens. Perhaps it will pass by this battlefield? But why would it overflow? Many people were puzzled. Yellow Spring River. Lu Ming was shocked. He concluded that it must be the Yellow Spring River. Back then, he accidentally went to abysmal heaven with the primordial physique cultivators and went to abysmal heaven. He used the Yellow Spring River to return to Taiching heaven. He knew very well that the Yellow Spring River did pass by the battlefield outside the city. Let's go and take a look. Let's go. Many people flew out of the city and flew toward the source of the sound. Lu Ming, do you want to go and take a look? Celestial Emperor Hengyu looked at Lu Ming. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Immediately, he, Xianxia, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu, and the others all flew toward the source of the sound. Not long after, they arrived at a battlefield and stopped in the distance. In front of them, cracks appeared in the space. They could clearly see a yellow river flowing through them. The river was incomparably wide. It flowed through the void, and no one knew where it would lead to. From time to time, yellow river water would overflow and fall on the ground, corroding the ground and creating bottomless pits. It really is the Yellow Springs River. Lu Ming muttered. He had seen the Yellow Springs before, so he definitely wasn't mistaken. However, why did the space suddenly split open and the Yellow Springs water overflowed? This had never been recorded before. Lu Ming was extremely puzzled. On the other side of the Yellow Springs River, there were also countless figures from the outsiders. Clearly, the foreign beings were also alarmed, and they were also looking on with bewilderment. Look, there's a mountain on the Yellow Springs River. Suddenly, someone cried out in shock. There was no need for him to shout, as the others also saw it. In front of the Yellow Springs, an unknown distance away, a huge mountain appeared, faintly discernible. Countless people were shocked. Legend had it that no one knew where the end of the Yellow Springs River was. Even the Heavenly Emperor didn't know. It was extremely mysterious. It could be said that it was one of the most mysterious places in the world. Lu Ming also widened his eyes. When they fled from the abysmal heavenly domain to the Taiching heavenly domain on the sky-reaching battleship, they had also seen such a mountain. At that time, they had wondered if it was the end of the Yellow Springs River. However, no one noticed that there was a figure in the depths of the sky. That figure was Ancestral Gragon. Is it finally here? Moke has been waiting for this day. After countless years, is the legendary Yellow Springs Mountain going to reappear again? Ancestral Gragon muttered with a serious and expectant look in his eyes. It's time to prepare. Ancestral Gragon said, then turned and left. 3 days later, a dragon's roar resounded throughout the Taiching heavenly domain. Even Two World City could hear it clearly. In Two World City, Lu Ming suddenly rose to his feet. Ancestral Gragon's voice. Lu Ming was shocked. Ancestral Gragon's roar suddenly resounded throughout the Taiching heavenly domain. What was going on? What happened? This dragon's roar alarmed the Taiching heavenly domain. Countless people came out of seclusion. Then, a piece of news spread throughout the Taiching heavenly domain and even the Yuan realm at the speed of a whirlwind. The lair of Zulong had appeared, and Ancestral Gragon had appeared. Ancestral Gragon was a supreme expert who surpassed the Heavenly Emperor. When the news spread, the Taiching heavenly domain was in an uproar. After all, not many people in this world knew about Ancestral Gragon. Most people didn't know about Ancestral Gragon's existence. Even some heavenly emperors didn't know about it. Heavens, Ancestral Gragon, a supreme expert who surpassed the Heavenly Emperor? There really is such an existence in this world. I used to think that it was just a legend. Ha ha ha, we are so lucky to have such an expert in the heavenly domain. It is said that there are countless experts in the lair of Zulong. We don't have to be afraid of the foreign tribes now. The appearance of Ancestral Gragon raised the morale of the heavenly domain. But Lu Ming wasn't so optimistic. The ancestral dragon suddenly appeared. Could it be that the final battle is coming? Lu Ming whispered. He had a bad feeling. Could it be that Saint Ancestor Xianxia had completely recovered? Impossible. How many years has it been? At this time, Ancestral Gragon sent out a large number of experts to invite some people to the lair of Zulong. Many geniuses were among them. Lu Ming and Xianxia also received an invitation. In addition, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu also received an invitation, as well as Dandan, Bubbles, Huang Ling, Long Chen, Ouyang Wushuang, and others. There was no pattern. Some had high cultivation, and some had low cultivation. Lu Ming and the others immediately set off for the lair of Zulong. A few days later, they arrived at the lair of Zulong and gathered at a huge square under the mountain where ancestral Graygon lived. There are so many auras of experts. How terrifying. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu and the others felt the auras of the experts on the mountain. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu and the others were shocked. Ha ha ha, it's been so many years. I'm here again. Dandan grinned. Dandan. You used to come here often? Lu Ming asked. Of course. I'm just an ordinary person. Unfortunately, I've only seen Senior Ancestral Graygon once. Dandan said. I really want to see Senior Ancestral Graygon's glory. A supreme expert who has surpassed the Heavenly Emperor. A legendary figure. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others were also very excited. As they chatted, more and more people gathered. Lu Ming saw many acquaintances. For example, Tian Ming, Bao Da, and the 9 fatalities of the heavenly domain, Lin Xiaofeng, Fu Lu, and the others. These were all geniuses. Lu Ming also saw some powerhouses. There were heavenly emperors and heavenly emperors. Is that the Titan Longhorn? Back then, before Lu Ming was captured by the foreign tribes, the Titan Longhorn beetle and the middle-aged man had helped him. Later, Lu Ming learned from Dandan that the middle-aged man was one of the top 10 battle beasts, the 9 Lives Demon Silkworm. Old Bull, 9 Lives, you're here too. Come and greet me. Dandan shouted at the Titan Longhorn beetle and the 9 Lives Demon Silkworm. The Titan Longhorn beetle and the 9 Lives Demon Silkworm glanced at Dandan, then stepped forward. Greetings, seniors. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and even the Hengyu Celestial Emperor hurriedly bowed. They knew that these two were 2 of the top 10 battle beasts, so they naturally did not dare to slight them. Each of the top 10 battle beasts was a terrifying existence, standing at the peak of the Celestial Emperor. In ancient times, other than the Chaos Emperor, the Immortal Emperor, and a few other invincible powerhouses, no one was a match for the top 10 battle beasts. Of course, except for those like the ancestral Graygon who had surpassed the Celestial Emperor. The Titan Longhorn beetle and the 9 Lives Demon Silkworm nodded, indicating that there was no need for formalities. Old Bull, aren't you guarding a void passage in the primordial realm? Why are you here? Dandan asked casually. Senior Ancestral Graygon sent someone to ask me to come here. There are already people guarding there. The Titan Longhorn beetle replied, then glared and said, Old Turtle, you know a lot of secrets. Do you know why the Ancestral Graygon has gathered us here this time? It should be related to the Yellow Springs Mountain, right? Dandan rolled her eyes and said. Yellow Springs Mountain? Could it be that looming mountain on the Yellow Springs River? The Titan Longhorn beetle, the 9 Lives Demon Silkworm, and the others were puzzled. It should be, but I'm not very sure about the specifics. Dandan frowned. Haha, what a coincidence today. At this moment, a loud laugh was heard. Then, a golden light flashed, and a big man with messy hair appeared in the air. Brother Qingsong. Lu Ming smiled. The person who came was the 9-headed golden lion, Qingsong. Old lion, so you're not dead. When it saw Qingsong and the Titan Longhorn beetle, it glared at them. Nonsense. Even an old bull like you isn't dead, so how could I die? Qingsong also glared at Dandan and said, also, this evil old tortoise is still alive, so how can I die? Hey, what did you say? Watch your mouth. Dandan was furious, and his eyes were wide open. Dandan, what atrocities have you done in the past? Lu Ming asked curiously. Bah. What do you mean by offending the heavens and reason? They are framing. Dandan's eyes were even bigger than the Titan Longhorn beetle's. Slander? Who would rob other people's ancestral tombs every day? Once, I even stole it from the Undying Sovereign and was taught a lesson by the Undying Sovereign. I was almost turned into a roasted turtle. Qingsong said disdainfully. Lu Ming finally understood why Dandan couldn't get the indestructible ancient scripture when it appeared. It turned out that this guy had robbed the Undying Sovereign's ancestral tombs before. It was already nice of him not to kill him. This guy was indeed unreliable. Wait, what's his name? Dandan? Ha 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 ha. The Titan longhorn beetle said and laughed crazily. Dandan? Eggy? Ha ha ha. Xianxia also laughed. Even the 9 lives demonic silkworm couldn't help but laugh. As for Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others, they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. You, Dandan was furious and stomped its feet. Many people around looked at them. Some of them recognized Xianxia, the Titan longhorn beetle, and the others and were shocked. They were all the top 10 battle beasts in the ancient times, and now, many of them were gathered together. The 9-headed golden lion, the Titan longhorn beetle, the 9 lives demonic silkworm, the divine turtle of the world, and the spacetime spirit mouse. There were 5 of them. This is, the spacetime spirit mouse? So, back then. After laughing for a while, Xianxia looked at Bubbles and sighed. The Titan longhorn beetle and the 9 lives demonic silkworm stopped laughing and looked a little sad. I was captured by the foreign races in the battle back then. I wonder how the others are doing? Xianxia asked. The battle back then was too tragic. The 9 lives demonic silkworm and I were seriously injured and haven't recovered after so many years. The old turtle's injuries were even worse. You were captured, and only the 5-element Qilan's injuries were better. He has been by the ancestral dragon's side all these years. The Titan longhorn beetle sighed. The 9 dragons died in the primordial realm. The holy spirit ant, the immortal heavenly phoenix, and the immemorial dragon-esque elephant all died. The spacetime spirit mouse was even worse. Even her corpse was used by the foreign races. The 9 lives demonic silkworm also sighed. Even the Dandan's eyes were a little sad. In ancient times, the top 10 battle beasts were so glorious. Although there were some conflicts and grudges between them back then, those grudges had long disappeared after the ancient war. Now, only the few of them were left. By the side, Lu Ming also secretly sighed. The more he knew, the more he could imagine how tragic the battle back then was. Too many experts had died in the battle. Even the powerful Hunyuan sect had almost been destroyed. During this period, Lu Ming learned from Tu Yi, Lei Yi, and the others. The Hunyuan sect had once ruled the Hunyuan heavenly domain in ancient times and was extremely powerful. Under the Hunyuan sect, there were 9 great halls. For example, the Hunyuan sect was one of the 9 great halls. There was also the spacetime spirit mouse of the previous generation was the hall master. Almost all of the hall masters of the 9 great halls were peak heavenly emperors, but the Chaos Emperor was the leader of the 9 great halls. And the Hunyuan sect master was a terrifying figure, not weaker than the Chaos Emperor. Even such a powerful force had been annihilated in the battle back then. The 9 great hall masters and the Hunyuan sect master all died in battle. Only the Chaos Hall still had some puppets left. As for the Hunyuan sect's headquarters, there were no experts left behind, only the formation spirit inside. The one who arranged for Lu Ming and the others to enter the Hunyuan sect's assessment was the formation spirit. He had already understood these things from Tu Yi and the others. Everyone was chatting. At this time, thousands of people had gathered in the square. Suddenly, there was a flash of light from the mountain, and a few figures flew out. The person in the lead was Ancestral Gregon. Behind Ancestral Gregon followed a few people, and a few of them were the 5 elements Qilans. The other one had an unfathomable aura, and was obviously an extremely terrifying expert. Ancestral Gregon flew out and stood in the air. His body emitted a supreme aura, and even the heavenly Tao was suppressed. Although most people had never seen Ancestral Gregon before, they all understood that this was Ancestral Gregon when they felt this aura. Greetings, Senior Ancestral Gregon. Thousands of people bowed respectfully. No need for formalities. Ancestral Gregon waved his hand, and everyone felt a force supporting them, allowing them to stand up. Even peak heavenly emperors found it difficult to resist. I believe you are all very curious why I suddenly summoned you here this time, right? Everyone was startled. Was the Ancestral Gregon finally going to tell them the purpose of gathering them? They were curious too. The Ancestral Gregon pondered for a moment and said, there are a few aspects involved in this. Firstly, the existence that surpasses the Heavenly Emperor realm. Many people call my cultivation the supreme realm or the ancestor realm. In fact, this realm is called the martial god realm, the realm above the martial emperor realm. The ancestral Gragon said. Martial god. Many people were startled and their eyes lit up. It turned out that the realm above the martial emperor realm was the martial god realm. God, divine spirit, so there really are divine spirits in this world. Especially Qing Tsung and the other peak heavenly emperors, their eyes were filled with yearning. They were already standing at the peak of the heavenly emperor realm. The next step was to break through to the martial god realm, surpassing the heavenly Tao and not being bound by it. As the crowd's imagination ran wild, the ancestral Gragon began to explain, in the ancient era, there were 4 martial gods in the heavenly realm and the fiend god realm. I, the owner of the suppressing prison steel, am the ancestor of the suppressing prison steel. There was also a divine ancestor of the foreign tribes. The last one was called divine ancestor Xianxia. The 4 martial gods were divided into 2 factions. The ancestor and I were good friends, while divine ancestor Xianxia and the foreign tribe's divine ancestor were together. They wanted to invade the heavenly realm and destroy the human race and the divine beasts. That was how the ancient war began. There were 2 martial gods on each side. The crowd was startled and listened attentively. They knew that they were about to learn some ancient secrets. The battle was extremely intense. The 4 of us fought for 100 years in the Dark Rift. In the end, the hell-crushing progenitor and the sacred ancestor killer heart perished together. The ancestral Gragon continued. The people of the suppressing prison steel were dejected. The foreign tribe's divine ancestor and I were both injured. Our origin force was injured and even now, it has not recovered. We have been recuperating for the past few years. The foreign tribes did not dare to attack because they were wary of me. The ancestral Gragon continued. The crowd came to a realization. Although the foreign tribe's overall strength was strong, it was normal that the martial gods did not have the upper hand. The ancestral Gragon did not say why the foreign tribes attacked the heavenly realm. At this moment, Lu Ming thought of a problem. This was a question that he had always been perplexed about, but since ancestral Gragon did not mention it, he did not ask. However, the situation has changed. Sacred ancestor Xianxia is still alive. Ancestral Gragon continued. What? Apart from Lu Ming and a few others, the rest of the people were shocked, their faces full of shock. Saint Ancestor Xianxia was not dead. Didn't that mean the evil god realm had 2 martial gods? On the other hand, they only had a single martial god on their side. How were they supposed to fight them? If that was the case, the heaven realm would not be a match for the foreign races. The overall strength of the foreign tribes was already stronger than the heaven realm. With the addition of the 2 martial gods, wouldn't the heaven realm be destroyed? Some people's eyes were filled with despair. However, even though Saint Ancestor Xianxia is still alive, he was severely injured in the battle against the Hell-Crusher progenitor, leaving only a strand of his bloodline behind. This is related to what I'm about to tell you, the Yellow Spring Mountain. Ancestral Gragon continued. Yellow Springs Mountain? Many people were stunned. Yes, the Yellow Springs Mountain. I believe many of you have seen or heard of it. Outside Two World City, the space cracked and the Yellow Springs River appeared. At the end of the Yellow Springs River, there is a looming mountain. That is the Yellow Springs Mountain. The Yellow Springs Mountain is an extremely secretive place. Even I have never been there. Ancestral Gragon said. Everyone was shocked. As a martial god expert who had transcended the heavenly path, the ancestral Gragon should be an invincible figure in the world. In the hearts of the people, he should be an omniscient figure. However, even the ancestral Gragon had never been there. What kind of place was it? I have only read a few records from some extremely ancient books. Legend has it that the Yellow Springs Mountain is not from the heaven realm, the primordial realm, or the evil god realm. It is from beyond the heavens. Ancestral Gragon said. Beyond the heavens? Many people were dumbfounded. Beyond the heavens? What did that mean? Could there be other worlds apart from the primordial realm, the heaven realm, and the evil god realm? Beyond the heavens? Dandin whispered, frowning as if he knew something. Beyond the heavens? Bubbles whispered, her eyes filled with doubt. Bubbles, what do you know? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubbles. I don't know. Some images seem to appear in my mind, but I can't see them clearly. Bubbles said. Lu Ming was puzzled. Dandan glanced at Bubbles but did not say anything. Senior, what's beyond the heavens? Someone could not help but ask. Beyond the heavens? Ancestral Gregon raised his head to look at the sky. A look of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. After a while, he said, it's a vast place. We'll talk about it later. Let's talk about the Yellow Springs Mountain first. Legend has it that the Yellow Springs Mountain is from beyond the heavens. It is extremely ancient and mysterious. Usually, it is shrouded in a layer of restriction. Even I can't enter. However, it's not impossible to enter forever. Legend has it that every 10,000 tribulations, the restriction of the Yellow Springs Mountain will be activated once. At that time, one can enter. Everyone was even more shocked. If even the ancestral Gregon could not enter, who else could? Also, the 10,000 tribulations would be activated once. How long would the 10,000 tribulations be? Each tribulation was 333,333 years. Wouldn't the 10,000 tribulations be more than 3 billion years? Everyone looked at each other. According to the ancient records, the Yellow Springs Mountain is like a world of its own. It contains countless treasures. Treasures of the Heavenly Path weapon level can be seen everywhere. Some treasures even have heaven-defying effects. No matter how serious the injuries are, they can be healed very quickly. This time, the Yellow Springs Mountain is about to open. That's why there are so many strange phenomena. The foreign tribe's divine ancestor has been waiting for this opportunity. He wants to bring divine ancestor Xianxia into the Yellow Springs Mountain to obtain opportunities. Not only will his injuries be healed, but divine ancestor Xianxia's injuries will also be healed. If that's the case, we won't be able to stop them. That's why I've gathered all of you here this time to bring you into the Yellow Springs Mountain. First, you can stop the foreign tribe. Second, you can obtain opportunities yourself. If you can obtain the great opportunities inside, your cultivation base will probably improve by leaps and bounds. Ancestral Gregon explained. The crowd came to a realization. It turned out that this was the reason why the Ancestral Gregon had gathered them. Stopping the foreign tribes so that they could obtain opportunities to improve their cultivation. Most of you are fortunate. You will have a higher chance of obtaining the fortunate encounters inside. However, I have to remind you that the Yellow Springs Mountain is extremely dangerous. This time, many of the foreign tribes' people will enter the mountain too. That's for sure. Besides, the Yellow Springs Mountain is boundless. According to the ancient records, its size is unimaginable. I'm afraid it's no smaller than the 9 heavens domain of the heaven realm combined. Besides, there are countless living beings in it, including humans and other tribes. They have established their own kingdoms and are extremely prosperous. There are even martial gods in it. Ancestral Gregon warned with a stern expression. What? Everyone was dumbfounded by the Ancestral Gregon's words. The Yellow Spring Mountain was boundless. Its area was comparable to the 9 heavens domain of the heaven realm. It was filled with various living creatures that formed kingdoms. There were even martial god realm experts in each kingdom. This was too inconceivable. The inside of the Yellow Springs Mountain was like another heaven realm or evil god realm. However, don't worry. No living creature in the Yellow Spring Mountain, no matter how strong they are, even martial gods will not be able to come out. They will never be able to come out. Legend has it that the people of the Yellow Spring Mountain are cursed. They will be trapped in the Yellow Spring Mountain for generations to come. In fact, there are places in the Yellow Spring Mountain where the cursed living creatures are unable to enter. Only those who are not cursed can enter. Therefore, this is our chance. The Ancestral Gregon continued to speak. Different thoughts crossed the minds of the crowd. Therefore, even though there are great fortunate encounters in the Yellow Spring Mountain, it's extremely dangerous too. Not only will we have to face the foreign tribes and fight them, we might even have to fight the living creatures in the Yellow Spring Mountain. Therefore, I won't force you. Those who want to leave can leave now. The Ancestral Gregon's voice echoed across the place. However, no one left. According to the Ancestral Gregon, the the Yellow Spring Mountain came from beyond the heavens. It was extremely mysterious and had many treasures. Even martial gods had their eyes on it. Even the ancestral Gragon had never entered the mountain. It would only open once every 10,000 tribulations. Although it was accompanied by danger, since when was there no danger on the path of cultivation, even if they did not enter the mountain, they would still die if the martial gods of the foreign tribes recovered and attacked the heaven realm. They might as well go in and risk their lives. Alright, if that's the case, we'll go in, the ancestral Gragon announced. They couldn't bring too many people in. Otherwise, if they went in and the foreign races attacked, wouldn't they be finished? It was the same for the foreign tribes. They would not dare to send too many people in. However, you must remember a few things after entering the mountain. Firstly, kill any foreign tribes you see. Secondly, try your best to find places that the living creatures of the Yellow Spring Mountain can't enter. Those places have a high chance of having fortunate encounters. Third, remember to borrow power. Sometimes, you can borrow the power of the creatures in the Yellow Springs Mountain to kill the alien tribes. If you can borrow the power of the martial god realm experts in the Yellow Springs Mountain to kill the alien tribes Saint Ancestor and Saint Ancestor Xianxia, you can protect the heaven realm. Ancestral Gragon seriously warned. Everyone nodded and agreed in unison. Of course, I've never been inside. All of this is what I've read from extremely ancient books. The 10,000 tribulations have already passed. I don't know what changes have happened inside Yellow Springs Mountain. Therefore, after entering, the most important thing is to act according to the circumstances. Alright, Yellow Springs Mountain will open in a month's time. You can gather here in a month's time. I'm afraid it will take a long time before you come out. If you have anything to do, make the necessary arrangements. Ancestral Dragon instructed. Yes. Everyone accepted the order and left the place. Lu Ming and Xianxia left this place, intending to bid farewell to Li Ping and Lu Yuntian. This trip would take a long time, and if the ancestral Gragon said it would take a long time, then it must be true. Moreover, Lu Ming wouldn't miss this trip. Lu Ming wanted to improve quickly and cultivate step by step, but that wouldn't do. It was too slow. Moreover, the improvement of his cultivation required too many resources. The resources he had on him weren't enough for him to improve. This trip to Yellow Springs Mountain might be an opportunity. When they returned to Celestial City, they bid farewell to Li Ping and Lu Yuntian, saying that they would be going into seclusion for a period of time. Lu Shenhuang, Mu Wanqian, Lu Qi, and the others would stay in Celestial City to accompany Li Ping and the others. A month passed in a hurry. Lu Ming and Xianxia returned to the square and lair of Zulong. Everyone was gathered again. Ancestral Gragon stood in the air. With a wave of his hand, a small boat emerged and then rapidly expanded. This is the heaven-piercing battleship? No, it's not the one with the primordial physique cultivators. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He found that the small boat that ancestral Gragon took out was very similar to the heaven-piercing battleship used by the primordial physique cultivators in the past. It could float on the Yellow Springs River. The primordial physique cultivators once said that the heaven-piercing battleship was found in a ruin by their ancestors. A treasure that can withstand the water of the Yellow Springs. Could it be from Yellow Springs Mountain? Lu Ming thought. This ship is called the heaven-piercing battleship. All of you, get on. If you want to enter Yellow Springs Mountain, you must use this treasure to cross the Yellow Springs River. Ancestral Gragon said. Yes. Immediately, thousands of people rose into the air and flew toward the battleship. It's really called the heaven-piercing battleship. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He took Xianxia little hand and flew toward the heaven-piercing battleship. The heaven-piercing battleship was very large. Thousands of people could only occupy a small space. After everyone entered the heaven-piercing battleship, it quickly shrank and was put away by Ancestral Gragon. Then, Ancestral Gragon took a step and disappeared from the lair of Zulong. The next moment, the space outside the battlefield of Two World City trembled, and Ancestral Gragon's figure appeared. His speed was incredible. Moke. Ancestral Gragon looked ahead. The space in front of him trembled, and a figure appeared. It was the divine ancestor of the other tribes, Moke. Ancestral Gragon, this time, you will definitely lose. Xianxia and I will recover in Yellow Springs Mountain, and then we will take your head. Moku, the outsider's sacred ancestor, said coldly. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Ancestral Gragon replied coldly. He took a step forward and rushed into the space crack. When he arrived above the Yellow Springs River, he waved his hand. The heaven-piercing battleship rapidly enlarged and landed on the Yellow Springs River. Ancestral Gragon landed on the deck of the heaven-piercing battleship. At the same time, the divine ancestor of the other tribes also entered the Yellow Springs River. He took out a battleship that was very similar to the heaven-piercing battleship and landed on the Yellow Springs River. The two battleships moved side by side toward the front of the Yellow Springs River. The experts of both sides sized each other up, and sparks flew when they clashed. The first prince, Kong Duo, Lu Ming saw a few extremely talented people on the longevity roll of the other tribes on the alien tribe's battleship. The top few on the longevity roll of the other tribes were all there. Clearly, the divine ancestor of the other tribes had the same idea as Ancestral Gragon. He chose those who entered Yellow Springs Mountain not based on their cultivation, but on their luck. The stronger the luck, the more likely they would be able to obtain fortuitous encounters and even kill their opponents. The two sides did not make a move. If they did, both sides would be injured. No one was confident in winning. The two battleships continued to move forward. In front of the Yellow Springs River was a looming mountain that seemed incomparably far away. They had been traveling for 3 months, but they still had not reached the end of the Yellow Springs River. Moreover, the mountain was still in front of them, and they did not know how far it was. Soon. At that moment, Ancestral Gragon spoke. Everyone was shocked. Were they finally there? Look, the mountain is gone. Oh no, there's a vortex in front. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. In front of them, the mountain was gone, and in its place was a huge vortex. All the water of the Yellow Springs flowed into the vortex. At the end of the Yellow Springs River was a huge whirlpool. The huge sky-reaching battleship was like an ant in front of the whirlpool. Rumble, a deafening rumble was heard. The current was too strong, forming a terrifying suction force that acted on the sky-reaching battleship, trying to suck it in. Oh no, let's go. Many people's expressions changed drastically. They wanted to soar into the sky and leave this place. The Yellow Springs water was terrifying. Even a heavenly emperor would be in danger if he was sucked in. Those below the heavenly emperor level would definitely die. If they were sucked into the whirlpool, they would be dead meat. Stay calm. Only through this whirlpool can we enter the Yellow Springs Mountain. At this moment, the Ancestral Gragon shouted. His voice was like a bell that struck everyone's hearts. Everyone tried their best to calm down. The Ancestral Gragon would not harm them. There was a commotion on the side of the foreign races, but it was suppressed by the foreign race's divine ancestor. Rumble, the two sky-reaching battleships were sucked into the whirlpool by the Yellow Springs water and disappeared. Lu Ming and the others felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on them. Their surroundings were pitch black. They could not see anything at all. They could not even hear a sound. It was silent all around. Splash, in the next moment, they seemed to have passed through something. The light around them suddenly brightened. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes widened. He had a shocking discovery. At this moment, they were high up in the sky. They were not on the sky-reaching battleship. They did not know where the sky-reaching battleship had gone. All of them, including the foreign races, were in the sky. They were being thrown down by an extremely powerful force. Even the current Lu Ming could not contend with this force. Below them was a large mountain. They were descending toward that mountain. At first, the mountain didn't look that big. However, as they got closer to it, the mountain looked bigger and bigger. All of them were deviating from the direction they were going. They were getting further and further away from each other. Xiaoqing, Lu Ming saw Xianxia, Dandan, Bubbles, and the others getting further and further away from him. They were flying to different parts of the mountain. They were falling faster and faster because a terrifying gravitational force was coming from the mountain. What a huge mountain! The closer he got to the mountain, the more Lu Ming realized how huge, terrifying, and majestic the mountain was. When they looked from afar, they didn't see anything. However, when they got closer, they realized that every single protrusion or flat piece of land on this mountain was a vast and boundless plain. Big, it was too big. This mountain was really like a huge world. As they got closer, they could even see large rivers and huge cities. All of them had landed in different locations. Lu Ming could no longer see Xianxia, Dandan, and the others. When he looked up, he could only see a few figures. They were also very far away from him. Whoosh, Lu Ming landed on the edge of the mountain. As he got closer, Lu Ming discovered that there was a dense forest below, stretching as far as the eye could see. A terrifying gravitational force pulled Lu Ming towards the forest. What a terrifying gravitational force. The gravitational force on this mountain is thousands of times stronger than the outside world. Lu Ming was shocked. He channeled the power of the world to stabilize his body and landed in the forest. Boom, Lu Ming landed heavily in a part of the forest, creating a huge pit in the ground. The powerful shock wave shattered the surrounding ancient trees into smithereens. Phew, Lu Ming let out a long breath. He had finally arrived at Yellow Spring Mountain. The Origin Chi here. No, this isn't Origin Chi. In the next moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He realized that the world here was filled with a type of energy. It wasn't Origin Chi, but a type of energy that was of a higher grade. The quality was higher than Origin Chi. Moreover, he could absorb and refine it. The effect was at least 10 times better than Origin Chi. Lu Ming was shocked. This meant that his cultivation speed here was much faster than in the outside world. Although it might not be 10 times faster, it was at least 5 times faster. What is the origin of this Yellow Spring Mountain? Why is the cultivation condition so much better than the Heaven Realm? Lu Ming's imagination ran wild. Swoosh! Swoosh, at this moment, lights and shadows flashed in the surroundings. In the next moment, many figures appeared and surrounded Lu Ming. Humans! At the sight of these figures, Lu Ming was shocked. These figures were all humans. There were more than 30 of them. Moreover, their cultivation was shockingly high. They were all great emperors. More than 30 great emperors appeared. Even in the Heaven Realm, this was a powerful force. More than 30 of them stared at Lu Ming with murderous intent. They gritted their teeth and wanted to tear Lu Ming into pieces. Lu Ming was confused. He had just arrived and he didn't offend these people. Why were they looking at him with such a fierce face? In particular, there was a young woman who looked like a flower. At this moment, she was looking at Lu Ming with resentment as if Lu Ming had done something outrageous. Kid, who are you? Why did you ruin our plan to capture the Jade Blood Fox? A burly man glared at Lu Ming, emitting a powerful aura. He was a 5-star great emperor and was very strong. Ruin your plan to capture the Jade Blood Fox? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He didn't do that. He had just arrived. You still want to play dumb? We spent 3 months to lure the Jade Blood Fox here. Just when we were about to catch it, you descended from the sky and caused such a big commotion, scaring the Jade Blood Fox away. Are you still not going to admit it? The woman glared at Lu Ming with hatred, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Ah? Lu Ming finally understood. He had just descended from the sky, and the other party happened to be trying to capture the Jade Blood Fox and was scared away by him. This was too much of a coincidence. Lu Ming smiled bitterly, speechless. Everyone, I really didn't do it on purpose. I'm willing to compensate for your losses. Lu Ming said. Compensation? How are you going to compensate? The Jade Blood Fox is extremely rare and difficult to capture. Can you even capture one? The young woman continued to speak with hatred. Young miss, why bother talking nonsense with him? I think he was sent by Mayo to ruin our plan to capture the Jade Blood Fox. The 5-star great emperor said angrily. That's right. He must have been sent by Mayo. That must be it. He doesn't want us to cure the patriarch. The others also roared in anger. In my opinion, let's take him down and interrogate him. A gray-haired old man dashed toward Lu Ming. He grabbed Lu Ming with his big hand and a huge claw grabbed at Lu Ming. This old man was a 2-star great emperor. Eh? This kind of cultivation system. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Then, he gathered a little strength and pointed his finger. Bang! Lu Ming's finger landed on the claw of the woman. Following a loud explosion, the woman's figure shuddered violently and was sent flying backward with a pale face. This cultivation method is similar to the atavistic cultivation system, but it's not. It's more similar to Xiaoqing's cultivation method, but it's not as refined as Xiaoqing's. Lu Ming's mind was racing. This kid is quite capable. I'll take him down. A middle-aged woman spoke. The middle-aged woman had a bulky appearance. She was using a huge saber that was even faster than her hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! The middle-aged woman made her move. She lunged at Lu Ming and slashed a few hundred times in an instant. The brilliant saber glows were aiming to eliminate Lu Ming's figure. Each saber glow was filled with pure, unbreakable force. There was no sign of any rules or great Tao. Lu Ming's figure shuttled through the saber glows like a butterfly, trying to sense his opponent's cultivation method. The middle-aged woman possessed a cultivation of the 4-star martial monarch realm. Her expression changed as she let out a roar and unleashed all her strength, slashing at Lu Ming with her saber. However, she could not even touch the corner of Lu Ming's clothes. Lu Ming was always able to dodge her attacks. The others straightened their faces. Let's attack together and take him down. The 5-star martial monarch said. This person's cultivation was the highest among the group of people. The strength that Lu Ming had displayed was too powerful. Even a 4-star martial monarch was fooled by him. Even if he were to attack in person, he would not be able to defeat Lu Ming, thus he had asked everyone to attack together. Attack! Day uttered a roar and took the lead to charge at Lu Ming. He lashed out with a tremendous force. Meanwhile, the other cultivators attacked too. That being said, the young woman was the only exception. She did not possess a cultivation of the martial monarch realm. The combined attacks of over 30 martial monarchs were incredibly powerful. Various attacks were launched at Lu Ming from all directions. Let's stop here. Lu Ming murmured. A purple golden glow flickered on his body as Lu Ming lashed out over 30 palms in an instant. Bang! Bang! Over 30 explosions took place consecutively. Over 30 figures were knocked back. Their faces turned pale as they stared at Lu Ming in astonishment. Lu Ming had knocked them back instantly with a single move. They understood that Lu Ming was too powerful. He was far above them. Lu Ming had shown mercy earlier. Otherwise, they would have died. That young woman's eyes were brimming with tears. She stared at Lu Ming and said, "Mou, why are you so ruthless? My father is already seriously injured. Aren't you going to let us treat him? Did you catch that jade blood fox to treat someone's injuries?" Lu Ming asked rhetorically. You're still pretending? Don't you know that Mou sent you here? Mio injured my father. Only the blood of the jade blood fox can heal my father's injuries. The young woman said. The burly man and the others cautiously surrounded the young woman to prevent Lu Ming from attacking her. Where's the jade blood fox? Maybe I can help you catch it. Lu Ming rubbed his nose. After all, he was the one who disturbed them from catching the jade blood fox. He felt a little embarrassed. Moreover, if he could help them catch the jade blood fox, he would definitely win their favor. Lu Ming was new here. He needed to ask the people of Yellow Springs Mountain for information. You'll help us? Although your cultivation base is high, it's impossible for you to catch a jade blood fox. Jade blood foxes come and go without a trace. They don't have a fixed residence, and they're extremely fast. It's very difficult to find them unless you use jade blood grass to lure them out. But jade blood grass is too rare. Do you know how much effort it took us to buy one? Where can we get jade blood grass now? The young woman was on the verge of tears. She looked at Lu Ming with resentment. What? Jade blood grass? Rare? Lu Ming was stunned. He remembered that there was also a kind of spirit grass called jade blood grass in Heaven Realm. Although it wasn't common, it was very common. Lu Ming had at least a few hundred stalks. Was it just the same name? Lu Ming was a little uncertain. Miss, are you talking about this kind of jade blood grass? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. A spirit grass appeared in his hand and he showed it to the young woman. The young woman and the others widened their eyes. Jade blood grass? You have jade blood grass too? You. Can you sell this jade blood grass to us? The young woman said and stuck out her tongue. She cursed herself for being stupid. Why would he sell them the jade blood grass if he was here to stop them from catching the jade blood fox? Maybe he was here to annoy them, thoughts flashed through the young woman's mind. But in the next moment, her eyes suddenly widened. Because in Lu Ming's hand, a bunch of jade blood grass appeared. There were dozens of them. So many? How is that possible? The young woman was dumbfounded. The others weren't any better. Although jade blood grass wasn't a particularly high-level spirit grass, it was very rare. They had spent a lot of effort to buy one and they had already used it. But Lu Ming took out dozens of them at once, making them think that they were dreaming. There's no need to sell it. Since I disturbed you from catching the jade blood fox, I should atone for my sins by helping you catch it. Lu Ming said with a smile. Are you really going to help us? Are you really not sent by Miao? The young woman asked. Of course not. I really didn't mean to fall here. I was fighting with an enemy in the sky and was blown down by him. Lu Ming lied. I see. It seems that we have wronged you. I'm sorry. The young woman stuck out her tongue and smiled. She was very cute. Then let's begin. How should we use the jade blood grass? Lu Ming asked. Just light it up. When the jade blood grass is lit, it will emit a strange smell that can attract the jade blood fox. But we have to change places. The jade blood fox is very cautious. I'm afraid it won't come a second time. Let's go to the front. The young woman said. Okay. Lu Ming nodded and soared into the air. The gravity here was too strong. It was a few thousand times that of the celestial realm, so flying here was a few thousand times more strenuous. Naturally, their speed was much slower. The young woman and more than 30 people also rose into the air and followed Lu Ming. I'm Su Rong. What's your name? The young woman asked on the way. Lu Ming. Lu Ming replied. In a short while, they flew tens of thousands of miles away, intending to catch the jade blood fox. Lu Ming ignited 10 stalks of jade blood grass. Su Rong and the others felt their hearts ache when they saw that. The jade blood grass emitted a strange smell that drifted far away. The jade blood grass was very resistant to fire and burned very slowly. A stalk of jade blood grass could burn for 10 days. They waited for 6 days. Suddenly, a red bolt of lightning flashed in the forest ahead, heading towards the burning jade blood grass at an astonishing speed. It was not lightning. Lu Ming could see clearly that it was a blood-red fox. It was very small, less than half a meter long. It's here. Su Rong's eyes lit up. Attack! The burly man shouted. Then, more than 30 people pounced on the jade blood fox from all directions, forming a circle. Asterisk squeak squeak squeak, asterisk the jade blood fox was frightened. It shrieked a few times and retreated like a bolt of lightning. Stop right there. In that direction, several great emperors shouted. Their power formed a large hand that grabbed at the jade blood fox. The jade blood fox tried to escape, but all the space was blocked. There was no way to escape. Asterisk squeak squeak, asterisk the jade blood fox shrieked and suddenly leaped. Its body turned into a sword light and rushed over. Asterisk puff. Asterisk one of the great emperor's large hand was directly pierced through by the jade blood fox. The jade blood fox turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed away. Not good. Chase after it. Su Rong shouted. The others also had ugly expressions. The jade blood fox did not match the rumors. It was rumored that the jade blood fox was very cautious and did not have a fixed residence. It came and went without a trace. Its speed was shocking, but its cultivation was not high. A great emperor was enough to deal with it. However, this jade blood fox could turn into a sword light and pierce through a great emperor's attack. This was something they did not expect. They chased madly, but the jade blood fox was faster than them. It was like a red bolt of lightning that was about to escape. This time, the jade-blood fox was surrounded and fled. With its cautious personality, it would be very difficult to attract it. Su Rong was about to cry. At this moment, a figure rushed out at an extremely fast speed. It was even faster than the jade-blood fox and disappeared in the blink of an eye. So fast, Su Rong and the others were stunned because the person who rushed out was Lu Ming. Hope rose in their hearts. They hoped that Lu Ming could catch it. They gritted their teeth and chased after it. Not long after, they saw Lu Ming in the air in front of them, holding a small fox in his hand that was struggling. It was the jade-blood fox. I caught it. Su Rong jumped up in excitement. The others were also ecstatic. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Lu Ming smiled and passed the jade-blood fox to Su Rong. Lu Ming, thank you. Thank you so much this time. Su Rong was so excited that her face turned red. She quickly took the jade-blood fox and stored it in a jade bottle. To heaven of a fox, Lu Ming, where are you going next? Su Rong asked. To tell you the truth, I was about to ask you. Where is this place? Lu Ming asked. You don't know where we are? Su Rong was curious. I'm actually from a faraway place. I was chased by someone and ran for my life. I don't even know where I've escaped to now. Lu Ming said with a wry smile. This is the 10 Directions forest of Fengming country. Our Su family is in Myeongchang, one of the major cities in Fengming country. Su Rong said. Fengming country? Great Myeongchang? Lu Ming whispered. The ancestral dragon said that there were thousands of countries in Yellow Springs Mountain. It seemed that it was true. Lu Ming, since you're not from here, why don't you come back to Myeongchang with us first and then think of a way to go back? Su Rong said. That's the only way. Lu Ming pretended to nod helplessly. Su Rong was overjoyed. Then, the group appeared and returned to Myeongchang. The 10 Directions forest was not very far from Myeongchang. It was only about 1,000,000 miles away. However, the flying speed here was much slower. It took them a few hours to arrive at Myeongchang. Myeongchang was a majestic city. It was very huge. Even in the vast Fengming country, it could be ranked in the top 20. On the way, Lu Ming also learned from Su Rong how her father was injured. Her father challenged a person named Mayo and was injured by the other party. Mayo was the bodyguard of one of the commanders in Fengming country. Along the way, Su Rong chattered a lot with Lu Ming. Fengming country advocated military strength and ruled the country with military strength. There were 13 commanders under the monarch of Fengming country. Each of them led an army and guarded a region. They were all extremely powerful existences. Myeongchang country was under the rule of one of the commanders. There were 18 bodyguards under this commander. Mayo was one of the bodyguards under this commander. He was very powerful. However, there was a rule in Fengming country. All positions were based on strength. One could also fight for them with strength. As long as one defeated the other party, one could replace the other party's position. For example, if one defeated or even killed Mayo, one could replace the other party's position and become the commander's bodyguard. One would be high above the masses and dominate the region. My father didn't covet the other party's position. He was forced by Mayo and had no choice but to challenge him. Su Rong sighed in the end. Oh? What's going on? Lu Ming asked. Mayo schemed and made my brother bet with him. In the end, he lost and owed a lot of debt. Even if I sold the entire Su family, I wouldn't be able to pay it back. Su Rong sighed. Lu Ming nodded. He roughly understood. The group walked through the city gate and walked in the direction of the Su family. So many races? Lu Ming was shocked as soon as he walked through the city gate. In the city, the streets were wide and crowded with people. However, there were not only humans but also other races. For example, there were races with horns on their heads that resembled humans. There were also races with long tails, and races with the upper body of a human but the lower body of a snake. These races were definitely not caused by the transformation of divine beasts. Instead, they were born this way. Lu Ming looked around and saw at least 4 or 5 races. These races did not exist in the heavenly realm, the primordial realm, or the evil god realm. The ancestral dragon said that the Yellow Spring Mountain came from beyond the heavens. Are these all races from beyond the heavens? Lu Ming thought. Then, he thought of the statue in the core of the void sacred island. That statue had a pair of wings on its back. It was also a race that he had never seen before. Was there any connection between them? However, Lu Ming found that the number of humans was still the largest. After walking around a few streets, a huge mansion appeared in front of him. This mansion was the Su family. However, at this moment, the outside of the Su family was surrounded by people. What's going on? Su Rong and the others' expressions changed and they quickly rushed over. It's Su Rong. Lu Ming and the others walked through the crowd and saw two groups of people confronting each other in front of the Su family's gate. One of the groups was led by a burly man in metal armor. His eyes flashed with a ferocious glint. Beside him was another group of experts in metal armor. They were from different races, and each of them had a powerful aura. They were all great emperors. Mayo! Su Rong shouted. The burly man heard the voice and looked over. When he saw Su Rong, he laughed. So it's the eldest daughter of the Su family. You're back at the right time. The burly man was Mayo. In front of Mou's group was another group of people. The person in the lead was a man who looked to be in his 60s. However, he was extremely weak and dispirited. His face was pale, and it was obvious that he was heavily injured. Ronger, come here. The man in his 60s shouted. Father, how are you? Su Rong ran over and asked worriedly. The man was Su Rong's father, Xiao Yuan-san. I'm fine. I'm fine. Xiao Yuan-san said, but his face turned pale and he gasped for breath. Mayo, why are you here at the Su family again? Su Rong glared at Mayo. Why? Your brother owes me divine stones. He hasn't paid me back yet. Of course I'm here to collect the debt. Mayo sneered. When he looked at Su Rong, a fiery light flashed in the depths of his eyes. How many divine stones does my brother owe you? Mayo asked. 800,000 divine stones. Mayo said. You're talking nonsense. I only owe you 300,000. A young man beside Xiao Yuan-san shouted. That young man was Su Rong's brother, Su Feng. Don't you want interest? You've owed me for a year. Including the interest, it's 800,000. Mayo sneered. 500,000 in a year? Why don't you just rob someone? Su Rong shouted angrily. That's the rule here. It's right and proper to pay back what you owe. Hurry up and pay it back. Mayo scolded. 800,000 god stones. Even if I sell the entire Su family, it still won't be enough. Xiao Yuan-san said. Su Rong's eldest brother did not dare to speak. He lowered his head deeply. Not enough? Sure, Miss Su Rong is an outstanding beauty. You can give her to me. Your Su family and Miss Su Rong are more or less enough. As for the rest, I won't haggle over it. Mayo said. She looked at Su Rong with a burning gaze. Su Rong's face turned pale. You want to have any ideas about Ronger? Don't even think about it. Xiao Yuan-san roared. Don't even think about it. Since you can't take it out, then don't blame me for being rude. Mayo said ferociously. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. Peak Great Emperor. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. Mayo's cultivation was at the peak of the Great Emperor realm. Mayo's subordinates also released a powerful aura that pressed down on the Su family. The people of the Su family were unable to resist at all, especially Su Yuanshan. He was suppressed by the other party's aura, and his body staggered backward. His face paled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Father! Su Rong was very worried. Su Yuanshan was already seriously injured. Adding injuries on top of injuries, he would be in danger if this continued. If you don't do as I say, the Su family will be destroyed today. Mayo said coldly. No one said anything. Fengming was a country founded on martial arts. Everything was based on martial arts. The strong stood at the top while the weak were like ants. It was very cruel. If the Su family was strong enough to kill Mayo, the commander would not say anything. Mayo, you'll die a horrible death. Su Rong cursed. Humph, who can kill me? Mayo said ferociously. Me. At this moment, a voice sounded and spread across the area. Many people were shocked. Who dared to say that he could kill Mayo? Mayo's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. He followed the voice and looked at the person who spoke. In the end, his gaze fell on Lu Ming. The person who spoke was Lu Ming. Kid, you said, you want to kill me? Mayo said word by word. His murderous intent was as cold as a knife. He looked at Lu Ming as if he was looking at a dead man. Looks like you're not deaf. Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, I heard that as long as I challenge and defeat you, I can replace you and become the commander's guard. Hee, you want to become the commander's guard? You're quite ambitious. Let me tell you, it's true. Let's see if you have what it takes. Mayo said ferociously. Lu Ming, don't. Mayo is at the peak of the void transformation state and he's one of the most powerful cultivators at the peak of the void transformation state. Su Rong sent a message to Lu Ming. She was very worried. The void transformation state? Isn't he an emperor? Is the level division of the Yellow Spring Mountain different from the Heaven region and the Fiend God realm? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. However, it was not the time to ask for details. Mayo, I'm officially challenging you now. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Lu Ming said loudly. Lu Ming had his own plan. The local forces of the Yellow Spring Mountain were extremely powerful. There were even martial gods who wanted to obtain opportunities in the Yellow Spring Mountain and kill the alien races. They had to borrow the power of others. They had to borrow the power of the creatures in the Yellow Spring Mountain. This way, not only could they kill the alien races, but they could also obtain resources. It would be difficult for them to rely on themselves. He believed that the alien races would do the same. Now, it was time to see who was faster. He would first become the commander of the guards and then continue to climb up. When he had a certain amount of power in Fengming country, he could use the power of Fengming country to search for creatures from the Heaven region and the alien races. He could gather the creatures from the Heaven region, kill the alien races, and search for opportunities. It was killing many birds with one stone. Challenging Mayo, many people in the surroundings were stunned. Xiao Yuan-san and the others were also stunned. Lu Ming looked so young, but he wanted to challenge Mayo. He was too bold. Lu Ming, Su Rong looked worried. Although Lu Ming was powerful and had defeated more than 30 experts in one move, Mayo was at the peak of the void transformation state. Her subordinates were no match for her. You want to challenge me? Mayo's eyes flashed with a cold light. Why? You don't dare? Lu Ming said disdainfully. Ha ha ha, kid, why wouldn't I dare? However, let me see your strength. If you don't have any strength, I won't have the time to challenge you. Mayo sneered. Lord Guard, I'll test his strength. A burly man in iron armor walked out from behind Mayo. The burly man had a pair of horns on his head that were as sharp as a knife. Alright, go ahead and try. You can kill him directly. Mayo said coldly. I understand. The bull-horned man said coldly. He then walked toward Lu Ming and a battle axe appeared in his hand. Kid, make your move. Whoosh, as soon as the bull-horned man finished speaking, Lu Ming moved. A spear light stabbed toward the bull-horned man at an extremely fast speed. Instant kill, many people were stunned. The bull-horned man was at the 5th tier of the insightful void realm, but he was killed in an instant. When many people looked at Lu Ming, there was a chilliness in their eyes. It was completely different from before. The fact that Lu Ming could kill the bull-horned man in one move was enough to show that his combat strength was not to be underestimated. Mayo's eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of seriousness flashed in them. Can I challenge you now? Lu Ming looked at Mayo. Not bad. Mayo's eyes flashed fiercely. He waved his hand, and a blood-red battle saber appeared in his hand, emitting the smell of blood. It was obvious that many people had died in Mayo's hands. Little brother, you have to make him take out his guard token. If you defeat him, you can become the commander of his guards. Xiao Yuan-san reminded from the side. Humph, you think he can defeat me? Mayo snorted, but he still followed the rules and took out the guard token and stuck it on his belt. Make your move. Mayo said ferociously. You make the first move. I'll give you a chance to attack. Lu Ming said. What he meant was that once he made his move, Mayo would have no chance. Mayo's face turned ugly, and he said with a cold murderous intent, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Bam, Mayo's figure rushed toward Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning, and the battle saber in his hand slashed out violently. It was fast, accurate, and powerful. Lu Ming stood still, and the power of sovereign in his hand formed a long spear in front of him. Clang, Mayo's battle saber stood on Lu Ming's long spear. Lu Ming's body was as steady as a mountain, and he did not move at all. The huge force made Mayo's body tremble violently, and he was forced to retreat. His combat strength is indeed strong. Lu Ming's heart stirred. In the heaven realm, Mayo's combat power was considered strong among the peak great emperors. In the same realm, there were differences in combat power. Mayo was considered strong among the peak great emperors. However, in Lu Ming's eyes, it was nothing. At this moment, Mou was extremely shocked. He had used all his strength in that move, intending to kill Lu Ming in one move. However, in the end, Lu Ming did not move at all, and he was the one who was pushed back. At this moment, he understood that Lu Ming's strength was above his. No, I can't just hand over the position of the guard to someone else. Mayo roared in his heart. In Fengming country, there were a total of 13 commanders. Each of them commanded an army and oversaw a region. They held high positions and power. Every commander only had 18 guards under them. One could imagine how much power and authority this position held. It was not easy to come by, and he did not want to give it up. Whoosh, he turned around and ran. He actually ran away without a fight. Since you've already accepted the challenge, don't you think it's too late to run away? Lu Ming's cold voice resounded. His muscles twitched, and his body rushed towards Mayo like lightning. The long spear in his hand pierced out at an extremely fast speed. Mayo was shocked. He wanted to turn around and defend himself, but it was too late. Poof, the long spear pierced through Mayo's head, killing him instantly. Mayo's corpse fell heavily on the ground. His eyes were wide open, and he died with a grievance. He had come this time to take the Su family into his pocket, and at the same time, to take the beautiful young lady of the Su family under his crotch. He did not expect to lose his life here. Lu Ming reached out his hand, and the guard token on Mayo's belt flew into his hand. Mayo's subordinates were all terrified. They turned around and ran, scattering in all directions. Mayo is dead. Su Rong, Xiao Yuan-san, and the others were stunned at first, then they were overjoyed. Mayo was dead. The godstones that Su Rong's brother owed Mayo were naturally gone. No one would cause trouble for them anymore. They were naturally happy. Thank you, Brother Lu Ming, for saving our lives. Xiao Yuan-san had already learned of Lu Ming's name from Su Rong. He came over to thank him. You're welcome. I only helped because I wanted to be his guard. Lu Ming smiled, then held up the token in his hand and asked, Senior, how do I use this token? That's simple. You just need to bring this badge to the Lord Commander. As long as the Lord Commander approves, you will naturally be able to inherit the position of the Guard Commander. Under normal circumstances, the Lord Commander will agree. That's because the stronger you are, the better it is for the Lord Commander. Xiao Yuan-san explained. Back when Mayo forced the Su family, Xiao Yuan-san challenged Mayo, hoping to defeat Mayo and become his guard. That way, the Su family's crisis would be resolved. Unfortunately, he was no match for Mayo. Instead, he was severely injured by Mayo. Father, it's all thanks to Lu Ming that we were able to catch the Jade Blood Fox. Su Rong said. You caught the Jade Blood Fox? Xiao Yuan-san was overjoyed, then solemnly thanked Lu Ming. Lu Ming was really the Su family's benefactor. First, he helped them catch the Jade Blood Fox, and then he killed Mayo. If it weren't for Lu Ming, the Su family would really be finished. Naturally, he was very grateful to Lu Ming. Brother Lu Ming, come in and have a seat. Servants, prepare the banquet. Xiao Yuansan welcomed Lu Ming into the Su family and ordered the servants to prepare the banquet. The onlookers also dispersed. All of this was not surprising to them. In Fengming country, such challenges were common. Not only did people challenge the commander's guard, but sometimes, people even challenged the commander. The Su family warmly welcomed Lu Ming as a guest of honor. After that, Lu Ming stayed with the Su family for a few days. He read a lot of information collected by the Su family and learned more about Yellow Spring Mountain. There were many races in Yellow Spring Mountain. There were dozens of races, big and small, such as the Minotaur race, the Scaled race, the Naga race, and so on. Moreover, the cultivation realm in Yellow Spring Mountain was very different from that in the Heaven realm. The first few realms were basically the same, but after reaching the Martial Emperor realm, it was very different. The Martial Emperor realm in Yellow Spring Mountain was divided into the Void Glimpse, True Void, Profound Void, and Transformation Void. Each realm was divided into 7 levels. They corresponded to the Void Emperor, True Emperor, Great Emperor, and Heavenly Emperor. For example, Maya was at the peak of the Profound Void realm, the same as a peak Great Emperor. The creatures in Yellow Spring Mountain did not cultivate the laws or the Great Path. They did not even come into contact with the Heavenly Path. They cultivated pure power. Above the Transformation Void was the God realm, and they were called gods. This was the same as what the ancestral dragon said. The creatures here called Yellow Spring Mountain the Yellow Spring World. In the Yellow Spring World, there were hundreds of forces and countries of various sizes. They each occupied a territory and ruled over a region. Fengming was just a small country at the edge of the Yellow Spring World. In addition, Lu Ming also saw records about the Cursed Land. The Cursed Land. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Cursed Land was the place they were looking for. The people of Yellow Springs Mountain couldn't enter because they were cursed for generations. However, outsiders could enter. There might be fortuitous opportunities inside. Moreover, what made Lu Ming happy was that there was a cursed land in Fengming country. It was in the capital of Fengming country. It seems like I made the right choice to be the guard commander. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming stayed with the Su family for 2 days. Under Su Rong's reluctant gaze, he bid farewell to them. Then, Lu Ming walked toward the governor's mansion in Myeongchang. The governor guarding this place was called Yang. He was the most powerful person in Myeongchang. He ruled over dozens of cities and had millions of soldiers. The governor's mansion was in the center of Myeongchang. Not long after, a vast mansion appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. There was a team of burly men in iron armor guarding the entrance. Who are you? Stop. Lu Ming was stopped as soon as he arrived. I want to see Governor Yang. The guard token appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The governor's guard token. The burly men guarding the door were shocked. They smiled and said, "So you have a guard token. Sir, please wait for a moment. We will report to the governor." Since Lu Ming had the guard token, it meant that he had defeated a guard and would most likely inherit the guard's position in the future. In that case, his status would be far above theirs. Naturally, they did not dare to offend Lu Ming. All right. Lu Ming nodded. He put away the guard token and waited quietly. After a while, the burly men came out to report, "The governor wants to see you. Please follow me." Then, he turned around and walked inside. Lu Ming followed him into the governor's mansion. They walked through a few corridors and passed through a few courtyards before arriving at a large hall. At the entrance of the hall, the burly men didn't dare to enter. They gestured for Lu Ming to enter while he retreated. Lu Ming stepped inside. After entering the hall, he found that it was already filled with people. At the head of the table was a middle-aged man with a sinister face. His eyes were long and narrow. When he opened them, they gave off a cold feeling. However, what attracted Lu Ming's attention the most was the man's lower body. The lower body of the man was a snake tail. It was a snake man. His aura was extremely shocking. Sky Emperor. Lu Ming could sense right away that this person's cultivation level was a celestial emperor, which was the void transformation realm of the netherworld. On the 2 sides of the hall sat more than 10 people. There were men and women, old and middle-aged. All of them had powerful auras. They were all peak great monarchs. This must be the governor and his guards. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He stepped forward and cupped his fists. I am Lu Ming. Greetings, Lord Governor. You are the one who killed Miao? Yang asked from the head of the hall. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. Show me your guard token. Yang said. Lu Ming nodded. With a wave of his hand, the guard token appeared in his hand. Lord Governor, may I take over the position of guard? Lu Ming asked. Ha ha ha, what a joke. You want to take over the position of guard? The one who spoke wasn't a young but a middle-aged burly man on the left. He had a pair of bull horns and his eyes were as big as copper bells. According to the rules, I killed Miao and can take over his position. Why can't I take over the position of guard? Lu Ming asked. What a joke. I received news that you killed Miao from behind. Otherwise, you won't be his match. Such a despicable person wants to take over the position of guard. What a joke. Now that you have the guts to come here, I will take revenge for Miao today. The bull-masked burly man said coldly. He stepped forward and his powerful aura pressed down on Lu Ming. The bull-masked burly man was called Benbu. He had a good relationship with Miao and he was the strongest among the 18 guards under Yang. He received news that Miao was killed by Lu Ming from behind. He was furious and wanted to take revenge for Miao. He didn't expect Lu Ming to come knocking on his door. Yang sat on the head of the hall with a cold smile. He didn't stop Benbu. He also received news that Miao was stabbed to death by Lu Ming from behind. He also wanted to see if Lu Ming was capable or not. If he was not capable, he would be killed by Benbu for nothing. I'm afraid you are still too weak. Lu Ming glanced at Benbu casually. Lu Ming didn't care about a mere peak great emperor no matter how strong he was. A despicable person who only knows how to attack from behind. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Die. Whirlwind kill. A huge battle axe appeared in Benbu's hand. He swung the battle axe and charged towards Lu Ming. As he charged towards Lu Ming, Benbu spun rapidly with the battle axe in his hand. He was like a whirlwind as he charged towards Lu Ming with terrifying power. Whirlwind kill. It's the whirlwind kill. Brother Benbu used his killer move right from the start. That kid is finished. Not many in the profound void realm can match Brother Benbu's killer move. That kid is dead for sure. He will be ground into minced meat. The other guards sneered as if they were watching a show. They could almost see the scene of Lu Ming being ground to death. Boom, at this moment, Lu Ming moved. He took a step forward and threw out a punch. The entire hall shook. Dong, Lu Ming's fist collided with Benbu's battle axe and there was a loud bang. Thereafter, Benbu's battle axe was sent flying far away. Then, there was a scream. Benbu's burly body was crushed by Lu Ming's fist force. He flew far away and landed heavily on the ground, vomiting blood. Benbu was severely injured in one move. In the main hall, gasps could be heard. The guards all widened their eyes in disbelief. Benbu was the strongest among them. But now, he was defeated by Lu Ming in one move even though he had used his killer move. Lu Ming's combat strength was shocking. They understood that Lu Ming didn't need a sneak attack to kill Miao. Even if it was a head-on battle, he could easily kill Miao. Just this little bit of combat strength? I thought you were strong. What a disappointment. Lu Ming shook his head and glanced at Benbu in disdain. Just now, he had shown mercy on account of Yang. Otherwise, Benbu would definitely not be left with a single punch. Benbu was so angry that he vomited 2 more mouthfuls of blood. He was so ashamed that he wanted to die. Ha ha ha, good, good. You are Lu Ming, right? From now on, you will be my guard, the #1 guard. Thank you, Commander. Lu Ming clasped his fists. Alright, you'll stay in Miao's residence from now on. If there's anything, feel free to tell me. Yang said with a smile. Alright. Lu Ming nodded. Congratulations, Guard Lu. Congratulations, Brother Lu. On the side, the other guards were all beaming as they congratulated Lu Ming. The situation was completely different from before. Now, Lu Ming had proven his strength and was valued by Yang. Yang called him the #1 guard. Of course, they had to build a good relationship with Lu Ming. As for Blue, let him go. This world was always so realistic. Blue stood at the side with an ugly expression. After that, someone led Lu Ming to a place. After 2 rounds, they arrived in front of a residence. This residence was Mayo's former residence. Now, it belonged to Lu Ming. As soon as Lu Ming walked into the residence, he saw a group of people coming up to greet him. When they saw Lu Ming, they bowed. "Greetings, Lord Guard." There were hundreds of people kowtowing to Lu Ming. Rise. Lu Ming nodded. These people were Mayo's former subordinates. Now, they were his subordinates. "Lord Guard, what orders do you have?" Someone looked at Lu Ming with a face full of smiles, showing a flattering expression. "Go do what you need to do." Lu Ming waved his hand and dismissed the crowd. He found a room to stay in. Sitting cross-legged in the room, Lu Ming began to cultivate. Between heaven and earth, that mysterious energy constantly gathered towards Lu Ming. After a while, Lu Ming opened his eyes. The effect of the Enlightenment ancient tree is getting smaller and smaller in cultivation now. Lu Ming whispered. He discovered that ever since he comprehended the Tao of Sovereign, the Enlightenment ancient tree had very little effect on him. With the Tao of the Sovereign Lord, Lu Ming seemed to be able to merge with heaven and earth. In fact, he could even control heaven and earth, and gain enlightenment of the Tao of the Sovereign Lord from heaven and earth. As for the Tao Enlightenment tree, it seemed to be of little help to Lu Ming. The Tao Comprehension ancient tree was very useful for gaining enlightenment of magical laws, great Taos, and heavenly Taos, but not for the Tao of the Sovereign Lord. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming took out a storage ring. This storage ring belonged to Mayo. After killing Mayo, Lu Ming naturally obtained his storage ring. Lu Ming sent his spiritual sense into it. In the next moment, several battle weapons appeared in his hand. What a strange weapon. Lu Ming held the combat weapon and sized it up carefully. The weapons of the Yellow Springs world were also very different from those of the outside world. How wonderful. Lu Ming injected his world energy into the weapon and carefully sensed it. He was amazed. He discovered that there were formations inscribed on the weapon. These formations interacted with each other and formed many magical effects. Once energy was injected into the weapon, these formations would be activated, allowing the weapon to erupt with astonishing power. Moreover, Lu Ming discovered that even if he injected his world energy, the formations inside could be activated. Lu Ming tried a few times and found that these weapons were equivalent to Great Emperor weapons. None of them were equivalent to Heavenly Emperor weapons. Thinking about it, Mayo was only a Great Emperor. How could he have a weapon equivalent to a Heavenly Emperor weapon? If I can get a weapon equivalent to a Heavenly Emperor weapon in the Yellow Springs world and bring it out, the experts of the Heavenly Realm can also use it. That will greatly increase the strength of the Heavenly Realm. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then, he put away the weapons. In Lu Ming's hand, a sparkling stone appeared. This stone was about the same size as an oar. Is this the divine stone of the Yellow Springs world? Lu Ming whispered. Then, he used his cultivation technique to absorb the energy of the divine stone. The energy in the divine stone was exactly the same as the energy in the Yellow Springs mountain, except that it was many times richer. The energy of the divine stone was absorbed into Lu Ming's body. Soon, it was refined by Lu Ming and turned into his world energy. One divine stone contains so much energy. It's equivalent to 10,000 supreme grade origin stones. Lu Ming was shocked. The energy of the divine stone was too much. One piece was equivalent to 10,000 supreme grade origin stones. Lu Ming counted the number of divine stones in Mayo's storage ring. There were a total of 500,000 divine stones. If converted into supreme grade origin stones, it would be 50 billion supreme grade origin stones. 50 billion supreme grade origin stones was shocking enough. Lu Ming had obtained a large number of supreme grade origin stones in the Void Sacred Island. There were about 6 to 700 billion of them. Now, there were only about 100 billion left. The divine stones in Mayo's possession were equivalent to half of the origin stones in Lu Ming's possession now. Haha, if I can get enough divine stones here, then I won't have to worry about my cultivation anymore. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He had consumed too many resources to cultivate. Now, he only had about 10,000 chaos stones and 100 billion supreme-grade origin stones left. These resources were not enough at all. However, once he had enough divine stones, it would be enough. Chaos stones and primordial stones were not necessary for a breakthrough in cultivation. A single supreme-grade origin stone could also do the same, but the number was too shocking. Therefore, Lu Ming had always cultivated with origin stones and chaos stones or primordial stones. This could greatly reduce the consumption of origin stones. However, 10,000 chaos stones would probably be used up if Lu Ming broke through again. However, as long as Lu Ming had enough divine stones, he could also break through. Lu Ming began to think about how to collect more divine stones. That way, even if he left Yellow Springs Mountain in the future, he would have enough resources to cultivate. After organizing his things, Lu Ming continued to cultivate and comprehend the Tao of Sovereigns. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. These 2 months were very peaceful. Nothing happened. Lu Ming cultivated in peace. On this day, Yang sent someone to look for Lu Ming, saying that he had something to discuss with Lu Ming. Lu Ming met Yang in the same hall as last time. Other than Yang, there were 2 other people. One was Benbu, who had been defeated by Lu Ming. The other was a woman who looked to be in her 30s. She was very beautiful and had a mature charm. She was full of temptation. This was not difficult to notice from the flames of desire in Benbu's eyes when he glanced at her from time to time. Lu Ming recognized this woman. She was also one of Yang's guards. Her name was Liao Min. I'm looking for you today to discuss the commander's assembly. Yang went straight to the point and stated his purpose. Benbu and Liao Min were calm. Clearly, they already knew about this. However, Lu Ming was taken aback and a little confused. Lu Ming, you still don't know. Let me tell you. Yang looked at Lu Ming and said, there are a total of 13 commanders in Fengming country. Each of them is in charge of a region. However, the territories that they are in charge of are of different sizes. The troops that they lead are also of different strengths and weaknesses. The ranking of the commanders determines all of this. Lu Ming was enlightened. It seemed like Yang had called them here for the commander's assembly. Lu Ming did not say anything, waiting for Yang to continue. The rules of the commander's assembly are very simple. Every commander can bring 3 guards with him to participate and they will challenge each other. In the end, the ruler will rearrange the rankings according to the results. As for the 3 of you, you are the 3 strongest guards under my command. Therefore, this time, you will follow me to the capital to participate in the commander's assembly. Yang announced. Yes. Lu Ming, Benbu, and Liao Min nodded. The capital? There was a glint in Lu Ming's eyes. He also wanted to go to the capital because there was a cursed land in Fengming country's capital. This was exactly what he wanted. Alright, prepare yourselves, we will set off tomorrow. Yang said. The crowd dispersed and the day passed quickly. On the second day, Yang brought Lu Ming, Benbu, and other guards to Fengming country's capital on a giant flying beast. After flying for 3 days, they arrived at Fengming country's capital, a vast ancient city. Fengming country's capital was bustling with noise and excitement. Lu Ming saw many different races. It's Commander Yang. The moment they entered the capital, they were recognized. The Centennial Commander's Assembly is around the corner. The capital is going to be lively again. I wonder if there will be any changes to the ranking of the commanders this time. It's hard to say. In my opinion, the biggest suspense is still the battle between the first and second place. 100 years ago, the 2 commanders exchanged 1,000 moves before the victor was decided. That's right, I'm looking forward to it. While the crowd was discussing, Lu Ming's group passed through several streets and arrived at a huge residence. This residence was Commander Yang's residence in the capital. It was equally vast and there were many experts stationed in the residence. The moment Yang's group arrived, someone came to welcome them and arranged accommodations for them. Next, it was time to wait for the commander's assembly to begin. Time passed quickly and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the commander's assembly arrived. Yang led Lu Ming, Bin Bu, and Liao Min towards the imperial palace. When they arrived at the palace, there was naturally someone to receive them. They were led to a spacious area. This place was surrounded by rows of seats that served as viewing platforms. In the center, there was a huge battle platform. Clearly, the battle would take place on the battle stage. Haha, Yang, you guys are quite early. A loud laugh could be heard. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw 4 people flying over from another direction. The leader of the group was an elder with a single horn on his forehead. He looked at Yang with a cold smile. You're not late either. Yang said coldly. Hee, Yang, this time I will definitely replace you. The old man sneered. You? You're still far from it. Yang sneered. Both of them were exuding a cold aura as they clashed in the air. Of course, they understood that now was not the time to fight. They snorted and found a viewing platform to sit down. That old guy is called Commander Bianqing. He's ranked 10th among the 13 commanders. Our commander is ranked 9th. That guy has always wanted to replace our commander's position. Liao Min transmitted her voice to Lu Ming and explained. Along the way, Liao Min was closer to Lu Ming. She frequently expressed her goodwill to Lu Ming and looked at Lu Ming coquettishly. This made Bin Bu extremely jealous. Oh, no wonder. Lu Ming nodded and smiled at Liao Min. At this moment, people flew over continuously. They were all other commanders. Each commander had 3 guards with him. Liao Min introduced them to Lu Ming one by one. It's Commander Luo Mo and Commander Yu Zhan. The 2 of them are here together. Suddenly, Liao Min spoke with a solemn voice. Lu Ming also looked over. There were 4 people on each side. The most eye-catching ones were naturally the 2 people walking at the front. One of them was a middle-aged man in a white robe. He was a human. The other had a pair of black wings on his back. His eyes were cold. Through Liao Min's introduction, Lu Ming learned that the middle-aged man in a white robe was Commander Yu Zhan, who was ranked first among the 13 commanders. The one with black wings was Commander Luo Mo, who was ranked second. The 2 of them were extremely powerful and had been fighting for countless years. Their strength was about the same, but overall, Commander Yu Zhan was slightly better. Therefore, he was always ranked first. There were rumors that this time, Commander Luo Mo wanted to pull Commander Yu Zhan down from his throne and replace him. Their gazes met, creating intense sparks. Then, they sat down on their respective seats. The cultivation of these 2 people is very high. Lu Ming sized them up and realized that their cultivation was very high. They were probably much higher than Yang. Then, Lu Ming sized up the guards they brought. Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming realized that there were also heavenly emperors among the guards they brought. They were not people Yang and the border city commanders could compare to. Lu Ming saw that among the people Commander Luo Mo brought, there was a very mysterious person. He was covered in a black robe and his appearance could not be seen clearly. I don't see any heavenly realm experts or people from other races. Lu Ming pondered. The monarch has arrived. At this moment, a voice sounded. Then, a group of people flew over from afar. There were more than 100 people. The person in the lead was a human in his 50s. He wore a crown and had a majestic aura. Obviously, this person was the monarch of Fengming country. The group of people landed on the seats at the front and sat down in order. Greetings to the monarch. Everyone stood up and bowed to the monarch of Fengming country. Everyone, please be at ease. Take a seat. The monarch of Fengming country waved his hand. Everyone sat down. The Centennial General Meeting is about to begin. The rules are still the same. Everyone will bring 3 guards. The last ranked commander will start the challenge. You can fight to your heart's content. I know what the final result will be. The monarch announced. Yes. Everyone responded. Then, the last ranked commander sent out a guard to jump into the fighting ring. The other party challenged the guard of the 12th ranked commander. Boom, there was nothing much to say. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. Both of them were peak grade emperors. Their combat strength was comparable. This battle was very intense. After exchanging a few hundred blows, both of them were injured and ended in a draw. How is it? Are you confident? Commander Yang secretly transmitted his voice to Lu Ming and the rest. This kind of trash can't even withstand a blow. I can defeat him in 10 blows. Bingbu said confidently. However, after taking a look at Lu Ming, his face turned gloomy. He was defeated by Lu Ming in 1 blow. Commander Rama, you must be joking. How would I dare to fight with you? Commander Yang squeezed out a smile on his ugly face. He then looked at Lu Ming. There was a cold glint in his long and narrow eyes. Lu Ming, hurry up and apologize to Commander Luo Mo and his guards. You want me to apologize? Even Lu Ming was stunned. He did not expect Yang to do this. Yang did not know what grudges he had with the foreign races. Yet, Yang wanted him to apologize without even asking. That's right. Hurry up. I don't care what grudges you have. You must apologize and make Commander Rama and his guards forgive you. No matter what method you use, no matter what price you have to pay. Do you understand? Yang said coldly. He did not hide the strong threat in his voice. His meaning was clear. No matter what method Lu Ming used, even if he had to kneel down or pay a huge price, he had to make the other party forgive him. This way, Commander Rama would not challenge Yang. The commanders' meeting did not stipulate that those with a higher ranking could not challenge those with a lower ranking. This was just the beginning. The lower ranking could only challenge those with a lower ranking. Those with a higher ranking could also challenge those with a lower ranking. However, that would leave a bad impression in the king's heart. Yang was scared to death. Rama was vicious and had strong combat strength. If he challenged him, he would be dead for sure. He cursed in his heart. Lu Ming could have offended anyone, but he had to offend Commander Rama's guards. He was simply courting death. It did not matter if he was courting death, but he had to implicate Yang. Haha. Lu Ming sneered. What are you laughing at? Yang said coldly. The cold light in his snake-like eyes intensified. I'm laughing. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to order me around? Lu Ming said indifferently. What? Yang's eyes widened. He was stunned. What did Lu Ming say? Lu Ming actually said he was a who do you think you are? What audacity. Yang's chest was filled with flames of anger. Lu Ming was merely his bodyguard. At the end of the day, he was merely his dog. Now, he actually dared to speak of him in such a manner in front of the other commanders and the monarch. This caused him to lose face and be extremely embarrassed. His heart was filled with ice-cold killing intent, and he wanted nothing more than to tear Lu Ming into pieces. If it were any other guard, they would definitely not dare to disobey him. Whatever he said, they would have to do. Ha ha ha, this brat is courting death. At the side, Blue was laughing madly in his heart. He didn't expect Lu Ming to be so stupid. He was simply courting death. No need for nonsense. Even if he kneels in front of me today, he must die. At this moment, the outsider royal said coldly. The words caused Yang's expression to turn even uglier. His gaze spun a few times, and then his eyes lit up as he said, Everyone, this guard of mine is arrogant and has offended his superiors. What's the point of keeping such a person? I'll expel him from the ranks of my guards now. If you have any grudges with him, feel free to look for him. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Ming, hand over your guard token. At the end of his sentence, Yang looked coldly at Lu Ming. He actually expelled him from the ranks of the guards. This Yang is really decisive. However, this way, he can avoid a battle with Commander Rama. It's a wise choice. That's right. If it were me, I would also do the same. Fighting with Commander Rama would only be courting death. The commanders and the surroundings discussed fervently. The monarch, who was sitting at the top, looked calm as he drank his wine. No one knew what he was thinking. Here's the guard token. Lu Ming took out the guard token and threw it to Yang. Commander Rama, Lu Ming is no longer my guard. If there's anything, feel free to look for him. Commander Yang looked at Commander Rama with a flattering expression. Hee, this commander is really useless. That foreign race royal laughed disdainfully. Yang's expression turned ugly, but he did not dare to refute. The other party was Rama's guard. Offending him was equivalent to offending Rama. It's all because of Lu Ming. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Yang looked coldly at Lu Ming, killing intent flashing in his eyes. This time, he had expelled Lu Ming from the ranks of the guards in front of everyone. Not only did he lose one person on his side, but he was also afraid that the king would not have a good impression of him. This time, it was impossible for him to raise his ranking. He was afraid that his ranking would fall and he would be suppressed by the commander of the border city. He blamed everything on Lu Ming. You still want to kill me? Lu Ming could naturally feel the killing intent from Yang. Lu Ming's eyes were also filled with killing intent. Monarch, I would like to challenge Lu Ming to settle our personal grudge. I seek your permission. That foreign race royal cupped his fists and said to the monarch. Sure. The monarch said indifferently. He did not take it to heart since it was just a few guards of the commanders. Swoosh, the foreign race royal leaped onto the battle ring and looked at Lu Ming. He said, Lu Ming, come up and fight me. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He moved his body and leaped onto the fighting ring. Even if his opponent did not challenge him, he would find an opportunity to do so. He would kill any foreign race member that he saw. Every time he killed a foreign race member, the strength of the foreign race would decrease. Boom, the foreign race royal unleashed a powerful aura. This is second level void transformation. What a powerful aura. What terrifying strength. He's just a guard of Commander Rama, but he's actually at the second level void transformation. The other commanders exclaimed. Second level void transformation was equivalent to a 2-star heavenly emperor. Some of the other commanders were only at the first level void transformation while some were at the second level void transformation. On the other hand, Commander Rama's guard was at the second level void transformation. The gap between them was too big. A cold smile appeared on Rama's face. This was his trump card. This time, he wanted to defeat Commander Yuzhan and obtain the first place. Kill. Destruction sword formation. The royal member of the foreign tribe shouted coldly. Beams of destructive light burst forth from his third eye, transforming into many combat swords. They formed a sword array and charged toward Lu Ming. Good timing. Lu Ming's expression was calm as he threw out dozens of punches. This time, Lu Ming did not use his Tao of ruler. Instead, he used his physical strength. Boom. Boom, dozens of explosions sounded. Lu Ming blasted his opponent's sword formation away, but he was forced to retreat as well. He blocked it. The other commanders were shocked. Lu Ming had blocked his opponent's attack. This was enough to prove that Lu Ming was also at the Heavenly Emperor stage. That Yang actually has a guard at the transformation void stage. The border city commander's eyes darkened. Damn it! Yang roared. The stronger Lu Ming was, the more uncomfortable he felt. He could not help but think how good it would be if Lu Ming did not offend Rama's guard. Then, he would be ranked higher. The king of Fengming's interest was piqued. Kill. The foreign tribe royal roared as his third eye shone even brighter. Rays of light shot out and condensed into more and more battle swords that charged toward Lu Ming. At the same time, a violet battle sword appeared in his hand. He became one with the sword and transformed into a violet streak of light that charged toward Lu Ming. He unleashed his full strength to kill Lu Ming as soon as possible. It seems like I'm not a match for a 2-star heavenly emperor with just my physical strength. Lu Ming thought before he clenched his fist. The purplish gold sovereign energy gathered and transformed into a long spear. Whoosh, Lu Ming swept his long spear in all directions, and the sword rays that were slashing toward him disintegrated. Clang, Lu Ming's long spear collided with the sword gleam of the foreign tribe royal, erupting with a shocking boom. The foreign tribe royal's body trembled violently as shock filled his eyes. His body was sent flying by Lu Ming's attack. Whoosh, Lu Ming charged forward with his spear like a bolt of lightning. His speed was extremely fast. Poof, the foreign tribe royal could not dodge at all. Lu Ming's spear pierced through his forehead, piercing through his head. A two-star heavenly emperor from the foreign tribe royal was dead. Boom, Yang suddenly stood up from his seat. His face was filled with shock. Lu Ming's combat strength was so strong that he could kill a second-level void transformation powerhouse. After all, he was only at the second-level void transformation. The others were also shocked. Haha, someone actually expelled such an expert from the ranks of the guards. Looks like someone is very competent. The border city commander sneered. Commander Yang's expression was ugly. At this moment, there was a trace of regret in his heart. If he had known earlier that Lu Ming was so strong, he would have reconsidered. With a helper like Lu Ming, his ranking as a commander this time would definitely be higher. Even if he offended Commander Luo Mo, he could still accept it. However, there was no use in regretting now. Damn it! Commander Luo Mo was furious. His killing intent soared to the sky. Lu Ming had actually killed a foreign tribe royal and caused him to lose a general. This would have a huge impact on his attempt to become number one. Haha, Luo Mo, looks like your subordinate challenged someone he shouldn't have. Commander Yu Zhan laughed. Among these people, he was the happiest. Among the 13 commanders, only Commander Luo Mo was a threat to him. Now that Commander Luo Mo had lost a strong helper, of course. Luo Mo, Commander Luo Mo, Commander Luo Mo, Luo Mo, Luo Mo's eyes, Luo Mo. After Lu Ming killed the foreign clan royal, he reached out and sucked the other party's storage bracelet away. He did not leave the fighting ring immediately. Instead, he cast a cold glance at Commander Yang before he turned around and cupped his fists at the king. King, Lu Ming would like to ask if I can challenge a commander now? Lu Ming's words shocked some commanders. Lu Ming wants to challenge a commander? Is he going to ascend to the position of a commander? This was especially true for Commander Yang. His heart was greatly shaken, and a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. He was afraid that Lu Ming would challenge him. Presumptuous. Who do you think you are? You're not even a guard of a commander. How dare you challenge a commander? This is the commander's meeting. Get out of my sight. Commander Yang stood up and reprimanded. If I remember correctly, anyone can challenge a commander according to the rules of Fengming country. As long as one defeats and kills the commander, one can take over the commander's position. Am I wrong? Lu Ming glanced at Commander Yang and sneered. Haha, of course. The monarch of Fengming laughed. He was naturally happy to see his subordinates challenge each other. This way, the strong would replace the weak and the strength of Fengming country would grow. Which commander do you want to challenge? The monarch of Fengming asked. Of the 13 commanders present, many of them began to feel nervous. I want to challenge Commander Yang. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and pointed at Yang. Yang's face turned ghastly pale. Fear could be seen in his eyes. He could not figure out Lu Ming's combat strength at all. He had just killed a second-level void transformation powerhouse. He was confident that his strength was stronger than the foreign clan's royal, but not by much. He was not confident that he could defeat Lu Ming. Damn it! Damn it! Commander Yang roared in his heart. He was filled with regret. If he knew this would happen, he would not have accepted Lu Ming as his guard. He blamed everything on Lu Ming. He did not even think about why Lu Ming would challenge him. He felt that everything he did was right. Yang, why aren't you accepting the challenge? Are you afraid of your own guard? The border city commander sneered. Commander Yang's face flushed red. In the end, he felt helpless. He had to accept the challenge. Otherwise, he would not be able to survive in Fengming country. Swoosh, he leaped onto the battle stage and looked at Lu Ming coldly. He held a battle sword in each of his hands. The two battle. Swords emitted a black glow. All of a sudden, Commander Yang struck first. He had the upper hand by striking first. His two combat swords transformed into two sinister and cold vipers that charged toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the lower half of his body, the snake tail, also pierced toward Lu Ming like a sharp long sword. When they worked together, it was impossible to guard against them. However, Lu Ming did not need to guard against them at all. He only needed to attack. Whoosh, the long spear vibrated as Lu Ming swept it out. The purplish-gold long spear expanded to a few thousand meters long as it swept out. It crushed toward Commander Yang. No matter how tricky Yang's attack was, it was useless. He could only face such a brutal attack head-on. The battle swords in his hands slashed out continuously. In an instant, he had slashed out more than 1,000 times. They landed on the long spear that Lu Ming had condensed with the power of the sovereign. Even so, Commander Yang was still sent flying by the terrifying power of the long spear. His face turned pale. Bam! Lu Ming stepped onto the battle stage and leaped high. He held the long spear with both hands and slammed it down on Yang with the force of Mount Tai. A huge spear light came crashing down like a mountain range. Commander Yang roared and used all his strength. His body was covered by a layer of green light. In the next moment, he turned into a huge python and soared into the sky. Boom! The long spear collided heavily with the python. The python screamed and fell off the battle stage, revealing Yang's appearance. At this moment, his aura was weak and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. He looked terrified. Whoosh! Lu Ming became one with the spear and turned into a spear light that charged toward Yang. No, no, I admit defeat, Commander Yang shrieked, his face filled with terror. However, Lu Ming's long spear did not stop at all. It pierced through Commander Yang directly. Commander Yang's eyes widened as he looked at Lu Ming in horror. Then, he stopped breathing. Yang was dead. Some of the commanders heaved a sigh of relief. When they looked at Lu Ming, their eyes were filled with solemnity. To be able to kill Yang, his combat strength had already surpassed most of the commanders. Only some of the higher-ranked commanders could do so. Commander Rama's eyes were cold, but he didn't say anything. Among the crowd, Benbu and Liao Min were the most shocked. So strong? He's so strong? How could this be? Benbu muttered. His eyes were filled with shock. When he recalled that he had offended Lu Ming previously, he couldn't help but shudder. Lu Ming could even kill Commander Yang. It would be a piece of cake for him to kill Benbu. Alright, Lu Ming. Since you've killed Yang, you'll take over his position. You'll be ranked 9th for now. Later, you'll be able to participate in the challenge of the Commander Conference. King Fengming announced. Thank you, King Fengming. Lu Ming cupped his fists and thanked King Fengming before returning to the spectator stand. Greetings, Lord Commander. When Lu Ming returned to the spectator stand, Liao Min bowed respectfully. Now that Lu Ming had taken over Yang's position and became the commander, he had become their immediate superior. Liao Min sighed. Not long ago, Lu Ming was just a guard like them. But now, he had become the commander and replaced Yang's position. This was the world of cultivation. The strong were respected. As long as one had the strength, all reputation and status would be at their fingertips. Greetings, Lord Commander. Beside him, Blue also hurriedly bowed. His head was deeply lowered in a respectful manner. Lu Ming swept an indifferent glance at Blue. Blue's body trembled and he broke out in a cold sweat. No need for formalities. Have a seat. Lu Ming waved his hand. Then, he sat down. Next, the challenge continued. It was still the commander of Border City who issued the challenge. Originally, Border City's commander wanted to challenge Yang, but now that Yang was dead, the commander became Lu Ming. He had also seen Lu Ming's battle prowess. He understood that he was no match for Lu Ming. Therefore, he decided to skip Lu Ming and challenge the 8th-ranked commander. The result was naturally defeat. Next, it was Lu Ming's turn to challenge. I give up. Lu Ming shouted. Since he had already obtained the position of commander, Lu Ming did not plan on continuing to challenge. Going too far was as bad as falling short. He understood this principle. Using his position as a commander, he could already do a lot of things for him. Lu Ming's decision to give up the challenge made some commanders happy, especially those who were ranked ahead of him. The challenge continued. There wasn't much suspense in the following challenges. 100 years was too short for experts like them. Their strength wouldn't change too much. Soon, it was Rama's turn to start his challenge. Will he challenge Lu Ming first? Many people thought so. Lu Ming killed one of Rama's powerful guards just now. With Rama's personality, how could he let Lu Ming off easily? But Rama swept a few glances over Lu Ming and did not challenge. Lu Ming's strength still made Rama somewhat apprehensive in the end. He was afraid that after challenging Lu Ming, he would then challenge Commander Yu Zhan and would not be in peak condition. Therefore, he did not challenge Lu Ming but turned his gaze to Yu Zhan. Sure enough, the guards that Rama sent out after were all the guards who challenged Commander Yu Zhan. Both sides were locked in a close battle. However, Commander Rama was short of a guard in the end. The other party still had a guard. Rama already had no guards. He had to take the field himself. Rama leaped onto the battle stage, looked at Commander Yu Zhan, and said, "Yu Zhan, come down and fight. You defeat my guard first before talking." Yu Zhan said coldly. Then, his guard leaped onto the battle stage. Commander Yu Zhan's last guard was also a heavenly emperor. However, he was only a one-star heavenly emperor. A first-level void transformation stage martial artist wants to exhaust my strength? Dream on. Get down from the battle stage. Rama shouted as he slammed his palm forward. A terrifying palm energy surged toward his opponent like an avalanche. Third-level void transformation stage. Commander Rama's cultivation base was at the third-level void transformation stage, which was equivalent to a 3-star heavenly emperor. He was much stronger than a 1-star heavenly emperor. Although Commander Yu Zhan had used all his techniques, he was still unable to change the outcome. He was blasted off the battle stage by Rama's palm energy. Yu Zhan, do it yourself. Don't call these small fries over. Rama looked at Commander Yu Zhan with a strong battle intent. Let's see where you get your confidence from after not fighting for 100 years. Commander Yu Zhan said coldly. His figure flashed, and he appeared on the battle stage, facing Commander Rama. Boom, both of them unleashed powerful auras. Their auras collided, causing a loud explosion. There was no doubt that Commander Yu Zhan was also a 3-star heavenly emperor. Boom, suddenly, both of them moved. They turned into 2 streaks of light and collided with each other. An intense battle broke out. Bam! Bam, their attacks continued to collide. Explosions continued to reverberate in the battle stage. In just a blink of an eye, both of them had exchanged dozens of blows. Following that, a loud explosion reverberated in the air, and both of them retreated rapidly. The only difference was Yu Zhan had retreated more than 20 steps while Rama had only retreated a dozen steps. Rama, why your cultivation base? Commander Yu Zhan looked at Commander Rama in shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Ha ha ha. Yu Zhan, I'm only a step away from breaking through to the 4th-level void transformation stage. Let's see how you're going to fight me. Rama laughed maniacally. He was filled with confidence. He was confident that he could defeat Yu Zhan not only because of the foreign tribe's royal family, but also because of his own strength. During these 100 years, his cultivation base had finally broken through again. He was only a step away from breaking through to the 4th-level void transformation stage. His combat strength had already surpassed Yu Zhan's. The other commanders were shocked as well. This time, the ranking of the commanders would most likely change. Yu Zhan, you'll be defeated. Commander Rama continued to attack Commander Yu Zhan. Don't even think about it. Commander Yu Zhan shouted angrily. Both of them began to fight fiercely again. However, although Commander Rama's strength was slightly stronger, it was not by much. With Yu Zhan's desperate resistance, it was not easy for Commander Rama to win. Both of them exchanged more than 200 blows. In the end, Commander Yu Zhan was no match for Commander Rama and was defeated. Commander Yu Zhan returned to the spectator stand with a grim expression on his face. He circulated his cultivation base to heal his injuries. Alright, the commander's meeting this time has come to an end. Next, I'll announce the ranking of the commanders for the next 100 years. The king of Fengming said. Everyone was shocked. The new ranking was about to be announced. It would affect the division of benefits in the future. First place. Rama. The king of Fengming announced the first place. It's really Rama. Many people were shocked. This time, although Rama had one less guard, his strength was still incomparably strong. None of the 13 commanders could defeat him. Since he had defeated Commander Yuzhan personally, it was normal for him to be ranked first. Second place, Yuzhan. Third place, Xiaoqing. Ninth place, Lu Ming. Soon, Lu Ming announced the rankings of all the commanders. The rankings didn't change much. The only thing that changed was Rama, Yuzhan, and Lu Ming killing Yi Yang and taking his place. Alright, the commanders' assembly is over. Everyone, eat and drink to your heart's content. King Fengming smiled. Then, he ordered people to serve all kinds of delicacies. The crowd only dispersed on the second day. Lu Ming brought Benbu and Liao Min back to the governor's residence. Along the way, Benbu was trembling with fear. He was afraid that Lu Ming would find trouble with him. This subordinate pays his respects to the commander. The moment they returned to the governor's residence, they saw the other guards leading the people of the governor's residence to respectfully welcome Lu Ming. Clearly, they had received news that Yi Yang had died in Lu Ming's hands and that Lu Ming had inherited the governor's position. Everyone, there's no need to be overly courteous. In the future, I still have to rely on all of you to do things for me. Lu Ming smiled faintly. We're willing to die for the Lord Commander. Benbu was the first to arrive. We're willing to die for the Lord Commander. The others also shouted loudly. Good. During this period, we'll stay in the imperial capital. You guys go and help me do something. Send people to search for those people with 3 eyes. Lu Ming took out a jade talisman. The jade talisman shone and many pictures appeared in the air. These pictures were the appearances of the different races of the foreign races. After you find these people, don't alert them. Come back and report to me. Lu Ming instructed. Yes. Everyone bowed and Lu Ming dismissed them. Lu Ming chose a room. After entering the room, a storage ring appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This storage ring belonged to Commander Yang. Lu Ming was filled with anticipation. He wondered how many resources were in Yi Yang's storage ring. Lu Ming extended his spiritual awareness and started to count. Not long after, Lu Ming smiled. 3 million God stones. In Yi Yang's storage ring, there were 3 million divine stones, which was equivalent to 300 billion pieces of supreme-grade origin stones. Lu Ming was overjoyed. These resources were enough for him to break through to the 4-star Great Monarch realm or even the 5-star Great Monarch realm. However, there were no heavenly Dao soldiers in Yi Yang's storage ring. There were only Great Emperor weapons. It would appear that weapons on par with heavenly Dao armaments were relatively precious even in the Yellow Springs Mountain. However, Lu Ming was already quite satisfied. Next, Lu Ming only needed to send people to find the outsiders. If they could kill them, Lu Ming would directly kill them. However, it would be more troublesome to find the creatures of the heaven realm. The living beings of the celestial realm and the living beings of the Yellow Springs Mountain were relatively similar. Unless he met them face to face, he could sense the aura of the celestial realm on them. It would be difficult for others to find them. Also, Lu Ming had to find out about the cursed land in Fengming Nation's capital and find an opportunity to enter it. However, these things could not be rushed. He had to take it one step at a time. Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and walked out. However, after Lu Ming walked around for a while, he felt that something was strange. There were fewer people in the governor's residence. At this moment, a figure flashed and Liao Min appeared not far away. Greetings, Governor. Liao Min bowed, but her expression was somewhat ugly. Liao Min, what's wrong? Why do I feel that there are fewer people in the governor's residence? Lu Ming asked. Governor, something happened. Liao Min said with an ugly expression. Oh? What happened? Lu Ming asked with a calm expression. Some time ago, Commander Rama released the news that you killed his capable guard. He won't let you off so easily. Sooner or later, he will eliminate you. Liao Min said. And then? Lu Ming's expression was still as calm as ever. No one could tell what he was thinking. After that, Rama continued to say that this matter is your fault and it has nothing to do with the others in the governor's residence. As long as the others submit to him, he will let bygones be bygones and entrust them with heavy responsibilities. Liao Min replied. And then, those people all ran to Rama's side? Lu Ming smiled. However, in the depths of his eyes, traces of cold light flashed. Yes. That Binbu was the first to submit to Rama. During this period of time, he has been inciting others to submit to Rama. Now, out of the 18 guards, 10 of them have submitted to Rama. Liao Min gritted her teeth and said. Hee, Rama, Lu Ming sneered. He didn't want to go overboard, but some people insisted on forcing him. At this moment, a commotion could be heard outside the governor's residence. Lu Ming extended his spiritual awareness and saw a group of people surrounding the entrance. The few people in the lead were Binbu. In addition, there were a few other people who were Rama's guards. Lu Ming's subordinates and a few other guards blocked them outside the door. You people are still stubborn. Are you courting death by following that Lu Ming? Binbu glanced at the few guards and sneered. The guards had ugly expressions on their faces, and they were hesitant. Now, as the leader of the 13 governors, Commander Rama controls a large number of troops and is very powerful. Lu Ming can't be compared to him at all. Lu Ming has offended Commander Rama and will die sooner or later. If you continue to follow him, you will only be courting death. A wise man submits to circumstances. You better submit to Commander Rama as soon as possible. Binbu continued. Binbu, you traitor. Liao Min couldn't take it anymore. She rushed out and berated. Traitor? What a joke. That Lu Ming is about to die. Why should I follow him to his death? Liao Min, you better submit to Lord Rama quickly. I can put in a few good words for you and get you a job. Otherwise, you will end up in a miserable state. Binbu sneered. His eyes scanned Liao Min from head to toe, emitting a fiery glow. Liao Min was furious. Her face was flushed red. I'll give you one last chance. You only have 3 days. If you don't submit to Lord Rama after 3 days, you can die together with Lu Ming. Binbu said coldly. Is that so? I'd like to see what you're capable of. A cold voice was heard. Lu Ming's figure stepped out. Lu Ming. Binbu's gaze froze when he saw Lu Ming. He subconsciously took a few steps back with fear in his eyes. But in the next moment, he thought of something. His courage was boosted and he stopped. Binbu, I've already given you a chance. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Lu Ming said coldly. His body was emitting a cold-killing intent. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? I'm Lord Rama's bodyguard now. How dare you touch me? You're courting death. Binbu shouted. Haven't I already killed one of Rama's bodyguards? Lu Ming sneered. Binbu's expression changed drastically. Lu Ming, Lord Rama has spoken. If you apologize to him now, submit to him and work for him, he might consider sparing you. Beside Binbu, one of Rama's bodyguards said. Asking me to do something for him? Lu Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile. You guys, go back and tell him that I'm Lu Ming. I'll give him 3 days. Within 3 days, he has to kneel down and apologize to me. After that, he will submit to me and work for me. Otherwise, I'll kill my way to his governor's residence and take his life. What? Lu Ming's words stunned everyone. Rama was asking Lu Ming to submit to him and work for him. Now, Lu Ming actually asked Rama to kneel down and apologize to him. After that, he would work for Lu Ming. This contrast caused everyone to be stunned. They even thought that they had misheard. What did you say? One of Rama's guards pointed at Lu Ming while trembling. He thought he was dreaming. Go back and pass on the message. Scram! Lu Ming shouted coldly. Lu Ming, you're being stubborn. You're courting death. Liao Min, did you see that? Lu Ming is arrogant and stubborn. He's courting death and wants to drag you down with him. If you don't surrender, I'll put in a good word for you in front of Governor Rama. Binbu shouted. Do you want to surrender? Lu Ming looked at Liao Min. Liao Min clenched her teeth and cupped her fists. I'm willing to die for the governor. What about you guys? Lu Ming looked at the remaining guards. The guards' expressions changed. Then, they clenched their teeth and said, I'm willing to die for the governor. Great. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. You guys are being stubborn. You're courting death. Benbu shouted. Impatient. Lu Ming said coldly. Suddenly, he moved and appeared in front of Benbu. Then, he pointed his finger. Puff, a burst of energy shot out, directly piercing through Benbu's dantian. Benbu's eyes widened. He looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Then, he screamed crazily. Ah, you crippled my cultivation. You crippled my cultivation. He screamed crazily. He didn't expect that Lu Ming would dare to attack him after he became Rama's guard. His heart was filled with despair. Although the people of Yellow Spring Mountain cultivated differently from the Heaven Domain, they had one thing in common. That was the dantian. Was the dantian. Lu Ming shouted coldly and flung Benbu out. The others were extremely frightened and hurriedly took Blue and retreated quickly. Lu Ming didn't say anything. He turned and returned to the governor's residence. The capital was shaken. It had only been a few days since the commanders' conference. Many governors hadn't returned to their respective territories. They were all alarmed and were looking forward to the next development. Rama's angry roar could be heard from Rama's governor's residence. Lu Ming. How dare you? You're courting death. Let's see how you're going to kill me in 3 days. Rama roared. His cold killing intent shrouded the entire governor's residence. Countless experts in the capital were paying close attention to this. For a moment, the atmosphere in the capital was extremely tense. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Let's go. Follow me to Rama's residence. Lu Ming strode out of the governor's residence and headed to Rama's residence. Liao Min and a few other guards gritted their teeth and followed Lu Ming. They were taking a gamble. In the past few days, they realized that Lu Ming was too relaxed. He didn't do it on purpose. He was really relaxed. If he wasn't confident, how could he be so relaxed? Hence, they were taking a gamble. They were betting that Lu Ming was confident in dealing with Rama. If they were right, they would definitely soar. Lu Ming is heading out. The moment Lu Ming came out, the capital was in an uproar. Countless people followed Lu Ming and headed to Rama's residence. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at Rama's residence. Rama's governor's manor had already been heavily guarded. Inside and outside, it was so tight that not even a drop of water could pass through. Stop right there. Someone stopped Lu Ming outside Rama's residence. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He took a step forward and a terrifying aura burst out. It formed a wave of energy that rushed forward. Boom, those guards at the gate were sent flying by the energy wave. Lu Ming walked in with big strides. Inside the gate was a spacious courtyard. It was filled with people. At the highest point, Rama was sitting on a wooden armchair. On both sides of him were elite guards. Lu Ming looked around and realized that Benbu was there too. He was looking at Lu Ming with hatred. Lu Ming, are you here to apologize to me? Rama sneered. Deep in his eyes, there was a flash of killing intent. I'm here to take your head. Lu Ming said coldly. How dare you? You're courting death. How dare you be rude to Rama? Luomo's guards shouted loudly. However, when Lu Ming looked at them coldly, their faces changed and they broke out in cold sweat. Now, I'll give you a chance. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. After 10 breaths, submit to me and I'll let bygones be bygones. Lu Ming scanned the surroundings, looking as if he did not take Rama seriously at all. Ha ha ha. Rama was so angry that he laughed. He stood up from the wooden armchair and a violent aura spread out. Everyone felt pressured. Rama had reached the limit of the 3rd level void transformation. In Fengming Kingdom, no one was a match for him other than the king. He's about to make his move. Outside the governor's estate, the other commanders and other elites were watching. Their hearts trembled. Kill. Kill him. Bimba roared in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to cut Lu Ming into pieces. "Today, I'll make you wish you were dead," Rama said coldly. As soon as his words left his mouth, he charged toward Lu Ming. Swoosh, a snow-white saber appeared in Rama's hand. It was extremely sharp as it slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming clenched his fist and formed a long spear with his sovereign Dao. He swept the spear out. Clang, both of their attacks collided. A terrifying force swept out in all directions. Retreat! The people in the surroundings retreated frantically. They were afraid they would be swept in. There was a loud explosion. Lu Ming and Rama both took a few steps back. They're evenly matched. How's that possible? Many people were shocked. Lu Ming was actually evenly matched with Rama. They finally knew why Lu Ming dared to come here. It turned out that he had the ability to do so. Kill! 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 Luomo roared. He unleashed his combat power to the maximum and charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and charged over as well. Lu Ming did not unleash his physical strength. He only used his sovereign Dao to fight. The curved saber in Luo Mo's hand slashed out continuously. His saber technique was ruthless and fierce. The angle of his attacks was tricky as he aimed for Lu Ming's vital points. However, Lu Ming's long spear shook and transformed into numerous spear rays that blocked everyone's saber rays. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged a few dozen blows. The two of them fought from the courtyard of the governor's estate to the sky. Energy overflowed and swept out in all directions like a storm. However, Luo Mo's figure kept retreating amidst the overflowing energy. Every time he collided with Lu Ming's long spear, he had to take a step back. After a few dozen blows, he had already taken a few dozen steps back. Damn it! How's this possible? How can his combat strength be so strong? Luomo roared in his heart. With his cultivation base at the peak of the third level of the void transformation stage, only the king of Fengming could suppress him in the Fengming kingdom. Right now, Lu Ming, whose cultivation base did not seem high, actually had a stronger combat strength than him. Impossible! In the crowd, Lin Bu roared in his heart. His face was completely distorted. His cultivation base was crippled by Lu Ming. He hoped that Luomo could defeat Lu Ming and even cripple Lu Ming's cultivation base so that Lu Ming would suffer a fate worse than death. Unfortunately, his wish was destined not to come true. Liao Min and the others were overjoyed. They knew they had made the right bet. Lu Ming was completely capable of dealing with Luomo. They were fearless. Kill him! Kill him! In the sky, Luomo roared as he exerted his strength to the limit. His body was even enveloped in a layer of blood-red mist. The curved saber in his hand was also covered in a layer of blood-red light. Its power instantly increased by a level. He was actually able to fight evenly with Lu Ming. The living beings in the Yellow Springs Mountain are stronger than those from the Heaven Realm or the Evil God Realm when fighting at the same level. Lu Ming's heart jolted. He was slightly surprised. In the outside world, with Lu Ming's battle prowess, just by relying on his Dao of Sovereign, he could probably kill a 3-star Heavenly Emperor, unless his opponent's talent was shockingly high. But now, with just his Dao of Domination, he could barely gain an advantage over Rama. The living beings of Yellow Springs Mountain cultivated extremely condensed power. Furthermore, the battle skills they cultivated were extremely powerful when used together with that kind of power. In this aspect, he was rather similar to Xianxia, however, Xianxia was stronger. Rama, is this all you've got? Let's end this. Lu Ming said coldly. Weng, at this moment, all the muscles and bones in his body started to tremble violently. At the same time, the long spear in his hand disappeared and was replaced by the great desolate spear. Lu Ming used his physical strength, the heavenly Dao weapon, and the great desolate spear. The two boosts caused Lu Ming's battle prowess to skyrocket. Boom, the great desolation spear swept forward and collided with Rama's saber, resulting in a shocking explosion. Weng, the saber in Rama's hand vibrated continuously and the terrifying power sent Rama flying. His arm was almost broken and the blood in his body was in turmoil. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Your weapon? Rama was shocked. Swoosh. Swoosh, Lu Ming did not give Rama any chance to catch his breath. The great desolate spear continued to thrust forward. Rays of spear light that were 1,000 miles long pierced through space and stabbed towards Rama. Luomo was shocked. He tried his best to block the attacks, but he could not block them at all. Every time he blocked a spear gleam, he would be sent flying. After blocking more than 10 spear gleams, there was finally an opening. Lu Ming pierced his chest with a spear and there was a big hole that penetrated the front and back of his body. Rama spat out a mouthful of blood. Under the destructive power, half of his body had exploded. He was severely injured and his strength was greatly reduced. Lu Ming stepped on the air and swung the great desolate spear. No, no, I'm willing to surrender, Rama shouted in horror. He knew that he was no match for Lu Ming. If he did not surrender, he would die. I've given you a chance previously. It's a pity that you did not cherish it. Lu Ming said coldly. He would not give Rama another chance. He wanted to establish his dominance with this battle. The long spear carried a terrifying power and crushed through. Rama's combat strength was greatly reduced and he could not avoid it. He could only block with his saber. Dong, the great desolate spear swept across his scimitar. Along with the scimitar, it heavily smashed into his body. He was like a broken sack as he was sent flying. While he was flying, his body exploded into several pieces. Kill. Lu Ming thrust his spear across the air. A ray of spear light pierced through the void and destroyed Rama's soul. Then, a force swept across and kept Rama's storage ring in his hand. Rama was dead, the scene was silent, everyone knew that with Rama's death, the ranking of the remaining commanders would definitely undergo an earth-shaking change. Plop, among the crowd, Blue's body went limp and he fell to the ground. His face was filled with despair. Lu Ming glanced at Blue coldly but did not kill him. He was a cripple. Leave him to fend for himself. Commander is mighty. Commander is invincible. Liao Min shouted excitedly. Then, the other guards who did not betray Lu Ming also shouted excitedly. They knew that they had made the right bet and were naturally excited. Lu Ming's gaze swept across Rama's subordinates and guards. When Lu Ming's gaze swept across them, those guards and subordinates trembled and broke out in cold sweat. If any of you want to take revenge for Rama, feel free to do so. I'll take all of you on. Lu Ming said coldly. Those people's faces were covered in cold sweat. Commander is invincible. We're willing to serve you. Immediately, a few people rushed out and bowed respectfully to Lu Ming. The few of you still have the face to serve the commander. You're really shameless. Liao Min berated. These people were originally Lu Ming's guards and had submitted to Rama previously. Hey! Lu Ming waved his hand and stopped Liao Min. He smiled and said, I'm magnanimous. As long as you come back and work hard for me, I'll let bygones be bygones. To Lu Ming, Yellow Springs Mountain was just a passerby. He would not stay here for long. His main goal now was to make use of the power of this place to search for the other tribes and find out about the cursed lands to obtain fortuitous encounters. Therefore, he did not care if they would betray him or what kind of character they had. It was fine as long as he could use them. He had already crippled Blue and killed Rama. It was enough to make an example out of him. Thank you, Lord Commander. Those people were overjoyed. The same goes for all of you. If you submit to me now and work hard for me, I'll let bygones be bygones too. Lu Ming looked at Rama's subordinates. Those people exchanged glances and then bowed to Lu Ming in unison. They said loudly, we're willing to serve the commander. We're willing to serve the commander. Instantly, all of Rama's subordinates bowed to Lu Ming, expressing their allegiance. It was obvious that the monarch of Fengming had been paying attention to this matter. As soon as Lu Ming won, the monarch of Fengming immediately sent someone to appoint Lu Ming as the first commander to rope in Lu Ming. Thank you, monarch. Lu Ming clasped his fists. Congratulations, Commander Lu. Congratulations. The other commanders also came forward to congratulate Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded in response. Not long after, the crowd dispersed. Lu Ming officially took charge of Rama's governor's residence, as well. as Rama's army and territory. 2 days later, Lu Ming began to send people to investigate the foreign tribes in Fengming. He also sent people to look for clues about the cursed lands. There were many cursed lands in Yellow Springs Mountain that the living beings of Yellow Springs Mountain could not enter. In Fengming, there was a cursed land that was heavily guarded by the monarch of Fengming. After more than 10 days, there was finally news that there were traces of foreign tribes in the north of Fengming. According to the report, there were a total of 3 foreign tribes. Their cultivation levels were unknown, but they did not disturb them. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly as he set off. There was no reason to let the foreign tribes go. Lu Ming charged over. In a valley, the 3 foreign tribes were discussing how to enter Fengming's capital and find a chance to enter the cursed lands. However, the 3 foreign tribes were not particularly strong. 2 of them were 1-star heavenly emperors, while the other was a great emperor. Lu Ming sensed the other party's cultivation level and attacked without hesitation. Whoosh! 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 Lu Ming charged into the sky and stabbed out 3 spear lights. There was no suspense at all as the 3 foreign tribes were killed. He then took away the other party's storage ring and burned the alien race's corpse to ashes before leaving the place. After that, there were no more traces of the outsiders in Fengming. The Yellow Springs Mountain was huge, and Fengming country was only a small part of it. This time, there were not many people from Fengming country, only a few thousand of them. They were spread out, and naturally, there were not many people from Fengming country. Lu Ming put more effort into the cursed lands. Lu Ming thought about how to find an opportunity to sneak into the cursed land. At this time, Heavenly Monarch Fengming sent someone to summon Lu Ming. In the palace, Monarch Fengming was sitting on the throne in a large hall. Lu Ming walked into the main hall, cupped his fists and said, "Lu Ming greets the monarch. Commander Lu, please have a seat." Monarch Fengming waved his hand with a mysterious smile on his face. Lu Ming sat down at the side. "I wonder why the monarch has summoned Lu Ming?" Lu Ming asked. Monarch Fengming smiled faintly. He pondered for a while and suddenly said, "Lu Ming, if I'm not mistaken, you're not from the Yellow Springs world, right?" Lu Ming was shocked, but his face remained calm. He said, "You must be joking, monarch. If I'm not from the Yellow Springs world, where would I be from?" "From beyond the heavens." The monarch of Fengming opened his mouth. His eyes became brighter as he said, "There are records in the ancient books of Fengming country. Many years ago, there were people from beyond the heavens who came here. These people were not afraid of the cursed land of Yellow Spring Mountain. They could come and go as they pleased. As for you, I can't find any information about you. It's as if you appeared out of thin air. Furthermore, after you became the commander, you immediately sent people to investigate some strange people. Most importantly, you've been investigating information about the cursed lands during this period of time. No one from the Yellow Springs world is interested in the cursed lands because people from the Yellow Springs world can't enter the cursed lands. Only people from beyond the heavens would be interested in the cursed lands. Am I right?" Monarch Fengming stared at Lu Ming with bright eyes. Lu Ming pondered for a while and said, "That's right, I'm from beyond the heavens." Since the monarch Fengming country was already suspicious, there was nothing to hide. He might as well say it out and negotiate with the monarch Fengming country. "You're really from beyond the heavens?" Monarch Fengming's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, I didn't expect it. The records in the ancient records are true. I always thought it was just a legend." After a while, Monarch Fengming calmed down. "Lu Ming, you want to enter the cursed lands, right?" Monarch Fengming asked. "That's right." Lu Ming nodded and told the monarch Fengming country the truth. Legend has it that the cursed lands were left behind by the oldest ancestor of the Yellow Springs world. Both of you have a great opportunity. Lu Ming, let's work together. I'll let you enter the cursed lands, and we'll split the treasures in half. How about that? Monarch Fengming said. That's right, half. If I don't let you enter the cursed lands, you won't be able to. You have to understand this. Monarch Fengming said as a powerful aura emanated from his body. Monarch Fengming was a 4th-level void transformation stage powerhouse. He was equivalent to a 4-star heavenly emperor. Alright. Lu Ming nodded without hesitation. It was a win-win situation. Lu Ming did not want to fall out with monarch Fengming country. Alright. Ha ha ha. Commander Lu, you can return first. I'll inform you in a few days. Monarch Fengming country smiled. Lu Ming cupped his fists and left. Lu Ming returned to the governor's estate. He cultivated as he waited. He was looking forward to the cursed lands. However, it would depend on luck if he could gain anything after entering the cursed lands. This was because there were people who had entered the Yellow Springs world before the 10,000 tribulations. However, it was too long before the 10,000 tribulations. The Heaven Realm was probably still in the earliest primordial era. There were not many powerhouses at that time, and there were not many living beings who entered the Yellow Springs world. Perhaps, there were many cursed lands that had not been explored. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. At this time, Liao Min had something important to report to Lu Ming. Commander, there are more than 10 people outside. They say they're from your hometown and want to see you. Liao Min said. Hometown? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Were his hometown not from the Heaven Realm? Let them in quickly. Lu Ming ordered. Yes. Liao Min nodded and retreated. After a while, he led more than 10 people in. Senior 6 saints. Seeing one of them, Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he went forward to greet him. These people were from the Heaven Realm. Lu Ming recognized one of them. He was the Heavenly Venerate 6 saints who guarded the Two-World City. He was a 4-star Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouse. Back then, he had met Lu Ming a few times. Other than the Heavenly Venerate 6 saints, Lu Ming did not recognize the other people. Judging from their cultivation, there were Heavenly Emperors and Great Emperors. Among them, the Heavenly Venerate 6 saints had the highest cultivation. Liao Min, all of you are dismissed. Lu Ming ordered Liao Min and the others to leave. After Liao Min and the others left, only Lu Ming and the Heavenly Venerate 6 saints were left in the main hall. Senior, are you near Fengming country? Lu Ming asked. No, we came specially to look for you. Heavenly Venerate 6 saints said. After saying that, he sighed and said, Lu Ming, I'm afraid Fengming country is not safe now. What happened? Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. The foreign tribes have gained the trust of the Dragonman Empire and control the powerful strength of the Dragonman Empire. WWXX by an outsider? It's someone from the outer world. The king of Fengming's heart jolted as he understood. There must be someone from the outer world who was valued by the important figures of the Dragonman Empire or working with them to enter the cursed land to obtain the treasures inside. Just like the cooperation between him and Lu Ming. Emissaries, I'm afraid you're a step too late. Someone has already entered the cursed land. The king of Fengming explained. Someone has entered? Who is it? What does he look like? A purple-haired member of the Evil God tribe asked. He was a royal member of the Evil God tribe. In fact, the number of foreign tribes who entered the Yellow Spring Mountain this time was quite large. That person's name is Lu Ming. The king of Fengming described Lu Ming's name and appearance. Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming. Oh, it's Lu Ming. Very good. The divine ancestor has ordered us to kill Lu Ming without mercy if we see him. The few foreign tribes spoke one after another. Their eyes gleamed coldly. You, bring us to the cursed land. Otherwise, Fengming kingdom will be annihilated. One of the members of the Evil God tribe said. Yes, yes. I'll bring you there now. Don't worry. The king of Fengming quickly nodded. He had no choice. The emissaries were sent by the Dragonman Empire. He did not dare to disobey them. The Dragonman Empire had powerhouses at the peak of the Void Transformation stage. As for those at the 4th level Void Transformation stage and above, there were many of them. He was the only 4th level Void Transformation stage powerhouse in Fengming Kingdom. If he disobeyed the Dragonman Empire, he would die. Lu Ming, don't blame me for being ruthless. You can only blame your bad luck for offending someone you shouldn't have. The king of Fengming said ferociously. Then, he led the emissaries of the other nations and the elites of the Evil God tribe to the cursed land. Soon after, they arrived outside the cursed land. Is there any danger in the cursed land? The royal member of the evil god tribe asked. I don't know about that. The king of Fengming shook his head. He was not sure about this, as there was no record of it in the ancient records. Generally speaking, cursed lands are dangerous. I suggest that we stand guard outside and let Lu Ming take the risk and open up a path for us. It would be best if he dies in there. If he doesn't, and comes out with some good fortune, it'll be all for us. What do you think? A member of the evil god race asked. Good, this is very good. That Lu Ming obtained some opportunities and came out in high spirits. I wonder what kind of expression he will have when he discovers the aureole behind him. Ha ha ha. Several members of the evil god tribe laughed heartily. Everyone, besides Lu Ming, there are some other people, and one of them is an expert at the 4th level of the void transformation stage. Why don't we do this? Monarch Fengming rolled his eyes and suggested a scheme. Good, ha ha ha. After the evil god race member heard this, he laughed heartily. Lu Ming was completely oblivious to what was happening in the outside world. He was fully focused on comprehending the Tao of the sovereign realm. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed, and Lu Ming felt that he had benefited greatly. Comprehending the Tao of the sovereign realm here for half a month was comparable to fumbling around outside for a few years. I'll go tell Heavenly Sovereign 6 saints and the others that I'll probably need some more time to comprehend it. Lu Ming pondered. Although he did not obtain anything here, Lu Ming felt that there was nothing more useful than this statue. This was his fortuitous encounter. Lu Ming returned to the edge of the formation and found that Heavenly Sovereign 6 saints and the others were still there. Lu Ming told them about the situation inside. Lu Ming, go ahead and cultivate. I'll wait for you here. While you're at it, go look around and search the other places. Heavenly Sovereign 6 saints said. They hadn't finished searching this cursed land yet. While Lu Ming was in closed-door cultivation, they could do a thorough search. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming nodded and returned to the statue to continue comprehending the Tao of the sovereign realm. Time passed quickly, and 3 months went by. Lu Ming's comprehension of the Tao of the sovereign realm had improved tremendously. Lu Ming felt that as long as he had enough resources, he would be able to break through and become a 4-star martial monarch. Lu Ming planned to find a place to break through after leaving this place. Unfortunately, the will of the sovereign realm in this statue is limited. I've already comprehended most of it. Lu Ming exclaimed. He felt that even if he continued to comprehend the Tao of the sovereign realm, he would not be able to improve much. Crack, right at this moment, a crack suddenly appeared on the statue. The crack was thin at first, but it quickly grew longer and bigger. In the end, the cracks covered the statue like a spider web. Bang, in the end, the entire statue exploded and turned into ashes. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. What was going on? Would the statue collapse if he comprehended all the will of the sovereign realm in the statue? This was the only explanation that made sense. Otherwise, Lu Ming could not figure it out. Huh? That's... When the statue exploded, a strong aroma filled the air. Lu Ming discovered that there was a pit under the statue, and there was a plant in the pit. The plant was bare and had no leaves. There was only a trunk, and on the trunk hung a red fruit. The fruit was crystal clear, and there was a treasure light circulating around it. It emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. What fruit is this? It has such rich life essence. Lu Ming examined it carefully, but he did not recognize what this plant was. There were no records of this among the various spirit herbs, saint herbs, and emperor herbs that he had come into contact with. However, the life essence in this fruit was too rich. It was so rich that it was shocking. If I refine this fruit, I'm afraid my physical body will be able to make a breakthrough. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. At the thought of this, his eyes burned with passion. If his physical body made a breakthrough and cultivated the 7 gods' mysterious technique to the middle 6th level, he would be able to suppress an ordinary 4-star heavenly emperor with his physical strength alone. He would even be able to fight a 4th level void transformation stage martial artist in the Yellow Spring Mountain. Coupled with the Tao of Ruler, his combat strength would skyrocket. Refine. Lu Ming made a prompt decision and walked over. He carefully observed it for a while, and there was no danger. Lu Ming uprooted the plant, plucked the fruit, and planted the root in his own little world. Lu Ming sat cross-legged, held the fruit, and observed it for a while. The fruit was the size of a fist, and boundless life essence constantly overflowed. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and swallowed the fruit in one mouthful. Boom! As soon as the fruit entered Lu Ming's body, it was like a volcanic eruption. Waves of blazing energy erupted and rushed into Lu Ming's limbs and bones. What shocking energy! Good, good, Lu Ming was not shocked but delighted. Now, his physical body was equivalent to the Heavenly Emperor stage. It was too difficult to break through. One had to know that once his physical body broke through, it would cross several levels. The energy required was too much, shockingly much. The more energy this fruit contained, the greater his chances of breaking through. Boom! 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 The fiery red fruit, like a volcanic eruption, exploded in Lu Ming's body, turning into waves that surged into Lu Ming's limbs and bones. Lu Ming felt as if his body was wrapped in endless magma and was about to melt. Bursts of stinging pain spread throughout his body. The energy contained in this fiery red fruit was really amazing. Even with Lu Ming's current physical body, he could not bear it and was about to be torn apart. Indestructible ancient scripture, power of dominator. Lu Ming growled and operated the indestructible ancient scripture to heal his injuries. At the same time, he operated the path of dominator. The path of dominator was to dominate everything. Lu Ming tried to dominate these energies and thus control them. It worked. Under the path of dominator, these energies became much more docile. Then Lu Ming operated the seven gods' mysterious art. His muscles and bones vibrated 10 billion times per second to refine these energies. Whoosh, streams of energy, like rivers, were used up in Lu Ming's body. With every vibration, endless energy was used up, refined, and seeped into Lu Ming's muscles and bones, strengthening Lu Ming's physical body. Lu Ming's physical body was improving rapidly. It was really fast, much faster than when he used the dragon marrow pool to cultivate in the lair of Zulong. The energy in the lair of Zulong, relatively speaking, was relatively mild. The energy of this fruit was extremely violent. Fortunately, it was Lu Ming. If it were someone else who swallowed the whole fruit, their body would have exploded and they would have died. But the violence brought about the rapid improvement of the physical body. Refine, refine, refine. Lu Ming refined with all his strength. Soon, a month had passed. Boom! Before the energy of the fruit was completely refined, Lu Ming's body vibrated as though thunder was roaring. He broke through, his physical body had broken through, and the seven gods' mysterious art had broken through to the middle of the 6th level. Now, Lu Ming was sufficient to suppress a 4-star heavenly emperor just by relying on the strength of his fleshy body. His combat power increased greatly. There was still some energy left in his body. Lu Ming continued to operate the seven gods' mysterious art to refine all the remaining energy. The remaining energy was naturally not enough for Lu Ming's body to continue breaking through, but it was enough to consolidate it. A few days later, Lu Ming finished refining all the energy and ended his cultivation. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming had already gained a lot from this trip to the Cursed Land. His mastery of the Tao of Sovereigns had deepened, his fleshly body had broken through, and his strength had increased tremendously. What could be better than this? Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and walked back. Soon, Lu Ming arrived near the sword formation. There were only a few people on the other side of the sword formation. Lu Ming has come out. When those people saw Lu Ming, they smiled. Bang! Lu Ming took a big step forward and rushed into the sword formation. When Lu Ming rushed into the sword formation, the formation lit up again. Small sword chi appeared and rushed toward Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming did not use the Tao of Sovereigns. He relied on his fleshly body and the indestructible ancient scripture to block the attack of the sword chi. Lu Ming rushed out 100 meters and then began to use the Tao of Sovereigns to control the sword chi and rush out of the sword formation. Everyone, where are the 6 saints and the others? Lu Ming asked. They're waiting for you outside. Someone said. Lu Ming nodded and followed them out. Along the way, Lu Ming learned that they did not have any other gains in this cursed land. It was obvious that the cursed land had already been plundered by someone before the tribulation. After passing through the passage, they arrived at the huge stone room and saw the 6 saints, Heavenly Sovereign and the others. After chatting for a while, they walked out. After a while, they left the cursed land. From afar, they saw Monarch Fengming and some people waiting for them. Ha ha ha, Commander Lu, you're finally out. From afar, Monarch Fengming welcomed them with a smile. Monarch. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Commander Lu, how was your trip to the cursed land? Monarch Fengming asked with a smile. Sigh, Monarch, to be honest, we came back empty-handed this time. Lu Ming sighed. You came back empty-handed? Monarch Fengming's expression changed slightly. That's right. I'm afraid that someone has entered this cursed land before the myriad tribulation. If you don't believe me, Lu Ming can swear on it. Lu Ming said. Ha ha ha, what's there to swear on? Of course, I believe you, Commander. Let's go back and welcome you. Brother, please. Monarch Fengming laughed heartily before extending his hand to invite Heavenly Venerate 6 Sacred over. 6 Saints Heavenly Sovereign was caught off guard. Whoosh, at that moment, Monarch Fengming suddenly made his move. A battle sword appeared in his hand and he thrust it at 6 Saints Heavenly Sovereign. At such a close distance, 6 Saints Heavenly Sovereign was caught off guard. He did not expect Monarch Fengming to suddenly attack him. It was too late for him to dodge. Poof, the longsword pierced through 6 Saints Heavenly Sovereign's heart. Roar, 6 Saints Heavenly Sovereign roared and blasted out both his palms. Monarch Fengming pulled out his sword and retreated. 6 Saints Heavenly Sovereign fell to the ground and vomited blood. He was severely injured. Lu Ming and the others were shocked by the sudden turn of events. In a flash, they surrounded 6 Saints Heavenly Sovereign. Why are you doing this? Lu Ming looked coldly at Monarch Fengming. To get rid of you, of course. The one who spoke was not Monarch Fengming but someone else. Whoosh. Whoosh, figures flashed in the surroundings, and one after another, figures appeared. It's the evil god tribe. The others in the heaven domain were in an uproar. It's really the evil god tribe. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. He understood everything when he saw the evil god tribe. The evil god tribe must have arrived after they entered the heaven domain. Monarch Fengming must have surrendered and pretended to be talking to Lu Ming to launch a sneak attack. Monarch Fengming knew that 6 Saints Heavenly Sovereign was a threat, so he launched a sneak attack to get rid of 6 Saints Heavenly Sovereign. At the very least, he wanted to injure 6 Saints Heavenly Sovereign severely. This way, Lu Ming and the others would be like a turtle in a jar. Lu Ming, the Divine Ancestor has instructed us to kill you if we meet you. You can go in peace. Ha ha ha. If we kill you, the Divine Ancestor will think highly of us. Lu Ming, your death will be worth it. Several evil god tribe members laughed loudly. Do you think you can kill me? Lu Ming said coldly. Oh? Do you want others to come and save you? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. Those useless subordinates of yours are all here. One of the evil god tribe members sneered. With a wave of his hand, several heads fell to the ground. Liao Min, Wu Fan, looking at the heads, Lu Ming's eyes turned red. His body emitted an extremely cold killing intent. Liao Min, Wu Fan, they were all Lu Ming's guards. They had followed Lu Ming from the beginning and had not betrayed Lu Ming. Now, they had been killed by the other party. He was furious. Today, all of you will die. Lu Ming's voice was extremely cold. Finally, he looked at Monarch Fengming and said, Your Fengming kingdom will be destroyed. The monarch of Fengming could not help but shudder when he saw Lu Ming's cold gaze. He then took a deep breath and said with a ferocious expression, You? I'll kill you right now. Swoosh, the monarch of Fengming made his move. A dazzling sword ray slashed toward Lu Ming. The monarch of Fengming had a cultivation base at the 4th level void transformation stage. In the heaven realm, he was equivalent to a 4-star heavenly emperor. His combat strength was much stronger than a 3-star heavenly emperor. The sword ray was extremely sharp and instantly closed in on Lu Ming. Boom, Lu Ming threw a punch at an astonishing speed. It landed accurately on the blade of the king of Fengming's sword. The combat sword in the hands of the king of Fengming vibrated continuously. The king of Fengming's body was also shaking violently. He retreated continuously. He only managed to stabilize himself after taking dozens of steps back. Your combat strength. How is it possible? The monarch of Fengming was shocked. In the earlier move, he felt that Lu Ming's strength had completely surpassed his. How was this possible? A few months ago, he had seen the battle between Lu Ming and Luo Mo. At that time, Lu Ming's strength was stronger than Luo Mo's, but not by much. The monarch of Fengming was confident that he could defeat or even kill Lu Ming. He did not expect Lu Ming's strength to surpass his in just a few months. How was this possible? One had to know that at their level of cultivation, it was extremely difficult for them to improve even a little. It required a long period of time, so how could it be improved in just a few short months? The Cursed Land. He must have obtained a supreme opportunity in the Cursed Land. That's why his combat strength skyrocketed. The monarch of Fengming thought to himself. Kill. I must kill him and seize his opportunity. The monarch of Fengming roared in his heart. The battle sword in his hand disappeared and was replaced by a black battle sword. Swoosh, the battle sword vibrated as sword chi soared into the sky. This is a Heaven Dao weapon. Lu Ming's heart jolted. It was not a Heaven Dao weapon since the monarch of Fengming's weapon did not contain Heaven Dao energy. However, its level was equivalent to a Heaven Dao weapon. As the monarch of Fengming with a cultivation base at the 4th level void transformation stage, it was normal for him to possess a weapon that was equivalent to a Heaven Dao weapon. Swoosh, the monarch of Fengming made his move again and charged toward Lu Ming. As for the other foreign tribes, they did not make a move. With monarch Fengming taking the lead, they were more than happy to sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. They blocked the monarch of Fengming and blocked the monarch of Fengming's escape. The great Baron spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. A purplish gold glow emanated from his body as he swept the spear out. This time, Lu Ming unleashed his full strength. The monarch of Fengming. Boom, the Fengming collided once again. Swoosh, the battle sword in the hands of the monarch of Fengming vibrated violently as a terrifying force surged towards the monarch of Fengming. Fengming, the monarch of the Fengmings, was knocked. Ming, his eyes were as round as saucers, a look of disbelief on his face. He had used all his strength, but he was still vulnerable in front of Lu Ming. Kill. Lu Ming's aura was like a rainbow. His muscles vibrated as he charged toward the monarch of Fengming. His speed was extremely fast. The people in the Yellow Spring Mountain were generally stronger than the people outside. The monarch of Fengming was slightly stronger than the ordinary 4-star heavenly emperors outside. Lu Ming had cultivated the 7 gods' mysterious technique to the middle 6th level. He could suppress an ordinary 4-star heavenly emperor with just his physical strength. Therefore, his physical strength was equivalent to the monarch of Fengming. The monarch of Fengming had a battle sword that was equivalent to a Heaven Dao weapon. Lu Ming also had the Great Baron spear. However, Lu Ming had the monarch of Fengming's Dao of domination. Boom, the Great Baron spear vibrated and became huge as it charged toward the monarch of Fengming. The monarch of Fengming was shocked as he raised his battle sword to block the attack. The Great Baron spear landed heavily on the monarch of Fengming's battle sword. The terrifying power caused the monarch of Fengming's arm to explode. The battle sword flew out of his hand. Lu Ming exerted the power of a master and with a sweep, he put away the other party's combat sword. As for the monarch of Fengming, his body smashed into the ground like a meteorite. Boom, the ground shook as the monarch of Fengming smashed a huge hole in the ground. He kept vomiting blood. Everyone was dumbfounded. The powerful monarch of Fengming could not even withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. Not good. Let's join forces and kill him. A foreign race member roared. Attack. The other foreign races roared and charged toward Lu Ming. There were a total of 3 4-star heavenly emperors. The rest were 3-star heavenly emperors, 2-star heavenly emperors, and 1-star heavenly emperors. A total of 9 foreign races charged toward Lu Ming. Attacks came from all directions toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not take the attacks head-on. Instead, he turned into a ray of light and charged toward the monarch of Fengming like a long spear. No, the monarch of Fengming roared. However, he was severely injured and could not dodge the attack. Bam! Lu Ming stomped heavily on the body of the king of Fengming. The body of the king of Fengming exploded and turned into ashes under the horrifying and violent force. Only a storage ring flew out and was caught by Lu Ming. Bam! Next, Lu Ming stomped heavily on the ground. The ground shook and a huge hole was formed. Cracks that looked like spider webs appeared on the ground. On the other hand, Lu Ming's body soared into the sky and the great barren spear pierced out. Swoosh! 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 Streaks of spear radiance pierced through the sky and pierced toward the foreign races. Those 1-star heavenly emperors, 2-star heavenly emperors, and even 3-star heavenly emperors could not resist at all. They were pierced through by the spear radiance and killed in the air. Only the 3-4-star heavenly emperors were able to block it. However, their bodies shook violently and were sent flying by Lu Ming. These 3-4-star heavenly emperors were not as strong as the monarch of Fengming. Not good. Let's go. Get stronger experts to kill Lu Ming. One of the foreign races was horrified and turned to run. The other 2 foreign races ran faster than him. Lu Ming's combat power was not something they could fight against. If they did not run, they would die. The 3 of them ran in 3 different directions. Even if Lu Ming chased after them, he could only chase after one of them. Trying to escape? Lu Ming said coldly. The purplish gold light around his body became even more dazzling. Sovereign! Lu Ming whispered. The sovereign Tao merged with heaven and earth. It instantly affected the 3 foreign races, wanting to dominate them. The figures of the 3 outsider tribes stiffened instantly. This pause was more than enough. Whoosh! Lu Ming became one with his spear, turning into a purplish gold spear radiance. It pierced through the void and pierced toward one of the foreign races. Pfft! That foreign race was directly killed by Lu Ming in the air. At this time, the other 2 foreign races had already reacted. They were horrified. Just now, they felt a powerful force acting on them from the unseen world, causing their bodies to stiffen. Run, run, run! The 2 foreign races were scared out of their wits and fled frantically. It seems like my sovereign energy can only affect a 4-star heavenly emperor for a split second. Lu Ming thought to himself. This was because he had comprehended the sovereign energy from the statue in the cursed grounds. Lu Ming's understanding of the sovereign Tao had improved greatly. Otherwise, he would not have been able to do it. However, being able to affect a 4-star heavenly emperor for a split second was enough. Those below the 4-star heavenly emperor level would be affected even more. For those with weaker cultivation levels, even if Lu Ming stood still, he could dominate the other party and prevent the other party from attacking him. Buzz! Lu Ming continued to control the sovereign Tao and used it on the remaining 2 heavenly emperors. The 2 heavenly emperors' bodies stiffened again. No, no, the 2 heavenly emperors screamed in their hearts. Whoosh! A ray of spear light shot out and killed one of the heavenly emperors. Next, there was only one last member of the foreign race left. He had already lost the thought of escaping and was attacking Lu Ming like a madman. The outcome was naturally destined. Within a few moves, he was killed by Lu Ming in the air. Lu Ming kept all the storage bracelets and storage rings of the heavenly emperors. The subordinates of the heavenly Emperor of Fengming scattered. Heavenly Sovereign 6 saints and the others from the heavenly realm were dumbfounded. Including the heavenly Emperor of Fengming, there were 4 4-star heavenly emperors. However, all of them were killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's means were simply strange and unpredictable. Senior 6 saints, how are your injuries? Lu Ming walked over and asked. I'm fine. I've stabilized myself. Heavenly Sovereign 6 saints replied. Earlier, he had been severely injured by the heavenly emperor of Fengming. Fortunately, his head and dantian were not injured. Although his injuries were serious, they were not fatal. With his unparalleled vitality, his recovery speed was amazing. Then, let's go and rob Fengming's palace. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. Let's go. The others also revealed a ferocious look. Immediately, they flew towards the palace. When they arrived at the imperial palace, it was already in complete chaos. The news of Monarch Fengming's death had spread out. The experts in the palace were in a state of chaos. They started to snatch the treasures in the palace. In order to snatch the treasures, they fought and killed each other. The imperial palace was plunged into a state of slaughter. Kill. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, they immediately charged in. They specifically chose Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses to kill. Feng Ming State, other than the 13 commanders, there were still some other Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Lu Ming they all killed one on sight. Lu Ming killed 2 Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses in a row and snatched the other party's storage ring. These Heavenly Emperors all carried quite a number of divine stones on them. The amount of resources that Lu Ming would need for his cultivation in the future was too terrifying. One had to know, his current true cultivation was just Great Emperor realm. The resources he consumed were comparable to other people's Heavenly Emperor realm. Then if he broke through to the Heavenly Emperor realm, how horrifying would the resources expended be? Therefore, what he wanted to do the most now was to accumulate resources. Run. Seeing Lu Ming and the rest charge over, the experts in the Imperial Palace dispersed in a hubbub. Lu Ming and the rest charged straight into the depths of the Imperial Palace. In the end, they opened a treasure trove. Inside was the Imperial Palace's treasure trove. There were large amounts of resources stored inside. All kinds of medicinal herbs, refining materials, even combat weapons, divine stones, and so on. Unfortunately, they did not discover weapons equivalent to Heavenly Emperor weapons. The highest grade was just Great Emperor weapons. There were also large amounts of divine stones. Lu Ming and the rest divided them up. Without a doubt, Lu Ming's contributions were the greatest. He took the lion's share. Lu Ming also accepted it without being courteous. Plundering the Imperial Palace clean, Lu Ming and the rest left Feng Ming State's capital and flew into the distance. They flew all the way out several 100,000 miles before they found a hidden place to stop. Heavenly Emperor's 6 saints was recuperating here, while Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram and started counting the gains this time. Lu Ming took out the interspatial rings and interspatial bracelets and started counting them. The interspatial rings of the foreign races were mostly filled with crystals that were specially used by the foreign races. They were not very useful to Lu Ming. However, there were some divine stones in the interspatial bracelets of the foreign races. Lu Ming collected them all together. The greatest gain was still Monarch Feng Ming. Monarch Feng Ming had not only contributed a battle sword equivalent to a heavenly Dao weapon, but also a large amount of divine stones. In the end, Lu Ming piled up all the divine stones and counted them. There were about 30 million pieces. 30 million divine stones, each of which was equivalent to 10,000 supreme-grade origin stones. It was a shocking amount of wealth. Now, I can make a breakthrough in my cultivation. Lu Ming smiled. His understanding of the sovereign Dao had reached the standard. Now, he could make a breakthrough in his cultivation. Once his cultivation broke through and he became a 4-star Great Emperor, Lu Ming's battle strength would skyrocket. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming took out a large number of divine stones and began to absorb the energy in them to break through. This time, Lu Ming did not use the chaos stones. He was planning to use only the divine stones. He only had about 10,000 chaos stones left. He planned to keep them for the time being as they might come in handy in the future. Bang! 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 The piles of divine stones exploded and turned into divine chi unique to the Yellow Springs realm, which was absorbed by Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming activated his path of domination and refined the energy with all his might, transforming it into the power of the world. Lu Ming began to break through to the 4-star Great Emperor realm. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed. His body was covered in a purple golden glow, which made him look extremely noble. After 2 months of cultivation, Lu Ming finally made a breakthrough and reached the 4-star Great Emperor realm. The size of the small world in his body had expanded significantly. The force of the world had become stronger. The force of the sovereign Dao within the force of the world had also become denser. Lu Ming's battle prowess had skyrocketed. Now, with the sovereign Dao alone, Lu Ming could suppress a 4-star heavenly emperor. With the combination of the sovereign Dao and his physical body, Lu Ming could even kill a 5-star heavenly emperor. What was truly powerful was the sovereign Dao. One had to know that Lu Ming's current cultivation was only at the 4-star Great Emperor realm. If he could kill an enemy who was an entire realm higher, his potential for improvement was huge. How powerful would he be when he reached the Heavenly Emperor realm? Would he be able to compete with the martial gods? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. After finishing his cultivation, Lu Ming came out of the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming, you have a breakthrough in your cultivation level again. Heavenly Sovereign Six Saints was shocked when he sensed Lu Ming's aura. Lucky breakthrough. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Heavenly Sovereign Six Saints and the others gasped. Lucky breakthrough? They smiled bitterly. Why didn't the others have such luck? They were already full of admiration for Lu Ming. How old was Lu Ming now? He could already kill 4-star Heavenly Emperors consecutively. Now that his cultivation had broken through again, how powerful would his battle prowess be? One had to know that 4-star Heavenly Emperors were already called Heavenly Sovereigns in the Heaven Realm. Lu Ming could already kill Heavenly Sovereigns consecutively now. In this world, he was almost standing at the peak. In a few more years, he would probably be invincible. They knew that they were witnessing the rapid rise of an invincible figure. Lu Ming, what do you plan to do next? Six Saints asked. I'm going to the Dragon Man Empire. Lu Ming said. Previously, when he checked the ancient records, he knew that there was a cursed land in the Dragon Man Empire, which was much larger than the cursed land in Fengming. Go to the Dragon Man Empire? The faces of Heavenly Venerate Six Saints and the others changed. Lu Ming, there is a 6-star Heavenly Emperor of a foreign race in the Dragon Man Empire who has gained the trust of the Dragon Man Empire. He is probably exploring the cursed land. Six Saints said with a solemn face. A 6-star Heavenly Emperor was too strong. One more step and he would be a peak Heavenly Emperor. I won't fight them head-on. I'll disguise myself and go over. This time, I'll go check out the situation. If they've already plundered the cursed land, I'll leave immediately. If they haven't, we might be able to take advantage of the situation and fish in troubled waters and make a fortune. Lu Ming said with a smile. In that case, we will go with you. Anyway, we don't know where to go now. Six Saints said. The others nodded. They really didn't know where to go now. Well, how about this? You all enter my pocket dimension first. I will disguise myself and go alone. Lu Ming said. Okay, let's do that. Six Saints and the others nodded and then entered Lu Ming's pocket dimension. After everyone entered the pocket dimension, Lu Ming used the divine breath technique and his body began to change. He turned into a dark-skinned young man and left for the Dragon Man Empire. There was a small country between the Dragon Man Empire and Fengming. Lu Ming rushed at full speed and took 3 days to reach the Dragon Man Empire. The Dragon Man Empire was vast, at least 10 times larger than Fengming. There were many races in the Dragon Man Empire, such as the human race, the Naga race, and so on, but the Dragon Man race was the most numerous. The Dragon Man race had 2 dragon horns on their foreheads and a long dragon tail. Some of them even had dragon scales on their bodies. Other than that, they were no different from ordinary people. Lu Ming walked in a city and looked at these Dragonians. He was secretly amazed. These Dragonians were half human and half dragon. Their bodies emitted a dense dragon aura. They were burly and each of them was more than 2 meters tall. This Yellow Springs Mountain sure has many races. Senior Ancestral Dragon said that the Yellow Springs Mountain comes from beyond the heavens. What kind of place is beyond the heavens? Are there many races? 10,000 races contending for hegemony? Lu Ming's thoughts were all over the place, his imagination running wild. He was very curious about beyond the heavens. I have the blood essence of 9 dragons, and I cultivate the dragon god battle body. I've also refined some dragon marrow, so I also have a strong dragon aura. Why don't I disguise myself as a dragon man? Thinking of this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If he could disguise himself as a dragon, it would be easier for him to do things in the Dragon Man Empire. Immediately, Lu Ming's body began to change rapidly. 2 dragon horns grew out of his forehead, scales appeared on his body, and a long tail grew out of his buttocks. Furthermore, there was a dense dragon aura emanating from his body, making him look exactly like a draconian. Haha. Lu Ming laughed, and then swaggered down the street. On the street, the creatures of other races all showed a look of awe when they saw Lu Ming. In the Dragon Man Empire, although there were many races, they were also divided into ranks. There was no doubt that wherever a Draconian went, they would be respected and enjoy privileges. Let's go to the capital of the Dragon Man Empire. Lu Ming smiled and flew toward the capital of the Dragon Man Empire. After a few more days, Lu Ming arrived at the capital of the Dragon Man Empire. Lu Ming wandered around the capital of the Dragon Man Empire. An evil god tribe member. After walking for a while, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw an evil god tribe member. This evil god tribe member looked very young, and his cultivation was definitely less than 10,000 years. He should be a prodigy on the longevity list of a foreign race, and his cultivation was only at the Great Emperor realm. Lu Ming revealed a smile and walked over directly. You foreign race, how dare you molest a beauty of my race, you're courting death. Lu Ming glared at this foreign race member and strode toward him. What? This foreign race member was stunned. Kneel down and surrender. Lu Ming grinned and slapped him. The other party was shocked and wanted to resist, but he was too far away from Lu Ming. Lu Ming directly slapped him in the face and knocked him unconscious. In the surroundings, many Draconians looked at Lu Ming curiously. This guy molested a beauty of my race. Shouldn't he be taught a lesson? Lu Ming said casually. Yes, he should be taught a lesson. Recently, this three-eyed foreign race member has been very arrogant. He should be taught a lesson. Good lesson. How dare he molest a beauty of my race? How hateful. Cripple him. The Draconians shouted. Lu Ming smiled. He then grabbed the alien race member and left the place in big strides. After walking a few rounds, he came to a remote place. There was no one around. Lu Ming reached out a finger and tapped this person's glabella. Lu Ming executed the soul-searching technique, wanting to search this person's soul and obtain information. This person's body trembled. Very soon, Lu Ming obtained some useful information. The foreign race did have a 6-star Heavenly Emperor realm expert who was valued by the Draconians Empire. He cooperated with the Draconians Empire and entered the Cursed Land to search for treasures, sharing equally with the Draconians Empire. This time, the foreign race gathered 50 to 60 experts in the Draconians Empire. There were quite a number of Heavenly Emperors. As early as a few months ago, the foreign race entered that Cursed Land. However, they encountered difficulties. There were dangers and obstacles in the Cursed Land. The foreign race's advancement was extremely slow. During this period of time, they had been thinking of ways to conquer that Cursed Land. Furthermore, in the areas that were conquered, the foreign race had great gains and obtained quite a number of treasures. Not conquered yet, good. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. That Cursed Land had not been completely conquered yet, and the places that were conquered had quite a number of treasures. This meant that this Cursed Land had not been explored by anyone before. There would definitely be great gains inside. Lu Ming decided that this Cursed Land, he must explore it well. Bang, Lu Ming waved his hand. A burst of energy erupted, killing this foreign race. Then, with a fire, he turned this person into ashes. Then, Lu Ming headed for that Cursed Land. That Cursed Land was in the west of the Draconians Empire's capital, in a mountain range. Very soon, Lu Ming arrived at that place. This mountain range had quite a number of Draconians' powerhouses guarding it. But seeing that Lu Ming was also a Draconians, those Draconians thought that he was one of them and did not care much. Anyway, the Yellow Springs mountain natives could not enter that Cursed Land. Lu Ming passed through this mountain range very easily and arrived at his destination. In the mountain range, there was a castle. The castle occupied a very large area. This was the Cursed Land. In the vicinity, there were quite a number of Draconians wandering around, waiting. Lu Ming swaggered over. When the Draconians saw him, they did not pay much attention to him. Lu Ming wandered around for a while and suddenly rushed toward the Cursed Land. What are you doing? You're courting death. The Draconians at the side roared. The people of the Yellow Springs world had been cursed for generations. They could not enter the Cursed Land. Once they entered, they would die. In their opinion, Lu Ming was courting death. However, Lu Ming did not slow down. He ran wildly and approached the castle in the blink of an eye. He's fine. He's fine. The Dragonians looked at each other. According to their experience, as long as they were within a certain range of the cursed land, they would be cursed and die on the spot. However, Lu Ming was fine even after running to the castle. Fake. Damn it. He must be a fake. He's pretending to be a Dragonian. Damn it. The Dragonians thought about it and knew that Lu Ming was a fake. Only people from the outside world could enter the cursed land. However, they could only watch and did not dare to pursue. The castle was extremely huge and the door was open. Lu Ming rushed in directly. Behind the door was a passage that was dark and serene. Lu Ming slowed down and moved forward cautiously. This was because this cursed land was dangerous. However, this passage was not dangerous. When Lu Ming was about to reach the end, he was fine. However, at the exit of the passage, there were 2 foreign races guarding there. When they saw Lu Ming, they were stunned. This was because Lu Ming was still in the form of a Dragonian. How could a Dragonian enter this place? Therefore, they could not react in time. Swoosh, taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming charged forward. His palm was like a knife as he slashed horizontally. Bam! Bam! 2 explosions sounded. The 2 foreign races were killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming rushed past. Behind the passage was a huge platform. In front of the platform, there were 2 paths. Both were very wide. The 2 paths led in different directions. The road on the right was pitch black and filled with bloody mist. It looked extremely terrifying. As for the path on the left, it was also filled with a white fog that obstructed one's line of sight, making it impossible to see what was ahead. More than 10 non-humankind beings were either standing or sitting on the platform. A few non-humankind beings were also standing on the left side of the road. Only the intersection on the right was free of outsiders. The moment Lu Ming entered, all of them turned to look at Lu Ming. Draconian? No, it's definitely not a dragon people. Someone is impersonating him. Who cares who he is? He doesn't have the aura of my clan. He must be from the heaven realm. Kill him. Cold auras bloomed one after another as cold voices rang out. Whoosh, a member of the alien race had 4 arms and was extremely fast. He took the lead and charged toward Lu Ming. This foreign race had 3-star Heavenly Emperor cultivation. It could be said to be very powerful. But who he encountered was Lu Ming. Purplish gold light suffused Lu Ming's body. The power of sovereigns condensed into a long spear and stabbed out. Lu Ming looked like he was stabbing at the void. But when he stabbed out, a miserable cry sounded out. It was only to see that 4-armed foreign race appeared out of thin air. His head was already pierced by Lu Ming. A 3-star Heavenly Emperor was directly insta-killed. Not good, this person is very strong. Attack together. Kill. More than 10 foreign races, other than a few whose cultivation was below Heavenly Emperor, the other foreign races all attacked. They were all Heavenly Emperor realm cultivation. There were a few people who were very terrifying. 2 4-star Heavenly Emperors, 1 5-star Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming did not hide his strength anymore and attacked with all his might. The great desolate spear appeared in his hand. Lu Ming bathed in purplish gold light. The long spear trembled, stabbing out several times in succession. 2 4-star Heavenly Emperors were directly sent flying by Lu Ming, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. And that 5-star Heavenly Emperor's body shook violently, retreating repeatedly. Lu Ming erupted with all his strength now. How powerful was that? Even a 5-star Heavenly Emperor was not his match. Not good, this person is troublesome. Quickly call Lord. That 5-star Heavenly Emperor roared. Call Lord. There were a few foreign races guarding the left side of the road. At this moment, they rushed into that road. Kill. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand. His killing intent was as cold as a blade as he charged towards those foreign races. With a sweep of the long spear, several foreign races were sent flying. Their bones and tendons were broken, and they died on the spot. Damn it! That 5-star Heavenly Emperor roared. A yellow stone flew out from his third eye. It emitted a powerful aura and directly smashed towards Lu Ming. This is a heavenly Dao soldier? No, it doesn't have the aura of the heavenly Dao. It's a weapon of this world. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The yellow stone that the other party took out was a weapon equivalent to a heavenly Dao soldier. It was a weapon from Yellow Springs Mountain. There were many strange formations inscribed inside. As long as energy was injected, it could be activated. Boom, Lu Ming shook his long spear and swept it out, colliding with the stone. That stone was sent flying. That foreign race 5-star Heavenly Emperor was also repeatedly pushed back by Lu Ming's powerful energy. Lu Ming took large strides forward, his long spear stabbing out continuously. Puff. Puff, one foreign race after another died under Lu Ming's spear. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, those below 4-star Heavenly Emperor could not block a single move from him at all. In a blink of an eye, there were only 5 or 6 of the dozen foreign races left. The remaining foreign races revealed looks of alarm and fear. They did not dare to continue fighting at all and turned around to run. Courting death. At this moment, an angry roar came from the left side of the road. One could see a burly figure rushing out from that road, stirring up white mist like a hurricane. The person had not come out yet, but a berserk aura was already pressing towards Lu Ming. 6-star Heavenly Emperor? Lu Ming muttered, not the slightest bit afraid. Taking large strides forward, a terrifying purple-gold spear light rushed towards a foreign race 4-star Heavenly Emperor. That foreign race did his best to block a move and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. One of his arms exploded, suffering heavy injuries. Your Excellency, save me! That foreign race shouted loudly. You dare? Inside the road, that voice roared angrily. Kill! Lu Ming was very decisive, rushing over once again. Spear light tore through the air, directly piercing through that injured 4-star Heavenly Emperor, killing him in the air. Swish, at this time a pale white saber light slashed out from the intersection. The power was astonishingly strong. A terrifying force pounced straight for Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming's arm shook. The great spear changed direction with extreme speed, blocking in front of him. Clang, a violent vibration. Lu Ming felt a berserk force rushing towards him. Lu Ming could not help retreating repeatedly. Following that, a burly foreign race holding a battle saber walked out from that intersection. This foreign race's 3 eyes flickered with an ice-cold light. His body emitted a powerful aura. 6-star Heavenly Emperor, following that, figures flashed. 5 or 6 figures rushed out from the left side of the road. Each one was an expert. For 5-star Heavenly Emperors. Lu Ming saw through the other party's cultivation. 1 6-star Heavenly Emperor, for 5-star Heavenly Emperors. A 6-star Heavenly Emperor, for 5-star Heavenly Emperors, formed an encirclement, surrounding Lu Ming. Cold killing intent enveloped Lu Ming. Heavenly Realms trash. That 6-star Heavenly Emperor opened his mouth icily. This was a foreign race aristocrat. His figure was tall, his entire body covered in purple scales. Holding a battle blade in his hand, he was broad and huge, even taller than an ordinary person. Bang, the other party directly made a move. His burly body closed in on Lu Ming in an instant. An enormous battle blade slashed out violently. Space directly exploded, the power astonishing. Lu Ming's entire body was suffused with a resplendent purple-gold light, urging his power to the limit. When Lu Ming's power was urged to the limit, it was hard for him to continue maintaining his disguise and revealed his original appearance. Buzz, the great desolate spear vibrated frenziedly, sweeping out, colliding together fiercely with the other party's battle blade. With an intense rumble, Lu Ming was repelled back once more. Right now, even if he erupted fully, he was also not a 6-star Heavenly Emperor's match. Heavenly Emperor realm, between each level, there was a considerable gap. Lu Ming, it's you. The moment Lu Ming revealed his true body, the other party recognized Lu Ming. Kill him. Attack together. The other 4 5-star Heavenly Emperors also roared one after another, attacking together. 5 5-star Heavenly Emperors joining hands, the power was extremely terrifying too. Lu Ming brandished his long spear until it was airtight, blocking the other party's attacks. But his figure was still struck back repeatedly, the vital energy and blood within his body in turmoil. Kill. That 6-star heavenly emperor also rushed over, slashing out a pale white blade light. Lu Ming did not receive it head-on anymore. His muscles trembled, moving 100 meters horizontally, avoiding the other party's attack. After that, he rushed toward that path on the right. That path did not have any foreign races guarding it. The 5 foreign race powerhouses chased in hot pursuit relentlessly. Swoosh, Lu Ming's speed was very fast. In a twinkle, he arrived at that intersection and did not stop in the slightest, directly rushing over. The 5 outsiders stopped in their tracks. Are we chasing or not? A 5-star heavenly emperor asked. There's no need to chase after him. This path is even more dangerous than the one on the left, and it's much more difficult. This kid will only die if he goes in. Leave 2 people here to guard this place. We'll continue to attack over there. If there's any movement here, inform me immediately. That 6-star heavenly emperor instructed. Yes. The others nodded. They waited for a while longer. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't come out, a few of them returned to the left path, leaving 2 people to wait nearby. Lu Ming entered the path on the right and kept going forward. This path was filled with blood-red mist, blocking their line of sight and preventing them from seeing what lay ahead. The non-humankind didn't chase after us. I'm afraid this place is dangerous. Lu Ming pondered. He was on full alert, and his body was covered with the power of a sovereign. With the Great Desolation spear in hand, he carefully advanced. After walking for over 10 miles, a dragon's roar suddenly resounded from the front. That's right, it was a dragon's roar. Is there a true dragon here? Lu Ming was somewhat puzzled. He continued to move forward. Roar. Roar, the dragon's roar became louder and louder. Suddenly, the mist surged, and 2 blood-red lights appeared in the mist, like 2 blood moons. Then, a huge true dragon appeared in the blood mist. The true dragon was blood-red all over. Its blood-red eyes were filled with cold-killing intent. Roar. True dragon, there's actually a true dragon. Lu Ming was bewildered. This was the Yellow Springs Mountain, which came from outer space. In the heaven domain, the ancestral dragon was known as the ancestor of all true dragons. In that case, weren't there only true dragons in the heaven domain? Could it be that there were also true dragons in outer space? Then the saying that the ancestral dragon was the ancestor of all true dragons was worth discussing. No, it's not a physical body. It's an illusory body. Then, Lu Ming's gaze moved. He discovered that this true dragon looked like a physical body, but there was no aura of life on its body. Instead, it was condensed from a kind of energy. Roar. As soon as this true dragon saw Lu Ming, it roared loudly and pounced toward Lu Ming. 1-star heavenly emperor. The moment this true dragon made a move, Lu Ming determined that the other party was equivalent to a 1-star heavenly emperor's cultivation. 1-star heavenly emperors were naturally not Lu Ming's match. Lu Ming stabbed out with a spear and routed this true dragon. But, after this true dragon was routed, it turned into a surge of energy and drifted backward, then condensed into a physical body again. Roar. Roar. Following that, even more roars came over. Amidst the blood mist surging, another blood-red true dragon appeared. The auras emitted were both strong and weak. But the weakest was 1-star heavenly emperor. The strongest already reached 3-star heavenly emperor. The moment these true dragons saw Lu Ming, they all roared angrily and pounced toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the great desolate spear in his hand and rushed over. The long spear trembled, stabbing out one spear light after another, piercing into the heads of these true dragons, routing these true dragons. But the moment these true dragons were routed, they immediately condensed again. They could not be killed at all. Kill. Lu Ming rushed over, going deep inside. But he discovered that more and more true dragons appeared. Furthermore, there were already 4-star heavenly emperor realm true dragons. From front to back, there were more than 20 of them, surrounding Lu Ming. Why are there so many true dragons? Could these be dragon souls? Lu Ming guessed. More than 20 true dragons pounced toward Lu Ming continuously. After being routed by Lu Ming, they condensed again. But Lu Ming finally discovered one point. Each time these true dragons were routed, they would become a little weaker. It was not that they could not be killed at all. As long as they were killed a few more times, they could still be killed. Lu Ming's long spear trembled continuously. Resplendent and sharp spear light shot out continuously, blowing up these true dragons. Amen? Right at this time, Lu Ming's expression changed. He felt that the divine nine-dragon cauldron that had been quiet in his sea of consciousness all along actually had an abnormal movement. Ever since the divine nine-dragon cauldron exhausted its energy more than 100 years ago, there had never been any abnormal movement. But now, there was an abnormal movement. Could it be related to these true dragons? Lu Ming did not even think about it and directly summoned the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Buzz, the moment the divine nine-dragon cauldron came out, it shook violently. The true dragon carving on the cauldron emitted a resplendent light. The true dragon on it seemed to have come alive. Roar, following that, an intense dragon roar emitted from the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Then, a nine-dragon phantom emerged, opening its big mouth and letting out a long roar. A terrifying devouring force emitted from the nine-dragon phantom's mouth. Those blood-red true dragons revealed a look of fear and let out a wail. But in the next moment, these blood-red true dragons actually turned into streaks of red light, flying into the nine-dragon's mouth and disappearing. More than 20 blood-red true dragons in a row, regardless of cultivation level, were all swallowed into the nine-dragon phantom's mouth. Buzz, the divine nine-dragon cauldron shook violently. On the surface, it emitted a powerful aura. The divine nine-dragon cauldron revived. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Lu Ming did not expect that after the divine nine-dragon cauldron devoured this kind of blood-red true dragon, it actually revived and emitted a powerful undulation. Although it was still far from its heyday back then, it was also very astonishing. Haha, this kind of blood-red true dragon is actually useful to the divine nine-dragon cauldron. The more the better. Lu Ming laughed loudly in his heart. Just now, he was still rather depressed because of these blood-red true dragons. Now, he wished for more. Lu Ming's mind stirred, put away the divine nine-dragon cauldron, and continued forward. Roar! Roar! Dragon roars continuously sounded out. As Lu Ming went deeper, blood-red true dragons appeared continuously, the numbers getting more and more. Furthermore, their cultivation was also getting stronger and stronger. At the back, 5-star heavenly emperor realms actually appeared. However, after Lu Ming summoned the divine nine-dragon cauldron, it directly devoured these blood-red true dragons. If one did not work, he would summon two. This road was very long. Lu Ming walked a full 1,000 miles before reaching the end. And Lu Ming already had several divine nine-dragon cauldrons awaken. At the end of the road was a huge wasteland. In the center of the wasteland, there was a huge mountain peak. Roar! Roar! One dragon roar after another reverberated throughout heaven and earth. So many, Lu Ming was dumbfounded with amazement. He saw one blood-red true dragon after another cruising on the wasteland. At a glance, there was no idea how many there were at all. The aura varied in strength. Some were 1-star heavenly emperors, some even reached 6-star heavenly emperors. Lu Ming was not alarmed but delighted instead. So many blood-red true dragons were all treasures in Lu Ming's eyes. To others, these blood-red true dragons were nothing short of murderous. For example, to the foreign races, they were terrifying killing stars. Those foreign races, the strongest was only 6-star heavenly emperors. If they rushed here, there was probably only a dead end. No wonder this road on the right has no foreign races. Turns out that it's so dangerous, ha ha ha. Thinking up to here, Lu Ming laughed loudly. In Lu Ming's eyes, these true dragons were all nourishment for the divine nine-dragon cauldron. If the divine nine-dragon cauldron was fully awakened, with Lu Ming's current cultivation, he would definitely be able to unleash the full power of the divine nine-dragon cauldron. When those blood-red true dragons saw Lu Ming, they let out roars and charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and dashed over as well. The moment he dashed out, a huge cauldron flew out from his glabella. A total of 9 cauldrons floated out from the cauldrons, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Then, they condensed into the figure of 9 dragons, which opened their mouths and unleashed a powerful devouring force. The power of devouring enveloped those blood-red true dragons. Those below 6-star Heavenly Emperor did not have the strength to fight back at all. They directly turned into streaks of blood-red light and flew into the 9-dragon phantom's mouth, turning into energy to stimulate the divine 9-dragon cauldron. On top of the 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons, they all emitted brilliance. The aura became stronger and stronger. The dragon-shaped carvings on them seemed to have come alive. Very soon, the blood-red true dragons in this area were devoured clean. Lu Ming immediately moved to another place and went to devour the blood-red true dragons in other areas. If those few foreign races knew that Lu Ming entered this place so easily, they would probably be angered to death alive. Lu Ming ran continuously, devouring the blood-red true dragons here. In a short few hours, more than half of the blood-red true dragons here were devoured by Lu Ming. The reason why he spent a few hours was mainly that those blood-red true dragons equivalent to 6-star Heavenly Emperor realm still had some resistance and were harder to deal with. Bang! Just as Lu Ming was about to continue controlling the divine 9-dragon cauldron to devour the blood-red true dragons, in the middle of the wasteland, that mountain suddenly shook. Then, it emitted a resplendent blood-red light. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roar came from that mountain, shaking heaven and earth. This mountain also has a true dragon. Wait a minute, this mountain can't be a great tomb, right? A true dragon great tomb. Lu Ming could not help guessing. And the more he looked, the more it looked like it. It was extremely likely that an extremely powerful true dragon was buried in this mountain. Many years after death, the dragon's soul emitted out, turning into blood-red true dragons. This was extremely likely. The divine 9-dragon cauldron only revived after devouring this kind of dragon soul. Roar! On that mountain, the dragon roar became louder and louder. Following that, a dazzling blood-red light pervaded the air. A huge blood-red true dragon rushed out of the mountain, emitting a powerful and astonishing aura. Peak 7-star Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes turned intent. The aura emitted by this blood-red true dragon already reached peak Heavenly Emperor. It was extremely terrifying. Who knows how many years after death, just the remnant dragon's soul can reach peak Heavenly Emperor. This true dragon shouldn't have been a powerful martial god realm existence when it was alive, right? Lu Ming guessed, secretly clicking his tongue. Roar! At this moment, the 9 dragon phantoms also let out a long roar. The 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons emitted a resplendent brilliance. The 9 dragon phantoms directly pounced towards that peak Heavenly Emperor realm blood-red true dragon. That blood-red true dragon also pounced towards the 9 dragon phantoms. The 2 enormous dragons intertwined in the air, fighting fiercely. Vast dragon might spread out in all directions. The other blood-red true dragons prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to make any unusual movements at all. The 2 giant dragons were locked in a fierce battle. It was not that the 9 dragon phantoms' combat strength was so powerful, comparable to a peak Heavenly Emperor. It was not like that. But the 9 dragons seemed to be innately restraining the other party. Or rather, it was restraining the dragon's soul. Therefore, the 2 were locked in battle. This battle was a battle that lasted for a long time. Because once that blood-red true dragon was defeated, it would condense again. However, every time the other party was defeated, the 9 dragons would take the opportunity to devour some of the other party's dragon soul. But that mountain had an endless stream of dragon soul replenishing it. Therefore, that blood-red true dragon maintained its peak state from beginning to end, fighting with the 9 dragons. This battle lasted for a full month. Lu Ming was speechless and simply cultivated at the side. However, after a month of fighting, the 9 dragon phantoms finally gained the upper hand. Because in that mountain, there was finally no more dragon soul replenishment. Without replenishment, every time the other party was defeated by the 9 dragons, a portion would be devoured, and it would become weaker and weaker. In the end, that true dragon was defeated by the 9 dragons, then turned into wisps of light, completely devoured by the 9 dragons. Buzz! After devouring that true dragon, the divine 9-dragon cauldron shook violently. It was dazzling, its aura reaching its peak. The divine 9-dragon cauldron had completely awakened. Lu Ming could control it with a thought. What terrifying power! Lu Ming controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Feeling the power emitted from it, Lu Ming was overjoyed. He felt that if he controlled 9 divine 9 dragon cauldrons at the same time now, he would probably be able to erupt with the power of a peak heavenly emperor. Lu Ming was overjoyed. In other words, with the divine 9 dragon cauldron in hand, he could completely fight with a peak heavenly emperor. Continue. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9 dragon cauldron and continued to devour the remaining blood-red true dragons. Not long after, the blood-red true dragons on the wasteland were all devoured by the divine 9 dragon cauldron. Not a single one was left. On the opposite side of the wasteland, there was also a path that led straight ahead. No one knew where it led. Lu Ming did not hesitate and directly stepped onto the path. He was much more confident now. Now, with the help of the divine 9 dragon cauldron, he was not afraid even if he encountered a peak heavenly emperor. Right now, only invincible powerhouses and martial god realm existences posed a threat to Lu Ming. However, the number of such existences was too small. Martial god realm existences, currently, only the foreign race's sacred ancestor and ancestral dragon were left. As for martial emperor powerhouses, the number was also not many. For example, Chaos Emperor and Imperishable Emperor had both fallen. This kind of character had half a foot into the martial god realm. Heavenly realm and evil god realm added up, there were not many. According to what Lu Ming knew, this time, neither the heavenly realm nor the evil god race had such a character come in and stand guard outside. Of course, this was only what it looked like on the surface. Whether there was such a character in the dark or not, Lu Ming could not be sure. Along the way, there was no danger at all on the following road. It was calm and peaceful. Lu Ming advanced at least several thousand miles. Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. Although the castle looked big from the outside, it was not that exaggerated. After entering, he discovered that the space inside was shockingly large. It probably used spatial technology. After several thousand miles, the road narrowed, only allowing several people to pass side by side. After advancing another 1,000 miles, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Because a door appeared in front of him. It was the end. Lu Ming strode forward, using the divine 9 dragon cauldron to protect himself, and rushed through the door. Behind the door was a vast hall. The hall was filled with dazzling light. When Lu Ming saw it, he was stunned. The source of the light in the hall was many balls of light. In the hall, there were many balls of light. Each ball of light was dazzling. Inside each ball of light was a treasure. Yes, they were treasures. Most of them were battle weapons. There were also some storage rings or storage bracelets. All of them were treasures. There were hundreds of them. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Then he flew up and grabbed at a ball of light. Whoosh, however, when Lu Ming approached the ball of light, it flew away as if it had a mind of its own. Don't even think about leaving. Lu Ming chuckled. His muscles trembled as he shot forward, his Tao of the Sovereign Lord transforming into an enormous hand that reached out to grab the ball of light. This time, the ball of light couldn't fly away and was caught in Lu Ming's hand. However, after grabbing the ball of light, Lu Ming didn't take out the battle weapon because it was blocked. That ball of light seemed to be formed by the formation above. It wouldn't be easy to take out the treasure inside. Refine. Lu Ming unleashed his sovereign power and began to refine the ball of light. Fortunately, the defensive power of the ball of light wasn't that strong. After a few minutes, Lu Ming opened it, and a spear-like weapon fell into Lu Ming's hands. It's only equivalent to a great emperor weapon. Lu Ming was a little disappointed when he checked it. This spear was only equivalent to a great emperor weapon. It wasn't very useful to Lu Ming. However, it wasn't bad to bring it out and give it to others. Lu Ming kept it. Then, Lu Ming grabbed another ball of light. Inside this ball of light was also a combat weapon, a combat sword. After being caught by Lu Ming, he refined it for a few minutes. Then, Lu Ming took out the battle sword. It's equivalent to a heavenly Tao weapon. This time, Lu Ming was overjoyed. This battle sword was actually equivalent to a heavenly Tao weapon. It was filled with layers of strange formations. Lu Ming injected energy into it and waved the battle sword, erupting with astonishing power. A weapon equivalent to a heavenly Tao weapon was priceless. Lu Ming hadn't obtained many of them so far. Even if Lu Ming didn't use it himself, he could bring it out and give it to the Heavenly Realm's Heavenly Emperor. It could greatly increase the Heavenly Realm's combat power. After obtaining a Heavenly Dao weapon, Lu Ming's heart was burning with passion. He continued to grab other balls of light. Next, Lu Ming grabbed dozens of balls of light. However, there weren't many Heavenly Dao weapons. However, there were more than 30 balls of light, and there were 5 Heavenly Dao weapons. The rest were almost all Great Emperor weapons. In addition, those storage rings and storage bracelets were mainly made of divine stones. A large number of divine stones. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This time, he really hit the jackpot. There were more than 30 balls of light, and there were 5 Heavenly Dao weapons. Lu Ming was already very satisfied. There were hundreds of balls of light here. Didn't that mean there were dozens of Heavenly Dao weapons? If this was spread out, it would scare people to death. Also, there were a large number of divine stones. Lu Ming wouldn't have to worry about resources for a long time in the future. Lu Ming was even more excited as he collected those balls of light. Right at this moment, in the other direction of the main hall, behind a door, a figure flashed, and dozens of figures rushed in. The Evil God Tribe, they were all the Evil God Tribe members that Lu Ming had encountered previously. It seemed that after so long of hard work, these foreign races had finally opened up the left path. The left and right paths ultimately led to this main hall. When these Evil God Tribe members saw those balls of light in the main hall, their eyes burst with a fiery light. When they saw Lu Ming, their fiery light turned into ice-cold killing intent. It's Lu Ming. Damn it, he didn't die. That foreign race 6-star Heavenly Emperor roared. Lu Ming had entered the right path and actually didn't die. Moreover, he had entered here earlier than them. This made them very puzzled. But now, they didn't think too much about it. Because when they saw Lu Ming collecting those treasures, their eyes turned red. They had worked hard for several months. In their opinion, these treasures were all theirs. Kill him. The foreign race 6-star Heavenly Emperor shouted coldly, holding a battle blade, taking the lead to charge towards Lu Ming. A cold blade light chopped towards Lu Ming. At the same time, the other foreign races also attacked Lu Ming, wanting to behead Lu Ming. Originally, I wanted to go and find you all after collecting these treasures. Now that you all delivered yourselves, I'll send you all on your way then. Lu Ming opened his mouth indifferently. With a thought, the 9 divine 9 dragon cauldrons flew out. Buzz, the divine 9 dragon cauldrons trembled, emitting a horrifying aura, suppressing towards the several dozen foreign races. Not good. Feeling the power emitted by the divine 9 dragon cauldrons, that 6-star Heavenly Emperor realm foreign race was greatly alarmed, erupting with full power, turning the attack into defense. But the other foreign races' reactions were not so fast. Bang, when the divine 9 dragon cauldrons bombarded down, the bodies of those foreign races with weaker cultivation directly exploded. Even 5-star Heavenly Emperors had their bodies torn apart by that vast power of the divine 9 dragon cauldrons, perishing on the spot. Only that 6-star Heavenly Emperor did not perish. But he also sustained serious injuries, retreating while vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. The divine 9 dragon cauldrons, 9 cauldrons erupting together, the power was equivalent to peak great emperors. How could these foreign races possibly block it? Run! That foreign race 6-star Heavenly Emperor turned around and fled without even thinking. But it was already too late, the 9 large cauldrons enlarged rapidly, suppressing in all directions, enveloping him inside. No! The foreign race roared loudly, his battle blade slashing out violently, slashing out several hundred streaks of blade light. End of chapter 2483. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.